Chapter 1. The Birth of a Cub. Of course, I wasn't born into heavy metal. As a matter of fact, in my first years, I preferred ice cream, because at the time, my parents lived over my grandfather's ice cream shop, Iommi's Ices. My grandfather and his wife, who I called Papa and Nan, had moved from Italy to England, looking for a better future by opening an ice cream business over here. It was probably only a little factory, but to me it was huge. All of those big stainless steel barrels in which the ice cream was being churned. Wow, it was great. I could just go in and help myself. I've never tasted anything that good since. I was born on Thursday, the 19th of February, 1948, in Heathfield Road Hospital, just outside Birmingham city centre. The only child of Anthony Frank and Sylvie Maria Iommi, née Valenti. My mother had been in hospital for 2 months with toxemia before I appeared. Was this a sign of things to come, she might have felt. Mum was born in Palermo, in Italy, one of 3 children, to a family of vineyard owners. I never knew my mum's mother. Her father used to come to the house once a week, but when you're young, you don't hang around sitting there with the old folks, do you? So I never knew him that well. Papa, on the other hand, was very good-natured and generous, and as well as giving money to help the local kids, he'd always hand me half a crown whenever I came to see him, and some ice cream, and salami, and pasta. So you can imagine, I loved visiting him. He was also very religious. He went to church all the time, and he sent flowers and supplies over there every week. I think my nan was from Brazil. My father was born here. He had 5 brothers and 2 sisters. My parents were Catholic, but I've only seen them go to church once or twice. It's strange that my dad wasn't as religious as his father, but he was probably like me. I hardly ever go to church either. I wouldn't even know what to do. I actually do believe in a God, but I don't have to go to church to press the point. My parents worked in a shop that Papa had given them as a wedding present in Cardigan Street in Birmingham, in the Italian Quarter. As well as the ice cream factory, Papa owned other shops, and he used to have a fleet of mobile baking machines. They'd go into town, set up, and sell baked potatoes or chestnuts, whatever was in season. My dad was also a carpenter, and a very good one at that. He even made all of our furniture. When I was about 5 or 6, we moved away from ice cream heaven to a place in Bennett's Road in an area called Washwood Heath, which is part of Saltley, which in turn is part of Birmingham. We had this tiny living room with a staircase going up to the bedroom. One of my earliest memories is of my mother carrying me down these steep stairs. She slipped and I went flying, and of course landed on my head. That's probably why I am like I am. I was always playing with my lead soldiers. I had a set of those and little tanks and so on. As a carpenter, my dad was away a lot, building Cheltenham Racecourse, amongst other things. But whenever he came back home, he'd bring me something, like a vehicle, to add to my collection. When I was a kid, I was always frightened of things, so I'd get under the blanket and shine a little light, like lots of kids do. My daughter was just the same, just like me. She couldn't even sleep without the light on, and we'd have to keep her bedroom door open, like father, like daughter. Now, one of the reasons I grew a moustache in later years was because of what happened to me in Bennett's Road one day. There was a guy up the road who used to collect great big spiders. I don't mind them now, but I was very much afraid of them back then. I was 8 or 9 at the time. This guy was named Bobby Nuisance, which was the right name for him, and he chased me with one of his spiders once. I was shitting myself and running down this gravel road when I tripped, and all this gravel went into my face and along my lip. The scar is still there now. The kids even started calling me Scarface, so I got a terrible complex about that. I did have another scar there as well, because not long after the spider thing, somebody threw a firework at me, one of those sparklers, and it went straight into my face. Over the years, the scars disappeared, but the one on my lip still stuck out when I was young. So as soon as I could, I grew a moustache. When still living in Bennett's Road, I joined the Cubs, which is like the Scouts. The idea was that you'd go on trips, but my parents didn't want me to go away. They were very protective of me. Also, these trips cost money too, and we didn't have much of that in those days. In fact, they earned a pittance. I did wear a Cubs uniform though. Those little shorts and a little thing over the socks, a cap and a tie. So it looked like a younger version of Angus Young, with scars. Chapter 2. It's the Italian thing. I did get some emotional scars as well. I know Dad didn't want me. I was an accident. I even heard him say this in one of his screaming moods. I never wanted you anyway. And there was lots of screaming, because my parents used to fight a lot. He'd lose his temper, and Mum would lose hers, because with him, the Italian thing would just come out, and she was very wild anyway, and she'd just go potty. They'd grab each other's hair, and we seriously fight. When we lived in Bennett's Road, I actually saw my mother hit Dad with a bottle, and him grabbing her hand, trying to defend himself. It was bloody awful. But the next day, they'd be talking away like nothing had happened. Really peculiar. I remember them fighting with the next door neighbours as well. Mum was in the backyard, and there was this wooden fence between us and the neighbours. Apparently, one of them said something bad about our family, and Mother went into a rage. I looked out of my bedroom window, and I saw her hanging over the fence, hitting the neighbour lady over the head with a broom. And then Dad got involved, and so did this woman's husband, and it was a fight over the fence until the fence came down. I saw them screaming and shouting and hitting each other, and I just stood there, looking out of my first floor window, crying. If I did anything wrong, I would cop the brunt of it as well. I was frightened to do anything, always afraid of getting beaten up. But that's how it was in those days. It happened with a lot of families, people fighting and getting hit. It probably still is that way. Dad and me didn't get on that well when I was young. I was the kid who was never going to do any good. It was always, oh, you haven't got a job like so-and-so has got. He's going to be an accountant. What are you going to do? I was belittled by him all the time. And then Mum joined in as well. Yeah, he's got to get a bloody job or he's out. It's one of the reasons I wanted to be successful, if only to show them. Growing up and getting older, there came a point when I just would not accept getting clipped round the ear all anymore. One time I was on the couch and Dad was hitting me, and I grabbed his hands and stopped him. He went mad, almost to the point of crying. You don't do that to me. That was awful, but he never hit me again. I must have been 9 or 10 when I saw my grandfather die. He was at home, very ill. Then he went unconscious. He was in bed, and my job was to watch him to see if he came round. I'd sit there mopping his face, and Dad would pop in now and again. But I was alone with him when he got the death rattle. He made this choking, gurgling sound, and then he died. I felt really sad, but it was also very frightening. I saw the family coming in and out, and they all seemed a bit afraid as well. I've seen 1 or 2 people die since then. About 25 years ago, this old lady, very well dressed and very well spoken, lived across the road from me. She went by a nickname, Bud. Even her daughter called her that. I went over there once a week to see her, and she'd say, "Oh, you know what? Let's have a brandy." One day, the daughter came rushing over to my house, screaming, "Quick, come over, come over." I went over and found Bud passed out on the floor. I lifted her up a bit, took her in my arms, and I shouted, "Call an ambulance." Her daughter ran off, and at that moment, Bud died, right there in my arms. It was the same thing, the choking, gurgling sound, and bang. As soon as that happened, it brought me immediately back to my grandfather. I sat there with her until the ambulance showed up. After that, I could smell her perfume everywhere, and I could never bear smelling that perfume again. For me, it had turned into the smell of death. Chapter 3. The Shop on Park Lane. When I was about 10, we moved to Park Lane in Aston. It was an awful, gang-infested, rough part of Birmingham. My parents bought a sweet shop there, but soon they also sold fruit and veg, firewood, canned foods, all sorts of stuff. We get people knocking on our door in the middle of the night. "Can we buy some cigarettes?" With a shop like that, you basically never closed. The shop had everything people needed, but it also turned into a meeting place. Some of the neighbours would always be on the step, gossiping away. "Well, have you seen so-and-so down the road? Did you see what she was wearing?" Sometimes they wouldn't even buy anything and stand there for hours just talking. And Mum would be behind the counter, listening. My mother ran the shop because Dad worked at the Midlands County Dairy, loading the trucks with milk. He needed to do that to supplement the family income. But I also think he did it because he was there around people that he liked. Later on, he bought a second shop in Victoria Road, also in Aston, where he started selling fruit and vegetables. My parents liked Aston, but I didn't. I hated living in the shop because it was damp and cold. It was only a 2-bedroom house with the lounge downstairs, a kitchen, and then, outside in the backyard, the toilet. You couldn't bring friends there because our living room doubled as the stock room. It was filled with beans and peas and all the tin stuff. That's how we lived. It was surrounded by bloody boxes and shit all the time. In our neighbourhood, we were the first to have a telephone, a great luxury in those days. But where the thing was all depended on whether we'd had a delivery. It was either down here on top of a box, or if you had a lot of supplies, it would be up there somewhere. "Where's the phone?" "Oh, it's up there, on top of that lot." It was just a very small room. We had a couch and a telly, and behind this was all beans and tins of fruit and everything. And the phone, somewhere. I did have my own room until I was forced to share it with Frankie. He was a lodger, but my parents treated him like a son. It was very strange to me when he first came into the house, because they said, "Well, this is going to be on you, brother. Frankie is going to be just like a brother to you." It was really peculiar. It was like somebody was coming in and taking over, because they gave him more attention than me, and I resented that. I must have been about 11 at the time, and he was 3 or 4 years older. I liked him because he used to buy me stuff, but at the same time I didn't, because I had to share my room with him. He lived with us for years and years, and it was me who finally got rid of him. At the time I was maybe 17, but I knew a lot more about girls than Frankie did, because he just stayed at home all the time. When he came with me to one of my gigs, I introduced him to this girl. I didn't expect him to get carried away like that, but he was completely taken over with her. To him, finally meeting somebody was like, ah, this is it. Dad wasn't pleased. He said, she's the wrong type of woman. But Frankie started staying over at her house, and then of course, Dad would really get the needle about him. As I basically stirred it all up by introducing them to each other, I got the blame. Half of me thought, great, we'll be able to get rid of him now. And the other half felt sorry for him. Eventually, he moved in with her. Maybe Dad went a little too far and Frankie left on bad terms. He didn't stay in touch with my family. He went, and that was it. Never seen him since. Chapter 4. The School of Hard Knocks. I went to Birchfield Road School, a secondary modern school, as it was called. You went there from about the age of 10 onwards until you were 15 years old, and then you left. The school was about 4 miles from our house. There was a bus that went there, but it was often full, and it cost a whole penny, so I saved that by walking. I met my oldest friend, Albert, at that school, and Ozzy, who was a year behind us. Albert lived close to Birchfield Road. I regularly went over to his house for lunch, and of course, he came down to my house occasionally. That was about the extent of my social life in those early years, because I didn't go out that much. Anyway, my parents wouldn't allow it. They were fairly strict and overprotective, and they were convinced I was going to do something wrong if I did go out. Don't you go bringing any trouble back here. So I was stuck in my room most of the time. And to this day, it doesn't bother me to be alone. I do like to be with people, but it doesn't bother me if I'm not. My parents did have some cause for concern. Our shop looked out on 3 or 4 terraced houses, which means they were all stuck together across the road. But next to those was a big space full of nothing but rubble. Whether it was a Second World War bomb that had caused that, I don't know. It might just have been a house that had been knocked down, but we called it the bomb buildings. It was that area where the gangs congregated. You could be walking down the road and get the shit kicked out of you, or even stabbed by these gangs. And if you walked a lot, like I did, you were a prime target. So I started exercising, doing weights and stuff, because I wanted to be able to protect myself. I started going to judo and karate, and I finally got into boxing. I did it initially because I didn't want to be picked on, but I really got into it. At school, Albert and me had our own little gang, just the 2 of us. We had these leather jackets with the words, the Comanches, written on the back. That was us, the Comanches. The school tried to stop us wearing those jackets, but I didn't have any other clothes. Not that I would have wanted to wear it anyway, but my parents simply couldn't afford to buy me a bloody school uniform. All I had was a pair of jeans and that leather jacket. With me working out, and Albert being a big guy as well, we became cocks of the walk at school. Nobody messed with us, because they knew we'd beat them up. Even the older kids left us alone. The school was totally functioning on violence. People had been stabbed there, and I even carried a knife for a bit. It's not that I liked violence, it's just how you lived in those days. At school, if you didn't get one in first, someone would get you. That's why I ended up fighting all the bloody time. Where we had the shop, there was the Aston gang, and they wanted me to join. I was around 12 or 13 at the time. I went over to their bum-building site a couple of times, but I just didn't associate with the gang in the end. A couple of them nicked things from our shop, so it didn't make sense to hook up with them. I even caught one of their gang members thieving in the shop one day, and I ran out to clubber him. He only lived a couple of doors away. He ran into his house, and here I was, kicking his front door and trying to get in. That's how you handle these people, with violence, because you couldn't just talk to them. The gang could have turned on me, but it wasn't that bad because I lived in their area. All they were on about anyway was fighting this other gang from another neighbourhood close by. Because where I lived, this other gang looked on me as belonging to the Aston gang. I wasn't part of it, but on the other hand, sort of was. A few years later, I had to walk through this other neighbourhood to get to work. I used to pass this one guy who was the leader of this gang. In the morning, he'd be normal, but coming back at night, when he had all his mates around him, he'd be a different kettle of fish. The trick was to get through before anybody came in and saw you. It was like the cannonball run. One night I didn't make it and got the beating of a lifetime. You had to either defend yourself or join them, and I just didn't want to join them. I thought my thing would be something to do with boxing. I'd probably become a bouncer in a club or whatever. And I used to get these dreams where I'd be on a stage looking out at the crowds. I never quite knew what it was. I always thought it might be fighting, doing some contact sport in front of an audience. Of course, eventually I lived it and saw it, and I realized these are those dreams I was having, but it's playing the guitar, not fighting. As I had no interest in school, my grades weren't particularly good. Whenever they called my parents into school, my mother would come home afterwards and scold me. "Oh, it's disgusting, disgraceful. What have you been up to now?" I wasn't too bothered about what the teachers and the headmaster thought of me, but I was concerned about how my parents would react. They hated it if you got into trouble. They would worry about what the neighbours would think. People talked. In the shop it would be, "Whoa, have you heard what happened to so-and-so down the road? You know, the police were around there at their house the other day." It was all gossip. Outside their own road they didn't even know what was going on, but they would know everything about each other. So if your grades were bad, everybody would know about it. At school, they used to separate Albert and me because we were a nuisance. We'd either be flicking something at somebody or talking or whatever, so we were often ejected from class. You'd have to stand outside the classroom until the lesson's finished. If they sent us both out, they'd have me stand in one place and Albert somewhere else. If the headmaster came round and saw you, you'd get caned, or you had to stay over late, an hour after school, which seemed like an eternity. The headmaster either caned you on your hand, or he made you bend over and he caned you on your backside with a stick or a slipper. One of the teachers even used a big compass. Of course, kids would put books down the trousers, so they'd check you out first. It was called 6 of the best, which meant 6 strokes with this cane. They were nice enough to give you a choice, though. Where do you want it? On your backside or on your hand? The teachers who would administer this punishment had to log it in the black book. Every time he got caught again, they'd look in the book. "You were round here only 2 days ago." I don't remember many of the teachers. Miss Dunlow taught music. I didn't really learn anything from him, though, because at school the idea of music was playing the recorder. That's all we had. playing those bloody things. And there was a Mr. Williams, a maths teacher. Funny I should remember him, because it was the one lesson that I never liked. In fact, I hated maths, and I used to get bored shitless. So I'd get sent out. Sometimes I wouldn't even do anything. I'd walk in, and it was straight away, Iommi, out. Mad, really. But that's what happened. That's what they were like back then. Chapter 5. Out of the shadows into the limelight. Dad and all his brothers played the accordion, so they were quite a musical family. But what I really wanted was a set of drums. I obviously had no room to put them in, and Sully wouldn't be able to play them in the house. So it was the accordion or nothing. I started playing it when I was about 10 years old. I still have a picture of me as a kid in our backyard holding that bloody accordion. We had a gramophone at home, or a radiogram as it was then called. It was a unit with a record player on it and 2 speakers. And I used to have a little radio. Because I was on my own in my room a lot, it was either listen to that or what do I do? Couldn't go and sit in the lounge because we didn't have one. I'd listen to the Top 20 or Radio Luxembourg. That's where my love of music originated, sitting in my room and listening to great instrumental guitar bands like The Shadows on my little radio. It made me want to play the guitar as well. I really loved that sound. It was instrumental stuff, and I knew this is what I want to do. So eventually my mother bought me a guitar. She was very good that way. She worked hard and saved up for it. Being left-handed, you were limited to what you could get, certainly in those days. A left-handed guitar? What's that? There was this electric Watkins Rapier that I saw in a catalogue. It cost a bit like £20, and Mum paid it off in weekly instalments. My left-handed Watkins had 2 pickups and a couple of little chrome selector switches that you'd push, and it came with a little Watkins Westminster amp. I stole one of the speakers from our radiogram and put that in the amp as well, which didn't go down very well. But it hardly mattered, because my parents didn't play music that much anyway. So there I was, with my first little kit, playing away in my room. I'd listen to the Top 20 and wait for The Shadows to come on, to tape them with a microphone on this old reel-to-reel tape recorder, so I could try and learn their songs. Later, I'd get the album and learn the songs from playing that over and over and over. I've always liked going back to The Shadows, as I like melodies and tunes. I've always tried to make my guitar playing melodic, as music is all about melody. Me trying to do that comes from those very early days. That stayed with me. It has always been a part of my songwriting. I liked the Beatles, but The Shadows and Cliff Richard were more based on the rock and roll stuff than the Beatles, so they were more my thing. Of course, I liked Elvis as well, but not as much as Cliff and The Shadows. They were it for me. Cliff was bigger in England than Elvis was, and that might have had something to do with it. I've met Cliff a few times, but you know, I've never said to him, "Oh, I was a big fan of yours." After school, I'd sit upstairs and play my guitar for a couple of hours. I really took to the guitar and practiced as much as I could. But of course, bands weren't immediately knocking on the door asking me to join. That's why my first venture was with Albert. He was going to be the singer, and I would take care of the music. He couldn't actually sing, but he thought he could. His house was rather posh. It had 2 living rooms. We'd be in the front room with me and my amp playing away and him singing, and he'd always hear his dad shouting from the other room, "Shut that bloody row up. Can't he go somewhere else?" We only knew one song, which we played over and over, Jezebel by Frankie Lane. We must have been 12 or 13 years old then, and Albert used to wail, "If ever the devil was born without a pair of horns, it was you, Jezebel, it was you." So that's what really started it all. After that, I hooked up with his piano player and his drummer. They're a lot older than me, and they asked me if I'd play with them in this pub. I couldn't really play that well, but they thought I was great. I only did that a couple of times. I was incredibly nervous sitting in with these guys, but it was just something I would do then. I mean, blimey, a gig in a pub. I wasn't even old enough to be in a pub, but those are the first gigs I ever did. Ron and Joan Woodward lived a couple of doors away from our shop. Ron visited us a lot. Him and Dad would be chatting and smoking away just about every night. He spent more time at our house than at his own, and it became like another adopted son. He was probably 10 or 15 years older than me, but somehow I became friends with him. I talked him into buying a bass guitar. He started to learn to play it, and we actually did a couple of little gigs. And everyone was going, "Well, he's a bit old, isn't he?" I'd just say, "He's my mate, and he wants to be in the band." That's how it was then. Your mate would be in your band. "Can he play?" "Oh no, he can't play, but he's my mate." We had a rhythm guitarist and a drummer playing with us. We rehearsed about 3 times a week at this youth club. It was great. From pilling around by yourself in your room to playing music with other people was a fantastic experience. Nigel, the rhythm guitarist, was a bit cocky. One day he was singing and the mic suddenly stuck to him because it wasn't earthed. He went rolling around the floor and got this real bad electric shock. Because nobody liked him, we all thought, serves you right. But in the end, we did unplug him, so he survived. As a matter of fact, it was right as rain afterwards. Better than ever, in fact. It was like it had done him good. But it didn't last that long, and neither did the band. I couldn't wait to leave school. I didn't like it, and I don't think he'd like me very much either. Everybody left school at 15. Unless you stayed on and went to college. 15, and that was it. You were out. And so was I. It was a great relief, really. I started looking for a job, and I applied myself to playing the guitar even more. Because I practiced all the time, I was getting much better than people like Ron Woodward. So I joined this other band, which I thought was very good, the Rockin' Chevrolets. It must have been around 1964. So I was 16 or so. To my mind, they were really professional. They could play all the Shadow songs perfectly. And because a couple of the guys were older than me, they also did a lot of rock and roll. I'd never been a big fan of Chuck Berry, Gene Vincent or Buddy Holly, but now I got into that kind of music as well. The singer, Neil Morris, was the oldest guy in the band. There was a chap on bass called Dave Wadley. The drummer was Pat Pegg, and the rhythm guitar player was Alan Meredith. That's when I met Alan's sister, Margaret. We were engaged to be married, actually. Our relationship would last a lot longer than the Chevrolets did. I don't remember how I got into this band. I probably saw an advert in a music shop window. That was your life then. You'd hang around a music shop or go to see another band playing, and you'd meet people through that. My parents were very wary of me playing with this band in pubs. I even had to be home at a certain time. But after a little while, they were okay with it, because I actually brought some money in. The rocking Chevrolets made things easy for me as well by meeting Mum first. They came down and she made them bacon sandwiches, as she did in later years with Black Sabbath. The same thing. She'd always ask them if they wanted something to eat. Always. That sort of mother she was. Now the rocking Chevrolet started getting a lot of work. We all had the same red lame suits, so we wore those at every gig. I didn't really have any money to spend on a suit, but you had to look the part. At the weekend, we played in pubs. One pub was in a bad part of Birmingham, and every bloody time we played there, there'd be a fight. We provided the soundtrack to their fighting. We also played the odd wedding, or we'd end up in a bloody social club, playing to people twice our age who would go, "Oh, you're too bloody loud." Because things were getting more serious, I wanted a better guitar. Burns was one of the few companies that made left-handed guitars, so I bought me one of those, a Burns Trisonic. It had a control on it, the Trisonic sound, whatever that was. I only played it until I eventually found a left-handed Fender Stratocaster, and I had a Selmer amp with an echo in it. The rocking Chevrolets broke up because their kicked out Alan Meredith. My next big band was going to be the Birds and the Bees. I auditioned for them and actually got the job. They were professional, worked a lot, and were even due to go to Europe. I decided to really go for it, quit my job and become a professional musician. I was working as a welder in a factory at the time. I went to work on the Friday morning, my last day at the job, and at lunchtime I told Mum I wasn't going back for the afternoon shift, but she told me I had to go and finish the job properly. So I did. I went back to work. And then my whole world fell apart. Chapter 6. Why don't you just give me the finger? It was my very last day at work. There was this lady who bent pieces of metal on a machine, and then I welded them back together. Because she didn't come in that day, they put me on her machine. Otherwise, I'd have been standing around with nothing to do. I'd never worked on it before, so I didn't know how to go about it. It was a big guillotine press with a foot pedal. You pulled this sheet of metal in and put your foot down on the pedal, and then this thing came down with a bound and bent the metal. Things went all right in the morning. But after I came back from my lunch break, I pushed the pedal and the press came down, smash right onto my right hand. As I pulled my hand back, as a reflex, I pulled the ends of my fingers off. Stretch your hand out, then line up your index finger and your little finger and draw a line between the tops of them. It's the bits sticking out from the two fingers in the middle that got chopped off. The bones were sticking out of them. I just couldn't believe it. There was blood everywhere. I was so much in shock, it didn't even hurt at first. So they took me to hospital, and instead of doing something to stop the bleeding, they put my hand in a bag. Of course, it quickly filled up, and I thought, when am I going to get some help? I'm bleeding to death here. A little later, somebody brought the missing bits to the hospital in a matchbox. They were all black, completely ruined, so they couldn't put them back on. Eventually, they cut skin from my arm and put it over the tips of my injured fingers. The nails had come straight off. They put a bit of beard back in one of them so that the nail would grow they skin grafted it, and that was it. Then I just sat at home, moping. I thought, that's it. It's over with. I couldn't believe my luck. I'd just joined a great little band. It was my very last day at work, and there I was, crippled for life. The manager of the factory came to see me a few times, an older, balding man called Brian. He saw that I was really depressed. So one day, he gave me this EP and said, put this on. I was going, no, don't really want to. Having to listen to music was certainly not going to cheer me up at that point. He said, well, I think you should, because I'll tell you a story. This guy plays guitar, and he only plays with 2 fingers. It was the great Belgian-born gypsy jazz guitarist Django Reinhardt. And bloody hell, it was brilliant, I thought. If he's done it, I can have a go as well. It was great of Brian to be thoughtful enough to buy me this. Without him, I don't know what would have happened. Once I heard that music, I was determined to do something about it instead of just sitting there moping. I still had bandages on my fingers, so I tried playing with just my index finger and my little finger. It was very frustrating because once you've played well, it's hard to go backwards. Probably the easiest thing would have been for me to flip the guitar upside down and learn to play right-handed instead of left-handed. I wish I had in hindsight, but I thought, well, I've been playing for a few years already. It's going to take me another few years to learn to play that way round. And that seemed like a very long time. So I was determined to keep playing left-handed. I persevered with 2 bandaged up fingers, even though the doctor said, you know, best thing for you to do is pack up, really. Get another job. Do something else. But I thought, bloody hell, there's got to be something I can do. After thinking things through for a while, I wondered whether I could make a cap to fit over my fingers. So I got a fairly liquid bottle, melted it down, shaped it into a ball, and waited until it cooled. I then made a hole in it with a soldering iron until it sort of fitted over the finger. I shaped it a bit more with a knife, and then I got some sandpaper and sat there for hours sandpapering it down to make it into a kind of thimble. I put it on one of my fingers and tried to play the guitar with it, but it didn't feel right. Because it was plastic, it kept slipping off the string, and I could barely touch it. It was so painful. So I tried to think of something I could put over it. I tried a piece of cloth, but of course it tore. I used different pieces of leather, which also didn't work. Then I found this old jacket of mine and cut a piece of leather off it. It was really old leather, so it was a bit tougher. I cut it into a shape so it would fit over the thimble and glued it on. Left it to dry, and then I tried it and I thought, bloody hell, I can actually touch the string with this now. I sanded down the leather a bit too. I had to rub it on a hard surface to make it shiny so it wouldn't grip too much. It had to be just right so you could move it up and down the string. Even with the thimbles, it still hurt. If you look at my middle index finger, you'll see a little bump on the end of it. Just underneath is the bone. I have to be careful because sometimes if the thimbles come off and if I push hard on a string, the skin on the tips of my fingers just splits right open. The first ones I made fell off all the time, and it is trouble then. One of the roadies crawling about the stage going, where the bloody hell has that gone? So when I go on stage, I put surgical tape around my fingers, dab a little bit of super glue on, and then I push the things on. And at the end of the day, I have to pull them off again. I only lost the thimbles a couple of times. I've actually lived with the bloody things on when I'm on tour. I keep them with me all the time. I've always got a spare set, and my guitar tech has a spare set as well. Going through customs with these things is another story. I have the thimbles in a box, and they search your bag and go, wow, what's this then? Drugs, is it? And then, shock, it's fingers, not drugs. I've had to explain it to customs men on several occasions, and they go, ew, putting my fake fingers away in disgust. Nowadays, the people at the hospital make the thimble for my ring finger. They actually make me a prosthetic limb, a complete arm, and all I use is 2 of its fingers, but I cut off it. I did ask, why don't you just do me a finger? But they said, no, it's easy for us to give you the whole arm. So you can imagine what the dustman thinks when he finds an arm in the bin. The thing was, I cut off it looked like real fingers. There's no leather on the ring finger one. I can play with the material it's made of. They have too soft sometimes, so I leave them out in the air for a while to harden. Or I put a bit of super glue on them to give them that right feel again. Otherwise, they grip the string too much. It's a process that can take bloody ages. The homemade thimbles used to wear down, but these days the casting lasts. It's only the leather that wears out. Each thimble probably lasts about a month, maybe half a tour. And when they start wearing out, I have to go through the whole bloody procedure all over again. You know, I still use the same piece of jacket I started off with all those 40 odd years ago. There isn't much of it left now, but it should last another few years. It's primitive, but it works. You've either got to pack it in or you've got to fight and work with it. It takes a lot of work. Making them is one stage, but trying to play with them is another, because you have no feeling really. You're aware of this lump on your fingers, so you really have to practice to get it to work. Part of my sound comes from learning to play primarily with my 2 good fingers, the index and the little finger. I'll lay chords out like that and then put vibrato on them. I use the chopped off fingers mostly for soloing. When I bend strings, I bend them with my index finger, and I'll learn to bend them with my little finger too. I can only bend them with the other fingers to a much lesser extent. Before the accident, I didn't use the little finger at all. I'm limited because even with the thimbles, there are certain chords I will just never be able to play. Where I used to play a full chord before the accident, I often can't do them now, so I compensate by making it sound fuller. For instance, I'll hit the E chord and the E note and put vibrato on it to make it sound bigger. So it's making up for that full sound that I would be able to play if I still had the full use of all of my fingers. And that's how I developed a style of playing that suits my physical limitations. It's an unorthodox style, but it works for me. Chapter 7, a career hanging off an extra thin string. Since I had my accident, I've had to rethink the whole thing, from the thimbles to even the guitar itself. I can't pick up any guitar and start playing it. It has to have the right strings and has to have the right weight of strings. I had all these problems from day one, and it was worse then, because at the time there were no companies making light gauge strings. There were no companies you could find to work on a guitar either, so I had to do it all myself. I was still playing a Fender Stratocaster at the time. I took that guitar apart countless times, trying to make it more comfortable, filing the frets down, getting the strings to the right height. As opposed to normal people who still have the ends of their fingers, I can't feel how hard I'm pressing down on my string very well. I tend to really press hard, because if I don't, the string will just flick off. I needed very thin strings, because bending thick strings was too hard for me. The lightest gauge strings you had at that time were 11 or 12. They were heavy because it was the style of the popular play-in-a-day guitar tutor Bert Weedon's thick strings. That's what everybody had. They only made one set of strings, one certain gauge. I was the first to come up with the idea of making light strings, simply because I had to find a way to make the guitar easier for me to play. The heavy strings would just rip the leather off. I wouldn't have the strength in my fingers to bend the strings, and it would really hurt. The people in the music shops would say, "You can't get any lighter. These are it." And I would say, "Well, are there any other strings that are thinner?" "Well, no, apart from banjo strings." "Well, give me some of those then." I used the two lightest banjo strings as the B and the high E strings on my guitar, which meant I could drop down the gauge on the remaining guitar strings to make them lighter too. This way, I managed to get rid of the thick low E string using an A string instead, and that worked for me. Out of necessity, I had invented the light gauge strings, combining banjo and guitar strings. Of course, it was trial and error tuning guitar, because if you tune an A down to E, the string tends to rattle on the frets. It was an art tuning it, and it was a bloody art playing it too. Later on, when we had our first album out and the band was doing well, I went to guitar string companies, tried to persuade them to make the lighter gauge strings. Their way of thinking was incredibly conservative. "Oh, you can't do that. That'd never work. There would never be harmonically right." I said, "Rubbish, it does. It does work, and I should know, because I use them." And they'd say, "Nobody's ever going to buy them. Why would anybody want to do that?" They were all in such agreement about this that I even started thinking, maybe they don't. Maybe it's just me who wants them, because it makes me able to play and bend the strings. Eventually, the people at Piccato Strings in Wales said, "Okay, yeah, we'll give this a go." This was in 1970, maybe 1971. They made the first set of light gauge strings for me. They worked. They were great. And I used them for many, many years. Of course, then all the other companies jumped on the bandwagon. Guitarists all over the world started using them, and light gauge strings became really popular. But to this day, people will say, "You won't get a full sound." I've even worked with producers who have told me that I'll need to use a set of thick strings to get a big sound. My response to that is simple. I've never used a set of thick strings, and I do have a big sound. Chapter 8, Meeting Bill Ward and the Rest. After chopping my fingers off, it took at least 6 months for the worst of the pain to wear off and to get going again. I always felt uncomfortable about it, and I always hid my hand. Same with playing. I used to hate anybody seeing it. "Oh, what is that on your fingers?" I later heard that some people actually thought it looked cool. There was a guitar teacher in New York who taught people how to play my stuff, and he had a pair of fingers made. There was nothing wrong with his fingers, but he was convinced that these helped you to play. My return to playing in a band came when I met Bill Ward. He was in a band called The Rest, and they all came round to our shop. They were trying to talk to me about joining them whilst people were coming in to be served. I said, yeah, okay, we'll have a go. They sounded really professional because they had 2 Vox AC30 amplifiers. I also had an AC30, so when you looked at it, these 3 AC30s, 3 Fenders, bloody hell, it must be a great band. This was around 1966 or 67. We had Bill Ward on drums, Vic Radford on guitar, and Michael Pountney on bass. Singer Chris Smith came later because Bill used to sing in those early days, and he did a good job of it too. At that time, we had no money, of course. Bill used to go around picking up all these bits of old drumsticks that drummers of other bands had played with and broken. He couldn't afford to buy any new ones, so he got used to playing with these half sticks. Vic Radford had amazingly also chopped his finger off. I think he caught his middle index finger in a door and chopped it off. Him losing his finger was a great help to me because I had never met anybody else who had done that. So bloody hell, both in the same band. He even tried one of my thimbles, but it's something you really have to get used to. It's just another world. It's totally different style of playing, and you've just got to change all the rules. That's what I did. I didn't follow any rules at all. Made up my own. We did a lot of covers, some Shadows, some Beatles, maybe some Stones, more or less top 20 stuff. You had to play that poppy stuff or else you wouldn't get a gig. The rest was quite popular. Started making a bit of a name just locally. We'd play at the Midland Red Club, which was in the Midland Red bus depot. It was a social club where all the people who worked there would go. And I had a band there every week. Used to play alternate weeks, and John Bonham was usually in the other band that played there. He lasted about 5 minutes in a band because he was too loud and they'd fire him. Then he'd sneak back in with another band, and before long they would get rid of him as well for the same reason. He had this drum case with all the names of the bands he'd been with on it. As they were all crossed out, and the names would get smaller and smaller, so they'd get them all on. All this was before bands had PA systems and drums were amplified. He just played them acoustically, but he hit those skins so hard. Blimey, it was incredible. He was just so bloody loud. The Rockin' Chevrolets had long since broken up, but I was still with Alan Meredith's sister, Margaret. I was very jealous back then. I was very protective of Margaret. One night I was on stage playing away with the rest when I saw somebody bothering her. So I put my guitar down, jumped off stage, went down, punched this bloke out, got back on stage and carried on playing. Hey, stuff you do, eh? One time we were walking around Aston. I went to the loo and she waited outside for me. When I came out, there was a gang of guys hassling her. I saw red. I went straight to the guy closest to her, grabbed him and banged. Luckily, the others backed off. I used to do that a lot in those days, always in a fight somewhere. But I've calmed down now, at last. My relationship with Margaret even outlasted the rest. They fizzled out because the bass player got married and decided to quit. The rest was just a little band that had done all right for a while, playing pugs. Little did we know it was the stuff of mythology it was made of. Later on, in early Sabbath days, I went out with Margaret's younger sister, Linda. It was very strange, going into the same house, but then to pick somebody else up. There'd be me, sitting outside in my car, waiting for Linda, and another guy would pull up in his car, waiting for Margaret. Linda and I broke up when I went off to tour Europe for the first time. I came back and told her that I wanted to end it, because for me, Europe had opened my eyes to a different life altogether. something I'd never seen before living in Birmingham. Chapter 9. Job hopping into nowhere. After leaving school, I was expected to join the workforce. The first job I got was through a friend of Dad's who owned a plumbing company. It was on a building site, but I lasted no time at all. I couldn't handle it because I really don't like heights. My next big career move was getting a job treadmilling, which was making those rings that have a screw on them, and if you put them round a rubber pipe and you tighten them, they close up on it. It was piecework, so you got so much for however many you did. But you cut your hands up to pieces doing it. I thought, I have to play with these, so I got out of there in a hurry as well. I then got a job at this big music shop called Yardley's in the centre of Birmingham. All the musicians met each other there, and the people who served them were playing away to show them how everything worked. I thought that's what I'd be doing. This is how the guitar works, so this is the sound it's got, etc. But instead, they had me getting all the stuff out of the windows, cleaning all the drum kits, putting them back, cleaning the guitars, putting them back, and I thought, hang on, when could I sit and play? Then they had a burglary, and they thought I was involved because I was the new one there. They interrogated me and remained suspicious until they finally found who had actually done it. I didn't like what they had me doing because all I did was the menial tasks. Plus, I didn't like what had happened. So again, I went and got another job. Me quitting all these jobs didn't go down at all well with my parents. They would both have a go at me. When are you going to get a proper job instead of playing this guitar thing? After working at Yardley's, I got the welding job that cost me my fingers. And after my hand healed, I got a job at B&D Typewriters. They told me to drive, and they gave me a van. I had to wear a suit and go to offices and service the typewriters on the spot. When I repaired stuff, there'd be screws everywhere. Where's a screw for this? Where's that bit? Where's this bit? Screws everywhere. Oh my God. But I really liked it because I met a lot of girls that way. As long as I was repairing their typewriters, they couldn't work and they'd be chatting away. So I had no option but to chat them up. But that actually backfired on me because girls were phoning our office saying their typewriter had broken again. So the governor would say, "You were only there a couple of days ago. I thought you repaired it." "I did." "Well, they want you back because there's something not working on it, so get back over there." I find out there was nothing wrong with the typewriters, but because I'd been chatting them up, these girls thought I was going to ask them out. But it was fun. It ended because I was getting too many gigs with the rest and came in late too often, so it was not working out anymore. And after that, I never had another proper job. Chapter 10. How 3 angels saved heavy metal. After I passed my driving test, I bought an MGB sports car. I was 18 or 19. I was working and I paid so much towards it every week. My mother never wanted me to have it because I was a bit frantic in that thing. And I actually did have a serious accident in it. Driving along the dual carriageway, I overtook this other car. I looked over and it was a girl driving, and suddenly, banged. I'd driven over something and 2 tyres went and it pulled me straight off the road. I went flying over into some trees and saw the wings coming off the car as I was sitting there. As I remember it, it all happened in slow motion. It sounds mad, but I saw 3 figures come down, 1 to the left and 2 to the right, like angels. And I thought, oh no, this is it. I hit a tree the car flipped over and I was knocked out. When I came to, I smelled petrol and I thought, fuck, I hope it doesn't blow up. It was convertible and it had no roll bars. It was upside down, but I managed to get out because I had landed in soft earth. It was a big drop and I scrambled up onto the road. I had concussion and I didn't know what was going on. Some guy picked me up and apparently I was ranting to him, "Don't tell my parents, don't tell them, don't tell my parents, don't tell them." The next thing I knew, my mum was screaming at me in my hospital bed. "You balmy bastard, fancy doing that? You should never have bought that car." Bloody hell. Everybody who saw the car said, "You should have been killed." They brought the wreck to my house on a trailer. Mum saw it and just burst out crying. Even the people who towed it said, "How the hell did you get out of that?" I said, "I don't know. I should have been killed, but all I had was concussion. I was bruised a bit, but nothing serious." Seeing those three figures, it was all just so vivid. It made me think, Christ, I've been saved here, and saved for a purpose, to do something. Someone once suggested it was to invent heavy metal. What a great purpose. The angels must have said to each other, "Oops, that went wrong then." It took me a while to get back into a car after that, but I had to drive the band's transit van, so I didn't have all that much time to get over it. And I did have sports cars again later, but I don't look at women now when I overtake them. Chapter 11. Things go horribly south up north. After the rest fell apart, I got this offer to join a band called Mythology. They were from Carlisle, then a town of maybe 70,000 people up on the border with Scotland, about a 3-hour drive from Birmingham. I went up there and Chris Smith came as well, as Mythology also needed a singer. The band had been reduced to Neil Marshall, the bass player and band leader, and a drummer who soon left. So I thought, well, I know a drummer. Enter Bill Ward. Then most of the rest moved to Carlisle and became Mythology. It was a logical step for us. In Birmingham, there was a limit to what we could do. The Mythology was the biggest band up there, so there were gigs to be played. I've never been out of bloody Birmingham before, where I was still living with my parents. To move out and live up in Carlisle with the rest of the band was a big step. I didn't know anybody, so having Chris there and Bill a little later on, well, that was great. We lived in Compton House, a big place that was divided up into flats. We had a lounge and a little kitchen on the top floor and a bedroom underneath that we all shared. The landlady and her daughter also lived in the house, but they weren't the only ones there. One day, we were about to order fish and chips, and we counted out how many portions we'd need. You want chips, you want chips, you want chips. We counted one more than we actually needed, because there was a young boy there who we took into account. I said to Bill, "Hang on, did you see that?" "Yeah, a boy." Blimey, that was weird. It was really puzzling who this lad was. I said to our landlady, "It sounds mad, but we think we saw a young boy upstairs." She said, "Did he look about 7 or 8 years old?" "Yeah." "Oh yes, he died in the house many years ago." She was completely aware of it. He'd had a bad death right there. But he wasn't the only one. We saw this young girl there as well. Apparently she had drowned in the bath. It didn't frighten us. If there had been ghosts jumping at us, screaming, we'd probably shat ourselves. But they were just young kids. We were fairly careful with what we did there. with the noise and all that stuff. We got drunk on cheap wine a few times, for which we duly got told off, and we weren't allowed to bring girls in. No way. No women in there. You couldn't do that. I was 20 years old, and Neil was about 24 at the time. His claim to fame was that he used to play with Peter and Gordon. Neil was leading a much more grown-up band than the rest had been. Mythology had its own style. We played more guitar stuff than I used to. Blues with lots of solos. It gave me an opportunity to really start playing, to actually learn to play solos. And we gained more popularity. I gained more popularity. People liked what I played. Mythology had a great agent, Monica Linton. Used to get us quite a lot of work. Of course, you'd always go, you could play a bit more popular stuff, you know. We rehearsed in the lounge, just quietly, to put a song together. But most things we played were covers. We extended them or changed them around a bit so we could put a solo in. We'd try it out in the house and then do it during the gig the next night. We had some blues and rock albums. One record we played a lot was a Moody Blues, Days of Future Past, even though we didn't play any of the songs ourselves. And we had Supernatural Fairy Tales, an album by a band called Art. Their singer, Mike Harrison, later became famous with Spooky Tooth. We certainly played a couple of tracks off that in our set, because they were big up there, so people wanted to hear that. We played places like the Town Hall in Carlisle, one of those horrible sounding buildings, the Cosmo, the biggest club there, like a big ballroom, and the Globe Hotel on Main Street, a place we later played with Sabbath as well. We did about 2 or 3 gigs a week, not just in Carlisle, but travelling to Glasgow, Edinburgh, Newcastle, and all the little pockets and places in between. We had some tough audiences up there. They could drink like Scotsmen and shout like them as well. You know any Rolling Stones? Play some fucking Rolling Stones. They fought all the time. That was their night out. Bottles came flying in. But if you stopped playing, that would be it. They'd smash your stuff up. So you had to just play on, no matter what. It was just like that movie, The Blues Brothers. You'd dodge bottles galore. All the audience were fighting, and it'd be really ridiculous. Then the next week, they'd all be back and everything would be right as rain. And they'd be talking, everything's fine. Then it would start all over again. It's weird to see everybody fighting and the girls screaming and girls fighting too. Living away from home, we were free to do and look as we pleased. I started to grow my hair and it just went mad. People would actually be frightened of us because nobody had long hair like that. Also, I had this buckskin jacket that I just lived in. I was so proud of it and wore it everywhere. Bill Ward took that one step further. He'd wear a t-shirt for, I don't know how many days and go to bed in it. He was a dirty bugger and he hasn't changed much since. We actually called him Smelly for many years. We even wore gas masks and wore them when he was there, and Bill would go, "Hey, well, hang on a bit." The joke backfired on us when we got stopped by the police in Hartlepool. They spotted these gas masks in the back of our van and thought we were going to do a robbery. We got arrested and were hauled off to the police station. Imagine that happening in Park Lane. They would have talked about it for ages. Up in Carlisle, I smoked my first hashish. It made me go weird, almost paranoid. I thought, oh God, I don't know if I'd actually like that. And I sure didn't like what it would lead to in the end. This dealer came round to the house maybe 3 times because Neil would buy a little bit of hash off him. One day this guy, who was from out of town, turned up with these suitcases. He said, can I leave these here? Because I've got to get a running around. We said yes. Never saw him again. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, bang, 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 the police busted the door down and came into our room. They found these suitcases full of dope. We were shocked. It's not ours. They locked us up and there's all hell to pay. I was petrified. Oh no, what are Mum and Dad going to think now? It was actually the first time I had some of my own, and it was maybe the 3rd time I'd ever smoked it. We tried to explain that the suitcases weren't ours. They knew that because they'd been following this guy. That's what had led them to our house. They arrested him, but they were still trying to charge us with it, saying, if you don't tell us what's going on, all this stuff was in your possession, you know. They really laid it on, frightened us to death. They separated us and asked us all kinds of questions. Of course, we were thinking, I wonder what the others have said. All very awkward. It was splashed all over the newspapers because it was a big thing then. Ban caught with drugs. It made the national news and also reached Birmingham, so my parents found out. Imagine the neighbours. Oh, that Iommi boy, he's a drug addict, you know. I called my mother and she went absolutely potty on me, crying and screaming and shouting, you brought disgrace to this house. It was Sergeant Carton. He was the one who busted us. But he found out soon enough we weren't the hardened criminals they were looking for. He helped us sort it all out. The drug fiasco was the main reason that mythology broke up. Getting gigs became difficult, so me and Bill just came back to Birmingham. I had to live at home again. It was embarrassing, but I had nowhere else to go. Bill and I stuck together. We wanted to start another band, so we looked around for singers. We went into a music shop and we saw this advert saying, Ozzy Zed requires a gig, owns his own PA. I said to Bill, I know an Ozzy, but it can't be him. We drove round to this address, knocked on the door. His mother answered, and we said, is Ozzy in? She said, yeah, just a minute. She turned round and shouted, John, it's for you. And when he came to the door, I said to Bill, oh no, forget it. I know this guy. Chapter 12, Down to Earth. What do you mean? Bill said. I said, I know him from school, and as far as I know, he isn't a singer. I suppose Ozzy was shocked as well. I hadn't seen him since school, so the only thing he remembered about me was me going around beating people up. Ozzy's a year younger than me, so he was in a class 1 year below mine. He always hung around with his friend Jimmy Phillips. So with us being older, Albert and me never associated with him at school. But me and Bill talked to Ozzy for a bit, and then we said, oh, okay then. And off we went, and basically forgot all about it. A few days later, Bill came over to our house, then Mum made him a sandwich. Suddenly, Ozzy and Geezer turned up, looking for a drummer. I said, well, Bill's a drummer, but we're going to stick together. But, you know, if Bill wants to do it, fine. But Bill said, no, I want to stick with Tony. So I said, why don't we all have a go, get a band together and see how it goes. We got together for a first rehearsal. Ozzy's friend Jimmy Phillips was there as well, playing the slide guitar, and some guy was honking away on a saxophone. Geezer was a guitar player, but he decided to switch to bass. Trouble was, he didn't actually have a bass, and neither did he have the money to buy one. So he tuned down his Fender Telecaster, tried to play the bass parts that way for that one rehearsal. I thought, blimey. To my relief though, he then went and borrowed a Hofner bass off his old band later on. He only had 3 strings on that, but he only played 1 string then anyway. We rehearsed some blues stuff, did a few songs, and called ourselves the Polka Talk Blues Band. Jimmy Phillips and we were going to try and get some gigs. We were in our lounge with a phone on the boxes, and I said, well, Jimmy, you found this one. This Spotlight Entertainment sounds interesting. So he phoned up and he went, can I speak to Mr. Spotlight, please? We just started laughing, and that was the end of that. Just disastrous. I then called Mythology's agent, Monica Linton, up in Carlisle, saying, we've got this new band. Give us a try, will you? She said, okay, but you've got to play some top 20 stuff in order to go away with playing some blues. Okay. So off we went to Carlisle. Near there, in a place called Egremont, we played at the Tow Bar. This big Scottish bloke came up to me and said, "Hey, Jimmy, your singer's crap." All right, thanks. We must have looked a right bloody bunch. Me in my buckskin jacket, Bill in his smelly gear, and then there was Ozzy, who had shaved his head bald. Geezer, what a long Indian hippie dress, peace man and all that stuff. I thought, that's weird, a bloke in a dress. What have I let myself in for? Geezer dated this girl who lived down the road from our shop, so I saw him walking past a lot. I saw him more often when I was in a band that played at this nightclub, and Geezer's band, Rare Breed, played there as well. You'd see him crawling up walls because he did acid in those days. I thought he was a complete loon. When we played the Globe Hotel in Carlisle, some idiot came in who had already knocked a couple of policemen out and killed one of their dogs. We were getting the equipment out, and Geezer was coming down the stairs in his hippie clothes, carrying a couple of guitars, and this guy came after him. Hey, yo. Geezer went, me? He let go of the guitars and shouted, "Don't hit me, man, I'm peaceful." And then he ran. It was unbelievable. This completely frantic big bloke running after Geezer, and a Geezer in his caftan trying desperately to get away from him. It took a whole gang of policemen to get the bloke down and get him to jail. Bloody hell, what a great way to start off with a new band. It didn't last that long with Jimmy Phillips and this saxophone player. There would be a solo and everybody would be playing it at the same time. It was a right row. These two guys just seemed to do it for a bit of a laugh, really, and that upset me. So I had a little meeting with Bill, Geezer and Ozzy and said, the sax player doesn't really work, and neither does Jimmy Phillips. They said, well, what do you want to do? We didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings by firing them, so we told them we were breaking up. After that, we didn't see each other for a couple of days, and then we got back together with just the 4 of us. Those first gigs were crap. This band was not exactly as good as Mythology, but I said, well, let's give it time. It'll be all right in the end. I could see there was some potential. It was an odd combination. Somebody I knew from school who I didn't get along with back then, Geezer, who was from another planet, and me and Bill, who were probably from another planet as well. But then it all seemed to gel. We rehearsed and did a few gigs, and things started working out for us. We dropped the name the Polka Talk Blues Band and changed it to the Earth Blues Band, which quickly turned into just Earth. We were doing 12-bar blues, 10 years after type stuff. I just liked anything with guitar. We had blues albums by artists I'd never heard of, but there would be a guitar solo on one of them, and we'd go, we'll do this track, it's good. Another 12-bar. The guitar work became more jazzy, and Bill really liked big band music, so we also went into more jazzy stuff. Ollie was doing that fine. I used to be onto him a lot because at first he didn't know what to do. Oswald was saying, go on, talk to the audience, say something to them, talk to them. And Geezer learned to play the bass very quickly. Before you knew it, he was playing great. But because we played the blues, we didn't work a lot. In Birmingham, soul was the big thing then. So there are only a couple of places where we could play. For us, Mother's Club was probably the best venue in Birmingham. We played it, but I also saw Chicken Shack, John Heisman's Coliseum, and Free play there. The town hall had a funny sound, but we played that a few times as well. In fact, the Volume 4 album's inside cover has a picture that was performing there. A lot of places we played were in pubs where they'd have this big room that they'd use, and so they'd rent it out to somebody who'd organise a gig in there. Like Jim Simpson, who rented a room over a pub in the centre of Birmingham and called it Henry's Blues House. He had it maybe a couple of nights a week, and it became very popular. Because the stages were so small, we all kind of grouped together. Ozzy hovered in front of me somewhere, but later, when we got to the bigger stages, he stood to the left in front of my stack, and I moved to the middle of the stage. Don't ask me why. I never knew. It seemed weird, but I liked it. Centre stage was the best spot to hear how everything sounded. It stayed that way until we broke up. Ozzy only went to the middle when we got back together many, many years later, in the 90s. The first thing the band bought was a huge Commer van with blacked out windows. It was a wreck, an ex-police van that had a great big hole in the floor on the passenger side. I once used the van to pick up this girl. We put a carpet over the hole, trying to do it up a bit. She came out, all bowled up, stockings on, climbed in the van, and went straight through the floor. So metal ripped her stockings and cut her leg. So that was the end of that romance. Mum helped us get the deposit for it. We decked it out and put a couch in the back. We'd drive all the way up to Carlisle in this thing, which was unbelievable, really. The van broke down constantly. It was shit, but the roads were shit back then as well. To get to Carlisle or London seemed like never-ending journeys. As I was the only one who had a licence, and we couldn't afford a driver, of course, I was the one driving it. I'd pick everybody up and get to rehearsals and gigs, but because it was all down to me, I'd be absolutely shattered. So we're all lucky to have survived that, really. They'd all be asleep in the back, and I'd be slapping my face, trying to stay conscious. The worst thing was, when I opened the window to keep awake, they'd go, "Oi, it's cold in the back." Driving home one night, when everybody was asleep, I found this road that was identical to the one Ozzy lived in. I thought it would be great fun to drop him off there. It was 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Ozzy was asleep, and I said, "All right, Oz, you're home." You okay?" He got out of the van and I shouted, "See you tomorrow, ta-da." I pulled away, looked in my rearview mirror and saw Ozzy trying to get into this wrong house. By the time he realised it wasn't his, we were gone. He had to walk a mile or so to get to his own house. The next night I picked him up again and he went, "You dropped me off at the wrong house yesterday. I said, oh, did I? Oh my God, I thought it was your road. No, it was the wrong road. Later that night, on our way home, he fell asleep again in the back. I stopped at the same wrong street. All right, Oz, you're home? Yeah, okay. He got out. We drove off. Same again. He fell for that umpteen times. Mum knocking us out buying the van was one side of the coin. The other side was her moaning. A bloody nuisance you are. You ought to get a bloody proper job. But she did do a lot for us. And she looked after everybody. She'd always offer sandwiches or something else to eat. So the band loved her. And both Dad and Mum liked all the guys in the band. They took a particular shine to Ozzy. Dad thought he was funny. And he was right. Ozzy was a very funny guy. Ozzy's dad also helped out. Ozzy did have his own PA, but we needed a bigger one. So his dad signed a thing called a pay bond. This meant he guaranteed payment and Ozzy would borrow the money to buy it. He bought a Triumph amp and 2 cabinets, and we had a Vox PA. In those days, he didn't have a sound and twiddling the knobs in the middle of the hall. All the sound came from your own gear on stage. So you'd start and you'd turn the volume up, and then everybody would start screaming, "Turn it down." We'd get complaints because we were always too loud. Always. If you were standing in front of your own cabinet, you couldn't hear anybody else anymore. So you'd move over to hear what else was going on. You could never really hear the vocals. Even though Ozzy turned up his amp so loud, he would start whistling. We played at Henry's Blues House a lot. Well, we quickly developed a draw. Jim Simpson, the guy who ran the place, took an interest in us. He was a jazz guy, a trumpet player, and we played jazzy blues. He liked that. So he approached us for management. We didn't have anybody else. He had his blues house where we could play, so we thought, if we don't sign with him, we won't get the gig. Jim Simpson started managing us around the end of 1968, beginning of 69. So here we were, in possession of PAs, a huge wreck of a Commer van, a set list filled with jazzy 12-bar blues, and the manager. All dressed down and no particular place to go but up. The first thing Jim Simpson did was put us on the Big Bear Folly, a UK tour with 4 bands playing, and the light always ended in a jam with everybody back on stage. In January '69, we played the Marquee Club, but we didn't go down very well with John G., the manager of the place. The guy was into big bands, and when Bill claimed he was also into jazz, John G. played him some of that music and said, "Who's this then? And who's that?" Bill gave him a totally wrong name, and John G. really got the hump. Ozzy had a pajama top on and a tap around his neck. John didn't like that either. He probably thought we were really scruffy. Well, we were. We didn't have the money to look good. Ozzy actually used to walk around in his bare feet. Deezer was the fashion guru who'd get the latest trend. He had these lime green trousers. They were his only pair, and he washed them all the time and wore them over and over again. One day he dried them by this heater, and one of the legs caught fire. Because he loved this pair of trousers so much, his mum sewed another leg on. And from then on, he walked around with one green leg and one black leg. Mad. Bill actually won the award, of course, for the worst dress rock star. The scruffiest rock star out there, or something like that. He was really proud of it as well. And there was me in my buckskin jacket. What with the clothes and lots of hair, we certainly looked heavy. We all grew handlebar moustaches, and Bill grew a beard as well. There was no conscious thought behind that. If you're in a band, you just develop a similar look. Oh, your hair's got a little longer. Looks good. Leave it like that. The downside of it was that we didn't have any women coming to the gigs. Scruffy long hair. Only just blokes sitting there. Come to think of it, you did see some, but they looked like blokes. Chapter 13. A flirt with Toll in a rock and roll circus. Earth had gigged for just a couple of weeks when we opened for Jethro Tull, who were already getting very popular. I thought they were really good. But obviously there was something going on, because during that gig, their guitar player, Mick Abrahams, passed this note to Ian Anderson. It said something like, "I'm leaving," or "This is my last night." After the gig, they asked me if I'd be interested in training. I went, "Oh, bloody hell, I don't know." And I didn't. I was struck by it all. On the way home in the van, I said to the others, "I've got to tell you something. I've been asked to join Jethro Tull, and I don't know what to say." They were really supportive and said, "You should go for it." Tull got in touch and I said, "Well, yeah, I'll give it a go." But it wasn't as simple as that. They said, "You've got to come for an audition." I protested, but they said, "Come down to London, you'll be all right." So I went down there and walked into this room, and there were so many guitar players from known bands, and I panicked and walked out again. I knew this guy from one of their crew from his time with 10 Years After. He rushed after me and said, look here, don't worry. Just go and sit in that cafe across the road, and I'll come and fetch you when it's your turn." Well, I just don't feel comfortable with this. But he insisted, "You've got to have a go. They really want you to play." So he came and fetched me from the cafe. Everybody was gone by the time it was my turn. We did a 12-bar blues, and I got to solo. We did another 2 or 3 jams, and then they said, "You've got the job." Before I knew it, I was in rehearsal with Jethro Tull for the recording of their stand-up album. The song "Living in the Past" from that album would go on to be a huge hit in the British charts. And I came up with a couple of the riffs for "Nothing Is Easy." Because I felt so out of place in London, and I really felt bad about leaving Earth, I took Geezer down with me for moral support. He would sit at the back of the room, and they were fine with that. John put us up in his flat and took us to the rehearsals. They started at 9 o'clock in the morning, sharp. I'd never heard of 9 o'clock in the morning with our band. None of us had. With Earth, we were just straggling whenever we felt like it. But with Tull, it was gotta be there on time. The first day we got there, maybe 10 minutes late, and I could hear Ian Anderson screaming at John, "9 o'clock, I said." I thought, bloody hell, this is a bit serious. I hadn't even plugged in, and already the tension was palpable. At 12 o'clock sharp, it was lunch. I just sat down with Ian at a table. The others at another table were whispering to me, "No, no." I thought, what's the matter with them? They went, "You don't sit with Ian, you sit with us." What do you mean? "Oh, he likes to sit by himself, and we sit together." I thought, bloody hell, that's a weird setup. This is supposed to be a band, isn't it? That night, Ian Anderson took me to see Free play at the Marquee. He introduced me to everybody as his new guitar player. So I thought, wow, this is wonderful. I felt like a pop star. From being a nobody from Birmingham to people at the Marquee taking an interest. Wow, seemed great. We watched Free for a bit and left early. Rehearsal again the next morning, 9 o'clock, and don't be late. But you know, it just didn't feel good. The thing that put the nail in the coffin for me was a meeting with the band's manager. He said, "You'll get 25 quid a week and you're really lucky to have this position." That pissed me off. I said, "What do you mean I'm really lucky? They want me because of what I can play, not because of luck." After that, I thought, I want to be part of a band that's going to make it all together, not be put in a band where they've already made it and I'm lucky to be there. I went back to the rehearsal room and said to Ian, "Can I have a word with you?" We went outside and I said, "You know, I just don't feel comfortable about this whole thing." He said, "What's wrong?" "I'm just not happy with the situation, and I don't feel right about being lucky to be in a band and all that kind of stuff." Actually, Ian was great. I can't fault him at all. He was very nice about the whole thing. He said, "Look, if you're definitely sure you want to leave, well, yes, I am. But we're in trouble now because we're doing this film, the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus, and we don't have a guitar player. Would you do that at least?" I felt bad walking out to them, so I said, "Yes, I'll do that." And that was it. As soon as I came out of that last rehearsal, I said to Geezer, "Let's get the band back together." He said, "Are you sure about leaving, Tull? You ought to give it time." He was pushing me, but then he said, "I'm glad you're not doing it." I said, "Okay, let's make a proper go of it. Do what they're doing. Rehearse in the morning. Really get down to it." He agreed. So we phoned the others from London and made a plan to get back together. Of course, I started to do this Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus. The opening of the whole thing was in the Dorchester Hotel. There was me with the same buckskin jacket on again. I wore it for the film as well. The Stones had all their gear set up on the floor of a ballroom. The Who were there, and Taj Mahal, and all the people who were in the movie. But I didn't know a soul. Felt like a spare dinner. Marianne Faithfull must have sensed that. She came over and went, "You'll be all right. I'll talk to you." And so she did. She was great. The Stones started playing, but within a minute or so, they stopped. They started arguing and had the biggest row. The whole room went quiet. Brian Jones and Keith Richards were screaming at each other, "You are fucking out of tune, you fucking moron." Because he was with Marianne Faithfull, Mick Jagger came over to her saying, "They can't even fucking tune their fucking guitars." It was a sure sign of troubles to come. The next day, we filmed in a big warehouse somewhere. They had a stage set up and something that looked like a circus ring. They wanted people to dress up in silly hats and circus stuff, which seemed ridiculous to me. Even Eric Clapton said, "I feel fucking silly wearing this stupid thing." They gave me this bloody clarinet, and we had to come out pretending to play as we were going round this ring. Clapton, The Who, and John Lennon, everybody had to go around this thing. After we all did that, I don't know how many times to get it right, people started chatting and it got a bit more comfortable. We were all eagerly awaiting the much anticipated jam with Clapton, Lennon, Mitch Mitchell and Keith Richards playing bass. I said to Ian Anderson, "Whoa, I'm really looking forward to seeing Clapton play." They started jamming on this instrumental thing, bloody Yoko Ono sitting at John's feet, and they weren't good at all. So Ian said, "What do you think of your hero now then?" We shared a dressing room with The Who, so that was my first time meeting them. They were nice enough, and when they started to play, they were really good. I was completely surprised when I heard Pete Townsend playing lead, because you never normally heard him do that very much, and he played great. Not everybody played for real. We did Song for Jeffrey. Ian Anderson got this hat, and he said, "Try that on." I said, yeah, looks all right. But I felt pretty embarrassed, getting my head down while I was playing so people couldn't see me. It was ages before that ever came out. I bumped into Bill Wyman 2 or 3 times, and he said, "Oh yeah, I'll get you a copy of that for you." He never did. So I never saw it until years later, and it was horrible. So out of date. But it's a classic now. Of course, half the people who were in that show are dead. There's John Lennon, Keith Moon, Brian Jones, and Mitch Mitchell. It's a rock and roll circus, all right. Chapter 14. The early birds catch the first songs. After I came back from London, I said to the rest of the band, look, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it seriously and really work at it, starting with rehearsals at 9 o'clock in the morning, sharp. We booked a place in the Newtown Community Centre in Aston, across the road from a cinema, and started a whole new regime. I'd pick everybody up to make sure that we got there on time. Geezer didn't live that far away, so he'd just walk down. Occasionally he'd be a little bit late, but on average we were there at a sensible hour to start work. And that's when we began writing our own songs. Wicked World and Black Sabbath were the first 2 that were written during those rehearsals. We just knew we had something. You could just feel it. The hairs stood up on your arms. It just felt so different. We didn't know what it was, but we liked it. I just came up with this riff for Black Sabbath. I played dum, 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 and it was like, that's it. We built the song from there. As soon as I played that first riff, we went, oh God, that's really great. But what is it? I just don't know. Just a simple thing, but it had a mood. Only later did I learn that I'd used what they call the devil's interval, a chord progression that was so dark that in the Middle Ages playing it was forbidden by the church. I had no idea. It was just something that I felt inside. It was almost like it had been forced out of me. These things were just coming up just like that. Then everybody started putting bits to it, and afterwards we thought it was amazing. Really strange, but good. We were all shocked, but we knew that we had something there. Now, Geezer was going to be an accountant. That's why he had the job of sorting all the money out every time we had a gig. He was the clever one, so it was him that came up with the lyrics as well. I said he wouldn't be able to sit down and write stuff, and Bill would be on it for 20 years to write one line. Ozzy would come up with a vocal melody line. He'd just sing what came into his head, and so it might very well have been that he sang, "What is this that stands before me?" at the time. Geezer would then use that and put the rest of the lyrics in. So both of them really would come up with stuff. Back then, we did a lot of dope. One night we were at this club in the middle of nowhere. Ozzy and Geezer saw somebody leaping around outside being silly. To them it was like an elf or something. I feel it must have been the drugs, but that's where I think The Wizard came from. Another one of those early songs. They simply put what they saw into lyrics. Those first songs are often described as scary. I liked horror movies, and so did Geezer. Used to go to the cinema across the street from our rehearsal place to see them. So maybe it was something that subconsciously directed us to that sort of thing. I know that there is a Boris Karloff movie called Black Sabbath, but we never saw it at that time. Geezer came up with the name Black Sabbath, and it just sounded like a good one to use. We always thought there was something there that led us into this music that we were playing. I played that Black Sabbath riff straight off. Dum, dum, dum. And that was it. It just came up, as a lot of my riffs have. It was like somebody was there saying, play that. Something or somebody was providing ideas and guidance from some other dimension, like an invisible fifth band member. Chapter 15, Earth to Black Sabbath. When we played near Carlisle at the tow bar, they always put us up in a caravan. In winter, it was so cold, we'd burnt the furniture to keep warm. One day we turned up at this gig in Manchester, and there was a guy on the door wearing a suit and a bow tie. We thought, this is weird for a blues club. He said, "Oh, you're Earth. Come on in." In we went, and he said, "I really like your new single." So, oh, thanks. Of course, we didn't have a single out at the time, but we took no notice. We got all the gear in and set up. Then we saw all these people coming in bow ties, suits and ballroom dresses, and we realised they had booked the wrong band. We soon found out there was another Earth, and that was a pop band. The manager caught on to us and said, "Well, you might as well go on and play." We played one song, and everybody out there, all expecting to dance, was going, "What's this crap?" They pulled us off. Then the manager wouldn't pay us. So we nipped the tea and we took the rug out of the back of the dressing room. We took knives and forks. We took whatever we could. And we said to each other, "That's it. We're never going through this again. We need to come up with a name that nobody else has." Jim Simpson came up with Fred Carno's Army. Fucking hell, it was getting worse. Fred Carno was some old-time music hall impresario who had worked with Charlie Chaplin and Stan Laurel. Ozzy's idea was Jimmy Underpass and the Six-Way Combo. So much for that. But Geezer came up with Black Sabbath, and it just sounded like a good name to use. Jim Simpson got us our first gigs in Europe. The very first trip over there, we picked up Ozzy, and he showed up with just a shirt on a hanger. We said to him, "We're going away, you know." "I know." "We're going to be away for a few weeks." "I know." He only had one shirt and one pair of jeans, and that was it. On the way over there, we decided to change our name, or maybe it was in one of the first clubs we played, the famous Star Club in Hamburg. It held 400 or 500 people. Because they had us back a few times, we were able to build up quite a following, and we ended up holding the attendance record there, after the Beatles, of course. It was after the Jethro Tull thing, and inspired by Ian Anderson, that I bought a flute and tried to play it on stage. We were smoking dope there a lot, and I was pretty pie-eyed. I held the flute way too low, and I was just blowing the air into the microphone. Ozzy went backstage and grabbed this great big mirror, brought it out onto the stage and put it in front of me, tapped me on the shoulder, and I went, "Oh!" Another high point came when Ozzy found this tin of purple paint and painted his face with it. There was a big ladder behind the stage, and he climbed to the top of it until his head was over the curtains, and all he could see was this purple head popping up over the backdrop. It was crazy stuff like that that helped us maintain whatever bit of sanity that we had. We did a couple of European tours in those days. The first one took us to Hamburg, Denmark and Sweden, and following tours also saw us travel to Switzerland, where we played in St. Gallen for 6 weeks. We played there for maybe 3 people, 4 or 5 spots a day. All we would get would be a glass of milk and a sausage. No money. We were poverty-stricken. Deezer was a vegetarian, but he had to eat the sausage because we didn't have any money to buy him any other food. We all stayed in this one room above this cafe across the road from where we played. If you weren't in on time, they'd lock you out. One night, me and Ottie went off with these 2 girls and stayed with them. Geezer came back from somewhere and couldn't get in, so Bill tied sheets together, trying to pull Geezer up. As they were doing this, the police came by. It took quite some explaining in 2 different languages to sort that one out. We then moved on to Zurich. When we arrived there, the place was packed. This band was up there, playing away, looking happy. They even had champagne. We thought, whoa, this is marvellous. We'll have some. Little did we know that they'd been there for 6 weeks and it was their last night. All these people were there seeing them off, so it was a big party night. As soon as we started, the place was dead again. We went, wait a minute, what happened? Where's all the people? They had this one lotter coming in every day. He'd stand on his head, all his money would fall out of his pocket, he'd pick it up again and leave. And there was this old hooker sitting at the corner by the bar. And that was it. Because it was deserted anyway, we started making stuff up. And we thought, hang on, if Bill does a drum solo for one set and I do a guitar solo for the next set, the other guys can have a rest. That was great for a couple of days, but of course they cause on. During Bill's solo, the owner's daughter came up and said, shut up that noise. We're paying for you to play, not all this. It was a really grim place. We all slept in one room together, along with a bunch of rats. The owner of the club had taken our passports, so we couldn't get out. It was like slavery, with us playing 5 45-minute spots and 7 on the weekends with hardly any pay. But we did have a lot of laughs. Also, because we had the occasional joint. And Bill smoked banana skins. He used to eat the banana, scrape all the residue off the skin, put it onto a piece of tin foil, put that in the oven, cook it, and then smoke it. He claimed it got him high, thought it was great, and was really proud of it. What's Bill doing? Oh, he's just cooking his banana skin. Chapter 16. Black Sabbath records Black Sabbath. When we played at Henry's Blues House, we had all of these music business people coming to see us. We went to London to play at the Speakeasy once for that reason as well. Chrysalis came down to check us out, but the place was empty and the gig was dismal. It was all to try to get a deal. We got turned down, but that wasn't the end of the world. You've got to stick to what you believe in. Just carry on. And don't change because you think that's what people want. That's how something new comes up. Doing what everybody else is doing is the easy way out. You've just got to do your own thing. Tony Hall came to Henry's Blues House, liked what we were doing and wanted to sign us. He had been quite a well-known DJ originally, and now he ran Tony Hall Enterprises, whatever that meant. We signed with that company, which in turn signed us to the Fontana label. I'm sure they did very well out of that deal. I only saw him on a few occasions afterwards. He did turn up once at Top of the Pops, but I've never seen him since. Another figure from those early days was David Platts, who signed us to Essex Music. It was a crack deal, but I've been told they all were back then. Anyway, he certainly made a few bob of us. On very rare occasions, we'd go and see him. Strange. He had a button that he'd push that opened a door to a secret room behind his desk. He managed to survive a very long time, probably thanks to that room. After getting a proper record company, it was time to record our first album. We received £100 each for our efforts, which to us was a lot of money, but of course we would gladly have done it for free. Having an album out there would mean that people could hear us. We recorded a couple of demos in the autumn of 1969, The Rebel and Song for Jim. The Rebel was a song that Norman Haynes from Jim Simpson's band had written, and Jim wanted us to do it. And I can't even remember how Song for Jim goes, but we named it after him as a bit of a joke. We first auditioned for Gus Dudgeon, already a well-known producer at the time, at the Trident Studios in London. But we didn't see eye to eye with him at all, and he turned us down. A couple of days later, we had a gig in Workington, and that's where Ozzy announced our name change to the audience. It wasn't a big deal. We didn't have a celebration or anything. We just changed the name to Black Sabbath. And our first actual Black Sabbath gig was on 30th of August 1969. But as far as I'm concerned, the band has been together since '68. I always forget about the fact that we were first called Earth. For me, the four of us getting together is the only thing of real importance. By that time, we already played The Wizard, Black Sabbath, NIB, and Warning, basically the songs of what would become our first album. We didn't want to play other people's stuff anymore. The 12-bar blues in the middle of our own new songs just didn't sound right anymore anyway, because our own stuff was just so different. Nevertheless, we did record Evil Woman, a cover of an American hit by the Crows. Jim Simpson wanted us to do that because he said, we need something commercial. So we reluctantly agreed to do it, but things were changing our way already, because during that same session, we also recorded our own song, The Wizard. Simpson used these demos to get disc jockey John Peel interested in us. In November, we played his show Top Gear, performing Black Sabbath, NIB, Behind the Wall of Sleep, and Sleeping Village. We were on national radio. Things started to move. Things were really happening. We didn't choose to record with producer Roger Bain. He was chosen for us. We met up with him beforehand, and we liked him. He seemed like a nice enough guy. He was as green as we were, and he hadn't done much before. He was in his early 20s, just like us, maybe a bit older. Being the producer, Roger was overseeing the whole thing. He was good to have around, but we didn't really get a lot of advice from him. He maybe suggested a couple of things, but the songs were already fairly structured and sorted. Our roadie, Luke, drove our gear to the Regent Sound Studio off Tottenham Court Road in London on the 16th of October 1969 and put up the amps. The studio wasn't much bigger than a small living room, and we're all in there playing away with partitions between us and Bill. Ozzy was singing in a little booth at the same time as the band played. Everything was performed just like a live show. It was the most important thing we had ever done. So we were all pretty well on the case. I'd never been in a studio before, didn't know anything about recording and where to put the microphones or anything. By the same token, I think it must have been hard for Roger Bain and engineer Tom Allen to come in and work with us just like that. Two guys who had never travelled with us, didn't know what we were like, didn't know what we sounded like, but just came in and suddenly were adding their thing to it. The biggest problem we've always had is explaining to the people who recorded us how we have our sound set up. My guitar and Geezer's bass have to very much agree with each other to make that wall of sound. All of them to see a bass as dum 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 dum, clean and neat, but Geezer's sound is more crunchy and raw, and he sustains stuff and bends notes the same as the guitar to make it fatter. Some of them would try to get him to take the distortion away, and it would be like dum 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 dum. Fucking leave it. It's part of our sound. It took a lot of convincing for people to understand that. They'd always separate the sounds as well. They'd hear the guitar on its own and go, "Oh, it's so distorted." I know, but play it all together as a band and see what it sounds like. People just couldn't grasp that we were a band that sounded good together, no matter how an individual player sounded. Roger Bain understood it to a point, which is why those early albums we did with him have a very plugged-in sound. It was basically a case of what you see is what you get. We just walked in, plugged in and played. Thank you and good night. And that was it. There wasn't much fiddling around with the sounds we had. The drummers as well, they would just mite up and off we went, giving it that real honest sound. And that was the sound that took off. Everything was done very quickly. We thought, bloody hell, we've got a whole day to record these tracks. Great, that's fucking brilliant. Later, I heard Led Zeppelin spent a whole week recording their first album. But they were more experienced than us. They had Jimmy Page, who had recorded with the Yardbirds and God knows who else before that. He had been in and out of studios, but we certainly hadn't. So we didn't have a clue. We did a track called Warning with a long guitar solo. Because it was such a long song, you had to capture it in one take, or else we'd run out of time. After the first one, Roger said, "Okay, that's it." "Well, I wanted to try something else." "No, that's it. Can we do it just once more? I think I can get it better." Eventually Roger said, "Okay, we'll do it just one more time." So we had another crack, and that was it. Take it or leave it. The whole album was done exactly like that. Play like you play at a gig. You play once. You don't have 10 goes at it. As we played it in the studio then, Warning was 15 minutes or something ridiculous. Roger and the engineer edited down to about 10 minutes. They cut a big section and plopped out a couple of smaller pieces in places that I certainly wouldn't have edited. I was upset because I felt it originally had a more natural flow. But you have to have a certain length for a vinyl album, and maybe a 15-minute piece was a little too much. The funny thing is, after we put a song like that down on record, it became the version we would play from then onwards. It gets accepted like that. So even 40 years later, we're still reproducing on stage what we happened to do in the studio on that particular day. When we recorded Electric Funeral, for instance, Bill would play differently every bloody time. He didn't know how many times to come in, and in certain parts he plays 3 instead of 4, and we kept the 3. And to this day, we still played that way. A lot of people think NIB stands for Nativity in Black, whatever that means. It's a typically American thing. They always have to go, oh, it's got to be something satanic. We called Bill Smelly, and we also called him Nib, because with his beard, his face looked like a pen nib. It just sounded humorous to us. And when it came to the title of the track, we said, so what shall we call it? Nib? It was just a joke. I loved my white Fender Stratocaster because I'd worked on it so much. I had it in bits and put it all back together again. I potted the pickups, farther frets down on it, and basically did everything to try and make it easier for me to play on. One fateful day, I bought a Gibson SG as a backup guitar. 2 guitars. Whew, it's getting a bit flash, really. In the studio, right after recording the first track of the day, Wicked World, the bloody pickup went on the Fender. I thought, oh God, I'm enough to use the SG, which I'd never really played. So I recorded the album with it, and that was it. I just stuck to it. I actually swapped the Strat for a saxophone. Can't believe I did that now. That was a classic guitar, and it really had a different sound from the regular Strats because of all the work I'd done to it. Years later, Geezer saw it in the window of a second-hand shop and went to buy it back for me, but it had already been sold, and I never saw it again. It was a right-handed Gibson SG that I played upside down. Then I met this guy who said, I've got a friend who is right-handed and he plays a left-handed guitar upside down. I said, you're kidding. I met this guy, we swapped guitars, and we were both happy. The Gibson SG had single-coil pickups, which, because I used a treble booster, caused a horrendous racket. I then potted and encased the pickups, and later on I put in different ones altogether. I was fiddling about with the guitar again, doing the stuff I'd done with the Strat. That SG was very dear to me, but I don't have it anymore. It's been put out to pasture at the Hard Rock Cafe, but the deal is, if I ever want it back, I can get it back. We didn't have the time to get involved with the final mix of the album because we were off on tour in Europe. There really wasn't a lot to mix anyway. It was recorded on just 4 tracks. It didn't have hundreds of drums on it or overdubs, so it was really very basic. Roger Bain and Tom Allen did add the bells and the thunder and lightning at the beginning of Black Sabbath. One of them got some sound effect tapes and said, what about putting these on it? We went, oh yeah, that's great. Because it is. It really sets the mood for that track. We didn't have anything to do with the cover art. The photo was taken at the Maple Durham Watermill. We weren't there when it was taken, but we did meet the girl featured in the picture. She came to a gig once and introduced herself. I thought it was a good cover, really different. But inside the gatefold sleeve, you have the inverted cross, which opened all sorts of cans of worms for us. We were suddenly satanic then. But most of the excitement we felt at the time had nothing to do with that. We were just happy to have an album. Chapter 17, now under new management. The record company switched us from Fontana to one of their other labels, Vertigo Records. They pushed it more because it was a new label with more progressive acts. But we didn't have a lot of contact with them. They only wanted to talk to the manager. At least, that's what we were told. Sometimes you'd see people from the label turn up, but you wouldn't know who they were. The marketing people made sure The album came out on Friday the 13th, February 1970. We did interviews around the release, but that ended after Patrick Meehan took over management from Jim Simpson. He stopped us doing press because us being unavailable for interviews made it more of a special thing. We hardly had any radio play because the only one who played us was John Peel. Even so, the album sold 5,000 copies in the first week after release, thanks to underground word of mouth, especially in the places in which we had built up a following by playing live. The press hated us, and we got slagged off left, right and centre. We obviously got concerned, but it's not like we thought, oh, we're going to change the music then. The album was selling, so obviously we'd done something right. We believed in what we did, and we loved it, so there was nothing else we could do apart from carry on with what we were doing. Only when grunge became popular and all of those musicians said that Black Sabbath was a great influence did we become the flavour of the month or flavour of the time. So here we were, reading good things about ourselves, going, hang on, what's happened? They can't write good things, because we always said, as soon as they start writing good things about us, it's time we gave up. The single Evil Woman didn't do much, but the album went to number 8. Jim Simpson had booked us lots of gigs before it came out, and we were still honouring them for something like £20 a time. Next to nothing, really. We said to him, hang on, how many more of these gigs are we going to be doing? Oh, we've got months of these to go. It was getting silly. Even the people who ran the club as we played were going, you should be getting more than this. What are you doing playing here? We thought, well, fuck this. We've done enough. So when heavyweight manager Don Arden called, telling us he was interested in working with us, we went up to London to see him. Wilf Pine picked us up in a Rolls Royce. Wilf was a nice bloke when he knew him, but on the other hand, he was quite vicious. Fucking hell, I've read some tasty stories about him and what he did for Don Arden. Everything looked really heavy around Don. You saw lots of gangster-like characters floating about. We got to his office and it was a bit overpowering, with Don going, you're going to be great. You're going to have billboards up everywhere. I'm going to get you to the very top. And so on. He went, sign here. We just couldn't do that. It was all too bombarding. So we came away thinking, oh God, what are we going to do now? They'll probably have us killed. He kept getting in touch with us, arranging to take us out to dinner and all that sort of business. He just wouldn't let go. Then one day, Wilf got back in touch. He said, I've got another guy that wants to meet you. I want to bring him up to Birmingham. It was Patrick Meehan. He seemed a lot calmer than Arden and said the things that we wanted to hear. You've got an album out, but nobody's pushing the record. You should be doing better gigs. All that stuff sounded good to our ears. Instead of being up on billboards, we just wanted to be out playing. He just had the right way about him at the time. So we ended up signing with Patrick Meehan. Looking back at it now, it's quite strange that Wilf, who worked for Arden, would suggest Meehan to us. Wilf probably thought, oh well, they don't want Don, but maybe they're interested in Patrick, which we were. But we didn't know how close the relationship between Arden and Meehan really was. In the past, Patrick Meehan's dad had worked for Don Arden, so there certainly was a connection. Wilf wrote a book a few years ago. There's a picture of me and him in it. And then on the other side of the page, there's one of Wilf and John Gotti then the head of the New York Mafia. I thought, fucking hell, how could I get mixed up in all this? Patrick Meehan had learned the ropes from his dad, who also had a management company. It was all very much roses at first. Meehan talked a good talk, and in the early days he really got things going. He was one who got us to America. The whole thing changed for us. We were traveling in private jets everywhere. Anytime we wanted anything, we'd just phone him up. I want to buy a new car. He'd go, oh, okay, what car? In my case, a Lamborghini or a Rolls Royce or whatever. Where is it? I'd tell him where he was. How much is it? I'd tell him how much it was. I'll send him a check and I'll arrange to get the car over. Then that was it. If I wanted to buy a house, where is the house? How much is it? And I got the house. That's how we lived. But we never saw any significant amount of physical cash, even though there was a lot of it about. We got some money put into the bank, but not a lot. But for us, coming from where we came from, a few £100 in the bank was, well, brilliant. I believe that we never really knew how much money we actually made. We had accountants involved with us, but we never really questioned what their role was or who they were taking instructions from. Oh, it's a big accountancy firm. It must be all right. We knew nothing about the business side of things. When we went down to the office, it was always, come on in, everything's great. Oh, by the way, sign these papers. It's basically, nothing. I'll tell you about it. It's all from the accountant. And you'd think it was all above board. But I liked Meehan. We all liked him at first, and we believed in him. Chapter 18, Getting Paranoid. After recording Black Sabbath, we immediately started writing songs for our second album. Some of them were written when we were on the road in Europe, like War Pigs. When we played that grim place in Zurich, we jammed a lot, and that's where the initial idea came from. Later, during rehearsal, we turned it into a song. We had writing sessions in whatever rehearsal place we used at the time, putting tracks together. We also did some work for Paranoid in Monmouth in Wales, because we wanted to go somewhere where we could lock ourselves away. We were one of the first bands there, after Dave Edmunds. At the other places, we'd have to go in and then go home. But here we could all be together and around each other all the time. The recording of the Paranoid album went pretty quickly. We went back to Regent Sound, working with Roger Bain again. It didn't take much more than 3 or 4 days, just a bit longer than the first one. Because we were in a fight a couple of nights before that, I recorded that album with a great big black eye. It was the days of mods and rockers, and we were playing at this seaside resort. We had finished, and Goose went out to make a phone call. He soon came rushing back in, going, fucking hell, there's loads of skinheads out there trying to get me. They're all waiting for us to come out. We went out to see what was happening, and it was serious stuff. Ozzy grabbed a hammer, and I said, who is the one that got you then, geezer? He pointed at some guy and said, it was him. I went down and banged, ate this bloke, and then they all came from nowhere. Fucking horrible. But you're in the midst of them then, fight him. Some bloke got me around the neck and I shouted, Ozzy, it's him with the hammer. Ozzy hit him. At the same time, he got jumped from behind and he slammed the bloody hammer backwards over his shoulder into that bloke's face. It was brutal. They were wearing these big metal-tipped boots and we were getting kicked in the face with them. We managed to get away, but we were a right bloody mess. Ron Woodward, my old bass-playing neighbour, had driven us to the gig because he had just bought this new car. We jumped in screaming, "Quick, drive, fucking get away." But he took off like a slug on Valium, with us screaming our heads off, big black eyes, blood everywhere. "Put your foot down, Ron, drive, drive." All these skinheads were rushing down the hill, catching up with us, bats in hand, and Ron was making a getaway in slow motion. Turned out he was afraid to speed, because you're not supposed to do that with a brand new car. We got away, but it took us ages to get home, because he drove so slowly. I finally walked in the house, and Mum was in the bedroom. "How did the show go?" I opened the door. "Oh, great." Lyrically, the album Paranoid was political, or certainly War Pigs was. That wasn't because of any negative reactions to the supposed occult first album, because we've never ever regretted what we've done. It just happened that way. But not all of Black Sabbath was, for lack of a better word, occult, and not all of Paranoid was political. War Pigs actually started off as a song called Valpurgis, which suggests it might have been a supernatural song. This is not necessarily the case. Maybe it was just a working title with no lyrics written for it whatsoever. I don't know why Deezer changed it from Valpurgis to War Pigs. The lyrics were definitely his department. I always liked what he did, so I never questioned him. Roger Bain and Tom Allen speeded up the ending of War Pigs. When we first heard that, we thought, that's strange. Why would they do that? But we had no say in it in those days. We smoked a lot of dope, so that might be why some of the lyrics are a bit unusual. Like Iron Man, which came from a comic about a robot which became alive. I suppose there was a serious thought behind that, really, that somebody living couldn't get out of that body, couldn't get out of this thing. And look at fairies wear boots. What a lyric. But nobody questioned it. People accepted it. After we recorded all the tracks, Roger said, "We don't have enough. Can you come up with another song? Just a short track?" Well, yeah, I suppose so. The others popped out for lunch, and I started playing down, Paranoid. When the others came back, I played it to them, and they liked it. Geezer came up with the lyrics. I can't remember if Ozzy had any input in that one. When we'd start playing a new song, Ozzy would improvise and just sing anything, flying out the window or whatever, and probably wouldn't even know what he was singing. And then Geezer would go, "Oh yeah, I can use that." Geezer would do the lyrics before we started recording, or in some cases, even right there in the studio. And then it would be up to Ozzy to get it right. He would come up with a melody, and he'd follow the riff in a lot of cases. I don't know how Geezer came up with the idea for the Paranoid lyrics, but he had quite a wide imagination. He would sit and listen to the music for a bit, and sometimes he'd want it to be quiet. He'd write a few things down, cross some out, and write something else. And then he'd give it to Ozzy. And of course, Ozzy would go, "What the fuck does this mean, Geez?" Paranoid. I doubt we even knew what the word meant at the time. Ozzy and me went to the same lousy school. Well, we certainly wouldn't be around words like that. We know what fuck meant and piss off. But paranoid, that's why we left it to Geezer, because we considered him to be the intelligent one. All our tracks were 5 minutes plus. We had never done a 3-minute track, so Paranoid was like a throwaway. This will fill the gap. We never thought it was going to be the hit. Out of all our stuff, that's always the one that people put on compilations, use in TV themes and in movies. And it took probably 4 minutes to write. It's that basic simple thing, that catchy theme that seems to appeal to people. Paranoid even brought us to Top of the Pops. We were very nervous doing that because it was such a prestigious thing in Britain to be on that show. We were probably the loudest band they ever had on. I didn't like the atmosphere there at all, with the BBC people telling you what to do and all that rubbish. Thing came to a head when I said, "Get that light off me, it's driving me mad." "We can't turn that off." I was like, "Well, get it off." Of course, I played in the dark then. We never did it again after that. We weren't really a Top of the Pops band anyway. If the Black Sabbath album with the inverted cross on its sleeve caused some controversy, Paranoid did its best to top that. At first, we were going to call the album War Pigs, and they'd done this album cover-up with a guy with a shield and a sword, the War Pig. But then they wouldn't accept the title and changed it to Paranoid. We asked, what's that got to do with that cover? But it was too late to change it because they needed a title, quick. "No, we can't use War Pigs. What are we going to call it?" "Well, it's got to be Paranoid." And that was it. Chapter 19, Sabbath, Zeppelin and Purple. John Bonham and Robert Plant were both from around Birmingham. Me and Bill, when we were in the Rest, played gigs together with Bonham a lot. He'd be one band and we'd be in another, and we'd play the same clubs. And Geezer knew Robert Plant more than I did in those days. Geezer and myself were out shopping one day, and we bumped into John and Robert. They said, "We've got a new band. We're getting together with Jimmy Page." "Ah, great." We didn't know Jimmy personally, but we knew him from the Yardbirds, so we were happy for them. First time I heard Led Zeppelin's first album, I thought it was really good. Their heaviness was in Bonham's powering the drums. Jimmy Page played great riffs, but he didn't have the heavy sound. His was a different sound. But it was a great combination. However, our direction was the other way round. It was the riff, the heavier sound of the guitar. Where Zeppelin relied on thundering drums, we had a massive guitar and bass wall of sound. Bill Warder said that at the time we decided to out-heavy Led Zeppelin. I don't remember that, but we may well have, as you did in those days. But in reality, there's never been much rivalry between Sabbath and Zeppelin. We were both from around Birmingham, but we're also from the same gang, if you like, so we always wished them well, and I'm sure they did us. Nowadays, everybody communicates with everybody else in other bands, but you never did that much then. We talked to the guys in Led Zeppelin because Bonham and Plant were mates. There's always this thing between bands from London and from Birmingham, from the Midlands. London musicians always thought that their bands were better than your bands. They looked down on people from the Midlands, and we in turn looked at London as being snobby. There was a lot of competition because of that, with bands trying to outdo each other. There was always Zeppelin and Sabbath and Purple. But the rivalry was with Deep Purple, really, certainly later on, when we had Paranoid in the charts and they had Black and White out. It was then, when we were both climbing the charts, that we felt real rivalry. We were such good mates with Led Zeppelin that they even wanted us on their Swan Song label. I don't know why that didn't happen. Maybe we just couldn't get out of the deals with Warner and Phonogram, because we did sign ourselves to them for forever. We would have loved to have had Peter Grant as our manager as well, but it wasn't to be. I think he only managed Zeppelin And of course, later on, Bad Company, who was signed also to Swan Song. In the early days, there weren't that many managers who managed a lot of bands. There was just one manager for one band. We had Patrick Meehan, and he didn't manage anybody else, at least not in the beginning. When the guys from Zeppelin visited us while we were recording Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, we had a jam together. Bonham wanted to play on one of the songs. I think it was Sabra Cadabra, but we said, no, we're playing our songs already. Let's just jam and play something else. I don't know if any tapes exist of that. That would have been a different one, wouldn't it? Black Zeppelin. It's the only time the two bands played together. John did get up and jam with us in the early days, but Bill never liked him playing his kit. It was his pride and joy, and Bonham always broke something. Oh, Bill, let me play 'em. No, you're going to break something. Let me have a go, Bill. No. They were mad, really mad. We're still made to Zeppelin, even though Bonham really upset Ronnie when they came to see our show at the Hammersmith Odeon back in May 1980. John was on the side of the stage having a good time and drinking Guinness, getting more and more sloshed as the show went on. We came off stage and he said, "That guy's got a great voice for a fucking midget." Of course, Ronnie heard him. Bonham meant it as a compliment, really, but it didn't come out as one. Ronnie turned to John and said, "You fucking asshole." It nearly came to blows. That would have been a lopsided fight, because John was a bit of a hooligan. So I said to him, "Look, please don't." He said, "What's the matter with him?" "Well, he didn't much like that. Just go back to the hotel and I'll see you later. It's not a good time right now." He went away then, but blimey, he could have been quite nasty. Pagey is a mate. A couple of years back he wanted to see our gig at Fields of Rock in Holland, and he flew out with us. We hung out, he saw the gig, we watched Rammstein together, and we flew back. I've seen him many times at various functions since. Chapter 20. This is America? Our first album was in the charts for quite a while in America, even though we'd never been there. After we recorded Paranoid, we finally went. One of the stupidest things we ever did was take over our own PA. We took a Laney PA, Laney columns, and we had no flight cases or anything for them. So all the amps and cabinets suffered greatly from being thrown in and out of the plane's cargo hold. We got to New York and our expectations were sky high. This is the real thing. Great. This is it. America. Can't believe it. But our first gig was in a poxy little club called Ungano's on West 70th Street in Manhattan. It was supposed to be the place to play. Like when you're in London, you do the Marquee. But we didn't think that when we saw what a shithole it was. I guess they booked us in there because agents and record company people were supposed to show up. Our roadie, Luke, didn't realise it was a different mains in America, so when he plugged in the equipment, it just blew up. Oh, bloody hell, what am I going to do now? And it was chaos, but they soon managed to get the fuses going again. We had 2 nights at this club and I thought, well, this is it. This is America. It was such a disappointment. But on the 3rd night over there, we played the Fillmore East, which was fantastic. Bloody hell, monitors. What a difference. It was the first time we could hear each other play properly on stage. The first time I could actually hear Ozzy sing. It was brilliant. And after that, we never looked back. We played the Fillmore with Rod Stewart and the Faces. We went down really well. And then Rod Stewart came on and he was practically booed off stage. We did 2 gigs with him and the same thing happened the second night. He was not a happy chap. But that's when we realised we were grabbing them. The Americans, they really liked us. Us not being very well known yet, some people thought that Black Sabbath was a black band. That didn't last very long, as they soon found out we weren't much of a soul group. As the tour progressed, we used to hang around and see other bands, like the James Gang. We did the Fillmore West in San Francisco with them, and Joe Walsh was smoking this bloody angel dust. Right before the gig, Geezer said, "Oh, I'll have a little puff on that." Ozzy joined him. They thought they were just smoking a joint. Geezer said he was hallucinating on stage. It frightened him to death. Most of us are pretty out of it half the bloody time. I didn't partake as much. I was certainly no saint, but I thought it wise to try and maintain a clear head, up to a certain point. Chapter 21. Happy birthday witches to you. There were people in whatever country out there who wouldn't even understand our lyrics at that time because they couldn't speak English. But it was because of the vibe of the music that they felt it was satanic. We were actually invited to join satanic sects. Alexander's the head witch of England, the king of the witches, came to the shows trying to get us into his thing. And the first time we played San Francisco, Anton LaVey, founder of the Church of Satan, held a parade for us there. I still have a picture of that. LaVey with a Rolls Royce and a big banner that read, "Welcome, Black Sabbath." I thought, what's all this? That's very nice of them to do that. When we turned down an invitation to play Walpurgis at Stonehenge, this sect put a curse on us. We actually took that very seriously. That's when we started wearing our crosses. First, Ozzy wore this kitchen sink tap around his neck. Soon it would develop into a real cross. At that time, we often talked about our dreams, and many times it turned out we dreamed about the same situations, which was really weird. Maybe it was the Walpurgis thing, but one night we all had this dream about wearing crosses to protect us from evil, and so we did. Ozzy's dad gave us these aluminium crosses that looked like they were made of silver. After the first 4 he made, he started mass production because we started selling them at gigs to make some money. Later, Patrick Meehan gave us the gold crosses. He saw us with these aluminium things on bits of string, so I suppose he thought, I've got to get them something a bit better looking than that. I never go on stage without wearing my cross. When I go on tour, I always have 2 things that I really look after: the cross and my thimbles. The cross is big. In fact, I've hit myself in the face with it a few times. You bend down to get into the car and banged. That really hurts. Geezer lost his gold one as an Aston Villa football match. Bill still has his tucked away somewhere, but he actually still wears his original aluminium one. I lost my original one. I probably did what I usually do, put it away somewhere and forgot where. I could just see some new owner of one of my old houses suddenly discovering it. What's this cross? And this gram of coke? Of course, neither us nor our music was satanic. Geezer and his family were very religious, Irish Catholic. He still is. But at the same time, he was interested in occultism. He read a lot of books by the English occultist, mystic and author Aleister Crowley. We both had an interest in what happened beyond and got involved in it quite a lot. So he'd get his ideas from that. This certainly played a major part in that first album. I think Geezer felt that the music was portraying such a heavy thing that the lyrical content had to be about something that went with the music. Everywhere else it was all flower power and everything nice and happy. And people weren't writing about real life, wars and famine and all the other things that nobody wants to face. So we saw that and thought we should be doing it. But being accused of having made an occult, or worse yet, a satanic album, was simply ridiculous. Still, we got a lot of flack, certainly in America, because there the church is such a big deal. We'd get to the gig and there'd be ministers and their congregations holding up banners. Don't come and see this band. They are Satanists. Then there was a case there of a nurse who killed herself in her apartment. And what did they find? Paranoid on the turntable. So it was our fault. There was an inquest. Paranoid was mentioned, and they found it wasn't to blame. But it was a shock to hear about this case, because it wasn't what we were about. We weren't trying to kill people. Besides, if people are depressed and put an album on, they're certainly not going to kill themselves because of the music. Then there were people from the dark side. One night, 3 witches came to the gig. Well, supposed witches. They saw we had proper crosses on and they cleared off. A bit later, back at the hotel one night, we went up to our floor and there was a whole crowd of people with black cloaks on and candles sitting in the hallway outside our rooms. We thought, what's going on here? Sometimes they really do take you too seriously. Bloody hell. We climbed over them and got into our rooms as they held onto their candles, murmuring. We phoned each other up and said, what are we going to do? Tell you what, let's give it half a minute and we'll go back outside. So we did. We all went into the hallway, blew out the candles and sang happy birthday to them. They were disgusted, got up and left. But it could have gone the other way. They could have stabbed us. Later on, around volume 4, we were playing at the Hollywood Bowl. After the sound check, we got back to the dressing rooms. It was locked up and there's a big red cross on the door. Fucking hell. We finally did get the door open and never thought any more of it. We got on stage and after a while my amp started crackling. It was one of those nights. I got really pissed off, turned around and I booted my stack. Luke the roadie was behind it and I pushed it and tried to kick the thing over and then I just walked off. I was like that in those days. I had no patience. As I stormed off, I didn't even notice there was a guy on the side of the stage with a dagger. He was about to stab me. They eventually wrestled him to the floor and took him away. It turned out he had deliberately cut his hand and put that cross on the dressing room door in his own blood. He was one of those religious freaks, really out there. They showed the dagger to me. I couldn't believe it. It was huge. Those are the sorts of people you had to deal with a lot, but this one was a bit extreme. Also in America, the head of the Hells Angels came to give us his blessing. He said, you get any problem at all with anything, call me and I'll get it sorted out, whatever it is. What can you say to a man like that, making an offer like that? Fuck off. Oh. So we just went, oh yeah, great, thanks. Maybe we should have taken him up on his offer with that guy with a bloody dagger. Chapter 22, Ozzy's Shockers. Ozzy just had a very weak bladder. One night we went to a club and we had a skinful of booze. Ozzy fell asleep on a couch, and as I were closing, the doorman said, "Oi, you'd better get him." I said, "I ain't getting him. If you want him out, you'd better move him." He said, "I'll fucking move him." He picked him up, put him over his shoulder, and as he pissed himself, pulled down this guy's suit. On tour, eventually, we could afford two to a room. Geezer and Bill shared one room, and me and Ozzy shared another. That was better. But I'd be in bed, sound asleep, and Ozzy would wake up at all sorts of funny hours. He'd put the TV on full blast and then take a shower. I'd jump up, wondering what the hell was happening, turn the TV off and get back into bed. He'd get out of the shower and turn it back on full blast again. I'd hear him bumping and banging and fiddling around, and I'd think, well, might as well get up myself now. When we did get our very own rooms, I thought, this is great. But nothing changed. I'd be in bed at God knows what time, and there'd be a bang on the door. I'd answer it, and it would be Ozzy going, "You haven't got a light, have you? Do you know what time it is? And you bloody woke me up for a light." Ozzy and hotels. Wow. We were on tour once, travelling for hours and hours through a lot of desert land. We came to this shop in the middle of nowhere, so we all piled out of the bus to have a look. There was a big sign saying, "Fireworks for sale." Ozzy went in and bought all the fireworks they had. I said, "What are you going to do with them?" "Oh, I'll probably go and let them off later." When he said later, I didn't know he meant as late as he did, and I didn't know where either. It turned out to be in the hotel at 4 o'clock in the morning. We were in our rooms and I heard these whizzing sounds of rockets flying past. I looked through the peephole of my door and I saw that the hallway was full of smoke. Then it started coming under my door, so I went out. By this time the bloody sprinklers had come on in the hallway and all of the rooms. The guests came out in their pyjamas, screaming, not knowing what the hell was going on. It was such a mess. Meanwhile, Ozzy, absolutely out of his skull, was still in the hallway, letting his fireworks off. Of course, the police came and took him away. They said to us, "You'd better come down and bail him out." We said, "Tell you what, you keep him in tonight, we'll bail him out tomorrow morning. We've got to get some bloody rest." It was a newly refurbished hotel too, but Ozzy's fireworks had burnt the carpets and damaged the walls. They made him pay for it big time, so he learned his lesson there. Or maybe he didn't. And he's still the same now, always mooning everybody. Even when we were inducted into the UK Music Hall of Fame and we played Paranoid, Ozzy mooned the crowd. Well, the crowd. There weren't that many people there. But he didn't think they were enthusiastic enough, so he decided to pull his pants down again. You're playing to people in your own business, so what do you expect? They're not going to jump up and shout and scream. They just sit there politely. And the Kinks were in the front. You don't expect them to leap up. It didn't piss me off though. Didn't bother us. We're used to seeing that. I've seen Ozzy's arse more times than I've seen my own. Chapter 23. An Antipodean Murder Mystery. In January 1971, we flew to Adelaide to headline the Maiponga Open Air Festival. We were lured into doing this by the promoter, who said, "Why don't you come over and stay for a week's holiday, all expenses paid?" Whoa, really great for us. We got there and he turned out to be a very generous host. He said to us, "While you're here, whatever you want, it's yours." We wanted all right. Caviar and champagne. It was well over the top. There were 4 limousines at our disposal, and on top of that, he gave each of us a brand new car. He said, "They're for you to use in case you want to drive anywhere yourselves and have a look around." definitely the wrong thing to do. We decided to go out to the beach to have a race along the water's edge. One of the cars got stuck. I tried to tow it out and then I got stuck. Oh, fuck. Then the tide came in. As the waves got closer, we started to panic. We got these oars off this bloke's boat and we were trying to get them under the wheels. Down, ka-ching, broke both of his oars. No matter what we did, the cars couldn't be moved. We watched helplessly as finally the water covered both cars. I phoned the promoter up and told him what had happened. He took it in his stride and sent a truck to tow them out. Of course, the cars were completely knackered. In the run-up to the festival, I did some radio interviews, and at one of them I said, "Oh, we're very lonely. We could do with some women here." Live, on air. And what happened? Loads of girls turned up at the hotel. Me and Patrick Meehan ended up with this one girl in our room, and then she passed out. Meehan went, "She's dead." Oh, fucking hell, I thought. Christ, she's dead? She's dead? I could see the headlines. Girl found dead in hotel room with two guys. I just thought, don't think it's us. Meehan went, "We've got to get rid of her. We've got to get rid of her." His idea was to throw her off the balcony and say that she had fallen off it. We were really high up too. Oh, the thought of it now is absolutely frightening. But in my panic, I went along with it. We got her to the balcony, we were trying to pick her up, and then she came round. Bloody hell, she's alive. She was probably high on drugs, but we could quite easily have just tossed her off out there and I would have become a 22-year-old murderer. But, Your Honour, she was dead already. I bet that girl doesn't even know what happened. I'll probably be arrested now. She'll read this book and come out of the woodwork. Yes, there he is, that's him. It was Meehan. It was Meehan. Such a shame, really. It was a big festival. Everything there went great, and the promoter looked after us like you wouldn't believe. We later heard he went bust. I wonder why. Chapter 24, Flying Fish. In February 1971, we started our second tour of America. It was great, also thanks to our friends from Mountain. They're a good band. They treated us well, and they had plenty of drugs. I really liked their guitar player, Leslie West. Still do. I once said to him, "I really like the sound you're getting. I love that guitar." He looked and found me a Gibson that was the same as his. He came over to England and gave it to me, but it was stolen. You have a break for a while and your guitars go into storage somewhere, and I had about 4 guitars go from this storage place once, and that was one of them. Leslie's guitar going, that broke my heart. It was on this tour that we first stayed at the Los Angeles Hyatt House, better known as the Riot House, where we met our first groupies. We really didn't know about that. In Europe, the women weren't as forward as in America. As soon as he walked into reception at the Hyatt, these girls came up to us saying, "Hey there, how are you? Are you from England?" Before we knew it, everybody had a girl. We couldn't believe it. Blimey, is this what America's like? And then later, you'd see them again with somebody else. We were like, so that's what they call a groupie. In Seattle, we stayed at the infamous Edgewater Hotel where you could fish out of the windows. The hotel was built on stilts and leaned out over the water. You could get a fishing line at reception so you could actually fish out of your window. And so that's what we used to do. I don't know why, really. Ozzy was fishing out of his window once and caught a shark, which he put in the bath while he did the gig. Of course it died, because the thing was as long as the bath, and sharks have to move to breathe. Ozzy then proceeded to cut it up. Blood and shit were everywhere. I don't know what he was trying to do. Bill was below my room, and he had his window open. I caught this shark. It dangled on my line, and I swung it into Bill's room. He was very surprised. Not pleasantly, but very surprised. To have a bloody shark come flying through your window. Ah! He threw it out of the window back into the sea, but the room smelled of fish from then on. Actually, come to think of it, all the rooms smelled of fish. You couldn't wash the floor down or anything. It was all carpeted. I don't know what they expected their guests to do with the fish that they caught. Another time, we tied the line to one of the standard lamps there. We left, came back later, and the standard lamp was gone out the window. So we picked up the bill for that one as well. During the last two we did with Sabbath, we were in Seattle, and me and Bill went down to the Edgewater again, just for old time's sake. They showed us around. There was a Zeppelin room, and they were going to do a Sabbath room as well. In the early days, there were only certain hotels that allowed bands in because of the reputation that everybody had. But now we stay all the time at the Ritz-Carltons and Four Seasons, all the top hotels. Then at 60 plus years old, we don't throw television sets out of the windows anymore. Can't even pick them up now. Chapter 25, Number 3, Master of Reality. Paranoid went to number 1 in the UK album charts, and although it hadn't even been released in America yet, we did feel pressure when we had to come up with our next album, Master of Reality. Because you've had a number 1 album, where do you go? If you don't go to number 1 again, you're not doing as good. So you've got to come up with songs that are going to make the next album at least as equally as popular. Management had us out on the road all the time with weird schedules. Sometimes we did 2 shows a day in different cities. We hardly had any breaks at all. Because of this, and because we didn't have any songs lying around from previous studio sessions, we went into a rehearsal room and started writing them. I'd come up with riffs, and once we got started, we came up with songs quite easily. Sometimes it was a bit of a struggle to get enough for an album because you needed some time to think about them and live with them. And we just didn't have that time, especially after Paranoid. If we didn't have enough songs for an album, we'd have to write extra songs right there in the studio. We'd add little guitar bits to songs as well to extend them a bit. I also like to come up with some instrumental guitar tracks like Embryo, which serves as an intro to Children of the Grave on the Master of Reality album. It's a little classical thing to give it all a little space and create some light and shade. If you listen to an album or even a song from start to finish and it's all pounding away, you don't notice the heaviness of it because there's no light in between it. And that's why sometimes in the middle of songs as well, I put a little light part in to make the riff sound heavy when it comes back in. Orchid served a similar purpose leading into Lord of This World. it was just me on acoustic guitar. A nice little bit of calm before the storm to make the dynamics pop out. At first, everybody thought, that's a bit odd. But we liked doing stuff outside the box. We couldn't think, you can't do that. You can't do acoustic stuff. You can't use orchestras. So we did much more than just heavy stuff. When we recorded Massive Reality in February and March 1971, I got quite involved in it and really started coming up with ideas. We did some stuff that we had never done before. On Children of the Grave, Lord of This World, and Into the Void, we tuned down 3 semitones. It was part of an experiment, tuning down together for a bigger, heavier sound. Back then, all the other bands had rhythm guitarists or keyboards, but we made do with guitar, bass guitar, and drums. So we tried to make them sound as fat as possible. Tuning down just seemed to give more depth to it. I think I was the first one to do that. And we just weren't afraid to do something unexpected, like Solitude, maybe the first love song we ever recorded. Ozzy had a delay on his voice, and he sang that really very nicely. He has a really good voice for ballads. I'm playing the flute on that song as well. I tried all sorts of things in the course of doing albums, even though I sometimes couldn't play them. And after being with Jethro Tull for that short stint, I thought I might try the flute. I did it only to a very amateurish extent, I must admit, but I've still got that flute. We all played Sweet Leaf while stoned. At that time we were doing a lot of dope. While I was recording an acoustic guitar bit for one of the other songs, Ozzy bought me a bloody big joint. He said, just have a toke on this one. I went, no. But I did. And he bloody choked me. I coughed my head off. Of course they taped that, and we used it on the beginning of Sweet Leaf. How appropriate, coughing your way into a song about marijuana. And it's the finest vocal performance of my entire career. Into the Void is one of my favourite songs from that lineup. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath is my other one. The structure of those songs is really good because they have lots of different colours. There's lots of different stuff happening in them. Into the Void has this initial riff that changes tempos in the song. I like that. I like something with interesting parts in it. For Ozzy, getting Geezer's lyrics right wouldn't always be easy. He certainly struggled on Into the Void. It has this slow bit, but then the riff where Ozzy comes in is very fast. Ozzy had to sing really rapidly. Rocket engines burning fuel so fast, up into the night sky they blast. Quick words like that. Geezer had written all the words ahead for him. Rocket engines, rocket, oh, what the fuck, I can't sing this. Seeing him try, it was hilarious. Just like our previous albums, Master of Reality had some controversial moments. Sweet Leaf upset some people because of the reference to drugs, and so did After Forever, thanks to Geezer's tongue-in-cheek line, would you like to see the Pope on the end of a rope? The cover was unusual again as well. This time it just had words in purple and black on a black background. Slightly Spinal Tap-ish, only well before Spinal Tap. Although this time we were allowed a whole 2 weeks to record the album. What with Roger Bain producing and Tom Allom engineering again, musically, Master of Reality was a continuation of Paranoid. At the time, I thought the sound could have been a bit better. That's the thing when you're a musician. You like things to be a certain way, to sound a certain way, and therefore it's difficult to leave it up to other people. When it goes into somebody else's hands, you've got no control over it. And when you hear it, it's not like you expected it to be. That's why I got involved more and more after those albums. Chapter 26. No, really, it's too much. When we recorded Paranoid, I still lived at home. My parents had bought another place in King's Standing near Birmingham. They'd planned to move there as soon as they got rid of the shop. Mum wanted to get out of it. It was just a burden. You'd wake up in the morning and the shop opened, and after you closed, you'd go to bed. They could never go away. We never went on holiday as a family, and they had never been abroad. I was proud of that new place. Before I moved in, I had a key, and if I'd met a new girl, I'd take her up there. This is our new house. After all, I couldn't take anybody back to the old house. Here, come in and sit on this box of beans, and I'll get you a nice drink. Wouldn't think of it. But it was time for me to find my own place. At first, I didn't have the money to do that. And when the money came in, I was out on tour all the time. The first big checks went towards a flash car anyway. No sooner did I get my hands on some serious cash than I bought myself a Lamborghini. So here was this Lamborghini outside the house in End Hill Road. The house cost £5,000 when they bought it, and this thing was like 5 times more than that. That car outside, we were mad in those days. We were all car crazy. Geezer always said, when I pass my test, I'm going to buy a Rolls Royce. One day I came home and there was this Rolls parked outside our house in End Hill Road. I thought, oh hell, he's done it. Geezer's passed his driving test. Bill also bought a Rolls Royce. In the ownership book, there was Frank Mitchell, the famous mad axeman who killed a lot of people, and Sir Ralph Richardson, the well-known actor, and then Bill Ward. He'd have crates of cider in the back of it, like a travelling bar. Ozzy didn't have a driving licence, but he still bought my Rolls off me. His wife drove him, and he came over to my house with all his dogs on the back seat. It was an immaculate car when I sold it to him, and the state of it when he came over, dogs shitting in there and everything. Geezer didn't manage to keep his car in mint condition either. It was the days of platform shoes, and Geezers were very, very big. How on earth he drove that car with them, I just don't know. He was driving around Devon, where the hills are quite steep, and he stopped off at a shop that was on top of one of those hills. He parked the car, went in on his platform shoes, and somebody in the shop suddenly said, look, there's a car running down the hill, and it's a Rolls Royce. Geezer went, oh my God. He ran out, hobbling along on his platform shoes as fast as he could, trying to get next to his car so that he could open the door and stop it. Of course, Geezer couldn't keep up with it, and the car went flying down the hill and crashed through a fence, straight into a tree. On his way home, he drove past my house. I heard his car go, ka-chung, 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 this scraping sound of the fan hitting the radiator. The front was completely smashed up, and Geezer said to me, now I see why they call it a Rolls. I bought my first house in 1972 in Stafford, north of Birmingham. It was a 3-acre property with a swimming pool. I soon noticed that they were building this modern house right behind it, and I thought, fuck, it's right behind my swimming pool. instead of allowing it to bother me, I bought it for my parents. They moved in there from their house in King's Standing. It was a lovely place. Brand new, all carpeted, modern bathrooms, the whole lot. I let Dad use some of the land where he could have his chickens, so he quite liked it there. But Mum felt like she was stuck in the middle of nowhere, too far away from the city. He was brilliant giving them that first house, but they didn't really like it. So that was a huge disappointment to me. I said, okay, you find yourselves a house that you do like, and I don't want anything to do with it. You tell me about it, and I'll get it. So they did. They found this house that they liked at an auction. I was in America at the time, so I sent this guy along to bid for the place. And who was he bidding against? My aunt, who was trying to get it as well. I didn't find out till afterwards. It was just the two of them bidding. I couldn't believe it. But we got it in the end, and I was absolutely thrilled to live there. Dad had horses and chickens there, so he was in his element. It was almost too late for him, because he was starting to get too ill to enjoy it. But he did have a few good years there. I tried to look after them, but that wasn't easy. Earlier, when we lived in King's Standing, I saw my father outside with this old handle trying to crank start his car, and I thought, oh God, every morning he's out there doing the cigarette in his mouth. Really horrible. We just can't have this. So I bought him a Rolls Royce. Mum said, he's not going to like that. Of course he will. I went to this dealership and bought him a Rolls Royce for his birthday. They delivered it to the house with a crate of champagne in the back. Dad just went, what's that? I don't want that. Can you imagine me going to work in that? What would all the people say? And the neighbours? What are they going to think? Me with a Rolls Royce indeed. Bloody hell. I had to phone the Rolls Royce people up and say, he doesn't want it. What do you mean, he doesn't want it? It's a Rolls Royce. Yes, but he won't even get in it. So they came and picked it up. I said to Dad, well, what do you want then? I don't want anything. Wouldn't you be better off with another car? What about a Jaguar? Well, it's got to be better than that thing. So I bought him this Jaguar 3.4, the classic one, with all the nice wood and switches and stuff. He still didn't want it. But I said, Dad, you've got to have it. I can't get my money back now. I've bought this car. They won't just forget about it. I have to buy something off them. He used that for a while, but it was a struggle. I thought, blimey, I try and help him out, and he says, I don't want that bloody thing. My father died in 1982. He was only about 65 years old. Mum survived him by nearly 15 years. He was a stubborn man, very proud, and he never complained. He'd just plod on. He had worked hard all his life. And that's what he believed in, work and nothing but work. And he would never stop smoking. He smoked himself to death. He died of a collapsed lung and of emphysema. One day I noticed he was looking really ill. Because Sabbath had done some charity work for the hospital in Birmingham, I'd met these specialists. So I told them about Dad, and they said, well, get him to come in. Dad hated doctors. So I said, there's no way he's coming to hospital. Would you come out to see him? They did. And he went absolutely mad, hit the roof, going, don't you ever bring them round here again. They checked him over anyway and said, well, afraid he's in a bad way. But there's nothing he could do for him. He just wouldn't have it. Couldn't buy him a house, couldn't buy him a car, and couldn't buy him his health. Chapter 27. White lines and white suits. In England, it was all hash and dope and pills, but when we headlined the Los Angeles Forum in the autumn of 1971, I was introduced to cocaine. I said to one of our roadies, I feel really tired. He said, hey, why don't you have a little line of coke? Oh no, I don't any of that. He was American, so he was familiar with it. He said, you'll be fine, just have a little toot before you go on. I had a toot and I thought, this is wonderful. Let's get on stage and play. And that was it. Bloody hell, I felt great on stage. And of course, the next time I had a little bit of that stuff before going on again. And then I started doing it more and more and more, as you do. To do something special around that gig, but also performed at the Whiskey A Go-Go on Sunset Strip. Patrick Meehan said, why don't we wear something different? White suits and top hats and canes. We hired all these white suits, and of course they were absolutely covered in dirt after no time at all. Most people take these things back or nice on hangers, but the people at the rental place must have thought, who's had these? The Beach Boys came to see us that night, and I didn't know what they looked like. I was coming out of the dressing room and somebody walked up to me and said, can I come in and see the rest of the guys? Oh, no, there's nobody allowed in the dressing room. It was a little bit embarrassing afterwards when I found out he was a beach boy. LA and movie stars and sunshine. It made quite an impression on us. We ended up at these well-to-do parties where we saw lots of movie stars like Tony Curtis and Olivia Newton-John. We'd be coked out anyway, and a lot of them were as well, floating around there. I think it was at the end of that third tour of America that we played the Hollywood Bowl for the first time. My memory is not crystal clear about that show because I collapsed at the end of it. I passed out because of exhaustion. I just remember going to the last song and then, boom, gone. The doctor who examined me said, you've got to get on the next plane back to England, go straight home and just take it easy. I was about to have a nervous breakdown, so they prescribed me Valium in high doses. I was a fucking zombie all day. I really just had to rest. It had been too much with the lifestyle we were living, all the touring and not getting a lot of sleep. And the drugs, I suppose. Bill was diagnosed with hepatitis and ended up in hospital. He carried this rusty knife with him all the time. Then he opened some clams with it and cut his hand. He claims he got it either from his knife or from a shell. Being a vegan, Geezer couldn't get half the food he wanted, so a combination of that and drugs made him awfully thin. So he got these kidney stones and ended up in hospital as well. We were all falling to bits. Ozzy probably had the most unhealthy lifestyle of all of us, but he was the only one left standing. We were all out for the count, but he was right as rain. Chapter 28. Air Elvis. We started off 1972 with a 19-day UK tour with Glenn Cornick's band Wild Turkey. We had them supporting us because Patrick Meehan had teamed up with Brian Lane and they managed the band. Lane was the manager of Yes as well, which was why we had them on the next tour with us. 32 shows throughout the States and Canada, starting in March, the Ironman tour. Us and Yes. It was an extremely unlikely combination. They hated us because I'm sure in their minds they were the clever players and we were just the working class. Sometimes they talked and other times they would walk straight past you. Very strange. Years later, we all got along fine, but it took a long time. And they were funny on stage too. If anyone made a mistake, the daggers would be out. We thought, what's all that about? Music. Somebody's made a mistake. So what? It's a good thing they weren't in our band. We would make mistakes every 2 minutes. Here we were with them as supporting act with all their clever stuff coming out. And we're going bind, clonk, zzz. They must have gone, what the fuck? What are we doing here? Their keyboard player, Rick Wakeman, didn't get on with them, so he covered with us as much as he could. We liked Rick. I think he was interested in playing with us, but he would have been too good, too much for what we wanted. We only wanted something very basic that just went dun, dun, dun. It wasn't like Yes music. On our previous tour, one night Elvis was staying at the same hotel that we were at. We would see him come in with all this security and go up to the top floor. We were invited to go and see Elvis perform. I had a bird that night, so I said, oh no, I'm not going. I regretted that afterwards because I didn't see his show then and I never would. On this tour, we flew from LA to Vegas and back in a plane that belonged to Elvis. Really strange, all leopard skin seats in there. Very flash. The stewardess on the plane came out with a plate of all different coloured sandwiches. I went, blimey, what's this then? Why, it's coloured bread. It must have been something that Elvis liked. But it was a nice plane. We used it, behaved ourselves, left it in one piece, as of course we were very respectful. I mean, it was Elvis. Chapter 29, Going Snowblind. We took quite a long time to write and rehearse for the Volume 4 album. It's not like it was becoming harder to come up with stuff, but the pub was only a mile away, so we'd start to come in with ideas, and it was, how about we have a break? We're all going out to the pub for a drink. I'd think, oh, I'm not going to go. I'll just sit here and try to come up with something. I'd play for a bit, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. They'll all come back plastered. They've got anything. Oh, great. I felt really pressured. When it was suggested we go to the States to record, we're all very much in favour of that idea. It was a way to avoid the English tax man, and the studio rates were better, cheaper out there as well. More important than that, we thought it would be nice to really go somewhere else to try and get a different vibe. We went to Los Angeles in May 1972. Patrick Meehan knew John DuPont from the DuPont company, lighters and paints and all that. A big, huge company. We rented his house in Bel Air. It was a great place with a big ballroom type room overlooking the pool. It had a magnificent view of LA, the works. We all lived together there, the band, me and these 2 French au pair girls who came with the house. The vibe in America was great. The record plant where we recorded was a state-of-the-art studio and far better than what we were used to. We decided to produce Volume 4 ourselves. It's not like we were fed up with Roger Bain or anything. I thought it was all right. But we had done so much studio work by then that we felt we knew how to do it ourselves. I've heard Roger has since disappeared and won't talk to anybody anymore. I don't get that. I wonder why that would be. Patrick Meehan put himself down as producer as well. I don't know why he did that either. But he was there. He was in the control room, and I suppose he thought, oh, I'll just add my name to it. Once or twice he might have said, well, if we try, and that was it. That was his part of the production. Producing it ourselves was everybody going, I want my bass up, or I want this, and I want that. But it worked out okay. It was only later, from Bloody Sabbath and onwards, that I really started poking my nose in more and more. Recording took 6 weeks, maybe even 2 months. During that time, we also set some gear up at the house in Bel Air, where we wrote the last of the songs. It was a different environment. Everybody had a bright attitude, and there was a schedule. We just have to get it done. We were still fucking about and doing stupid jokes, but ideas and the songs were coming out quickly. Perhaps throwing loads of cocaine helped speed things up as well. And we did have a lot of it. It came in a sealed box the size of a speaker, filled with files all covered in wax. You'd peel the wax off and it was pure, fantastic stuff, and loads of it. It was like Tony Montana in the movie Scarface. We'd put a big pile on the table, carve it all up, and then we'd all have a bit. Well, quite a lot actually. Of course, word got round, and soon other musicians, lots of women and new friends came to the house, and everybody was diving in. One sunny day, we were sitting in the TV room around a table with cocaine tipped out on it, and some grass as well. The house had all these buttons around all the rooms. Bill thought it was the maid's button and pressed it, but it was an alarm button for the fucking Bel Air police. Only a few minutes later, after that, I stood up, looked out of the window, and there were about 6 or 8 police cars in our drive. I shouted, "Quick, it's the police." Everybody went, "Yeah, ha ha ha. I'm serious, it's the police." Again, yeah. I had to literally get one of them and go, "Knock," and then, "Oh, it's the police." We quickly scraped all this coke and dope off the table. We had our own little stashes in our room as well, so we all rushed up there trying to snort as much as we could before flushing the rest down the toilet. Then we said to one of the au pairs, "Okay, answer the door." She did, and of course the police came in. We were sitting in the ballroom, all quiet like, eyes wide open. They said, "What's going on in here?" Nothing. Why?" You could obviously tell we were out of it. They wanted to know what we were doing there, and we told them we'd rented the house and so on. God, it was hell on earth. If they'd have searched us, we would have gone down very badly. But they left after we explained about Bill's button mistake. We'd flushed a lot. Afterwards, of course, it was, "Oh, fuck, it's all gone, man. Quick, phone the bloke up again. Get him back over." In the record plant, though, we were a bit more serious. Being in control in the studio, we were free to experiment a bit more. The first 3 albums could all have been from the same batch, really, but Volume 4 was when we started introducing different things. I found a piano in the ballroom up at the house, and I used to play that thing when I'd had a million lines of coke. I'd never played the piano before, and I started learning it right there and then, within a couple of weeks. Mind you, I was up all bloody night, every night, with a line of coke, play for a bit, another line of coke, play. So I was probably up for the equivalent of 6 weeks. And while doing that, I came up with changes. Ozzy came in and said, "Whoa, I like that," and started to sing to it. We got the mellotron in, and Geezer started playing that, like an accompaniment, an orchestral thing. And that was it. We decided to record it. It sounded really weird. I couldn't believe it was us. I actually felt pretty embarrassed, because when we recorded it at the record plant, Rick Wakeman came in and he said, "Who was that playing the piano?" I thought, oh no, he's going to say, "That's crap, that is." But he liked it. I suppose we could have asked somebody like him to play these keyboards, but Geezer and me wanted to do it ourselves. Both of us were learning. It was a challenge. If Changes was unusual, FX certainly was way out there. We were mostly naked at the time when we recorded it. When you're in the studio for hours on end smoking dope, you do go a bit mad. We started playing and we were dancing around half naked, just being stupid. I hit my guitar with my cross and he went boing, and we went, "Whoa, boing, ah." Everybody then danced past the guitar, hitting it. We were just playing about. We didn't think of using this as a track, but they recorded it with delay, and we thought, oh yeah, we could put that on the record. I always put so much work in every song, and all the different changes in and everything. And here we had a track that came about accidentally, because a couple of stone people were hitting my guitar, and it ended up on the album. Total joke. If only we had videos of it, it would have been amazing. Or not. Laguna Sunrise was actually inspired by a sunrise at Laguna Beach. I was there with Spock, one of the guys of our crew. There was a good guitar player as well. We were up all bloody night, and I just started playing this acoustic guitar and came up with this idea. We also tried to work out the orchestra bit for it. I'd never done that before, as we had never used orchestras up until then. I don't know how to write music out, but Spock did, so we tried to work out the notes for the orchestra to play. What's that dot there? Okay, put that down. We went into the studio, and of course the orchestra wouldn't accept it. They wanted all their parts written out properly. And once we got somebody in to do that, they were great. On the end of Snowblind, we also used orchestras. And again, later on, Spiral Architect off the Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath album. And Super Czar of Sabotage is me playing heavy guitar with a choir and a harp player. I did things like that to get a different sound into our music. Bill nearly didn't make it to the end of the recording process. We were rummaging around the house one night, and in the garage we found all this DuPont paint. We grabbed these spray tins of gold paint and this clear lacquer. We got back into the house, and there was Bill, pissed as a paras on the floor. We said, "Can we spray you?" "Of course," he said. "Yeah." We took all his clothes off, sprayed him, and he had everything gold. We then got this clear lacquer and sprayed him with that as well. It was bloody funny. Bill was lying there, all shiny. Then he started making these weird little noises. Then he started throwing up, and he went into this violent seizure. Oh, fucking hell. We phoned for an ambulance and we thought, how the hell are we going to explain this? What's wrong with this guy? Well, he's sort of lying there and he's gold. And then tried to make it sound serious. And actually he's been really sick. Excuse me, what exactly is wrong with him? He's sprayed gold and he's on the floor naked. They came out and gave us a right bollocking. You idiots, don't you realise you could have killed this man? Everything was gold. His arse, his beard, the whole lot. Apparently blocks all the pores up and you can die from it. They made us show them the tins of paint we'd sprayed him with and this lacquer as well. They read the tins, all seriously worried, and then they injected him with something. Meanwhile, we were standing there like naughty boys going, is he going to be all right? We dashed back to the garage again, found some thinners and used that to get the gold off him as quickly as possible. It was quite a job cleaning up. It was a fun idea, but it really backfired. Recording Volume 4 was great. We had the DuPont house, the sun was shining, there was a swimming pool, women, everything. And Coke, lots of Coke. We had such a good time that we didn't really want it to end. Towards the end of our stay one day, we partied a little too hard. We were at the house and started messing around. First we threw a few things and in the end we got the hose pipe in, squirting it at each other. Ozzy painted himself in all these different colours, which caused such a mess. And then the doorbell rang. It was only the owner of the house, John DuPont. Ozzy answered the door, soaked and with all this paint on his face. DuPont went, "What the hell is going on in here?" He came in and it was such a total mess. I was standing there with a hose going, how are you? Nice to meet you. He had a go at Patrick and me and then we had to pay him. The situation was solved, of course, by money. As if he didn't have enough, this John DuPont. But crazy stuff like that happened because we were happy there. We rehearsed and came up with ideas and wrote stuff during the day, and at night we went to the Rainbow Bar or whatever and just partied. The whole period was one of the most enjoyable times ever. And a song like Snowblind makes it clear that it was also because of a certain drug. That's why we wrote on the album sleeve, we was to thank the great Coca-Cola company. Just a little thank you nod to our suppliers. I rented a house in Bel Air again a couple of years ago when we were working on the songs for the Heaven and Hell album, The Devil You Know. The DuPont house was on Stradella Road, and because I went out for walks a lot, I passed it every morning. Apparently, it's now owned by former Charlie's Angel, Jacqueline Smith. So it's a look in, trying to catch a glimpse. But I never did. Chapter 30. This is your captain freaking. When we toured America in the summer of 1972, we travelled around in a private plane. We'd fly somewhere, stay there for a few days to do the gigs in that area, and then we'd fly off to somewhere else to do the same thing. If at all possible, we'd stay in Florida, so we could be on the beach during the day. Flying private planes was a mean thing. We'd already used them back in 1971 on the Paranoid tour. In March of that year, we toured the States with Fleetwood Mac, and they hopped on a flight with us. Ozzy sat in the front, and we're all chatting away in the back. Suddenly, the plane dived and went. Ozzy had taken the controls. I don't know why on earth the pilot let him do it. I shat myself. Bloody hell. But of course, Ozzy thought it was hilarious. Everybody was screaming and shouting, so he did it again. Woohoo! Woohoo! It didn't do much for Bill's fear of flying. He used to get terrified and needed to take Valium to get onto a flight. He soon started driving instead of flying. He had a GMC mobile home, and his brother Jim drove him from one gig to the next. Occasionally, they'd have to stop at one of those places where you have to dump all the contents from the toilet. One day, Jim was pushing the button that was supposed to release all the shit, and nothing was happening. So Bill decided to get underneath to see what was wrong. He'd got into this CB radio, like the truckers, and he was going through a stage of talking like that, with all this breaker one line, coming bulldog 10-4 stuff. So there was Bill under the bus going, "There's a negative on the shit, Jim. A negative on the shit. Nothing's happening. Negative." He was banging away at stuff, and his brother pulled a lever again. All this shit and blue sewage stuff just went all over him. Bill just went, "I've got a positive on the shit, Jim. Positive on the shit." Jim pulled the bus forward, and there was the outline of Bill on the ground with this pile of shit around it. His face was covered in it, and he looked like the creature from the Black Lagoon. It was one of those classic moments. Typical Bill. Chapter 31. A rather white wedding. My first wife was Susan Snowden. I met her through Patrick Meehan in his office in London. Meehan was from a very well-to-do family. He mixed with high society people, had the suit and the rolls, and went to all the inn places. I presume that's how we met Susan. She wanted to do some singing, so I said, "I'll write you a song." Of course, I never did. She came up to my house one day, and it was a bit awkward, really. I found out she couldn't sing at all, and she found out I hadn't written a song for her. But we did go out to dinner, and that's how it all started. We were totally opposite people. Susan's parents and her family were all right, but some of her friends, bloody hell. "Oh, what do you do then? You play the, what is it, prinky plonky guitar thing? Is that what you do? What?" All very condescending. I really did not want to go near these people. And Susan reacted to my friends in much the same way as I reacted to hers. So she'd go and see her friends, and I'd go and see mine. So I'm not saying like a very solid basis for a relationship, but we lasted for 8 years, a fairly long time. Of course, I was on tour most of that time. We had a very peculiar relationship. She was always too posh for me, really. We planned to get married on the 3rd of November 1973. And before I could marry Susan, I had to meet her parents at their enormous mansion and ask her father for his daughter's hand in marriage. I was really nervous when I got there. So I brought the cakes out and the tea and teapots and tiny little cups, and I thought, God, I hope I don't knock something over. But her father and mother were actually very down-to-earth and honourable people. I got on really well with them. Of course, when we got married, we were going to have the reception at their house. I was thinking, oh, bloody hell, what's going to happen when they see my friends? But first, I needed to survive my stag night. It was only John Bonham, me, and a driver. We went to clubs around Birmingham, and the last one we hit just before closing time was Sloopy's on Corporation Street. John said, let's go and have one last drink. Right, one last drink. He had the bloody bar lined up with 12 bottles of champagne and 12 glasses. And he said to the bartender, "Go on then, pour them out." I thought he was going to treat everybody in the club, but no. He said, "This lot's for you." Fuck off, John. I'm getting married in the morning. If I drink that, you're never going to see me there. Well, I'll drink 'em then. Which he duly did. Of course, within half an hour, he was absolutely paralytic. To make matters worse, the club was closing. We had to get out. Sleepy's was upstairs and the stairs to the exit was steep. On our way out, John grabbed the owner of the club around the neck, and of course the bloke fell down the stairs. He hurt himself too, so wasn't very happy. Our driver and me finally managed to get Bonham out of the club and into the car, and we took him home first. When we got to John's house, he didn't have his keys on him. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. I pressed the doorbell, nothing. Again, nothing. Finally, the lights went on upstairs. His wife, Pat, opened the window and said, "He's not coming in." I said, "Pat, please, let him in. I'm getting married in the morning and he's got to be there. He's not coming in. Please, please." Finally, Pat said, "All right, but he's not coming upstairs then. If he's coming in, he can sleep downstairs." Okay. She came down, opened the door and ran straight back upstairs. We carried John in, put him in the hallway, sat him into the radiator, and I said, "John, you're not going to make it tomorrow, are you?" He put his thumb up and slurred, Yeah, I'll be there." The driver took me home and I thought, bloody hell, John's never going to turn up and I'll be without a best man. I had to be there at some silly hour, and I couldn't believe it when, 8 o'clock sharp, I saw Bonham coming up the drive with his top hat on, tails on, all dressed up. He lived a good 35 minutes from my house, and I hadn't had a shave or anything. I opened the door and he was all chipper and energetic, going, "Well, I'm ready then, are you?" I actually felt worse than him. We got in the car, and of course we immediately did a quick couple of toots. I thought, oh dear, so this is how it's going to be, is it? We got to the bloody church, and before we went in, all our lot kept disappearing behind the building, one after the other, having a line of coke, coming back, snort and go, "Right," and then somebody else would go, "I'll be back in a minute." On my wife's side, they were wondering where they all kept going off to, and I was thinking, Christ, I really can't do with this. Once inside, my friends are all sniffing and snorting, all these sounds going on in the church. It's terrible. And then he had her side, all immaculate and dead straight. I'd written this instrumental thing called Fluff. They played the tape when Susan walked down the aisle, and it started going wrong. First it came on, and then it went off. Then it came on again, then it went off. Everybody started giggling. Total disaster. When the guy said, "Is there anybody out here who's got anything to say about why these two should not be joined in holy matrimony?" I was convinced somebody was going to shout out, but they didn't. They were just sneering. I was so bloody glad to get out of that church. When we got back to the house for the reception, they were all disappearing again. More lines. My mother-in-law said, "It's funny, I've noticed that none of your friends are eating." Of course, I said, "Oh, really? No wonder why." John Bonham and Ozzy and a few others were notorious drinkers who would really play up once they'd had a few. That's why we thought it best, just to have a toast in champagne, and after that, not to have any more alcohol. It really didn't go down very well. We had the champagne toast and then a top-up with apple juice, and Bollum spat it out and went, "Fucking apple juice?" Susan sighed, never swore, so I thought, oh no, this would upset the cart. But it was my mother who saved the day. She said to Bonham, "Don't worry, John, we'll go back to my house. I've got plenty of booze there." So they all sneaked off to Mum's house and carried on drinking there. If it wasn't for her, there would probably have been antiques going through the walls on account of all that apple juice. Chapter 32. Go into the big house. Susan didn't want to live in my house in Stafford, so we decided to move to a place between London and Birmingham. We were looking at houses to buy, but couldn't find anything we liked. One day her dad said, "Why don't you come and live here? This house is far too big for us." Sue went, "That's an idea." And so we did. We had a major part of this massive 200-room house. My father-in-law built a partition between their living quarters and ours, and we lived there for quite a few years. Just like in Carlisle, we weren't the only ones there. I saw an apparition going up the stairs one night. It wasn't like a three-dimensional person, more like just a figure. And I had more weird things happening there. We had these big old-fashioned keys in the door to all the bedrooms. I was in a lounge one night and I had my briefcase open. I closed it and went upstairs to bed. I had this big bang and ran downstairs again. One of the big paintings had fallen off the wall. I walked into the lounge and my briefcase was open. And I went to open the door and the keys had gone. All of them. Never found them again. I talked about this to my in-laws and they said, "Oh yes, there is a ghost here, but he's a friendly ghost." Things like that make you really think. A poltergeist, for a start, can be horrible. They can actually move an object. I've always been able to see things that most other people can't. It's hard to talk about it because people think, right, he's had too many drugs. But I actually did see things like the Carlisle ghost. Saw him as clear as day. I always wondered about what happens when you die, when you're beyond this world. And I tried to find some information about that in books. While living at the big house, I read a lot of books by Lobsang Rampa. He was a writer who claimed to have been a Tibetan monk before spending his later years in the body of an Englishman, or so he wrote. I started getting into all this leaving the body stuff, astral traveling. I really believed in it, and that made me want to do it. I planned it and thought about it, and I tried it a few times, but nothing happened. When I finally managed to do it for the first time, I came out of my body and, with a jolt, suddenly jumped back in. You feel it pulling you back as your astral is leaving your body. You feel this pull up your spine. I must have got frightened. I came straight back in. Once I'd done that, I was determined to make it work properly. I kept practicing. You've got to be by yourself in a room and you have to really, really relax, but not to the point of falling asleep, because you have to stay conscious. And then you will yourself to leave. At first it's funny because you feel like you're falling. Most people have had that feeling when in bed. You go, ooh, you experience a jolt. That's when your astral comes back into your body when you dream. You're asleep and you're just about to leave your body. And if you move, woof, it comes straight back in and you get that jolt. After a while, it worked. I actually came out of my body. It was weird. I floated round the room and looked down at myself from the ceiling. And I could leave the room, go through walls and go off to the roof. It sounds mad, but once I even went along the beach. Then you come back. You're attached by a silver cord that pulls you back. If that's ever severed, you don't, and it can be risky. When you dream and your astral leaves your body and an entity is in the lower class astral and it pulls on your silver cord and annoys you, you get these horrible dreams. It could be caused by drugs or drink, just anything. I know it sounds odd, but I have experienced all that, and it opened another world to me. I don't know why I don't do it anymore. I didn't follow it through. I've actually tried it a couple of times and nothing. I can't leave my body anymore. But in those days I could do it quite easily. I got to a point where I could do it without falling asleep. I still believe that you can go to a non-physical plane of existence. When you die, you can go there, and you can look back on your life in the thing called Akashic Records. I really think that's what happens. You can go and see whether you've achieved what you wanted to achieve. And if not, you can be born into another body and try again. Back to the reality of living in that huge house. I tried to rebuild and redecorate it. I phoned up this one company and I saw this painter and decorator's van coming up the long drive. Came to the house, looked at it, turned around and drove straight off. I just couldn't find the people who could take on a place of that size. So I had to get contractors in who normally did schools. You wouldn't be able to buy huge properties like that anymore. But in those days, they were still quite affordable. And nowadays, it's a wonderful hotel, Kilworth House. The old snooker room is now the dining room, and the conservatory is still intact, as there were only 3 of those in the country, and there's a preservation order on it. All I did with this at the time was grow tomatoes in it, and some exotic plants. Probably the most exotic thing in that place at the time was a long-haired guy from Aston, who only a few years earlier had shared his tiny bedroom with a lodger who came from nowhere, 1 million boxes of peas, and a phone that kept disappearing. Chapter 33, One Against Nature. On the 2nd of January 1973, we flew off to New Zealand for the great Ngārawahia Music Festival of Peace near Hamilton City, followed by a few shows in Australia. On our way there, the plane stopped in New Delhi and bloody Singapore and everywhere in between and beyond. And we'd have to get off the plane, wait an hour, get on again. It took forever. We got pissed, sober, pissed, sober. At this Ngārawahia festival, somebody erected a huge cross on a hill and set it on fire. I don't know why they did this, but it looked really good. Can't remember much else about that. The trip to it is still etched on my mind, but the memory of the gig itself must have gone up in flames together with that cross. After New Zealand, we had a gap before the next shows in Australia. Patrick Meehan said, "Let's take a break and go to Fiji." So off we went. Again, it was a real pig to get there. And after we landed, the drive along the dirt track to the hotel in the middle of nowhere was diabolical. It was a lovely place, close to an equally lovely beach. But at night, it took on another life. This hotel had an outside bar. There were no drugs at all in Fiji, but there was plenty of drinking going on. In the middle of the night, I went back to my room, and there were so many bugs and cockroaches scurrying across the footpath. They were walking along and all you'd hear was crunch, crunch. I went into my room and got into bed, put the light out to go to sleep, and I felt something on my chest. Put my hand there and it was a cockroach about 3 inches long. I shut up, put the light on, and I could hear one of them running across the stone floor to go down this drain in the room. Yeah, it's absolutely awful. In a panic, I phoned the reception, screaming, "Get over here!" This guy wandered in, all casual, with a tin of spray. Gave me the tin and off he went. Just like, well, what's he moaning about? I said, "Is that it?" You couldn't kill them either. It's like they were made of stone. I was hitting them with my shoe. It's just like nothing. Still going, bloody army of them. Yeah, horrible. In Fiji, it was also the first and last time we all played golf. We were merrily shanking our way to the first green when I saw this toad hopping around and I picked it up. This bloke came running towards me screaming, "No, no, no." Apparently, this was a deadly poisonous toad. It had all this stuff coming out onto my hand. I shot back to the hotel in a panic to wash it off in a hurry. Meanwhile, Bill stepped into an anthill and suddenly all these ants were marching up his leg. They bit him, so he was dancing all over the place going, "Ah, oh, ah, ah." A leisurely game of golf and I nearly got poisoned to death and so did Bill. We packed up after that. I don't think we even made it past the second hole. Apart from all that, it was lovely in Fiji. We went out on a boat and sat on the beach and then to this bar at night, just doing the things you do, on a holiday. But I never did get a proper night's sleep there. Chapter 34. The Well Runs Dry. We'd had such a great time doing Volume 4 in Los Angeles, and we wanted to recreate the experience for what was to become our next album, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. So we all went back to LA and rented the same house. After us ruining the place the first time, John DuPont must have got a wad of money to allow us back. We also returned to the record plant, but the room was different. What's happened? It's really small now. Oh, we built this Moog in here for Stevie Wonder. Oh no. Back at the house, I tried to come up with ideas, but I couldn't think of anything. I don't know what it was, I just couldn't get it. Then I started panicking. Oh no, what am I going to do now? Up until that time, when we went somewhere to write and rehearse, I thought that most of the time everybody was dying to go down the pub instead of working at the songs. But you need to get stuff done. It's quite easy to sit around telling jokes and boozing, but the money is going out the window like this, sitting in some studio for bloody $2,000 a day or whatever it was. So I was really aware of that. It was already getting harder around this time we're working there on Volume 4 because we were established by then. In the past I'd say, "Come on, we've really got to work on this." The guys would listen to me because I'd always been looked on as the leader of the band. But at best, I was a very reluctant leader. It was a role that eventually got to me because if something went wrong, I had to be the pillar everybody leaned on and to say, "Everything's fine, it's going to be all right." If I'd broken down, I think everybody would just fall into bits. Me believing in what we did and not letting things get to us, I think the other guys looked at it as a strength thing. Maybe me being physically the strongest also had something to do with that. If we had a fight, it would always be me they'd call for. It happened quite a few times. I came back to the hotel one night and Bill came running towards me shouting, "Oh Christ, you've got to come back. Ozzy and Geezer are fighting upstairs. You've got to come up quick." Oh fuck. I shut up there and they were drunk and really going at it. Ozzy was on top of Geezer and he was wearing this long mint coat. I grabbed Ozzy by the collar to pull him off. Next thing I know, I was standing there with the collar held high while Ozzy was still down there pounding on Geezer. I'd torn the thing clear off. I picked Ozzy up and he took a swing at me, so I landed one on his jaw and he went down. I felt bad because I didn't want to do that. But I was put in that position. Somebody had to be in control because otherwise it would go all over the place. Ozzy has said in the past that he felt that I always had a barrier around me. That's probably because I tried not to get involved with the partying so much. I used to stay in these poxy hotels where you could hear everything through the walls. I often heard people screaming and smoking dope and having a good time. But I felt that if I went in and joined them, we'd all be in the same boat, so I didn't. Somebody had to be in control if something went wrong. If I'd been the same, nobody would have listened to me anymore. I think you have to maintain some sort of separation. It's a bit like being the office manager. When people have a problem, they go to his office. With Black Sabbath, he was a bit the same, really. I didn't want that, but that's the way it was. I can't say I was responsible all the time because I've certainly done my share of stupid things. And in my own little world, I was as bad as Ozzy. But I couldn't let the whole thing get too close. I think for many years, Ozzy was frightened of me. And if I said, "We need to do this and we've got to do that," he would listen. I became the bully again, which I didn't want to be, but somebody had to do it. The whole purpose of it was to function, get the band on the road and work with as little aggravation as possible. Here's what he went, "I'm not playing tonight, I'm tired." Somebody had to say, "Fuck it, you've got to play." Being in a band isn't all fun, it's bloody hard. I think you've got to deal with everything life has in store for you, no matter how bad that might be. I tend to fight through a lot of stuff, so it's hard for me to understand other people not doing the same. I wouldn't expect something to solve my problems going, "I'll take one of these pills and everything will be all right." It's like these rehabs. I would never go to one. I just think it's a cop-out, going into rehab and walking out and saying, "I've been to rehab." I also went into the Betty Ford clinic and they had him scrubbing the floors. How was that going to rehab him? You could do that at home. I just think a lot of it is brought on by yourself. You can control it to a point. Like with me, at some point I was taking loads of coke. I could have said, "I'm going to go into rehab," but I didn't. I just stopped on my own. It does take a lot of determination, and that's something I really do have. That comes from the way I was brought up. I was always being told by Mum and Dad, "Oh, you're never going to do any good." Well, the relatives chimed in as well. "Why don't you get a proper job like your cousin?" Because of that, I became very determined to achieve something, no matter what got in my way, if only to prove to them that I could. It gave me the determination to fight on. It's like when I cut the ends of my fingers off and they told me I could never play again. I just wouldn't accept that. I'm sure it has actually helped Black Sabbath. I was the driving force in the band. I made them rehearse and got them off their arses to do everything needed to achieve what they wanted to achieve. I saw that it needed some control. You can't just all go off willy-nilly and expect everything to happen just like that. But as we got more popular, I was less and less in a position to firmly take the reins anymore. And with nobody there to control it, it just got out of hand. If we were working in the studio, but they decided to go down the pub, well, they go down the pub. If there was a particular part where I was trying to think of something for maybe 15 minutes, they get impatient and say to each other, shall we go and have a drink? The rest of the day would be shot, and then the next day it'd be the same, until I came up with stuff to work on. That became harder and harder. If you have no one to bounce ideas off, it becomes almost impossible. And I didn't have that anymore. In the early days, when we jammed, I'd come up with riffs and then everybody would be enthusiastic, putting stuff in. We had now reached a point where it was like, we've got another album to do, and nobody was motivated enough to really do it. My role was to come up with the music, with the riffs. That probably stopped the others from writing music. If I didn't come up with anything, we wouldn't do anything. I felt the pressure of that, but I'd always been able to cope with it. However, it got to me when we needed to do Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. We were all back again in Bel Air, sitting in the ballroom of John DuPont's house. Everybody was looking at me and I couldn't get into the vibe at all. It was just totally different. Couldn't function. I got writer's block and I couldn't think. So I knocked it on the head and moved everything out. Got back home to England, all depressed. The other three thought, well, that's the end of that then. I remember Geezer and Ozzy talking like it was all over. I panicked. I thought, blimey, it's never going to happen again. My God, I've lost it all. After a couple of weeks or so, we rented Clearwell Castle in Gloucestershire to see if we could get the vibe back and right again. We were just looking for something different. Everything in this place was dismal, especially the dungeons. It was really creepy down there. It was a big space with an armoury, another room with something else in it, and a lounge. We set our deer up there and tried to get a vibe. We certainly got one. I walked down this long corridor with Geezer and we saw somebody coming towards us. Who was that? Don't know. They had no idea who it could be because we had rented the whole castle. Saw this bloke coming up, just this black figure, and he went into the armoury. We looked at each other, followed him into the armoury, and nothing. It was just a bare room with a big table with weapons on it and swords and shields all over the walls. And that was it. No other doors out. It baffled us. What happened to him? Where's he gone? Bloody hell, this is really weird. We looked everywhere, but there was no trapdoor or anything in there. You couldn't hide under the table either, because you could see under that. We got in touch with a woman who owned this castle, and she said, oh, was it a guy with a hat on? I said, well, we just saw this figure coming up. Oh, that's the castle ghost. You may occasionally see him. As if it was the most normal thing in the world. Bloody hell. But we didn't see him again. About the same time we saw our ghost, Ozzy fell asleep in the lounge, which had a big fireplace. He had stoked the coal fire up really high, and one of the pieces of coal fell out onto the rug and set us on fire. We came in and he was spark out on the couch and about to burn to death. It's a habit of his, building the fire too high. It happened in his own house as well. He set the chimney on fire and they had to get the fire brigade out because the house started burning down. And this time, if we'd come back a little later, Ozzy would have become a ghost himself. After telling the others about the ghost, we started frightening each other. Our roadie, Luke, stayed in one of the rooms. It had this big bed and nice curtains, and there was a this model of a big ship above the fireplace. So I got some fishing line, put it under the carpets and fixed lines to the curtains and to this ship. Then I labelled them all outside the door and put the carpet over the line. I waited until Luke went to bed and started with the ship, pulling down a bit, then the curtain. And I heard him going, "What? Who's there? Who is that?" He was absolutely petrified, came flying out of the room, and there I was, holding the line. "Oh, you." The woman who owned the castle had said to Bill, "You might feel something strange sometimes, because there is a bit of a funny feeling in that room." Bill went, why?" She said, "Well, many years ago." And she told him a story about this maid who used to live there and had a baby by the owner. She got the baby and jumped out of the window and killed herself. It happened in Bill's room, and apparently sometimes you could see this woman run through the room and jump. Bill was so scared he had this big dagger stuck by the side of his bed. I said, "What are you going to do with that thing?" "Well, if that ghost..." "Bill, it's a ghost. How are you going to stab a ghost, for Christ's sake?" Gibbs had actually liked it at first. He stayed in this room that was supposed to be haunted and was trying to see if he could get a vibe. But at the end of the day, nobody knew if it was something in there or if it was somebody playing a joke, and none of us dare stay there anymore. I thought, fucking hell, got this place in the middle of nowhere, so I'd go and start writing, and everybody has terrified themselves that much that they're driving home at night. But the vibe did lift my writer's block. As soon as we started writing, the first song I came up with was Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. First day we were there and band, I went, bloody hell. Chapter 35, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. We recorded Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath in Willesden, North London, and produced it ourselves. The direction, Patrick Meehan credit was on the album sleeve again. We felt there was less directing than ever, as Meehan was expanding his business more and more, and we were probably not getting the attention we should have had. That began gradually, and the first cracks in our relationship started to show. I really worked hard on an album. I tried a lot of different stuff. It was a matter of constantly being in the studio creating sounds. Back then you had to make them yourselves, and it took a while. Now with the computer it's bang, okay, next. The riff of Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath was the benchmark for that album. It was a heavy riff, then the song went into a light bit in the middle, and then back to the riff again. That light and shade I'm always looking for. Ozzy sang very well on it. On all of the songs on an album, very high. Gibbs wrote lyrics for the song with lines like, "The race is run, the book is read, the end begins to show, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, nothing more to do." I don't know what inspired him to write that, but it could be about him thinking it was all over when we got writer's block. But after that song, the rest followed without any great problems. The other guys came up with ideas as well. Ozzy had bought this Moog synthesizer. He was like the top of the range, but he didn't really know how to work it. I don't know who could understand it either. It seemed really complicated to me. But he got this one sound off it, and he came up with "Who Are You?" It worked really well. I put a piano bit in the middle of that one, and the initial riff for "A National Acrobat" was written by Geezer, and then I added bits to it. Geezer can write some great stuff. It's just getting it out of him. This was probably the first one he did that got onto an album. Rick Wakeman played on Sabra Cadabra. He wouldn't accept any money for that, so we paid him in beer. We'd always have a bit of a laugh with him. On the end of that song, Ozzy's saying stuff like, stick it up her arse and all that, just as a joke. It was never meant to be on the album, as this track was supposed to finish well before Ozzy started ranting and raving. But because Rick was playing on it, we just kept it going. Then we thought, we'll be crucified doing an album with all that on it. So we put phasing over it so you can't tell what he's saying. But all that foul language is on there. It's just jumbled up a bit. Apart from the single Paranoid, we couldn't get any radio airplay. One of the few who gave us a chance was Alan Freeman, the BBC DJ, whose nickname was Fluff. He liked us and played Laguna Sunrise as a theme tune for his programme, the Saturday Rock Show. So when I came up with another quiet instrumental, I thought, well, I'll call this song Fluff after him. On Spiral Architect, we used strings again, arranged by Will Malone. Will has a nice, weird way of thinking. It was again a bunch of serious people coming in and playing those strings. I didn't play bagpipes on this song, although I tried. I just thought for a minute I could play them, so I sent one of the crew out to buy me some bagpipes at this Scottish shop. I started blowing without any result. This went on and on, to real waste of studio time. I went, take them back to the shop, tell them they're not bloody working. He took them back. Bloke at the shop played them and said, nothing wrong with these. I thought, oh no. I then attached them to a vacuum cleaner to see if we could blow the bag up so I could just play it. And of course the only noise you got was from this vacuum cleaner. I tried for ages, but all I could get was something that sounded like a dying cat. So in the end I gave up on that. Of course we could have got a Scotsman to do it, but we always tried things like that ourselves. The first time me and Geezer wanted strings, we thought we could play them ourselves, multi-track the instruments and make this into an orchestra. We got a violin and a cello. It sounded awful. I could hear what I wanted in my head, but it wasn't coming out in our hands. We tried it until we said, oh fuck, we've just got to get an orchestra in. It was the same with the sitar. I couldn't play that either. I had all these great ideas, but they never materialised. I've still got that sitar somewhere. Got rid of the bloody bagpipes though. The album ended with a little bit of applause. Our engineer put that on and we thought, oh, that's funny. And it ended up on there. Sometimes these little things did, and sometimes they didn't. Actually, on one of the earlier albums, when we were working with engineer Tom Allen, we spent an hour and a half marching up and down the stairs, singing, hi ho, it's off to work we go. We were coming all the way down these 3 flights of stairs and there was a microphone at the bottom. So the sound we made was getting louder and louder. And Tom kept going, no, go back, do it again. We were dead at the end, but we kept doing it. Hi ho, hi ho. The idea was to walk down and eventually slam the door and do, come into the track. It looked like a good idea until we tried it and it sounded awful, so we scrapped it. The album cover had great paintings by Drew Struzan, with a good one on one side and the evil on the other. On the inside had a picture of the band in what should have looked like an ancient room, except there was a 3-point power plug down there on the wall, so that kind of blew it really. Even today, I find that the music, compared to the previous records, has more class about it, more arrangements, more shine, if you like, and it's more adventurous. It was a leap forward. We used strings and God knows what else. We really expanded. That's why, for me, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath was the pinnacle. And then the next one would be Heaven and Hell, which created the same vibe for me again. Chapter 36, The California Gem. We rounded off 1973 with a couple of UK dates in December. After the Christmas break, we did a few European gigs before flying to America for a lot of shows in February. We often got stuck with the same bands when we went to the States. We all seemed to have Edgar Winter, Johnny Winter, Brownsville Station or Black Oak, Arkansas opening for us. It was like, what? Black Oak, Arkansas? Oh no, not again. After America, we went home to take some time off. Next up was the California Jam on 6th of April 1974 at the Ontario Motor Speedway in Ontario near Los Angeles. We're going to be rehearsing out there prior to the gig, and we sent Spock and the rest of the crew over there first. But then this almighty row broke out between Deep Purple and Emerson, Lake and Palmer about who was going to close the show. They were trying to involve us in it as well. We thought, we better hang on. This whole thing is blowing up here. Palmer wanted to close it, and then ELP did as well. So Patrick Meehan at some point said, we're not going out. It's off. We agreed. We don't want to get involved in it. We'll just pull out. Then Spock phoned me at something like 4 in the morning. You've got to come. Everybody wants to see you. It's going to be an almighty ruckus if you don't show. So I phoned the other guys saying, we've got to get out there. Get on a flight. They thought I was joking. Yeah, yeah. Seriously, we've got to get out there. I've heard from Spock. So we got on the flight at the last minute. We got out there and we just said, look, we don't care. We'll just go on whenever. And that's what we did. We went on and ELP closed the show. It was strange. One moment, you're home in bed, then the next, you're flying off to a gig. We hadn't played for 5 or 6 weeks, didn't rehearse it, just a one-off, so it was a bit hairy. We all get stage fright on certain occasions. It depends. The first gig of a tour usually makes you go, whoa. The second gig is much more relaxed. And of course, that's the one where everything goes wrong. You also have the gigs where everybody you know comes to see you, like the Hammersmith Odeon in London, the Forum in Los Angeles, and Madison Square Garden in New York. All your friends and the press are there, and you get worried. Oh, fuck, everybody's coming down tonight. If anything goes wrong, I'll be glad when this one's over. It's like when you're recording a show. 9 times out of 10, when you think about being recorded, you make a mistake. It's that edgy feeling you have. At regular shows, you don't care, you just get on and do it. Then it becomes second nature. But the California Jam, what with the weird lead up to it and hundreds of thousands of people there, well, it was nerve-wracking. And it was televised, which made it even more terrifying. But stage fright never lasts. We got on stage, played, and it was okay. But the gig was good. It was just the shock of it all. But I think it worked. After the California Jam, we toured the UK in May and June, taking a break from the road until November, when we rounded off our Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath tour with about 8 shows in Australia. AC/DC was supporting us. I didn't really meet them then, but we certainly got acquainted a couple of years later when they opened for us during our European tour in the spring of 1977. We got on all right with Bon Scott, but there just seemed to be a little bit of friction between the two bands as that tour went on. There was something going down quite heavy between Geezer and Malcolm Young. They were in the bar, got paralytic, got into an argument, and somebody pulled a knife. I think it was Malcolm who drew the knife. I don't think it was Geezer. It could have been. We were in Sydney to start the tour, and the promoter took us to this really flash restaurant. They closed it especially for us, so we were the only ones in there. We were eating this exquisite food, using all this nice silverware and everything, and then somebody flicked a pea at somebody else, and then he flipped one back, and then it was something else, a potato or something. At the end, it was just ridiculous. The dinner was flying everywhere. Everybody was ordering, "Can I have another salad, please, with loads of oil and vinegar?" Because on somebody's head. Bill, of course, him being the one who always gets it, was absolutely covered. Cake, olive oil, sauce, and chocolate all over his face and all down his clothes. He was an absolute mess. We all looked pretty bad. Ozzy had yellow trousers on. We got hold of them and ripped the legs up all the way down to the hip. The owner of the restaurant was absolutely in bits. One of our guys went over to him and said, "They're going to take care of this." He gave him a bundle of money. The owner was suddenly all right there and go, "Oh, carry on, carry on." And then the waiters got involved even more. "Go on, give me a big cream cake under the table." And then, whoa, we walked back to the hotel afterwards. We looked awful. Such a picture. And all the drink and everything as well. I actually thought they wouldn't let us back into the hotel. We walked into reception and the doors open and there was a ball going on. We walked on in a whole crowd of people in suits and bow ties and ballroom dresses, and their mouths just dropped. Of course, security came rushing in, and we were going, "It's all right, we are guests." I bet that promoter hadn't invited many people out since. Sam didn't invite us again. Chapter 37. Where did all the money go? We said to each other, "Does anybody know what's going on? Has anybody seen any accounts?" None of us knew how much money we had, because it was always a case of anything you wanted, you got. We'd phone Meehan up, and any money we wanted, "Okay, I'll arrange it." Sometimes Meehan sent a cheque and the bloke at the bank would go, "Sorry, but it's bounced." "Eh?" And I'd phone him back up. "Oh, don't worry, I'll put it in again." "Go and put it in again now, it'll be all right." He was very careful. He always had a wad of cash in his pocket, never used a credit card. I think because that way he wouldn't have any kind of record of what was being spent. That's the way he worked. We thought, why can't we just have a lump sum put into our bank so we know how much you have to work with and that? We met these people in the office one day, and Meehan said, "These are your accountants. They're going to look after all of your stuff. You talk to them. Don't talk to me, talk to them." And then all our money went to the accountants. We never had it coming to us direct. We'd have these meetings with them and they'd say, "You can't just get everything you make and put it in the bank. We want to take some of your money and put it in a Jersey account because of the tax." We just said, "Oh, well." We didn't know anything about that side of it, and it all seemed above board. When somebody from a big accountancy firm tells you that they're going to do it with your money, you go along with it. We found out later that they also work for Meehan. And then, when we found out that our management contracts with Meehan weren't signed by him, they were only signed by us, that was even worse. He really caught us with that one. A trick from the early days. We were so gullible about everything. All we wanted was to play and tour everywhere and go to America and all that. That's why in the beginning we never questioned Meehan's way of doing things. And of course, most of the time we were on tour, so it didn't require much. It's only when we came out for another break that we went, oh, I want to buy a new house or whatever it might be. Or he'd go, I'll send another 10 grand down and everything would be roses. We started seeing things change a lot at the office. When we got involved with packing me in at first, it was just him. Then he got more money and bought companies like NEMS, the old Beatles thing, Brian Epstein's label. He also got on board with David Hemmings, the actor famous for the movie Blow Up, with a company called Hemdale. So then Meehan was also making movies. One day he said to me, I'm auditioning today. I've got all these beautiful women coming round. I came downstairs and saw this whole queue of gorgeous women outside the office. Then he got into a building company, housing and all that stuff. Of course, when we bought houses, we bought them through his company. Meehan was involved with so much stuff I could never tell what it all was. He even bought a racehorse called Black Sabbath and a racing car as well. We were seeing him fly around in private jets and he'd always have the latest Rolls Royce. And so would we if we wanted them, so we didn't argue. We were told that all the money was put in the London and County Bank, which went bust at the end of the day. And apparently our money disappeared with it. We really started to think when we saw what we thought was a bunch of pretty unsavoury characters getting involved with me and at NEMS. These people were nice enough with us, but it made us very nervous. I think David Frost, the well-known TV personality, was a client, and Dave Hemmings was as well. Eventually, when we went on tour in Europe, one of them came with us. Willie, his name was. Maybe he was there to make sure nothing happened to us, or maybe he was seeing what we were up to, spying for the mob or whatever they were. It was a bit frightening, certainly when one fan tried to approach us and Willie pulled his gun out. It was really heavy. We hadn't a clue about what was going on. The fact that Meehan was gambling like there was no tomorrow didn't help either. When we had Yes with us on our American tour, we've played Las Vegas. It was a very involved situation. We thought, fucking hell, what's going to happen? How are we going to fight this one? We were unhappy with the situation, so we had to do something about it. We finally decided to leave Meehan. Somewhat surprisingly, he seemed all right about it at first. I think he got what he could out of us and he was happy to let us go. So many things went on there that we were just not aware of, and I think that's why we felt we were screwed over. We sued Meehan, but when it came to it, for whatever reason, which I never really understood, we didn't have a leg to sue on. He sued us, and in turn, he won. It seems to me that from the moment we became successful, we've been in court. Jim Simpson sued us after we left him, and that case dragged on forever. The Simpson case only got settled around the time we split up with Meehan, and Simpson was awarded something like £35,000 that we had to pay him. He also sued Meehan, who had to give him a similar amount. So much for the old management, but what about a new one? It was hard to trust anybody. We did have management approaching us, but how do you know they're straight? In those days, there were no music lawyers you could turn to for advice, people who knew about the business, who could look at the contracts. A lot of the things that were signed back then had loopholes galore. We decided that the only way to do it was to run it ourselves and have Mark Forster, who already worked for us, do the day-to-day stuff. We just got another accountant and all that rubbish and started again. We had band meetings, but it soon got to be too much for us. We said to each other, look, we're not business people. How are we going to do this? We don't know how all this runs and works. We're musicians, and what are we trying to do? We met with lawyers and accountants. That got boring because we weren't into that stuff at all. Within 5 minutes, Ozzy would be asleep, or he'd stand up and walk around and then go out and come back in and go, we're going to get something to eat or something, yeah? Well, we'll end this meeting then? Sit down. All right. He'd sit down for a bit and he'd seem fidgeting, and then he'd ask a few questions. Is that it then? We finished? Mr. Impatient. It was very hard, but we had no option. It was the only thing we could do. Chapter 38. Everything's been sabotaged. At the beginning of 1975, we got together to write and rehearse for what was to become Sabotage. The making of that album took a long time because we were in the studio one day and in a court or a meeting with lawyers the next. A writ is a summons to appear in court, and we were being handed writs even while we were working in the studio. It was so distracting. It felt like we were being sabotaged all the way along the line and getting punched from all sides. We were constantly in some problem or another with management or somebody. It made the band into a tighter unit because it was us against them. We were trying to make music and it was hard to create it in that situation, unless we wrote a song about it, which sort of relieved the situation. That's why one track is called The Writ and the album's called Sabotage. Apart from legal harassment, we're also having technical problems in the studio. We had a real hard time recording Thrill of It All, but eventually we got it down after no end of takes. Soon after, we went to a bar across the road to play darts, and Dave Harris, the tape guy, came over and said, we've got a problem. I said, what? He said, one of the technicians has aligned the tapes up on the master tape. You're kidding. I'm not, honestly. Their job was to put this series of reference tones, basically a bunch of beeps going from higher to lower pitch, onto a master tape, so it's all aligned and ready for you to use. You had to do that in those days, align the heads and everything, make sure it was all right. He would set it all up on the tape machine and go, that's fine, you can use it now. But he had mistakenly put the tones onto the master tape of Thrill of It All. We listened to the recording of the song, and suddenly it was do, 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 do. He'd wiped enough off so that we had to record the whole thing again. It was such an ordeal. We didn't kill Dave, but we did actually give him a nod for his screw-up on the album sleeve. Tape operator and saboteur, David Harris. We produced Sabotage ourselves. The band disappeared most of the time, so it was sort of left to me and the engineer. I got more and more involved with the production side of things. But it wasn't like I would sit down and tell the other guys what to do, because they knew what to play. They put their parts to it. I just spent a lot more time in the studio because when it came to doing the guitar bits or mixing, it would take longer, and I'd be more into it than they were. I didn't mind so much. I'd be there to the death. Sabotage has a couple of unusual tracks, like Symptom of the Universe. That has been described as the first progressive metal song, and I won't disagree with that. It starts with an acoustic bit, then it goes into the up-tempo stuff to give it that dynamic, and it does have a lot of changes to it, including the jam at the end. The last bit was made up in the studio. We did the track, and after that finished, we just started jamming. I started playing this riff, the others joined in. We kept it going, and we ended up keeping it. Then I overdubbed it with acoustic guitar. A few things we've recorded come from jams like that. We just keep going on the thing, and so at the end of the song, sometimes it came longer than the song itself. A lot of our songs tended to be long anyway, like Megalomania. We carried on and on with that until we just faded it out. Some of those tracks were probably twice as long as you hear them on the album, but we just had to fade them out. I wrote Superzar at home with a mellotron to create choir sounds. I put a heavy guitar to that and it really blended well. I thought I'd love to try this in the studio, and it'd be great if we could use a real choir. So I booked the London Philharmonic Choir. They came down and we're all set up to go at like 9 o'clock in the morning. Ozzy didn't know anything about this. He walked in, saw all these people, then he walked out again. Fucking hell, I'm in the wrong studio. He came back and went, "What's going on? Who are all these people in here? We're just trying this song." This woman came along with a harp, because I had a harp at home and I could play, like ding dong, ding dong. She said, "What do you want to hear?" Well, sort of like ding dong, ding dong. That's what I'm playing. She said, "You mean something like this?" And her fingers flew over the strings. "Yeah, that's it." I felt such an idiot. What was I doing, asking her to play ding dong, ding dong? But to my knowledge, it had never been done before. A heavy guitar riff with a choir and a harp. It was a challenge. I thought, there's a 50-piece choir here and this harp player. This better work out. But we did it, and it sounded really different and really great. The Sabotage sleeve is probably our most embarrassing one. It had us posing in front of a mirror that reflected the wrong way round. We turned up at this photo session for it, and Bill said, "I don't know what to wear." So he turned to his wife, "Can I borrow your tights?" So he put her tights on, but he had this checked underwear underneath that was shining through. Typical Bill. Ozzy didn't do much better, dressing up in some sort of Japanese morning gown. I've even heard it being described as the homo in the kimono. Such a naff thing. We're all so different there. Fucking hell. We've had trouble living that down over the years. On Sabotage, the sound was a bit harder than Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, and my guitar sound was harder as well. That was brought on by all the aggravation we felt over all the business with the management and lawyers and writs. Sabotage did all right, but it didn't sell as well as the previous albums. It's the way it goes with everybody. You can't go up and up and up. Things go up and down. Other people come in and other music takes over. The taste of people moves, it changes. And yet we still plod on, doing what we're doing. Even so, we've been pretty lucky with our fans because they've been very loyal. We did go through a period, certainly in the Paranoid days, of attracting a lot of screaming teenagers, which wasn't our sort of audience at all. But they go for anything in the top 10. We didn't want to be involved in that because it just wasn't us. We weren't about the pretty boy image. It was purely the music for us. That's one of the reasons all our albums keep selling really well after all these years. I can't believe the way it goes. It's just phenomenal. It must be that new kids are coming around and buying it. Chapter 39, Bruiser in a Boozer. My old friend Albert Chapman was the manager, doorman and whatnot of a club in Birmingham. I said, "Do you fancy coming and doing a bit of work with us in Australia?" He went, "Oh, I'd love that." This was in November 1974. After ferrying with us to the other side of the world, he stayed on, doing the 1975 Sabotage tour, which took us to America for the summer. And a couple of dates we had Kiss supporting us. Their show was really interesting to watch. I couldn't believe what was going on. All these costumes, the makeup, fire breathing, fireworks shooting out of the ends of guitars, and God knows what else. I'd never seen anything like it. At first, we didn't get on with Kiss. We even changed the first letter in the sign with their logo from a K to a P. We didn't even know who the guys in Kiss were then, because we'd never seen them without their makeup on. They'd be at the airport the same time as us, waiting for a flight. Group of guys, long hair, spots all over them, probably because of all that makeup. And we'd go, yeah, I bet that's them. As time went on, we came to know them and got on with them quite well. Years ago, I did an American TV show called Rock School with Gene Simmons. They recorded it over here in England, and the idea is to teach kids how to play. Gene's done a series of them. He's all right. Every time I see him now, I just take him with a pinch of salt. He's always telling me how much money he's earned and how to earn this and how to do that. But that's the way he is. It's just him. After this very extensive American tour, we did 10 dates throughout the UK. Some of them with a band called Bandy Legs from Birmingham opening for us. I'd met their guitar player, Jeff Nichols, through Albert Chapman, who managed them. They later changed the name to Quartz. Albert signed them to Don Arden's label, Jet Records, and he asked me if I'd be interested in producing them. I liked some of their songs and I ended up doing it. When you're involved in your own stuff, you have a routine and with what you're doing. But when it comes to somebody else, you've got to put a different hat on. All in all, it was a good experience for me. Jeff Nichols was their main songwriter. He reminded me of myself, how we like to get things done and work hard at it. He was creative. He loved playing guitar and keyboards, and he sang as well. After Chords fell apart, Jeff would work with Black Sabbath for quite a long time, playing keyboards and so on. As a matter of fact, the Sabotage tour was the first time we took a keyboard player with us. We'd always been a four-piece, and the other guys wanted to keep it that way, which was understandable. Ozzy simply said, "We don't need keyboards." I just thought that having somebody there to back up the solos would bring more flavour to the songs. Also, we were using more and more keyboards and orchestras on our records, and with a keyboard player, we could reproduce some of it on stage. So we hired Gerald Jez Woodruff. He was from Birmingham, where his family owned a well-known shop called Woodruff's Music Shop. And God, did he get some stick. Our crew played him up something terrible. You never know where he was going to end up. Sometimes he was on the side of the stage, sometimes he disappeared from view completely. He had a big nose, so he sort of looked like a parrot. We had all these smoke machines, and the crew put one of the tubes of a smoke machine facing him. They covered it up so he couldn't see it, and then, when he was playing, we saw this toy parrot flying across on a wire with its wings flapping. It stopped right in front of Gerald, still flapping. We were in stitches. Then we got to Black Sabbath. Dun, dun, dun. And all this smoke blew in his face. The poor bugger took it on the chin, but he wasn't happy about it. He was a great musician, but he kept getting all these wind-ups. Funnily enough, to this day, it's happened with every bloody keyboard player we've ever had. After the UK, it was off to Europe. We hit Dusseldorf on the 2nd of November, Albert's birthday and my wedding anniversary. So we decided to celebrate. We went down to the Why Not Club. Deezer and Ozzy joined us, and so did Dave Tanguy and Luke from our crew. Roger Chapman, who used to sing with Family and supported us with his band Chapman Whitney Streetwalkers, and Nico McBrain, now of Iron Maiden fame, who was his drummer at the time, they were there too, in a different part of the club. Like we're sitting there drinking, having a good time and minding our own business. Then some bouncers from the club started circling our table. Bit funny, isn't it? Wonder what's going on. It turned out they'd come to watch what we were doing because there was some trouble caused by some of the streetwalkers and their lot. And to them, we probably all looked the same. They're all in that group. Ozzy went to the toilet and Dave Tandy went with him. Somebody said something or grabbed him and Dave Tandy dived in to stop it, and it turned into an almighty fight. Me and Albert rushed out to see what was going on. We ran downstairs and the bloke at the bottom of the stairs shot Albert in the mouth. The guy put a gun by his face and bang. Albert had a lot of teeth missing from your boxing days anyway, so there wasn't too much damage to be done. He was actually all right. The bullet had gone clean through his cheek. I'll never forget the bloke who did that. He was wearing the suit and black gloves. Albert then hit him so hard, the guy got covered in blood. It was a bad fight. I ended up hitting this one bloke, and between punches, I noticed he was the chef from the restaurant. I don't know how he got involved, but it was a right free-for-all. Like in one of those old westerns, someone would turn around and bang. There were fucking people going over the banisters and falling off the balcony. It was unbelievable. It just went from like nothing to this. The fight moved outside into the street. They called this one bloke that Albert was fighting Bumble because he had a striped shirt on. He was one of the security people there. He just wouldn't go down. He'd go down and then get up again. Down, up again, down, up again. And Albert beat the shit out of him. Then this other bloke stepped in and Albert beat the shit out of him as well. Just tremendous it was. Meanwhile, this bloke who had shot Albert went to hit Ozzy on the head with a metal bar. I put my hand in the way and it hit my fingers. Ow! Fucking hell, that hurt. And then I started hitting him. He was mad. I thought, we've got to get out of this. These cars pulled up and I screamed, quick, get in this car. I grabbed Albert, jumped in the back and shouted, Hilton Hotel. The two guys in front turned round and I was looking down the barrel of a gun. It was only the police. Fucking hell. They put me and Albert in jail. We got out in time for the gig the next night, and the audience must have wondered about the state of us, black eyes and everything. It was a terrible fight. And of course, we got the blame. So that was my wedding anniversary and Albert's birthday. We had a fantastic time. After Europe, Ozzy hurt himself in a motorcycle accident, so we had to postpone a couple of UK gigs. When he healed, we went back to America. It started off in Madison Square Garden with Aerosmith supporting us. All sorts of strange stuff happened that night. The worst of it was somebody jumping off a balcony. We were told about it after the show. Apparently this guy broke his neck. Over the years, many things like that have happened. We've had people climbing up the side of the sound system and falling off, hurting themselves. In America, in the very early days, we had gigs where people got squashed against the railings in front. They'd go underneath and get trampled on. You'd see them being pulled onto the stage and then carried off, dead. We heard of kids driving home from the gig and getting killed. And they had all this Black Sabbath stuff with them, of course. It's horrible. But it has happened quite a few times. That same Madison Square Garden show, I got hit on the head by a full can of beer and all this blood poured down on my face. I still kept playing away. We finished the song. I went off stage and somebody said, look, the guy that works for Muhammad Ali is here, the one that does all his repairs. Being a huge boxing fan, I thought, ooh, what's good enough for Muhammad Ali, it's good enough for me. Yeah, I'll have some of that. So he stitched it and put all this sealer stuff on it, and he did it in no time at all. So I came back on stage and carried on. But I did have one hell of a headache. Some people go a bit mad. They throw all sorts of stuff. They don't think it's about hurting you. They just get a bit stupid. If it happened, Ozzy shouted, "Fucking idiots!" But he was allowed to. It was his birthday that day. A cake was rolled onto the stage to celebrate this, and a girl jumped out of it. As Madison Square Garden shows go, this one certainly took the cake. Chapter 40, Me on Ecstasy. When we wrote the songs for us to become Technical Ecstasy, Gerald Woodruff was a great help to me, because I now had somebody I could try out ideas with. The band didn't get up till something like 2 p.m, so I often went into our rehearsal room earlier to run over some ideas with Gerald. It was good to have somebody along who could play the chords as I was playing the solos. Again, a pub was not far away, so quite often everybody would go down there, including me. We still managed to write Technical Ecstasy in 6 weeks and get it all rehearsed and ready to go. And so off we went to Criteria Studios in Miami. We'd heard that the Bee Gees, Fleetwood Mac and the Eagles had used it. In fact, the Eagles were recording Hotel California while we were there. They sometimes had to stop because of us, because we were too loud. It was leaking through into their studio. It was a great place. Again, I was in the studio full time, being very much involved with the production. I was in there night and day, to the point that Ozzy even said, "Blimey, it's a Tony album." We stayed in West Palm Beach, and everybody else was on the beach half the time. I know it sounds like I'm blowing my own trumpet, but that's what happened. They wanted to leave it to me. They trusted me to do it, and so I was left to do it. We also had some bloody good laughs there, especially when we played jokes on Bill. He would never allow the maids in to clean his room. So one day we got a big load of this really horrible, smelly Gorgonzola trees. Now while somebody kept him talking, I sneaked into his room and piled it up under his bed. Many days later, I came in again and the smell was atrocious. I went, "Phew, Bill, what's that smell?" "I don't know what it is. It must be my clothes." Billy's a dirty bugger. He piled his filthy clothes up in a corner. "Well, when are you going to clean them?" Yeah, I will, yeah." He never sussed out the cheese under the bed. It smelled absolutely vile. It actually started smelling like cheese himself. When the maids eventually went into his room, they must have died. One night in the studio, we dressed Bill up as Hitler. He'd had a few drinks, so it was easy. We got some gaffer tape, really strong tape that sticks to anything, and we put it on his head, making his hairstyle like Hitler's. We made him a skinny moustache as well. We gave him this uniform and whatnot. Then he was enjoying it all until we tried to take all the stuff off him. We couldn't get it off his head because putting the tape off would mean ripping his hair out. So we basically cut all his hair off. By this time he was well sloshed and he didn't even realise what we'd done till the next day. He wasn't very pleased. He looked even scruffier than he usually did. Andy Gibb was recording in the studio next to us. He had a doll out at the time, all immaculate with the blonde hair and the nice clothes. we decided to buy one of them and transform it into a Bill Ward doll. One of the guys who worked for us was a real artist, and he messed up all the hair and put a beard on it and ruined the clothes. It really looked like Bill. We set it up on the recording desk. One day, Andy Gibb came in to have a listen to what we'd been doing. He saw this doll and went, "Who's that?" We said, "It's Bill Ward." Andy was all taken aback, going, "Bill's got a doll out there as well?" One time we all came out of this club in Birmingham at some ridiculous hour. We'd had a few drinks and we went down to a nearby lake. Bill was completely rat-arsed, and we put him on this boat and shoved him out on this lake and left him. Another time we carried a very drunk Bill into a park, put him on a bench and covered him with newspapers so that he looked like an old tramp, and abandoned him again. Once, when he got sloshed, we put him to bed and tried to take his trousers off. As we pulled at them, one of the trouser legs just ripped off. The next day, he came down, still wearing the same trousers, one leg on and one leg gone. He just didn't care. One time, at the Sunset Marquis Hotel in Los Angeles, we made a big banner saying, "I am gay, come and visit me." We climbed up on his balcony and on the 3rd floor and hung this banner from it. One of those stupid things that you do. The manager of the hotel saw it and wanted him to take it down. But Bill didn't know anything about it, didn't know what he was going on about. The manager said, "There's this big banner, I want you to take it down." Bill went, "Banner? What banner?" Of course, he went out on the balcony and saw it. He used to put his shoes out to air on the balcony. He would go up so late, I'd have been up for hours already. So I'd climb over onto his balcony, fill his shoes up with soil and put plants in them. Then he'd fall for it every time. It's a wonder we didn't drive him loony. It was always Bill who got it. And if he didn't do anything to him for a while, he'd actually say, "Is something wrong?" "No, why?" "Well, you haven't done anything to me today." He's different now. The last 2 hours at least, he was actually up for breakfast. He's changed his lifestyle and is a lot more healthy now. Since his heart attack, he had to stop smoking and, well, he had to stop most everything. "It's All Right" was Bill Ward's song. Although he used to be the singer with The Rest all those years ago, this was the first song Bill ever sang on a Sabbath album. We encouraged him to put it on because we thought it was a good song, and Ozzy liked it as well. "Dirty Women" was a song about prostitutes, because we were in Florida and Geezer had seen all these hookers hanging around there, so we wrote a song about it. It's not like we were into prostitutes. Well, we'd have 1 or 2 in the early days. One night back then when we were in Amsterdam in the red light district, I went into one of those places. I was sloshed and I fell asleep, soundly snoring away. I went into extra time and the next thing I knew, this guy was screaming at me, "Where is the money?" And then he threw me out. I hadn't done anything except pass out in there. There were keyboards on all the tracks, which was a bit different for us. I really liked it, but Technical Ecstasy didn't sell as many as the previous albums. Sabotage hadn't broken any sales records either. But with this one, the decline really started. It was especially disappointing for me because I was really involved with the album from start to finish. But it was just one of those things. It was 1976. It was the time of punk, and there was a whole new generation of kids. Chapter 41, Ecstasy on Tour. For the Technical Ecstasy Tour, We didn't have a very big production, just musical equipment, a snow machine and dry ice. Nothing fancy, no coming in through the stage or flying in from the rafters. But Bill had this brilliant brainwave of having a big seashell built behind his drums. It was made out of fiberglass and it was loud as he projected the sound. And every night he had tons of fresh flowers around his kit as well. He started getting more and more loony, but the shell was better than his original idea, where he wanted all these tubes around his kit with water going through it, changing colour. He had all these fancy ideas. They were great until you tried to get them to work. Impossible. We started touring America in October. We had acts like Boston, Ted Nugent, and Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band supporting us. The shows are all sold out. At the Halloween gig in Denver, Heart opened for us. When we were playing, two girls stood on the side of the stage to watch us. Albert threw them off because he thought they were groupies. He said, "I fucked them two off. They're on the side of the stage dancing around." I said, "That was the other band." "What band?" "Heart." "Oh no." Linda Blair from the movie The Exorcist came to our gig in New Haven, Connecticut. Ozzy was a bit infatuated with her, probably because he'd seen the movie. Or maybe he identified with her because in the movie she also peed all over the place. As a matter of fact, we were all very impressed with Linda once. We went to see The Exorcist at a cinema in Philadelphia a couple of years before, and it scared the shit out of us. Back at the hotel, we went into the bar to have a drink to calm ourselves down. The television there showed a program with this priest talking about exorcism. That made it even worse. We got so scared that none of us could sleep, so we spent the night in the same room. Just pathetic, really. The bar in our hotel in New Haven had a glass wall behind it, so you could see into the swimming pool. Albert Chapman and me had a few drinks, and we got this great idea. Why don't we go out there and jump in with no clothes on? And so we did. It's one of those stick your arse against the window deals. I don't know what they must have thought in the bar. Absolute madness. When we got out, we needed a quick getaway, so we nicked a golf cart that was parked there. Two grown-up, naked men in a golf cart driving down the hotel grounds. We made it back to the room, dried off, got dressed and went back into the bar like nothing had happened. Most of the people didn't even know it was us, because all they'd seen was two arses up against the window. Very pretty picture. We had met Frank Zappa at a party in New York a couple of years before. He took us all out to a restaurant, telling us how much he liked Snowblind. Really kind of him. And we became friends. On 6th of December, we played Madison Square Garden with Frank introducing the band. He wanted to play as well. We'd put his stuff on stage, but we had a really bad night. Frank was waiting to walk on and I thought, he can't. It's disastrous. Everything is going wrong. My guitar has gone out of tune. There's noise and crackles and God knows what. So I said to him, it would be best if you don't play, really. We got on well with him. In fact, later on, with Ronnie James Dio, I phoned Frank because Geezer had left. I said, "You don't know any bass players, do you?" He went, "Yeah, you can use mine." No, we want a bass player that might be with us for a long time. Me and Ronnie went over to his house. Frank opened the door with a parrot on his shoulder. He said, "Do you want a drink? A soda? Iced tea?" We were thinking more along the lines of a beer, or no beer. All he had were like more hippie sort of drinks. We went down to his studio and he said, can I play you my new album? Oh, yeah, please do. I like some of his stuff, like Hot Rats. But when he played me this new album, it wasn't my cup of tea at all. There was so much going on and it was so off the wall. I just couldn't absorb it. I thought, well, I don't want to be rude, but what am I going to say to him when he stops? Because he's going to go, what do you think? And he did. What do you think? What was that, on the third track, that, oh yeah, that was, he started to explain the whole thing about these drums and this and that. I already went there looking for a bass player. As a musician, I think Frank was very clever, especially at arranging, and his band were as tight as shit. When I went to see them once in Birmingham, he said, hey, I've got a surprise for you tonight. Ah? They played Iron Man. I was in the bar, I heard them playing, I thought, bloody hell. I went back out and I thought, I'll thank him after the show. But he had such a bad night that he stormed off stage, really pissed off. So I thought, don't think I want to go back. Even so, he was a nice surprise. It was on this Technical Ecstasy tour that the mysterious Tony's twin was lurking about. This bloke plagued me for years. Tony's twin dressed up like me. He had a moustache and he was a guitar player as well. He made his own thimbles and even started marketing them and selling them. He'd turn up at our hotel all the time and people would think it was me. Eventually he fizzled out. Although I heard from this guy again not too long ago through my website. He sent a picture of himself playing, but he doesn't look the same now. He's shaved his moustache off and everything. Fairly peculiar though. There was another bloke who played me later on. He claimed to be my son. He was about 50, so I don't know how he could possibly have been my son, but he insisted he was. He used to find out where I was and phone up. My second wife, Melinda, answered the phone one day, and it was him saying, oh, it's Tony's son. Of course, he threw it all together. She thought I had a son then. What do you mean you've got a son? I haven't got a son. I just spoke to him. This guy actually changed his name to Iommi. Some band even made a record about him. It was titled something like Practicing to be Tony Iommi. Chapter 42. We Never Say Die. Preparing for the recording of Never Say Die, we were trying to write songs, but it was hard. While we were touring America, punk happened. We even had the Ramones supporting us. I wouldn't want to put them down at all, but I think that was a wrong match. They didn't go down well and were getting things thrown at them all the time, so we had to take them off the tour eventually. I didn't know whether I liked this punk stuff. Aggression is one thing in music, but when it comes to spitting and cutting yourself, it just seemed a little far off to me. But I liked some of the songs, certainly later, and some credited Black Sabbath as an influence. I thought, oh, can't see that somehow. Punk coming in threw us a bit. The Stranglers were at #1 that time. I remember Geezer saying, we're a bit old hat now with all these riffs and stuff. I almost felt like, God, what am I going to come up with then? And again, the other guys used to go down to the pub and they'd come back asking, have you got anything? No, I can't think of anything. Writing became very difficult, especially after Geezer saying that. It felt like we didn't believe what we were doing anymore. Felt quite hurt. I kept thinking, if I'm going to come up with a riff, they'll probably say, oh, can't we do something else? The guys didn't actually say that, but I felt like they would. All this when I'd already booked a recording studio in Toronto, so the pressure was really mounting. Then Ozzy left. He just didn't want to do it anymore. It was a really difficult period for us, but we never considered packing it in. We asked ourselves, would he come back? He might change his mind, we don't know. But we also said, well, we can't just sit here, we have to do something. Me and Bill knew this singer from old, Dave Walker, from the time when he was in a local Birmingham band called the Red Caps. He later sang with Savoy Brown and Fleetwood Mac and had moved to San Francisco. I remembered him having a good voice, so I got in touch with him. We were grasping at straws really, thinking we're here to write an album, we have a studio booked, and we don't have a singer. We rehearsed with Dave for a while and wrote 2 or 3 songs with him. Word got out to the press and we even did a local Birmingham TV show with him. But we just didn't feel it was right. Then Ozzy said, I'm sorry and all that, and then he came back. We told Dave and he went. However, Ozzy didn't return until 2 or 3 days before we were due to go into the studio in Toronto. We couldn't cancel that because we'd paid a lot of money up front. But we still had no songs apart from the 3 we'd done with Dave, and Ozzy wouldn't sing those. We went to Toronto and it was absolutely freezing. We each hired apartments close to the Sound Interchange Studios. We also hired a cinema with a stage in it to write and rehearse new songs. We worked there from 9 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold because the place had hardly any heating, and then at night we went to the studio to record. It was just all totally wrong for us. Up to that point we'd write something and then live with it for a while, giving the songs some time to grow. You know, do we like it? Let's change this bit, or let's change that bit. In Toronto we never had that luxury. That's why, to me, Never Say Die is very much off the wall. There are some tracks I liked in it, but it's hard to relate to that album because of the way it was done. It was a bitter time for us. Accidents never come singly. The studio turned out to be crap. I had booked the place, so it was my fault. I just chose it based on the list of the names of people who had used it before. It was really expensive, but the sound was as dead as a doornail. So me and the engineer tried to get a bit of a live sound in there by pulling all the carpet up. The owner of the studio heard what we were doing, so he came down barking, "What's going on?" I said, "We just can't get a good sound. It's dead. You can't pull the carpet up." Well, we did. It's rolled up. It was a nightmare. They said the Rolling Stones had used the studio, but maybe they just did some overdubs or something. I actually bought a stereo that had been left behind by Keith Richards because I wanted to play music in my apartment. Now all these marks on the top of the speakers where somebody had been chopping up drugs. We just smoked a lot of dope all the time. One day I smoked a little too much and I said, "I've got to go to my room." My apartment was 3 floors up. I used the stairs as I didn't want to bump into anybody in the elevator. So I walked up, put my key in the door, went into the room, put the light on and thought, strange, looks different. It's all been redecorated. It's got wallpaper and everything in here. I don't know why I didn't just stop there, but I walked into the bedroom and there was a guy and his wife in bed and they shut up and I had the shock of my life. They screamed, I went, "Ah!" screaming right back at them. I just couldn't get my head together at all. So I said, I'm sorry, I must be in the wrong room, and I was shot ahead of there. I'd walked up one floor too many. My key had fitted in their door, which was really peculiar. I got to my own apartment, and the next day the super came by because my upstairs neighbours had made a complaint. I said, well, my key shouldn't have fitted in their door, should it? I told them what had happened, conveniently forgetting about the fact I was totally stoned. Despite the cold and the dope and the studio, we did manage to record an album. I actually sang backing vocals on A Hard Road. It was the first time I ever did that, and the last, because the other guys couldn't keep a straight face. I was singing away, looking at them, and Geezer was cracking up. I had to keep singing, and he kept laughing. It was really embarrassing. Never again. Swinging the Chain was a track that we originally did with Dave Walker. Ozzy refused to sing it, but we had to record it anyway, because otherwise we wouldn't have enough to fill an album. Bill said, well, I'll sing it then. And so he did. We kept the music and Bill just rewrote the lyrics. It's not like Ozzy didn't want to do Over to You either, but he couldn't think of anything to sing on it. So he ended up bringing in these sax players instead. It was a really funny period for us, what with Ozzy leaving and then coming back. Going into the studio to record this album, it was very iffy. And of course, Ozzy didn't last much longer anyway after that. He actually did end up doing one of the songs we did with Dave Walker earlier, whether he knew it or not. These are our lyrics for it, and we called it Junior's Eyes. The title track, Never Say Die, was released as a single, the first one since Paranoid. We'd said we would never do another single because we were attracting a lot of screaming kids, but it had been a few years, so what the hell. It got into the English charts, and we even did Top of the Pops with it. Again, it was a weird show to do. Bob Marley was on the program with us. Bill at that time had his hair braided, and everybody thought he was taking the mickey out of Bob. It wasn't like that at all. It was just the way he happened to have his hair in those days. All in all, it took us quite a while to record Never Say Die. We just plodded on, I suppose. We didn't not get along. We always got along, but it was just hard work. Much harder than it had ever been before. In the circumstances we put ourselves in, it was really difficult to make an album, and I felt a lot of pressure doing it. It was expensive as well. It wasn't just a studio, but you also had to live there. We all became shoppers, go to the supermarket with our trolleys, getting our groceries and coming back in thick snow. Shopping was also a reason to get out of the apartment, to go somewhere different for a change. I went to this club on the corner of the road that we lived on, called the Gas Works. The supermarket and the club down the street. So much for entertainment. Never Say Die was doomed from start to finish. Ozzy leaving, trying out Dave Walker. It threw the whole thing out of whack. The album was just done day by day, so there was no format to it. You couldn't sit back and think, oh, I can see that leads into something else. The songs didn't relate to each other. It was so off the wall. The audience must have thought this as well. What's going on here? Again it was, we don't need a producer. We can do it ourselves. That wasn't just me saying it, that was all of us. But it would have been far better if we had used a producer. We certainly realised that when we did our next album, Heaven and Hell. Having a producer involved really takes the strain off. Starting May 1978, the Never Say Die tour bounced back and forth between the UK, Europe and the States, with Van Halen opening for us all the way through until the end in December. Even though they were still relatively new, they were really good. They watched us play nearly every night and we became close friends. I'd see Eddie a lot. I always had a bit of coke and he'd come round to my room and we talked till the death, as you do. To me, Eddie Van Halen was so different from all the other guitar players who were around back then. The finger tapping, though he doesn't call it that, was a great technique. They were a really energetic band and they were going down great. They made us look a bit drab, really, as they did all this acrobatic stuff, what with David Lee Roth doing somersaults on stage and Christ knows what else. Good showmanship, great players. You could see they were really going to take off. It was a great tour, but in our camp there were signs of cracking. Ozzy wasn't happy. Possibly his father's death had something to do with that. Jack Osbourne had died of cancer in the autumn of 1977, just before Ozzy left the first time. Ozzy's dad was a great, lovely guy and I attended his funeral. But we never really spoke about it. Maybe Ozzy just wanted to get away from it all for a while, to deal with whatever hang-ups he had. But we didn't have that luxury. We couldn't take time off. It got to the point where we just plodded on. We'd achieved quite a lot. We'd all enjoyed success. We all owned homes and cars. Everybody was comfortable. Perhaps we got too comfortable and we lost our drive, the aggression of wanting to go out and fight for it. We also thought we're getting too old for this because we saw younger kids coming up like Van Halen. We actually weren't even that old, but we weren't in comparison to most of the new bands. When we did interviews, the question always was, how long are you going to be doing this? Don't you think it's a bad time to pack it all in? We were only 30, 35 years old and they started talking about us retiring. We were becoming old hat and I think the spark had gone. Everybody was thinking, we're just going through the motions of it really. We were playing an album we didn't even like ourselves. We played to Hammersmith Odeon on the 10th and 11th of June 1978 and that was our 10-year anniversary. 10 years was a long time. Van Halen and David Lee Roth didn't even last 10 years. We recorded those shows and released that recording as a live home video cassette at that time. It was called Never Say Die, but the band was not all well. And even though the patient was still up and about, the illness ultimately proved to be terminal. Well before Ozzy left us for the second time, he went missing. In November, he disappeared before a show in Nashville. Supposedly, he had a bad throat. We checked into this hotel and he drank a bottle of night nurse cold and flu medicine. You're supposed to have just a few spoons, but he downed the whole bloody bottle. He went to his room, but ended up in the wrong one. He saw this room open. There was a maid in there. She came out and he went into that room, passed out on the bed, and that was it. Meanwhile, his bags had been sent up to his own room. We were doing a show on the night, but no Ozzy. Oh, blimey. We phoned his room, nothing. So we got the guy to go up and open the door. His suitcase was still there, all packed, and the bed was still made. God, what's happened? We really started worrying then. What's going on? Wonder if he's gone down to the gig already. Why would he do that? But we went down to the gig first to see if he was there, but no sign of him. We didn't know what to think. Then the rumours started that he'd been kidnapped. We even got it advertised on TV, radio and everything that he'd gone missing. It was just unbelievable. And it was getting closer and closer to showtime. In the end, no show. We had to pull the gig, which you can imagine really went down well. We left it to the last minute, thinking he might turn up. He had disappeared in the past and then just ended up in somebody else's house, out of it, but never on a gig day. So we were half worried to death and half pissed off, thinking we have a hall full of people. They're never going to believe it if we go on and say, we can't find Ozzy. We then really started to panic. Even though Van Halen played, the audience was going mad and we had to get out of there quick. We got in touch with radio stations and every 15 minutes there'd be a bulletin. Has anybody seen Ozzy? This went on and we were awake all bloody night wondering what the hell was going on. Then Ozzy phoned my room. What's happening? Fucking hell, what do you mean, what's happening? Where the hell are you? I'm in my room. You're not in your room. Yes, I am. No, you're not. One of those. I took this night nurse. I don't know what happened. I fucking just passed out, man. So that was the story. We were convinced he'd been kidnapped. There was going to be some ransom note or something. But he was in the hotel all the time. It felt like killing him. But Ozzy's despairing act was only light entertainment in comparison with what would happen over the next couple of months. Things would only get worse. Chapter 43. Ozzy Goes. After the world tour, the whole band moved to Los Angeles for 11 months. Again, it was a tax thing, so we thought we'd ship out there, write the next album and record it. But it turned into a highly frustrating and never-ending process. Don Arden was our manager by then, with his daughter Sharon assisting him. I did a lot of the dealings for the band, so I was in contact with her a lot, talking about where we're going to leave, rehearse, record and whatever else. We all moved into this great house where we turned the garage into a rehearsal studio. The next move would be to come up with ideas, but that didn't happen. Again, we were doing a lot of coke and we were going out partying and further partying at the house and then trying to write this stuff. It was hard, but what made it next to impossible was that Ozzy just wasn't into it. He was on another planet. We'd try and motivate him saying, well, got any ideas, Oz? No, can't think of anything. And then he'd just pass out on the couch. It was frustrating because it was going on and we were getting nowhere. I'd be going to Warner Brothers Records because they want to see the progress and they'd go, hey, Tony, how's it going? Oh, great. But we'd done nothing. How are the new tracks sounding? Oh, yeah, really good. Bloody hell, what was I supposed to say? We've been here for 6 months and we haven't done shit. They didn't want to hear that. It got more embarrassing every time I went down there. We'd been there for months and Ozzy hadn't really sung much at all. We could never have a good conversation with him because he just took more booze and drugs and was, well, pretty much out of it. We'd all be at times, but he was on a totally different level altogether. We could still create, but drugs and drink affect certain people differently. I just think Ozzy lost interest in it all. We'd got about 3 ideas down musically, but we didn't know where to go next without Ozzy's input. We'd write a song and then he'd go, I don't want to sing on it. He sang a bit on Children of the Sea, and then he sort of fizzled away. It finally got to a point where we said, if Ozzy can't do it, we're either going to have to break up or we're going to have to bring somebody else in. Ozzy wasn't getting involved with Sharon then. As a matter of fact, I was involved with her first, but we only had a friend-like relationship. It was never a love relationship. I had to deal with that all the time, and I really liked her as a person. I said to Sharon, we are having such a problem, with Ozzy. She went, I'll give in time. I said, but we've got to get going. The record company's asking us all where the music is. It got to the crunch, and we had to give Ozzy an ultimatum. Look, Ozzy, you have to do something. Otherwise, we're going to have to replace you. And that's what happened. Bill spoke to him and said, look, sorry, mate, but, we're just going to have to move on. It was sad. We'd been together for a decade, but it had got to a point where we couldn't relate to each other anymore. There were so many drugs flying around, coke and quaaludes and mandrax, and there was booze and late nights and women and everything else. And then you get more paranoid and you think, they hate me. We never fought, but it's hard to get through to people, to communicate and solve things when everybody's out of it. For some reason, I became the arsehole in it all. Ozzy seems to think it was me who pushed it. But I was only speaking on behalf of the band and trying to get things going. Somebody had to make a move. Somebody had to do something. Otherwise, we'd still be there now and we'd all be out of it. So that was it. I thought maybe we should break up and I'll do something else. It was at that point that Sharon introduced me to Ronnie James Dio at a party. She suggested I should do a separate project and do it with Ronnie. So I approached him and said, I'm in a terrible situation. I don't think it's going to work out anymore with what we've got. Would you be interested in doing something else? Chapter 44. Susan's Scottish Sept. Ozzy wasn't the only nearest and dearest leaving me. My marriage to Susan ended around the time I moved with the band to LA. In some ways, I can understand why. Sue was left alone at this huge house while I was on tour, and as soon as I came back, I'd be in the studio. It must have been very lonely for her. She also saw the other guys going on holiday with their wives, while I stayed behind, working in the studio. I just didn't see that I needed to look after the relationship more. With me, it was all work, work, work. I got blinded by it. You've got to do what you've got to do, haven't you? But because of that, our relationship went astray. She wanted a divorce and went ahead with the papers. It was a shock. I got very bitter about it all, and as a reaction to it, I went a bit mad. I went to LA and I was really going for it. I had so many girls come in that I booked them at different times. I'd have one girl come at 2 o'clock and then another a couple of hours later, telling her, oh, we don't finish rehearsals till 3, so why don't you come in at 4? One time, I was with this girl and I heard the buzzer going down at the gate. I looked out of the window and it was this other girl. I said, quick, you've got to go. It's my wife. She freaked out. Oh my God. I said, go across the roof and get down the wall there. I got her out of the window and she climbed across the roof, which sloped down so she could jump off it easier. As she was crawling along, the maid and my guitar tech were outside looking up, shaking their heads. I gave up Kilworth House. When I came back home from LA, I moved in with my folks for a while. In the meantime, Susan joined this sect in the UK where you give them all your money and all your possessions and you move in with them and live off the land. It was really awkward. I spoke to her parents about it all and they were in shock. They said to me, you've got to come back and live in the house. But I said, no, I can't. I can't see me coming back there now. Had somebody value the furniture? I put what belonged to me in storage and sold some of the other stuff and gave Susan the money. She didn't really want it, as she had moved into this sect and she'd given them all the money she was going to give them. I never understood exactly who they were, this sect, and neither did her folks. Well, after their marriage had ended, she phoned me out of the blue and said, "Tony, please come and get me. I'm in awful trouble." She was up in Inverness in Scotland. I was with a friend in a club in Birmingham, and I'd had a few drinks. I panicked and said, "She's having problems. I've got to go over there." So me and my friend went up in my Rolls Royce. Because it was a long way, I'd drive 100 miles and then he'd drive the next 100. We finally got there all stubbly and tired and shattered, and she went, "Oh, why have you come up here?" "Because you're having problems." "Oh, well, I think I've sorted it all out now." I said, "You're coming with us." "Oh, no, I'm not." "Yes, you are." You know, one of those. But she didn't. So we got in the car and drove back another 300 miles. I saw her again just one more time when I was in a relationship with Lita Ford. Lita was in LA while I was back home in Birmingham, and Susan came to my house. She wanted to get back together. I said to her, "Look, I just don't feel the same way about you anymore. And anyway, I've got a girlfriend now." It's hard to rekindle something like that. And that was the end of it. She moved to Australia, and I haven't seen her since. Chapter 45. Dio does, but Don don't. Ronnie was up for doing something together, but I didn't get in touch with him for a while because we were still in a state of confusion about Ozzy. After he finally left, I said to Bill and Geezer, "Why don't we try Ronnie?" So I called him up and said, "We're back in rehearsals. Would you be interested in having a go?" We invited him over to the house and played him Children of the Sea. Just like that, Ronnie came up with this vocal melody for it. We were really impressed because within a day, we'd gone from nothing happened for ages to being able to come up with a song immediately. We played a bit of Lady Evil, and Ronnie immediately sang to that as well. We thought, bloody hell, we're onto a winner here. It gave us a bit of a lift. We were still feeling sad about Ozzy going, but it had run its course. Now we were pleased that we were actually able to do something. Ozzy had left the house by then, but Don Arden was trying desperately to get him back into the band. Don finally this band that he'd always wanted, and we'd broken up. He couldn't accept that. He had to have the original lineup, so he insisted, "It's never going to work with this Ronnie." I said, "But it is working. We've got some good stuff and we're on a roll. And Ozzy is not capable at the moment of doing this. He's not into it at all." Dom kept on saying, "Give him another chance." We'd lived all those 10 months at the house and nothing was happening with Ozzy. So how come it would suddenly be happening in another couple of weeks? We also hadn't forgotten the fact that Ozzy had already left once before Never Say Die. It cost us a fortune. We just weren't creating anymore. Everybody got depressed and pissed off with everything, so we didn't see how we could go on with him anymore. But Don still carried on. "We've got to get Ozzy back. We've got to get Ozzy back." We said, "Don, he's not into it. It's not going to work." And Don, of course, came back with, "You can't have a midget singing for Black Sabbath," as he would. But we had to draw the line. We were to go on with Ronnie. Then Geezer left. He had marital problems, so he had to go home to sort it out and basically leave the band for a while. Ronnie played the bass for a bit, so suddenly we were a three-piece: Bill, Ronnie and me. We came up with a couple of things, but that's when I flew Jeff Nichols over. I said, "Well, just get somebody in temporarily who can help out while we're here." The first song the four of us came up with was Heaven and Hell. I played this riff and Ronnie just sang away to it. It was that instantaneous. And we said to each other, "Oh man, do we like this." Ronnie always drove up in his Cadillac. He had to raise the seat up. The car was that big. There were a lot of snakes where we lived, and we found out that Ronnie was afraid of them. So I got this dead snake, and I tied a bit of fishing line to its head and fixed it to the handle of the car door. I put the snake on the passenger side and closed the door. So when Ronnie opened the driver's door, he'd pull the snake towards him. Oh, it worked a treat. He almost shat himself. But it came back to me, because I went to the loo one day in my bedroom and lifted the lid up, and bloody hell, there was a snake there. Dead one again. Shat myself before I could reach the toilet seat. We played jokes on each other all the time. Joking around like that makes people get along better. It's also a test, I suppose, to see if somebody's going to be able to put up with it. Things were going very well, but we still had Don going. It's now done a work. If you don't get Ozzy back, that's it. We're at work at the house, and all of a sudden, some guys turned up to start taking the furniture away that Sharon had rented for us. Gradually, we were seeing things going missing. We warned each other, don't let them in. They'll take the couch next. It was absolutely awful. So we decided to sever our relationship with Don completely. He had wanted to manage us for such a long time, and now he looks after us for just a short while. Sandy Pearlman, an American guy who managed Blue Oyster Cult, then wanted to take us on. We kept that on the back burner because we went back to doing it ourselves, just like we had done before Don took over. We still had Mark Forster working with us, who had helped us out with like a day-to-day stuff since bloody Sabbath days. He was like an assistant travelling around with us, organising the hotels and transportation and whatnot. Mark had some physical problem, an elephantitis type of thing in his groin. Silly thing was, he'd be standing there and he'd have this big bulge, and instead of trying to hide it, he'd put a stage pass on it, so the first place you'd look was down there. I got a call one day, after the Ronnie lineup had broken up, to be told that Mark had died. They couldn't find any family, so they asked, do you want his belongings? I said, no, I don't want anything. I felt really bad. Mark was English, but he must have married an American, because I think he had a son somewhere. I told them this, but I didn't know where he was. Anyway, with Mark still being very much alive and assisting us at the time, we decided we had no option but to move out of the house. The Ardens had virtually emptied the place, and the lease was up anyway. We thought, let's move away from LA altogether. It was a wrong place for us then. So we shipped out to Miami. Chapter 46. Bill goes to shits. We looked around the plane flying to Miami and said, why is there nobody on this flight? Turned out we're flying into a hurricane, and everybody was leaving the place. We thought, everybody's going out and we're coming in. We got there and everything was boarded up. We'd rented Barry Gibbs' house, but we stayed at a hotel first for 3 days because it was dangerous everywhere else. They boarded the building up completely. Getting ready for this storm, you had to fill your bathtub up, and you weren't allowed to leave the hotel. They had sandwiches there, but of course they ran out of food in the end. One day, me and Jeff stood on my balcony like two idiots, and we saw all the trees swaying. Then we heard, you, hey you, get back in the room, get off that balcony. It was this policeman, you idiots, get back in the room. It was frightening. Got to a point where they said, now it's too late to leave, so you've got to stay. Get into the shelters. We went, oh Christ, here it comes. But we only caught the edge of the storm. There were lampposts blown over, traffic lights flying around and trees being uprooted, but it didn't hit us with the full force. Still, it was bad enough to frighten the shit out of us. We stayed at Barry Gibbs' house for months. He'd moved into another place. We did the same as you did in LA. We created a rehearsal studio where we set all the gear up. We had Craig Gruber come in, a bass player. He used to be with Rainbow, just like Ronnie did. We kept Jeff because we got on so well with him that we tried him on keyboards. He was fairly new to it, but he was good enough for what we wanted. Play the chords and come up with some ideas as far as what to play behind the chords. We wrote more stuff without Geezer this time. It was awkward for me and Bill because we were so used to working with Geezer. Everything felt like it was on a temporary basis because we were still hoping that Geezer would come back. It was hard, but we carried on. Writing actually went really smoothly, and we soon finished a whole album's worth of songs. But Bill was really boozing a lot. He had his wife with him there, and she was drinking heavily as well. Bill would wake up in the morning all bright, and he'd have a beer from the fridge, and then another beer, and another beer. And I'd go, "Bill, how many beers have you had now?" "Oh, I've only had 2. But it would be about 10 by then. It became known as he's only had 2. Throughout the day, he'd go from this pleasant phase to being really dismal, changing as he was drinking more. We'd avoid him by 9 or 10 o'clock at night because he would go to a real down state of mind and become aggressive too. Meanwhile, his playing was fine. He'd drink in the morning, but he was playing all right if he'd only had a few. It was afterwards, at night, that he'd slip into that next stage. And if we decided to have a day off, bloody hell, he'd really go for it all the way. As ever, Bill was the one we'd play jokes on. On one occasion, I got this number of Alcoholics Anonymous and the name of the guy in charge. I said to Bill, "Some fucking bloke's called up. You've got an interview." "Eh? You got an interview? Phone him up and ask for this guy's name. Just say, 'Can you help me? It's Bill Ward.'" And he did. Bill went, "Hello, I'm Bill Ward. Can you help me? I've been told to call you." They started going on and on about the problems of alcohol. We were in the back listening in, and he freaked out completely. I've never seen him like that. The phone up in the air and crashed to the floor. We all fucked off as fast as we could. He didn't take it as a joke at all. We were in a terrible mood for ages. We just kept out of his way for a good day or more. Still, in spite of his boozing, we gave him the job of going down to the bank to collect the money for the wages for everybody. We wanted to give him a purpose. "Don't get pissed in the morning, Bill. You've got to go to the bank." "Oh, all right, yeah, okay." He really took it seriously. He'd be up in the morning and fucking shave and dress up. He even put himself a briefcase, and suddenly he became this business guy, going to the bank and becoming all responsible. It was funny the way you saw the change in him every Friday when he had to go and collect the money from the bank. Ronnie really liked Bill. However, having Ronnie join changed the dynamics of the band, and that affected Bill. He wasn't 100% happy with the situation. He was accustomed to having Ozzy around, as we all were, but Bill just couldn't get used to him not being there anymore. Also, I think the drinking didn't help. As a matter of fact, things got so bad that he wouldn't stay for very much longer. Bill might have missed Ozzy, but this certainly didn't mean we could have gone for somebody that sounded like him. Then there would have been criticism all over the place. And besides, there's only one Ozzy. We went with Ronnie because we liked the way he worked and we liked his voice. The music took a different turn after he joined us. For heaven and hell, we were writing for a singer who was so different that he'd opened up more doors for us. When you work with Ozzy for 10 years, you know roughly what he's going to sing and how he's going to do it. You're familiar with his capabilities. We didn't know what Ronnie's capabilities were, and it was a matter of pushing all the time to see what he could do. It was new blood in the band. I could play different chords. It gave me other places to go music-wise. Then Ronnie really encouraged me to play solos, to break ahead a bit more. It wasn't like I had a lack of solos in the old days, but Ozzy would never say, why don't you put a solo there? He wasn't that involved in it. Or maybe he was for a bit, and then his attention span would just go and he'd be off. He didn't put much into the pot, really. That wasn't his fault. He just wasn't that musical. He couldn't play an instrument, so he wouldn't know what chords to go to. Whereas with Ronnie, we were working more like a band, because if you sat down with him, he'd have a guitar as well, or a bass, and he'd go, what about this chord here? Oh, yeah. And then we'd improve on that. Ronnie had this huge involvement, which was great. Ozzy would just sing the riff. Just listen to Iron Man and you'll catch my drift. His vocal melody line copies the melody of the music. There was nothing wrong with that, but Ronnie liked to sing across the riff instead of with it, come up with a melody that was different from that of the music, which musically opens up a lot more doors. I don't want to sound like I'm knocking Ozzy, but Ronnie's approach opened up a new way for me to think. Oh yeah, I can go like here from that. Ronnie brought quite a lot as far as the sound of his voice goes as well. He knew what he wanted, and he could tell us in music terms. Hey, why don't you try an A there? Ozzy couldn't. He wouldn't know what an A or a D was. At best he might go, I think we'll need something else there. Any ideas? No, not really. We also became more professional. Ronnie always wanted to make everything better. He always pushed, both on stage as well as off. It was good for us, because he pushed all of us. Over the years, we probably got a little bit lazy and relied too much on the things we knew. But Ronnie really challenged us. That way, we became more of a band again. We got tighter, trying to protect the band, protect what we had. And we believed in what we had. Chapter 47, Heaven and Hell. We recorded Heaven and Hell at the Criteria Studios in Miami, the same place we'd recorded Technical Ecstasy a couple of years earlier. For the first time since Master of Reality, we had somebody else producing it, which was a great help. Martin Birch took a lot of the strain off me. He'd done a few good albums by big-name bands already, like Rainbow. Ronnie recommended him, so we thought we'd give him a try. We were back in Florida, which meant there were drugs galore. A neighbour next to Barry Gibb's house had constant supplies of coke like you wouldn't believe. I'd visit him and he would have pounds of it in a big pile on the table. Here, man, help yourself. It was unbelievable. Here we were at 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, can we just pop round for a bit? Then he would be up. Yeah, sure. Pop round, guys. We just went over the top because it was there on our doorstep. It didn't stop our creative juices flowing. We've always had that fifth member, a presence, a guiding light, if you like, that led us in the right direction. It was there when we were in Miami at Barry's house and we wrote Die Young. In that song there's a break. In the part where Ronnie sings Die Young, it drops down to a quiet passage. At that time, Ronnie had never done stuff like that with a drop down. It was always out and out go. I said to him, we've done it for years in a lot of the Sabbath stuff. We put a quiet bit in the middle of it. And when he said, oh yeah, it works. It was another learning experience for him, seeing how we wrote and what he can do. Somewhere else to go, a different area. I felt I knew where to go on these things. I think we all did. We all felt this is the fifth member guiding us. Die Young is a well-constructed song. It was the second single after Neon Nights, and to this day it goes down really well. Children of the Sea was the one we had already done when Ozzy was still there. I still have a version with him singing on it somewhere with a different lyric and totally different vocal melody to what Ronnie did with it. When we recorded the new version, I wanted it to sound like galley slaves rowing a big ship. In my head I could hear this monk-type chant. So I said to the guy in the studio, anywhere we can hire some monks. He phoned around trying to find some monks. Bit of a joke really. But he came back all serious and said, well, we can only get one monk, but he can overdub. I'm going to come in and let him do his chant. We were in stitches. We'd imagined this whole choir, and we got just this one monk, but he could overdub. When we were in LA, we had these JVC tape machines that had built-in microphones, so we could record whatever we were doing, wherever. We were in the house, and we just jammed around. I had this little amp, just a few watts, and we had a little drum kit, and we must have played Heaven and Hell for ages. We really liked it. Bonnie was playing bits of bass on it at first, and then we had Jeff take over. Bonnie would sing something, and that would give you an idea where to go next. We just built the song up, jamming like that. In Miami, recording went well, but we really wanted Geezer back, so I called him. He had sorted his stuff out by then, so we arranged for him to come in and play the bass on the album. Craig Gruber had put the bass parts down, but we took all that off without letting Geezer listen to them first. I was pretty confident that he would like the new music, because we often felt the same about stuff, and I really liked our new songs. As a matter of fact, he was knocked out when he heard them. As soon as Geezer played his part on it, it all came back to this wall of sound thing. It made the music come back in shape again. Other bass players will just play something like dum 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 dum, while Geezer will bend his strings, boom boom dum, to put more aggression into it. He's just different from any other bass player I've ever heard. It really worked out good. Having Martin Birch there prevented me from being there all the time and getting over-involved in everything. Doing it all by myself in the past, I would go on endlessly and just play on until I just didn't know what was good and what wasn't anymore. But with Martin, it was, fine, we've got it. Well, just do one more take, eh? No, it's all right, we've got it. Him drawing the line was good. We'd probably saved a little money that way too. We did manage to frighten the life out of Martin. He was a tough guy, but at the same time he was a little bit nervous. He did karate and had a black belt in this and that, but he could be got to, and we knew how to get to him. We discovered that he was really frightened of black magic, so we made it worse for him. I got a 12-inch piece of balsa wood and I carved it into this effigy of a man. I wrapped it in a black cloth and put it in my briefcase. I got my case out, pretending to look for something, and I pulled this thing out, and you could see this little figure. What's that? I went, nothing. I covered it up quickly and closed the case. What is it? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. But he did worry. He said to Ronnie, Tony, he's got something in his case, hasn't he? Looks like a little voodoo doll or something. Of course, Ronnie was in on it, so he played him up some more. After the others had gone, Martin would start asking questions. I'd go, Martin, really? It's just my own personal thing. Yes, I know, but what is it? What is that thing in your case? And I really don't want to talk about it. He really got worked up about this thing. Then eventually, he thought it was a voodoo doll to stick pins in, and that the doll was him. He said, I'm feeling really strange lately. You haven't sort of been, doing stuff, have you? He thought I was doing something to him, and I wound him up some more. I said, Martin, you're not feeling a bit weird, are you, today? Why? Why should I? What's happened? What are you doing? He built the whole thing up himself, and I just encouraged him. I would have let it go, but he just kept prodding me. Are you into this black magic thing? Martin, I really don't want to talk about it. And then we'd make stuff up. I'd say to Geezer, just loud enough so Martin would hear, Geez, are you going to, the meeting tomorrow? Martin, what meeting? Oh, nothing, Martin, it's just, it's nothing. He took the whole scam, hook, line and sinker. We pissed ourselves laughing, but he was in a terrible state. Just tell me a couple of little things. Why, what? Well, just tell me what happens. What do you do at these meetings? Martin, we can't. It's secret. It's all very hush-hush. We can't talk about it. I loved it. I really lived on it. I was looking forward to going in the studio the next day just to wind him up some more. Martin changed from being this confident chap to being a nervous wreck, going, well, what's happening? What's going on? Nothing. I got the doll out again, and he said, you're sticking pins in it, aren't you? It's me, isn't it? That's me, isn't it? What? That doll? That's me. I've seen it. Fantastic. It was a real gem, and it lasted the entire recording session. We never told him. You'll read this book, and you'll go, the bastard. We used Martin on the next album, Mob Brawls, as well, and carried on with it. At a certain point, our time was up at Criteria Studios. We needed a break anyway. Martin certainly did, because we'd given him loony. So we came back home to England. I was in a tax thing where I needed to stay out of England for a year. I miscalculated and came back a couple of days too early. My accountant said, get out. What do you mean, get out? Just get on the plane and go somewhere, anywhere. Go to Jersey. So I went to Jersey. Jeff came with me. I booked this grand hotel because it was the biggest hotel there, so I thought it was the place to go. We went down to the bar for a drink, and I got pissed as a parrot. I was talking to the barman, and he said, how's your room? I warbled, I don't really like my room. He said, well, why don't you change it then? Talk to the manager. So he got the manager in, and I said, I don't really like my room. So he was going on about changing my room, and I was sitting there drinking and eating all these olives. I ate so many olives that when we throw up right there in the bar. Good thing I didn't get sick all over the manager before he agreed to give me another room. He said, yes, no problem. We've got a great room for you. I didn't even get what he'd said, really. He went, it's got electric curtains. And he carried on and on about having this and that. But I couldn't take it all in. I just heard, it's a really big plush room. So I said, yeah, okay, I'll have it. I didn't feel very well then and went to bed. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang and they told me my new room was ready. I felt dreadful. I really didn't fancy changing rooms at that point. But I felt obliged to because of the olive thing the previous evening. So I did. I went to this other room and it really was nice. Had this big round water bed and electric curtains and everything. Really plush. I found Jeff and said, come down, see my new room. We'll have breakfast in it together. So we did. We stepped out of the door afterwards and there were 5 maids outside all laughing. Fucking hell, what's the matter with them? I didn't realise they'd only put us in the bridal suite. They thought we were a couple of gays. No. From then on, I'd say to Jeff, I'll meet you downstairs. Don't come to my room. We'll have breakfast downstairs. From Jersey, it was on to Paris, as I still couldn't go back to England. The rest of the band flew in as well. We booked Studio Fairbear over there. and we came up with the last song of the album, Neon Nights. We felt that we needed a fast number like this to balance out the slower songs on the album. I find that writing fast songs is difficult. I can write slow songs or mid-tempo ones until they're coming out of my ears. But fast songs, I really have to think about it a little bit more. I suppose that's because of the way I've always done stuff with Sabbath. Most of the songs were ploddy. After Paris, we finally went to London. We did overdubs and the final mix at the Townhouse Studios. That's where I set Bill on fire. We made Heaven and Hell, and for a few horrible moments, Bill got a little too close to hell there. Chapter 48, Ignition. I had set Bill Ward on fire before, but this time the thing was gone out of hand. While he was rolling in the studio howling, I was laughing my head off. But when he continued screaming and writhing, the horrible truth sank in. My drummer was going up in flames. It all started as a party piece. Bill and I had joked around a few times before, where I would hold a lighter to his beard and the thing would burn for maybe a second. It was always good for a laugh. So when we'd done some more work on the Heaven and Hell album at the Townhouse Studios and he walked in, I said to him, "Bill, can I set fire to you again?" Not just now, I'm busy." "Oh, okay." And I completely forgot about it. A couple of hours later, Bill came over while I was doing things on my guitar and he said, "Look, I'll go back to the hotel, so do you still want to set fire to me or what?" Martin Birch, the producer, couldn't believe it. He went, "Oh, blimey." As Bill seemed so keen on doing this, I decided to make a bit of a production of it. So I dosed him in this stuff that studio technicians clean their tape heads with. His clothes just absorbed it. I lit him, and he went up like a bomb. He fell to the floor, and I just kept pouring on this tape head cleaner. I thought he was joking, but he was actually ablaze. The flames consumed his trousers and they melted his socks. He ended up with third-degree burns to his legs. Martin Birch rushed him to the hospital, and then Bill's mother phoned me up. "You balmy bastard." What she called me over the phone practically cinched my ear. "Finally," she said, "Bill might have to have his leg off." Bloody hell. Felt so bad I didn't know what to do. But he was okay, although he actually did get burn marks down his legs. Not too long ago, I said to him, "You still got those scars on your legs, Bill?" "Yeah, still got them, yeah." I might have killed him, which is a little over the top for an innocent party trick. So I've not set fire to Bill since then. Chapter 49, Vinny Says Aloha. Bill was drinking in total excess, even on the gigs, which he never used to do. He didn't notice it too much while he was playing. He was just getting more aggressive and angry, and physically he was getting in a bad way as well. He was constantly having little problems, panic attacks and stuff. He got to all of us, but we didn't have to say anything to him because one day he just disappeared. It was the 21st of August, 1980. We were due to do a gig in Denver, but he got absolutely legless, got in his bus with his brother Jim driving, and just cleared off. We didn't even know he'd gone until somebody said, "Bill's left." "Pardon?" "Bill, he's left." No. He never said goodbye, nothing. He was just gone. I talked to Bill a lot, but it shocked me when he left. That really caught me by surprise. And we were in shit street. We had to cancel the gig. Waddy was concerned because he really liked Bill. "Tony, we've got to get him back." When we finally reached Bill, we heard that he didn't want to do it anymore. When we recorded the album, he liked it, but the touring side really got to him. We had to go out and prove ourselves again, and he just couldn't handle that. Didn't want to know anymore. Finished. So we had to find somebody to replace him. For me, that was awful because I hadn't worked with another drummer since, well, before Black Sabbath had even started. I relied on Bill a lot. We'd played together for 100 years. We had a huge open-air festival in Hawaii coming up, which we were headlining. So we were panicking. Christ, what are we going to do? We got some tapes from different drummers, and one of them was from Vinny Appice. Ronnie had heard about Vinny, so he said, let's get in touch with him. We literally had a day and a half to try Vinny out and agree whether he was going to be the one or not. If he was good, he was going to play in Hawaii with us. If not, we had to cancel the gig. And he was good. He came with this tiny little kit and he was playing away, but I was used to Bill with his huge kit. I thought I was only using that right now for the rehearsal. So we went to Hawaii and I walked on stage where we had this big drum riser for Bill to use, and on it was this same tiny little kit. It was like a kid's set. So bloody hell, you're never going to be able to hear him. I really went to bits backstage, pacing up and down, and Ronnie said, hey, Tony, it'll be all right. I said, no, I've never played with another drummer for all these years. I was absolutely terrified. We went on stage and it just looked funny with a big wall of amps, a big drum riser, and then this puny little kit. But blimey, he played them great. Vinny wasn't 100% sure of all the songs, but he'd written out all these notes. It started raining and all the writing got smudged, so he couldn't read it anymore. He didn't know where we were, but he did really good. And yes, we heard him as well. That gig was real panic stations to me. Some idiot fired a real mortar bomb. We heard this pow. It exploded backstage. Luckily, it was a really big area. None of us got hurt, and I don't think anybody else did either. But it created a big bloody hole. Still can't believe somebody would do that. And where did they get one from anyway? Pretty serious stuff. Might have been Aussie actually. Missed. There's quite a difference between the way Vinny and Bill played drums. Vinny came in with all these fast rolls, which Bill didn't play at all. Bill was from the John Bonham and Cozy Powell camp. He was good, but he had his own style. He created his unique thing, very unorthodox. Bill wouldn't play a straightforward beat. He always put some little bits in like a percussionist. He would hear these symphonies in his head and try to play like he had 8 hands. We'd say, Bill, you know, you've only got 2 arms. But that was Bill. He'd listen to the songs and see all this dramatic stuff in them, timpanis and all that. So he'd think more percussion-wise. Vinny's just an out-and-out drummer. He'll play the beat forever. He'll also do these little odd rolls, but Vinny is a really precise drummer, whereas with Bill, it was touch and go. Bill would do things and sometimes they would come off and sometimes they wouldn't. Vinny's drumming brought something else to the music. It made it tighter, made it more precise, probably even more mainstream. Where Bill did something like boom, ba 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 ba, Vinny would simply go boom, boom, less playful, but more precise, and probably with less character because Bill had developed his own style and it was, well, Bill, you either like it or you don't, and I like it. In playing with Vinny, I had to retrain my mind as well. I thought, Christ, he's really good, but he cannot be too precise on the old songs. It's going to be a bit more laid back. Black Sabbath was never exact on the timing. With Bill, we would start off in one tempo and end up in another. It was a natural feel, and Bill had that feel. I just go through everything with Vinny, as I later have with every drummer tried to coax them into playing the old songs as they were. But first things first, I said to him, "You've got to get a bigger kit if you're going to be with this band." He never forgot that. He has this huge kit now with drummers all over the place. I said to him, "Fucking hell, Vinny, you got enough drums there?" And he said, "Hey, well, you started it." There was no answer to that. Chapter 50, Getting Black and Blue. We started our Heaven and Hell tour in Germany in April 1980. We would ping-pong between Germany and the UK for a while before making our way to the States in July. Ronnie flashed his devil sign all over the place, the one with the outstretched first and fourth fingers, while holding the second and third down with the thumb. He gets credited for inventing it, but I've got a picture of Geezer from many years before doing just that. But Ronnie brought it more to light, and in doing so, made it his own. Our production featured a cross. We had this thing built that worked electronically. It flashed lights all around it, and they changed in different sequences. And when we played Heaven and Hell, the cross was supposed to burst into flames. It hardly ever worked, though. One classic moment came when we were playing Madison Square Garden. Ronnie did this big build-up, saying to the audience, "I wanted to concentrate on the cross." He was going on and on about it. "Keep concentrating." He got to the crescendo and he was 1, 2, 3, and the cross went like a bloody little sparkler. And Ronnie went, "Well, I guess you weren't concentrating enough." It looked good when he burst into flames, but that night was one of those spinal tap moments, and that happened more often than not. By this time, we had Sandy Pearlman managing us. He'd been after us from the time we parted ways with Don Arden. We had nowhere else to go. Sandy looked like a hiker. He had a cap on his head and a bag on his back. I've never seen him dressed up. He was all right at first, but he soon turned out to be a bloody joke. In the States, he put us on tour together with Blue Oyster Cult. Because he'd managed them for a long time, he favoured them over us. That's why we did the Black and Blue tour, where they would close one night and we would close the other. We hadn't been on a co-headliner before, because we'd always had bands supporting us. It seemed strange with them headlining, also because they weren't that big. I suppose Sandy wanted to make them big by putting them in that position. It was a disaster because they used this big bloody fiberglass Godzilla thing on stage, and it took them forever to break it down. On the nights we followed them, we were backstage an hour and a half before we could even go on. Kids would get bored waiting and blame us for it. And then we go into overtime with the unions. It was a bit unfair, really. Sandy didn't manage us for very long. We fired him. He ended up getting paid off, so he walked away with a big lump of cash. We just carried on with Mark Forster again. We were doing big shows, and it was difficult for Ronnie to go out and stand in front of people who had seen Ozzy in that spot for 10 years. Some of the kids hated it, and they'd shout, "RZ, RZ." But eventually, Ronnie won them over. While we were touring Heaven and Hell, Nems released Live at Last, an album of stuff we had recorded back in 1975. It was a Patrick Meehan thing. We were very upset about it. But it was at number 5 in the charts by the time we got an injunction to stop it. The sound was awful on it, and it interfered with what we were doing with Ronnie. The injunction collapsed on it, and things were sorted out later. In 2002, it was released again, this time under the name Past Lives. On September 25th, 1980, while we were touring America, John Bonham died. That hit me really hard. I don't think anybody who knew John could see him going any other way. He loved to do everything to excess. Him and Keith Moon were much the same. A bit loony, good friends as well, and they did burn the candle at both ends just as much as they could. They got a bit mad. You never know what they do next. I always thought they can't keep on doing this all the time. They've got to hit a wall somewhere. There's got to be a downside to it. But when I heard, it made me think about the vulnerability of everybody. Christ, who's next? That could happen to us. It knocked everybody for a loop. It was really depressing. John had such a lot going for him. About 2 weeks later, in the Mecca Arena in Milwaukee, someone in the audience threw this big metal cross at Geezer, and he bounced off his guitar and hit him in the face. They probably thought, oh, he'll like this. Be a nice present. I'll throw it on stage for him. People who do stuff like that are idiots. If it had hit him in the head, could have blinded him, even killed him. We walked off stage, and because most of the audience had no idea about what had happened, a riot broke out. They were fighting, breaking chairs up, throwing pieces about, with mayhem. What can you do? We could hardly walk back on going, hello, we're back again. Everybody quieten down now. In November, we started our first Japanese tour with dates in Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka. I got food poisoning big time. It must have been the sushi. I was on stage, ran around in circles, and just passed out. Bang! They got me to hospital, and they injected this stuff into me. It was the biggest syringe I've ever seen. God knows what it was, but it really worked. I should have got a load of that. Oh, can I have some of that to go, please? While I got forward by sushi, Geezer managed to do it to himself. He freaked out one night and he broke the end of his finger. Must have been the sake. Him and Ronnie used to go to the bar, have too much to drink, and get into a squabble amongst themselves. Of course, the next day they would both regret it. Geezer would often get carried away, so breaking his finger probably happened that way. I wasn't there when it happened. I just heard later that the next couple of gigs were cancelled because of it. Geezer had a splint on it for a while. So for once, I wasn't the only one dealing with damaged fingers. Chapter 51, Melinda. I met Melinda in a club in Dallas after we played there in the summer of 1980. She was an American who did a little bit of modelling. I started seeing her, and we went out together for quite a while, and she came on the road with us. The band must have thought, what is he doing now? Because she came along to Australia, Japan, New Zealand, everywhere. One day, when we were in Los Angeles, we decided to get married at our hotel, the Sunset Marquis. I was doing quaaludes and all sorts of bloody stuff, so I was on another planet, really. I called up a vicar and said, can he come over and marry us? He did, and it was simple. Sign these forms and off you go. Then the vicar said, who is the witness? I said, oh, I haven't got a witness. Well, you need a witness. There happened to be a big teddy bear in the room, and I said, oh, there's the witness over there. He went, okay, all right. And that was it. He never said, oh no, you can't do that. It actually stood up in court. When it came to the divorce, I said, we didn't really have a witness. They said, well, who was the witness then? I had a teddy bear as a witness. That went down really well. But it didn't seem to make any difference. So that was it. We got married at the Sunset Marquis. After all the tours in Dio, we moved back to England. That's where Melinda gave birth to our beautiful child. Tony was born in 1983. We had some happy times, but then I found out Melinda had problems. She would go to shops and come back with all these dresses with the labels still on them. She wasn't paying for them. There was still no know why. It wasn't a lack of money. I was really embarrassed because I knew people in the shops. Perhaps she just thought I would pick up all the bills. Of course, it put a strain on the marriage, and we had a lot of rows. She would fly off the handle and get really nasty. In the end, she went back to Dallas with Tony. When we were splitting up, my accountant phoned me from London and said, "Tony, what the fuck is going on? I've got $100,000 worth of bills on your American Express card, and I've got this other big bill on your MasterCard. How much money could you be spending in a month?" "What are you talking about? I don't spend that sort of money." "Well, somebody does." It turned out that Melinda did this deal with a limousine company where she had a 24-hour bodyguard and a 24-hour limo. She must have thought I was going to murder her or something. I don't know how she did it, because she wasn't a co-signatory on my card, but I got these enormous bills and I had a huge problem. I had to pay up, and that was the end of that. The English courts didn't want to know either, because Melinda refused to come over from America. They said, "Maybe if you can get her back here." It took me a long time to get a divorce. Our side just made it as difficult as possible, tried to get more money. I had lawyers coming over from America and go through all of my accounts. And strange as it may seem, it was my responsibility to put all these people up when they came over. And they wanted to stay at like the fucking Ritz in London. The bills these people ran up were unbelievable. And it was just dragging on, because they were convinced I was hiding a lot of money. They were thinking, "Oh, he's got billions tucked away," as they do. It was a bloody nightmare. It was a terrible situation for our daughter Tony as well. Melinda had her mum in Dallas looking after her much of the time. It's a really weird situation. I never actually met Melinda's mother, but she was apparently a nice woman, and she didn't agree with any of what was going on. I wasn't allowed to see my daughter because for some reason I was the arsehole in this whole thing. After a long while, they finally said it was okay for me to see her, but only in Dallas or Los Angeles. I couldn't take her anywhere. That door was closed shut. Years later, I got a phone call from the Children's Protection thing in America saying that Tony had been removed from home. The neighbours had complained, and the people from child welfare had gone round there and found that she was basically living in a slum. I thought, what are we going to do? I want to get her here. But I wasn't allowed to take Tony out from America. I had to go through a court case over there again to get her out. It broke my heart. But it would be years before Tony was allowed to come home. Chapter 52. Friends Forever. In September 1980, Ozzy Osbourne's Blizzard of Oz album was released on Don Arden's Jet Records label. After he left, we hoped that everything was going to be okay, but what do you do? Before we came to the end, we tried to help Ozzy as much as we could to get him on the road to put himself together and do something. But it was such an uphill battle. His being away from the band probably helped him, because he could finally do everything he wanted and get it out of his system. For him, it was either just fizzle out or get on with it. So it was good that he put a band together. And he had Shannon there. She was really taking good care of him. I didn't listen to Blizzard of Oz at the time because we were so wrapped up with what we were doing ourselves. Not that I wasn't interested. I certainly followed how he was doing on the tours and stuff, as we all did. I suppose there was a bit of competition going on between us as well, but good luck to him. I was pleased to see that he got himself together and was doing the things that he wanted to do. He was probably very happy, because with us everything was built around the band, whereas now everything was built around him, and he and Sharon had total control. Ozzy did come around to see me once when I was in LA at the La Park Hotel with my wife Melinda, working on songs for Mob Rules. He'd been going through a lot of stuff and shaved his head again at that time. At 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning, there was a knock on the door. There he was, bald and wearing a long coat. "Can I talk to you?" I let him in and he talked and talked, going through all these different phases of his life. It was just too overpowering for me. I hadn't seen him for ages, and suddenly here he was, opening up to me. He talked about everything, his last wife and Sharon and this and that and the other and whatever else. And then he went. It was really peculiar. He probably just needed a friend, somebody to talk to. But it was great that he came round. Throughout the years, we remained good friends, despite of all the bullshit that went on. But as soon as he got to the business again, it was a problem. But no matter what, Ozzy and me, we are still friends, and we always will be. Chapter 53, The Mob Rules. In December 1980, we went to Tittenhurst Park in Ascot to record a song for the movie Heavy Metal. It was John Lennon's old house. Ringo Starr had turned it over and rented it out to people like us who could go there to write, rehearse and record. We got there right after Lennon was murdered, so it felt really, really strange. We were there for a week and had lots of time to check the place out. Well, it's around in the cupboards. Oh, what's that in there? Oh, look, more gold discs. In the bedroom we saw John written on one light switch and Yoko on the other by each side of the bed. That was quite weird. You could just imagine them going, which one is mine now? The room we rehearsed in was the white room that you always see in those old films about John and Yoko. They had a little studio in the back part of the house and we just used their gear. We set Vinny up in the hallway and I had my amp in the studio. We used Lennon's engineer as well, so I had all these great stories. It was quite a nice few days. It had a great atmosphere and we got some really good vibes from there. Heavy Metal was an animated film. They asked us to write a song for its soundtrack, but the movie wasn't finished yet, so they just sent us some black and white sketches of it and the storyboard. It was difficult to write to that. You don't have an idea of the timing of the scene. They just told us the length of the music they needed for this bit, and I suppose they animated more around what we came up with. We did an intro to go with this scene of these people before they turn into monsters. We made these effects, these bubbling sounds and bass sounds and God knows what else. And then we went into the track, The Mob Rules. We recorded it right there and sent it off to the movie people. They put it on the soundtrack as it was. We wanted to use it for our own new album as well, but our producer, Martin Birch, said, "Oh no, sorry, it just won't match up sound-wise." So we ended up re-recording it. As a matter of fact, we re-recorded it twice, because first we had another great scheme of ours go wrong. Because Martin has said, "You know how much it costs to do an album? Why don't you buy your own studio? Because then we could be in there for 2 months or 3 months or whatever without worrying about the cost of it all." It was a great idea. We sent Martin over to LA to have a look at a studio he'd found, to see what it was like. He said, "It's good, it just needs a new desk." So we bought it, and a bloody $250,000 sound desk, put that in, put the tape machines in, and off we went to go and record in it. It was crap. We just couldn't get a guitar sound. We tried it in the studio, we tried it in the hallway, we tried it everywhere, but it just wasn't happening. We bought a studio and it wasn't working. We re-recorded a new version of The Mob Rules, but abandoned it. We finally just walked out and went to the record plant, where we had to pay again, so it cost us twice as much. Nobody could believe it. Oh, you bought a studio, so why are you in the record plant? Well, no. We ended up selling the desk. We sent this crew to pick it up and somebody thought they were burdening the place and called the cops on them. While they were doing their job, a squad team was outside ready to arrest them. But it was all explained and all sorted out. And then we sold the studio. Cam Am it was called. It's actually a thriving studio now. I don't know what they've done to it, but now it's working somehow. We wrote the rest of the songs for the Mob Rules album when we were in LA. We got a rehearsal room in the valley somewhere where we tried stuff and got ideas, and we'd tape and take them back to the house. I rented a place in Toluca Lake. After the rehearsals with the band, me and Jeff used to come back there, do a little bit of coke and work on some of the ideas. We'd put new bits to it, change stuff, add to it, try a few other ideas, and then the next day all of us got back together in the rehearsal room and tried it again. Jeff wasn't my only visitor in Toluca Lake. Glenn Hughes came over one night with his guitar player, Pat Thrall. Of course, I had some coke. Glenn went, you don't have a bit of that to spare, do you? I said, yeah, I just have a little. I went into the bedroom, took a bit out of my stash, came back out again and said, I've got this. Oh, good. Then it was gone in no time at all. Glenn went, you haven't got any more, have you? Have you? Pat Thrall was absolutely shocked because he had never seen Glenn in that state. They stayed until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So I said, Glenn, I've got to get to bed. I've got to be in the studio in the morning. Oh, just one more. Hey, just one more. I said to Pat, you've got to get him home. He said, I'm sorry, I just don't know how to handle him. What do I do? Just get him in the car and get him home. I hated doing it to Glenn, but I finally had to throw him out of the house. Get out. They'd have been there to the death if I hadn't have done that. They did this project together, Hughes Thrall. It didn't last. I wonder why. That house was a horrible place anyway. It was hot in Toluca Lake. Now when I moved in there was no air conditioning. I'd already wondered why I got it at such a good price. It was like a sauna in there. Neighbours probably thought I was weird because I put all this tin foil up against the bedroom windows, trying to reflect the heat. It was dreadful. I couldn't wait to get out. I then moved into a hotel on Sunset Boulevard for a while. Ronnie came over put some ideas down in the hotel room. We found it was better to sometimes sit together, swapping ideas, instead of working with everybody else around, because then they're all waiting for you to come up with something. Heaven and Hell had done extremely well, and the tour was a great success. The band members were getting along fine, but it took some effort on everybody's part to keep it that way, because the whole thing felt like it could just blow up at any minute. After the record became such a great success, Warner Brothers extended the contract at the same time, offering Ronnie a solo deal. That felt a bit odd to us because we were a band and we didn't want to separate anybody. I'm not saying he shouldn't have a solo deal, but it just seemed like the wrong thing to do at the time. We talked about it and Ronnie was fine. Now we just carried on. By then, Ronnie did come over a little more, I suppose, bossy. The way he conducted himself, the way he talked, it might have given that impression to the outside world, but he usually didn't mean anything by it. Ronnie was just very outspoken. On the other hand, Geezy and myself hated to be confronted with that stuff. We have always been that way, trying not to offend each other or anybody else. That backfired in the long run, because we wouldn't say what we felt straight away. Instead, we talked about it at first, and then it looked like we talked behind somebody's back, which in turn caused all sorts of problems. Of course, we wouldn't respond to those immediately either, because we talk about it first, which in turn would cause some more problems that we, of course, wouldn't, well, you know what I mean. It would ultimately lead to something that couldn't be solved anymore, no matter how much everybody did or didn't talk about it. Be that as it may, the recording of Mob Rules went smoothly. Turn Up the Night was a fast song and a good way to start the album. Working with Ronnie, somehow the faster ones came easier than before. Another standout track was The Sign of the Southern Cross. We wanted a real power track on the album, just like Heaven and Hell was on the previous one, and that was it, another huge long song. The album was released on 4th of November 1981. When we originally looked at the cover with a picture by Greg Hildebrandt, we said, wow, we really like this. The only thing we took out was the faces in the masks of the figures. There was a little controversy about some stains on the floor in the picture. According to some people, it spelled out Aussie. Somebody mentioned it to us, and we went, what? It was total rubbish. I never noticed anything, and still wouldn't know where to find it. Although I seem to remember that most reviews of Mob Rules were positive, some critics wrote, it's just Heaven and Hell Part 2. You just can't please everybody. It's just a continuation of what you've done before. Well, yeah, it's the band. I know, but it sounds like a continuation from your previous album. Yeah, it is. It's the next album. Or if it's not, then they're going, oh, it doesn't sound anything like the last album. No, it's a different album. Huh, what are you supposed to do? Chapter 54, The Mob Tours. The Mob Rules tour started in November 1981 in Canada, followed by the States. Then we went back home for 4 dates. The Hammersmith Odeon started on New Year's Eve. We used lots of pyro with fire and bombs. We had this bloke working for us who dealt with all that stuff. Before the shows, we rehearsed in London in a big room behind an Irish pub. At that time, there were a lot of IRA bombings in the city. Our pyro guy decided to test a bomb in the rehearsal room. Of course, it exploded and everybody left the Irish pub in a panic. It was chaos, absolute chaos. One of our guys was in the pub and he said, I couldn't believe it. Everybody just shut out, left all the drinks, everything, whoosh, gone. Those bombs are really loud. They must have thought, hell, somebody's trying to blow us up. Mad it was. My good friend Brian May came to see me while we were rehearsing. I said to him, bring your guitar down and we'll have a little bash. He did, and when we finished our set, me and Brian just carried on playing. We were jamming away, and meanwhile the crew gradually removed all the gear. We turned around and there was just one of my speaker cabinets and his amp, and we went, fucking hell, everything's gone. We were totally oblivious to it because we were enjoying ourselves so much. The pyro guy could have set off one of his bombs and Brian and me wouldn't have noticed. We played the Hammersmith Odeon and the same pyro guy put his bombs underneath the stage. He tested out one of them. It went bang and it blew a 2-foot wide hole in the floor on my side. If I'd been there, I would have been blown up. Christ, it was dangerous. The guy was becoming a liability. So in the end we told him, you're fired. No pun intended. A couple of months later, we were doing a show in Madison Square Garden. The guy who worked for me doing all my amps had built these big thick pipes. He maintained that he could put the pyro in these and it would give it a real thud. He showed us it really did. He then put them under the stage at Madison Square Garden and he set them off during War Pigs. On the first note, bah, it was bah. The stage leapt, and because of the concussion, all the tubes went out on my amps and on Geezer's stack as well. It was just disastrous. We'd only done the first note and the lot had gone. We were all right, but we had to stop. Boom, that was it. The end. Thank you and good night. After a couple of weeks of touring in the UK, following the Hammersmith shows, we were supposed to go back to America in February. But then Dad died. Hadn't been well for some time. He had emphysema, because he'd been a heavy smoker all his life. I was back at home in England. One night I got a call from my mother. Dad had fallen out of bed. I got on the phone to his doctor and I screamed at him, telling him to get over there. I shot over there myself with Melinda and found Dad on the floor, unconscious and breathing heavily. And then he just gave up and died. I witnessed him die. It was horrible. It was a difficult time. We postponed the start of the American tour, but soon I was playing away again, night after night, and travelling all over the place, working hard, just like Dad had done all of his life. Chapter 55, A Monster in the Mix. The Mob Rules tour went smoothly, and we all got along well. Although there was this talk about Ronnie planning to do a solo album, that didn't really sit well with Geezer and me. We heard he was doing rehearsals with a solo band and we thought, what the hell is going on? We recorded a lot of the American dates for what was to become Black Sabbath's first official live album, but the whole project turned into a bloody nightmare. We were in LA at the record plant again. We had this bloke called Lee DiCarlo doing the engineering and the mixing for us. His sister was Yvonne DiCarlo, the actress who played Lily Munster in The Monsters. We went ahead mixing this live album, and then it started. Me, Geezer and Ronnie would leave the studio, but when we came back the next day, it would sound different. Lee would never say anything. We would put it right, come back the next day, and it would be different again. Lee eventually broke down. It was driving him mad. He was drinking more and more scotch, and he finally said, I've got to tell you guys, you're going away at night, and then Ronnie comes in and alters everything. You're kidding. No, I don't know what to say. Hey, I'm in a terrible position here. Why didn't you tell us this was going on? I didn't know what to do, man. Ronnie has always denied that he did this, but that's what Lee said. How true that was, I don't know. It's only his word, but we believed it at that time. We hit the roof, and we had a big blow up in the studio. We stopped Ronnie coming down there, and that was the end of it. Ronnie said, hey, I'm off. He went, and Vinnie went with him. We broke up there and then. Me and Geezer carried on and finished the record. Live Evil was released at the end of 1982, beginning of 1983. Did pretty well, considering everything, and the fact that the band had broken up by then. Amazingly, Ozzy put out a live album as well, around the same time. Where Live Evil had songs from Heaven and Hell and Mob Rules with some older Black Sabbath stuff, Speak of the Devil, Ozzy's album, was all re-recorded Sabbath songs with none of his solo stuff. I was unpleasantly surprised that he just did the old set. It still surprises me to this day. He goes out and does Iron Man and Paranoid all the time, even though he's got a great repertoire of his own songs that he's done on his own. I think putting out the live album like that was down to Sharon, trying to put the cat among the pigeons. After Ronnie and Vinnie left, I called up David Coverdale and Cozy Powell to see if they would be interested in joining us. Coverdale's words were, oh, bollocks, I just signed a deal with Geffen Records to do a Whitesnake album. Cozy was with Whitesnake as well, so that was those two taken care of. Me and Geese had to rethink the whole thing. We had a million takes sending from different singers, and most of them were horrible. One of them was from Michael Bolton. I didn't know him at the time. We had Michael come in and we had him sing Heaven and Hell, War Pigs and Neon Nights. He was quite good, but he wasn't exactly what we were looking for then. We dropped a bollock there, didn't we? Michael Bolton. Lick a bit of a mistake. It was hard to find somebody who was going to fit the bill to sing the Ozzy and Ronnie stuff, but an unlikely lad was lurking round the corner, and soon we'd be reborn. Chapter 56, To the Manor Born Again. By the time Ronnie and Vinny left, we switched management again to none other than Don Arden. He hadn't been interested in managing us without Ozzy, but he changed his mind. Maybe also because he'd had a big blow-up with Shannon, his daughter, after she took off with Ozzy. And after the Sandy Parman disaster, well, we welcomed Don back with open arms. Don came up with the idea of us meeting Ian Gillan of Big Purple fame. He said, "See how you get on." I didn't know Ian. We arranged to meet him at lunchtime in a pub in Woodstock in Oxfordshire called The Bear. We had a drink, then another drink, and another drink, and another drink. The pub opened and closed and opened again and closed, and we were still there. And at the end of the night, we'd got a band together. The next day, Ian apparently didn't remember that very well, because his manager, Phil Banfield, said to him, "Ian, next time you decide to put a band together, will you inform me? I just got this call from Don Arden about the band," and I said, "What band?" And Don said to me, "Well, he just joined Black Sabbath." There certainly was a buzz around the business. They were going mad about us teaming up. And even in the pub in Woodstock, some fans came up to us who couldn't believe they were seeing the three of us together. It was unusual, guys from two beat bands getting together to start a new group. Phil Banfield managed Ian, and Don managed us. Phil would later introduce me to Ralph Baker and Ernest Chapman, who in 1988 took over my management. Back then, we let Don handle it, because Phil didn't want to get involved too much with him. Phil and Ian looked at him like, "Don Arden, he'll cut your hands off." We weren't going to call the band Black Sabbath. The idea was to have a supergroup of different names in one band and call it something else. But Don thought we should carry on with the name Black Sabbath. And so we finally went, "Well, yeah, all right then." Me and Bill Ward had stayed in touch, and when we put the new band together, I thought, let's see what Bill's up to. We asked him to come over, and he soon did. We thought it would be good for Bill to be playing, because that's what he is, a player. He was doing well at that time. He was living in LA, where he had stopped drinking. He came out to England with this guy from Alcoholics Anonymous, a sponsor. So as far as we were concerned, he was getting clean. We went to the Manor, a studio in the Oxfordshire countryside owned by Richard Branson, to record Born Again. Ian said to me, "When we record, I'm going to stay outside." I said, "Outside? What do you mean?" "Well, I'm going to have a marquee outside the house and I'm going to stay in there." "Why is that then?" "It would probably be better for my voice." "Oh, okay then." I thought he was joking, but when I arrived at the Manor, I saw this marquee outside and I thought, fucking hell, you serious? Ian had put up this big, huge tent, had a cooking area and a bedroom and whatever else. We had all the pyro left over from the tour, so one night we put it all around Ian's tent, and after he'd gone to bed, up it went, boom. The whole thing just flew up in the air, and he was on the ground all bewildered going, "Oh, what's happened?" The worst of it was, he'd put his tent right next to the lake, and Richard Branson had all sorts of prize 3-foot-long fish in it. The concussion went all through the lake and killed some of the fish and stunned the rest, so they're all floating on the surface. Concussed carp. When Branson heard about it, he was not happy about it at all. While we were up at the Manor, we thought that in the long run, it would probably be cheaper to buy our own cars instead of hiring them for our upcoming tour. So we bought 4 new Fords. Bill especially was very pleased with his new wheels. One night, we all went out to the pub, and he went home to the Manor a little before us. There was a go-kart track that went around the swimming pool, and he decided to take one of the cars and race it around there. He lost control of it and banged. Car flipped upside down. He got out, but the car caught fire and he just left it. He got back in the house, threw the keys on the table, and he said he'd going to bed. Next morning, Bill got up and he said, "What's happened to my car?" We found it down the go-kart track upside down and burned out. Behind the roof. "Who's done this?" Ian had his boat out on the Cherwell, the river that runs along the back of the manor. Bill found out it was Ian who had flipped his car, so he got a chisel, went out to the river, smashed holes in the bottom of the boat and sank it. Then Ian came out. "Fucking hell, somebody's stolen my boat." He drove up and down the river to see whether it had drifted off or if somebody had stolen it. He couldn't find it and went completely potty. He reported his boat missing, but then found out that it was in the river, underwater. He had these 2 gigantic new engines on it as well, and they were ruined. So Bill did get his own back. Ian had walked away from Bill's crash car unscathed, but he did injure himself when he tried to get into my room through the window. He climbed up a ladder, stepped over the windowsill, got his foot stuck in the radiator, fell into the room and twisted his ankle. All because he wanted to put a fish under my bed. Absolutely mad. Richard Benson came to stay for a few days, and him and Ian were smoking these huge joints. A right one he was. Don Harden and his son David, they came to see us at the manor as well. So to welcome them properly, we put some bombs on the entrance gate. As Don and David drove in, the bombs went up, boom. It was an unusual match, that lineup, but we did have a lot of laughs. We produced the album ourselves. Ian had nodules in his vocal cords at the time. When we first met him, he said, "I'm not going to be able to sing too much because I have a problem with my voice." But we put down the songs without too many hitches. Ian's lyrics were about sexual things or true facts, even about stuff that happened at the manor right there and then. They were good, but quite a departure from Geezer's and Ronnie's lyrics. There was a brick building at the back of the manor, and it was close to a church, and I had some gear set up in there because I wanted to try out other guitar sounds. The noise was deafening and all the locals complained. They drew a petition against us, and the priest brought it round. That's why one of the tracks from the album is called Disturbing the Priest. It's a good example of how Ian wrote about real events. In those days, you had to make your own effects. Bill made this ding sound on Disturbing the Priest. He got this by hitting an anvil and digging it into a bath full of water, so the ding sound slowly changed and faded away. It took us all day to do that, because trying to lower the anvil gradually into the water was a nightmare. It took 2 people on one end and 2 more on the other end to lower it with somebody else hitting it. It was so heavy that we couldn't speak or anything, just sort of nod to each other. It was a sight to see. If somebody had made a film of it, it would have looked absolutely ridiculous. But it worked. All this to create one tinning, which nowadays you can get from a computer in seconds. I thought Zero the Hero was a good track, and apparently I'm not the only one who likes it. When I heard Paradise City by Guns N' Roses, I thought, fucking hell, that sounds like one of ours. Somebody also suggested that the Beastie Boys might have borrowed the riff for You Gotta Fight for Your Right to Party from our song Hotline. If it's true, let's sue them. We won't play anymore, we'll just make money from lawsuits. But needless to say, we didn't sue. Keep It Warm was a riff that I had floating about since Mob Rules, and I thought it was about time we used it. I have a habit of keeping my riffs. I've got thousands of them. You know a riff is good when you play it and it gets to you. You just feel a good riff. The one that might be the beginning of a new song is the one that jumps out and you think, that's it, I like that. I found that when I'm still able to keep writing them, I usually don't go back to the old ones, so I'm only getting more and more. Maybe I should just sell riffs. When it came to doing the mix, Ian played the stuff back really fucking loud. Supposedly, he blew a couple of tweeters in the studio speakers this way. We did the mix, not knowing that they had gone, and nobody noticed. We just thought it was a bit of a funny sound, but it went very wrong somewhere between the mix and the mastering and pressing of that album. We didn't follow that through, and apparently, when they tested the lacquers, the sound was really dull and muffly. I didn't know about it, because we were already out on tour in Europe. By the time we heard the album, it was out and in the charts, but the sound was awful. It sold really well, but we were very disappointed that it hadn't come out as well as we wanted it to. The original tape sounded so much better. Born Again was very different from anything else we'd ever done before, lyrically, because Ian's points of view on things were different from those of Ronnie and Geezer, and sound-wise, because that all got pear-shaped somewhere along the line. But there's some very good, heavy tracks on it. The cover, though, was another matter. Ian couldn't believe it when he saw it. He went, "You can't do that. You can't have a baby on the front with claws and horns." He absolutely detested it. Somebody had presented this thing to Don Arden. "I've got this idea for you." And Don went, "Hey, that's great." He really pushed it on us. I think it will cause a lot of problems, a lot of interest. People will talk about it. People talked about it all right. I was in stitches when I first saw it. But then we ended up actually having it. Who would have that? We would. During the recording, Bill had some problem with his ex-wife. I think it had something to do with getting custody of his son. One day I bought Bill a plaque because he'd been a year off alcohol. I went to give it to him and he was pissed as a parrot. It was such a downer because it was all going so well and then bang, off the wagon and depressed again. I said to Geezer, "What's happened? What's coming on?" He said, "Oh, he's had some bad news from LA." The sponsor from AA had gone by that point. We caught him stealing stuff off Bill, so we sent him packing. We tried to bring Bill around, but he went through a weird stage. Over the next few days, he sat in the kitchen at the manor. This lovely old house had all these original leaded windows, and in a fit of rage, Bill threw all these plates and crockery and everything through them. We had some people come over to redo them all, put in other windows and lead them, and would you believe it? The next day, Bill did the same thing again. He was really angry about all this, and he wanted to go back to LA and get himself back into recovery again. It was real disappointing for us. He had recorded the album, but now what? Chapter 57, Size Matters. We wondered who we should get to replace Bill. I called Bev Bevan, who played with The Move and ELO, to see if he'd come along for a while. Bev was an old mate. He said to me, "I'm not sure whether I can play this stuff." I said, come on, come and have a go." So we rehearsed, and he got used to the songs, and he played better and better as he went on. And in the end, he toured with us for as long as this lineup lasted. It was nice to have another old friend on tour. At first, we didn't even know how long Bev was going to be needed. We thought Bill would come back, but he just wasn't capable. When we were thinking about the stage set for our Born Again tour, Geezer said, "Why don't we have something that looks like Stonehenge, you know, with stones and all that stuff?" That's a good idea. So Geezer jotted down what it should look like and gave it to the designers. 2 or 3 months later, we saw it. We rehearsed for the tour at the Birmingham NEC, and we said, hey, great, the stage set is going to come today. It came in, and we couldn't believe it. It was as big as the real Stonehenge. They had taken Geezer's measurements the wrong way and thought it was meant to be life-size. I said, how the bloody hell did that happen? Well, I put down the height in centimetres, but they must have thought it was in inches. We were in shock. This stuff was coming in and in and in. They had all these huge columns in the back, and they're as wide as your average bedroom. The colours in the front were about 13 feet high, and we had all the monitors and the side fills as well as all this rock. It was made of fiberglass and wood, and bloody heavy too. The tour continued throughout Europe. I suggested we play Smoke on the Water, because Ian was known for it, and it seemed like a bum deal for him not to do any of his stuff while he was doing all of ours. I don't know whether we played it properly, but the audience just loved it. The critics moaned, of course. It was something out of the bag and they didn't want to know about that. Ian had all the lyrics written out, and he was having a hard time remembering them. He got to a point where he had them all over the stage. One time, during Black Sabbath, they blew too much dry ice our way, and he was standing there with his head down, hair in front of his face, huffing and puffing, furiously trying to blow the dry ice away from his lyric sheets. I went, you can't have all these lyric sheets lying round. It looks a bit obvious. He said, I've nearly got them now. I'll have them soon. But he never did. He just couldn't remember them. He wasn't very sure-footed either. He once fell over my pedal board. He was waving at the people, stepped back and banged. He went arse over head big time. He jumped up and tried to make believe it was part of the show. Ian was very funny. As a matter of fact, off stage, Ian was a bloody lunatic. On stage, he was quieter. Instead of being a lunatic on stage and quiet off, Ian had these big 2 congas on a stand when he joined, like he'd Mundo Ross. I said, you can't use those. He said, I always use them when I'm with Deep Purple. You won't look right in Black Sabbath, having a set of congas stuck there right in front of you. Well, I don't know what to do with my hands if I don't have them. I'm sort of used to hitting them. It'll look terrible, these bloody conga things in the middle of the stage. Well, what about if I put them above the side, by Geezer? So put them by Geezer then. Him tapping his congas. One time, the crew put some string on them. His idea was to pull them away while he was playing them, so he'd have to follow them. Unfortunately, it didn't work out very well. When they pulled on them, the congas wobbled, nearly falling over, but he was still trying to hit them. We managed to get rid of them in the end, thankfully. When Ian first joined us, he said, I don't know what to wear. I said, well, everybody tends to wear black or, usually leather. Oh, I don't really want to wear leather. It's a bit difficult singing in Black Sabbath with flowery shirts on, so I asked him to darken down a bit. He had about 5 or 6 waistcoats made, all black leather, and in the end, he had some leather pants as well. We were actually getting him there, bit by bit. On 13th of September, we were due to play at Ballring in Barcelona. We were invited to this really nice club the night before. The drinks were flowing, and then Ian decided that he was going to set the waiter's arse on fire. He got his lighter going while the guy was serving somebody else, burning him on the backside. I thought, here we go. I said to Bev, it's time to go. I'll go back to the hotel now. He said, I'll come with you. But Ian went, no, just hang on. We'll all be back with you in a minute. Oh, fucking hell. Well, all right then. So we had another drink, and then the place closed. And we went. Ian walked out with his pint of beer, and they said, "You can't take that outside." He did anyway, and it was, "Don't you push me, mate." And bang, a fight started. And it was an awful one. They came from everywhere, all the kitchen staff, the waiters, the bloody lot, with knives and martial art, nunchucks and everything. We were just a band and two security blokes. We were fighting for our lives, and Ian Giller was nowhere to be seen. He later claimed he fell in a ditch, but I reckon he just legged it. Geezer hit somebody with a glass and he cut his hand open. The police came and they arrested him and one of our security guys. They put them in jail and threw two people from the club in with them, who proceeded to beat the shit out of our security guards right there and then. How on earth we got back to the hotel, I don't know. Then we tried to get a call out to Dunarden, but the hotel had been phoned by the club and they blocked our calls. We all went, "Oh God, now what?" They threw us out of the hotel because they had ties with this club. The mafia were involved in that. It was a heavy scene. We got on the tour bus and tried to find somewhere to stay, but nobody would have us. We drove for ages and ages, and somehow we ended up about 100 yards from when we were originally. Finally, we managed to get Don on the phone, and he said, "I'll send somebody over." He arranged for this team of 8 German heavies to come over, and sure enough, in the middle of the night, straight away, boom, there they were. The head guy was older, grey hair, glasses, fairly well dressed, and he said, "Just stay in the rooms and don't move. I'll go sort this out." Donna told me this man is very serious. Supposedly he'd killed such and such and a number of people, and I thought, oh fuck, we don't get into all that. So I said to him, "God, yes, sort it out, but don't go there. Please don't make it any worse than it already is." He said, "Don't worry, they will listen to me." He was a lovely guy and I got along fine with him, but it was like something you'd seen in a movie. We played the bull ring on the following night and I thought, oh dear, we're in the open air. We mess with the wrong people here. We're going to get murdered. But the Germans went all around the entrances and all the dressing rooms and secured the whole place. They were real professionals. The worst of it was, we had this guy from the Daily Mail travelling round with us. He saw all this and reported it in the paper. He came into there some photographs and a little story about playing in the bull ring, but he got a lot more than that. In October, we took the whole Stonehenge thing to America. We had carpenters on it and big crew to set it all up. But on most gigs, it just wouldn't work. The columns at the back were too high, and we ended up using the ones that held me and Geezer's cabinets. But even those are massive. At the end of the tour, we tried to give it all away to the people who had bought London Bridge and reassembled it in Arizona, but they didn't want it. We couldn't take it back to England, so the crew just dumped it off at the dock somewhere and left it. Just ridiculous. We abandoned Stonehenge right there in America. I didn't see the movie Spinal Tap until later. Don Arden said to me, "We've got a front cover to do tomorrow." I said, "Okay, what, me and Geezer?" "Yeah, with Spinal Tap." Spinal Tap? Who the bloody hell's Spinal Tap? I don't think even he knew at the time. I think it's some up-and-coming band and they have a movie coming out. And we're doing a front cover with them. We've never heard of them. Me and Geezer did the shoot with them anyway, which was very funny, but I still didn't have the faintest idea who they were. It was only later, when I saw the movie, that I realised what it was all about and where they got the idea for the scene with the tiny Stonehenge from. And they had a midget as well. Because the Born Again album cover had a picture of this red baby with claws and little devil's horns, Don Arden's idea was to recreate the baby on stage. So one night at a gig, he said, "I want to show you something." Okay. He made Ian and me wait outside this room, and finally he said, "Okay, come in now." We went in. It was dark and just saw these red eyes peering at us. Blimey. Put the light on, and there was this midget in a rubber outfit who looked like the baby on the cover. We thought, fucking hell, John's gone a bit over the top, hasn't he? He said, "It's going to be a great addition to the show." The idea was that the midget would climb up the 13-foot high columns, run across them, and then jump off them onto the drum riser, which was about halfway down the stage. And then he'd jump off the riser to the front of the stage, look at the audience, cry, and his eyes would light up and the show would start. Now the midget was a bit of a movie star because he'd been one of the Ewoks in Star Wars. Ozzy at the time also took a midget out on the road. I think he called him Ronnie. I don't know who had the first one really. It became a thing. Midgets were in demand, but we had the most famous midget because ours had been in Star Wars. Who's that the most famous midget? We have. He kept ribbing the crew with, "I've been in the movies, you know." They really didn't care about that at all. So they did all manner of things to this poor little guy. One night they locked him in a flight case. What's happened to the midget? Nobody could find him. This little guy nearly suffocated. Then another day, I went down for a sound check and I could hear, "Help! Help!" I looked up and they had him hanging over the stage on a chain, upside down. The poor bugger. He really took some stick. It was becoming a real thing for the crew. What can we do next to him? We finally decided it was best for all parties concerned if he left, especially after the crew decided to put the lights out on him at the very moment he jumped from the columns onto the drum riser. He went, splat. He caught the edge of the drum riser and nearly broke his neck. Meanwhile, we were backstage, waiting to come on, and it just blew the show. We said, "That's it, he's gone." They would have killed him if we hadn't fired him. Up until that point, I'd always worked with people who were completely committed. Looking back at it now, it doesn't really look as if Ian was. I think he'd had a ball and he did his best, but he knew all along that he was going to get out. And we never thought, oh, he's going to be here for, 10 years. With this lineup, we just set out to see where it was going. We did one album, toured for a year, and that was it. We didn't know till the very end that Ian was going to go back to Deep Purple, but it had run its course by that point. Being with Purple, that was his gig. We didn't really think about doing another album together. We never had fights. We got on great, and we still do. We had a fantastic time, and more laughs than ever. We just took it day by day, and the last of those days came in March 1984, when we had our final gig together in Massachusetts. That was the end for Ian, and for Bev as well. Chapter 58, Last Man Standing. Right after Ian Gillan left, we met up with Ozzy to talk about getting the old band back together again. We'd had one or two times like that, where we discussed him coming back. If it had been up to us, it would have happened. But Don wouldn't have anything to do with Sharon, and Sharon wouldn't have anything to do with Don. It was always these stupid managements beefing on about something that stopped us from really doing what we wanted to do. So we still needed a new singer. So out in LA, me and Geezer listened to tapes again, boxes and boxes of them, sent to us by all these young guys who were dreaming about joining Black Sabbath. This one guy called Ron Keel sent a tape in. I said to Geezer, "This lad's pretty good. Have a listen to him." He played it and said, "Oh, yeah. Went out for dinner and drinks with him. In the course of the evening, I said to this Ron, "I really like that stuff you sent." "Oh, thanks." I said, "I especially like that third track." And he went, "That's not me, man." "What do you mean it's not you? It's on your tape." He said, "No, I'm on the other side." He'd sent this tape with him on one side and another different singer on the other. So he made a right boo-boo there. Well, actually did have a career later, because he's a good singer as well. He just wasn't what we were looking for at the time. We never figured out who the other guy was. But after this happened, we'd had enough. So got a producer to find out the singers who had sent in good tapes. It's like doing the X Factor. Get through all these kids who sing in the bathroom and think they're great. But most of them are, well, rubbish. Well, only somebody who looked right, had a good voice, they could sing the old songs, because that's what people wanted to hear as well. When Ronnie James Dio came into it, he was so different from Ozzy, but he could still sing those old songs in his own way, and it sounded right. Most of the people we tried just didn't sound right. A lot of them couldn't reach the high notes. Come to think of it, that was one of the things Michael Bolton actually could do. We gave the most promising ones we auditioned a little extra time, like David Donato, who we allowed a couple of weeks to settle in. We also recorded a couple of tracks with him. One of the songs was No Way Out, which after many changes turned into the shining of the Eternal Idol album. Different vocals, different lyrics, different arrangement, but still the initial riff. Dave looked right, and he was a nice enough lad, but he had a bit of a strange, too high voice. But before we knew it, Don Arden already had Kerrang! Magazine doing photos, even though we were going, "We don't want to release these yet. He's not a definite yet." And sure enough, banged, he was out. After millions of tapes and countless auditions, we still hadn't found ourselves a singer. But our drummer problem had been sorted, because Bill had come back, or so we thought. Then in the summer of 1984, he left again. In and out like a yo-yo he was. Bill is one of these people who is difficult to understand sometimes. Even after all these years I've known him, I still never know what it is that makes him tick. That right after Bill, Deezer went as well. But I didn't leave. The only person left standing was me. Mug. Chapter 59. The Mysterious Case of the Lofty Lodgers. After finishing the Born Again tour, I rented a house in Bel Air. It was a wonderful place, but I heard these noises all the time, people talking and bumps in the night. I'd look around the house, but nobody would be there. Blimey, where does that come from? Some weird things happened. I came back one night from rehearsal, walked into the kitchen, and found a plait of hair on the kitchen table, a couple of feet long, like a ponytail. How did that get there? Another night, I came home and found the same sort of thing wrapped around the handle of the front door. I just couldn't explain it. I could never figure out this sound of people talking in the house. I called the Bel Air police every time. At first they'd go around the house, nothing. But they never checked on loft. And after a while, they'd come around and go, "Oh, it's him again." I got so concerned about it that I even stayed down at my friend Mark's house a couple of times. He had a bloody armory there. He had revolvers and pump-action shotguns, and just like in the movies, one of those little guns in a book. He said, "I'll come up with you and we'll have a look. I'll bring my gun." And so he did. He sat there in the lounge all night. Nothing happened. I thought, he thinks I'm a loony now. He left, and the next day, it all started again. I then hired a security guard. The sauna overlooked the swimming pool, so I put him in there. I said, If you see anything, let me know. After a while, he got fed up and he said, "Hey man, I can't stay here all night." I whispered, "Shh, which would I catch somebody here?" I was going to extremes to find out who these people were. After the security guy left, I had one of the crew come and stay with me. But he would be snoring away so loudly that he couldn't hear anything. Finally, Mark gave me a Magnum. I slept with this huge gun in my hand. One night I heard this horrendous noise. I grabbed Mark's gun and I dashed to the car with no shirt on. And as I drove out, I looked back and I saw all these faces in the kitchen window looking out at me. It freaked me out. I dove straight down to the police. They came back and nothing. Gone. Then I found out that the wires of the burglar alarm had been cut inside the house. I should have moved out really. But then I had Jeff Nichols come to stay with me. I just wanted somebody to see something, if only to prove I was not going crazy. I really thought I was going loopy, and so did everybody else. One night, Jeff and me were in the lounge at 2 o'clock in the morning, and we saw this bloke running across the lawn. Fucking hell, finally. I got my gun and we opened the door slowly. We slipped out and crawled across the grass. The house was built on a hill and we could hear people talking down below. I whispered to Jeff, "All right, we've got a gun, and when they come up..." We must have been lying there for about an hour waiting for these people to appear. And then the sprinklers came on. It was like a Laura and Hardy skit. Both of us going, "Ah, ah." We were soaked. And of course, after that, we never found them. But at least Jeff had seen somebody as well. It wasn't just me anymore. One night, a guy from the crew built this trap in the garden. He made all these zigzags of wire all across the yard, and it took him all day to do it. The idea was that if somebody came across, he'd get stuck in it, and then we would be able to see him. I heard a noise. I called the police. They came over, and then they got stuck in it. I went out with my gun and the police were going, "Drop the gun, drop the gun." No, I live here. Drop the gun, hands on your head. They could have shot me. Well, I could have shot them as well, come to think of it. This thing went on for months. Eventually, we found a trap door. Upstairs, there was a cinema room with a big screen. In the wall, there was a cutout, and because it was all papered, you couldn't really see it. We opened this thing, stepped through it, and we could walk all around the house. It was a big area. You could virtually stand up in there. We found all these piles of cigarette butts and beer cans outside the vents through which you could look into the rooms. They'd obviously been sitting there, seeing everything I did. Fucking hell, they could probably tell a few stories. I was relieved that we found that somebody had been there and that the police could finally see that as well. They never found out who it was. They said afterwards that the easiest thing for me would have been to get a dog. With a dog, I'd have found them in no time. Now, why the hell didn't I think of that? It made me so paranoid that I eventually moved into a hotel. The first thing I did there was tape all the vents up because I had a terrible fear of it. So there I was, roasting at the hotel. Even now, I've got cameras around my house and everywhere. And I've got the electric gates and the dogs. And it's all down to that experience. Chapter 16. Lovely Lita. Lita Ford opened for us on the Born Again tour. We got together after a shout over chat and we hit it off. It developed into a relationship, and when I lived in Bel Air, in the house with the people in the loft, she came to visit me there. After I moved out of there, I got a penthouse at Crescent Heights and Sunset in LA. She moved in with me. I was still married to Melinda at that time. We were split up, but it took me a long time to get a divorce. So I suppose, technically, I was committing adultery. Lita and I even got engaged. But we couldn't do any more than that until I got the divorce. Lisa helped us look for a new singer. She knew a couple of people we could try, but after Bill and Geezer left, I was in need of a whole new band. It was her idea to let me use the drummer and the bass player of her band, Eric Singer and Gordon Copley. Eric wanted to play in my band more than he did in Lita's, so he said to me, "Hey, if you want a permanent drummer, I would be interested." He ended up working with me for quite a while. Lita then looked at it as though, "Oh, isn't it my drummer?" She got the hump about it so bad that our breakup came mainly from that. At the time, I was doing a lot of drugs again, which was also hard for her. Me and Jeff Nichols would be at the Penthouse a lot, trying to write something and doing coke at the same time. Every time Lita came home, Jeff would be there. It looked like I was more involved with him than I was with her. Me and Jeff were in the Penthouse one day, and I put the chains on the door and something up against it because you get paranoid when you do a lot of coke. We were working on a song when we heard this loud bang. It was Lita. She couldn't open the door and pushed it so hard that the whole rim of the door came off with the chains and everything. And then she got pissed off because we were at it again. It was a shame, really, because I messed up the relationship by being constantly out of it. She was a nice girl and we got on well. It just started coming apart, certainly when the Eric thing happened. We were together for about 2 years. Then we went our own separate ways. Lita was later managed by Sharon Arden. She phoned me and said, "I'm looking for a manager. What about Sharon?" I said, "I don't know. It's up to you." Sharon got Lita to do a song with Ozzy that went to #1, so she did all right for her. For a while, until she dropped her. Chapter 61. Together Again for a Day. I was in the middle of doing my new solo album when they asked us to perform at a huge show. All these people were doing it, and it was for a very good cause. I said, "Okay, sounds good. Let's do it." So, in July 1985, the original Black Sabbath lineup got back together for a one-off gig at Live Aid in Philadelphia. We probably thought that it might be the first step towards getting back together again. We got on well when we saw each other, and I think we all hoped it would happen. But the powers that be have to allow you to do it. Has to be in aid of charity, otherwise management would think somebody was making money out of it, and it wouldn't happen. And there was no greater charity cause than Live Aid. The organisation offered us a time slot in a rehearsal facility. Got to the space and were supposed to rehearse 3 songs. Instead of doing that, we ended up talking about the old times. We were there chatting away. Then we played for a bit and then stopped when somebody would say, "Oh, remember so-and-so?" Not much of a rehearsal, really. This girl came in and stood at the back watching. I mentioned this to somebody. "Can you tell her this is a closed session?" I didn't know who it was. She had dyed hair and looked nothing like Madonna, but it was Madonna, and she wasn't very happy about being tossed out. We went back to the bar afterwards, had a great time together, and got solidly sloshed. The next day, we were on at something like 10 o'clock in the morning. I had this dreadful hangover, so I put my dark glasses on, and then we played Children of the Grave, Iron Man, and Paranoid in the bright sunlight. It was a great thing to do, and we were certainly aware of the importance of the occasion, but it was over just so quickly. Meanwhile, Don had issued Ozzy with a writ because he thought we were going to get together again and that Sharon was going to manage us. Don wanted us to stop anything happening because he made his point that he managed me, and there was no way we were going to do anything without him being involved. Don and Sharon, they were both as paranoid as each other. Don sent a writ to Ozzy, And the guy who presented it right there at Live Aid looked like a fan. So Ozzy thought he wanted his autograph and signed it. I didn't actually see the writ, as Sharon whipped that away right quick. But it did put a bit of a dampener on the occasion. I don't know whether Live Aid made a difference. You do the thing, they raise the money, and what happens then? They buy the food or whatever they need, but you're never 100% sure who gets what. But I still think it was a good thing to do anyway. We got to Philly, had a drunken night, got hungover, did the gig, and disappeared. The subject of getting back together didn't even come up. I got on the plane back home and didn't see them all again for years. Chapter 62. Twinkle, Twinkle, Seventh Star. I was now the only one left in Black Sabbath. Without a band, I got the idea of doing a solo album with all different singers. I made a list of people I wanted, like Robert Plant, Rob Halford, David Coverdale and Glenn Hughes. But it opened a huge can of worms trying to get them to sing. I ran into all sorts of contractual stuff. The record companies didn't let them, so it was, "Oh no, we're doing an album, so sorry, can't sing on yours." Eventually the idea was dropped. We then tried this guy called Jeff Venholt. He was another one who had played the lead in Jesus Christ Superstar, in the Broadway version of that musical. So we had Ian Gillan, who was the original Jesus Christ Superstar, and here we had the Broadway Jesus wanting to join Black Sabbath. We tried Jeff out and he had a good voice. I got a couple of demos with him in Los Angeles. One of the tracks was Star of India, which later turned into Seven Star. Another one was Eye of the Storm, which ended up on the album as Turn to Stone. And we had a track that eventually turned into Danger Zone. Of course, these demos got out and found their way onto a bootleg album again. They called it Eighth Star or something like that. Jeff seemed a nice enough guy. It might have worked with him, even though I wasn't 100% convinced to be able to do our older stuff. But then Jeff Brixman came in to produce the album, and he didn't think Ken Holt was working out recording-wise, and that was that. A little later, Jeff Henholt suddenly became this big TV evangelist. I couldn't believe it, because when we met him and he was saying things like, "Oh yeah, I fucked that chick." The New York Times did a thing about him being with Black Sabbath, and they wrote that he's seen the light and rejected evil and all that bollocks. We were right back in the Satanism thing, because Fennell was going on about it. I was getting phone calls to do Larry King Live about him. I thought, I'm not getting involved in that. You try to talk religion on TV in America, and you have no chance. Especially with him being an evangelist now. They're all going to side with him, and I won't have a leg to stand on. Around the time we did some demos, I thought the geezer was going to return. His wife and manager, Gloria, said he wanted to come back. But the next thing I knew, he'd joined Ozzy. Bloody hell, what happened there? Glenn Hughes was, as I've said, one of the singers on my wish list. He came in and sang, and I thought, bloody hell, he's good. He was so impressive that I thought it would be great to use Glenn on all of the songs of what was to become the Seven Star album. But it was difficult to work with him. Fucking hell, he did 10 times more coke than me. It just turned into a nightmare. He'd go, I've got this idea. He'd start a big line and say, all hyper, listen to this. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, but I've got this other idea. Listen to this. It drove you up the wall. Even he himself now says, I don't know how you put up with it. What made it even worse was that he had all these hangers-on coming down to the studio as well. I tried to get rid of them because I could see they were just a load of leeches. I guess he could afford this big entourage at the time, as he'd just come off being with Deep Purple, but it didn't last. He lost a lot of money and ended up selling all his stuff. When we were doing 7 Star, we recorded the album with Glenn Hughes and Eric Singer, and we had Dave Spitz on bass, a good player we'd found through Jeff Glixman. It was a first for me to play with musicians that young. I was 37 at the time, and Dave and Eric were about 10 years younger than me. It felt funny because when I talked about the old times, they didn't know what I was on about. They would ask me stuff and I'd start talking away, and then I'd find out, hang on, they haven't got a clue. I can't go back that far because they can't relate to that. You know, remember so-and-so? Well, no, we don't actually. Oh, you forgot. And then I'd realise, bloody hell, they weren't even born then. We started recording in LA, but we finalised the album in Atlanta, Georgia, because Jeff Glixman could get a good deal on a studio there. The basic tracks had been done already, so only me and Glenn went down there. I'd taken this big stereo to Atlanta with me. Glenn had nothing to play his stuff on, so I lent it to him. I'd just bought it, and he swapped it for some Coke. I said to Glenn, what's happened to my stereo? I lent it to somebody. Oh. Then I saw this Coke dealer with my stereo and put 2 and 2 together. Glenn was uncontrollable, but he sang like a dream, and so effortlessly. He'd sit in the studio, slouching with a mic, and just sing. Incredible. A God-given voice. We didn't take long recording the album. Some tracks were actually done in the first or second take. I also tried to finish it quickly because I was paying for it all. The record company came up with a good advance later, but I fronted everything myself. We finished 7 Star in August 1985. Gordon Copley's original bass playing is on No Stranger to Love. We kept that from the first sessions. It just seemed to go well with that track. I thought it was a great song. But what I didn't like was doing the video for it. The first day they took some footage of me and Glenn just playing away. But the next day I had to be there at something like 5:30 a.m. to do this shoot with the girl from Star Trek, Denise Crosby, Bing's granddaughter. I'm not very good at videos anyway. But I had to do this love scene with her, which was very embarrassing. They put this black eyeliner on me and everything else. It wasn't what we were all about at all, and I hated it. To make matters even worse, they had me walk into Los Angeles canals at 7 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold with the mist rising. I just bought these brand new boots, and they were well and truly knackered after that. 7 Star was released in January 1986. It was supposed to be a solo album. I certainly didn't want to release it as a Black Sabbath album because I hadn't written it as a Black Sabbath album. I wanted the freedom of it to sound as it did, and to without calling the band Black Sabbath, and also because Glenn was uncomfortable about that. But when the question of the name came up, Don said to me, the record company says you owe them a Black Sabbath album and they want this one. In the end, it was billed as Black Sabbath featuring Tony Iommi. Neither I nor Glenn was pleased with that because we felt we weren't doing the record justice presenting it this way. And to go out and play War Pigs and Iron Man, it just wasn't right. 7 Star reached number 27 in May 1986, and then it dropped off the charts after 5 weeks. Not really a big seller. I don't think I even noticed it because of all the aggro we had within the band. We had a tour coming up, but somebody was about to choke on it. Chapter 63. Glen falls, but there is a ray of hope. The 7-Star Tour kicked off in Cleveland, Ohio in March 1986. We had a big stage set with lasers and everything. Don Arden's idea again, but I had to pay for it all, of course. To say the tour got off to a bad start is an understatement, because it went disastrously wrong with Glenn. I'd hired this bodyguard called Doug Goldstein, who later managed Guns N' Roses, to watch him and to keep all the hangers-on away from him. But no sooner did the tour start than Glenn disappeared back to Atlanta. Doug brought him back just in time for the show. We're at the side of the stage and he went, "I can't go on, I can't go on." So I literally threw him on. "Get out there." I hated being like that, but I just had to do it. Doug Goldstein ended up doing all sorts of things to pin Glenn down. While staying in rooms with adjoining doors, he actually attached a string to his toe and tied it to Glenn's hotel room door, so as soon as Glenn moved, Doug would know about it. It was a bloody nightmare, but Glenn was cunning. He managed to get drug dealers in somehow. I wasn't there when it all happened. I just know that our stage manager, John Downing, ended up thumping Glenn on the day before the first show. John was tough, very forceful, and he could really handle himself. He was good at what he did. He had worked for Jimi Hendrix and Remove in the past. John said that he couldn't control Glenn and that Glenn had taken a swing at him, so he clocked him. That was John Downing's side of it. But he's dead now, so we can't ask him about it anymore. He drowned while he was on tour in Europe. John had had a row with some bootleggers, and when he was coming back to England on the ferry, they were on the same boat. Story goes that those same bootleggers lobbed him overboard and his body was washed up a couple of days later. John had broken Glenn's nose. Don Arden apparently said to John, he had to go on stage. "Why didn't you thump him in the back of the head?" Typical. Glenn claimed that the blow had caused a blood clot in his throat. Sure, of course, it wasn't the coke. It obviously affected his voice. It does sometimes. It dries your throat up. Glenn is such a great singer, but he was just unable to perform. On top of that, he was getting extremely paranoid. I spoke to Don about it, and I said, "We have to pull the shows." "We can't pull the shows. If we do, they'll sue us." Oh, fucking hell. I simply couldn't afford to run that risk. So what we had to do was locate another singer and bring him in a couple of days before we actually fired Glenn. This way we'd be able to get him to see the show and see how it all worked before he took over. We got down to the gig in the afternoon to rehearse with him, to get him into the role of it. Then, when it all happened with Glenn, the new singer would be able to go on stage to continue with the rest of the shows. Dave Spitz knew this young singer called Ray Gillen from the band in New York. He was a good-looking guy with a great voice. The girls loved him. And when he was with us, there were suddenly lots of women coming to the shows. We brought Ray in during the afternoon of our third show. We ran through the songs and Glenn was wondering what was going on. "Who is that guy I keep seeing?" It was really awkward. But it was the only thing left for us to do. It was either that or cancel the shows. We had to go on with Glenn and then slot Ray in straight away. It was also difficult for me because Glenn had always been a mate and I felt really underhand doing this. We've talked about it since and Glenn now understands. We gave him all these chances and he just buggered them all up. That third gig went great from our side, but Glenn was so bad that night. I had a real row with him after the show. I got angry because he was letting everybody down, including himself. He could hardly sing at all anymore, and Jeff Nichols had to take over on some of the vocals. Of course, Jeff sounded nothing like Glenn, but he just tried his best to finish the songs. A lot of people underestimate how tough you have to be when you're leading a band. You always become the arsehole. People don't understand. They're not here and they don't see all the things that are happening, why you end up kicking somebody out. But there's a reason why they're not there anymore. Either they leave of their own accord or they're not putting their weight and you get rid of them, because the band has to carry on. The gig in Worcester, Massachusetts on 26th of March was Glenn's last. When he discovered he was out, he banged on my door screaming, "I know about this fucking singer." I thought, I'm not going to answer that now. He was raging. Fate would have it that our next gig in upstate New York was cancelled thanks to another Christian protest, one of the many times that happened to us. And the irony of it was that the cancelled gig was in a town with the fitting name of Glen Falls. Luckily for both of us, 10 years later, and the drugs consigned to history, Glenn and I would hook up again for their depth studio sessions. 3 days after Worcester, Ray Gillen did his first show with us. He was thrown in at the deep end, but he did really well. Finally, we had somebody again who really wanted to do it and had the right attitude. Even so, ticket sales weren't very good. With Glenn, we did big gigs and we did good business. Now we were touring with an unknown guy, so the interest went off. It took all that time to build this up, and then it all came crashing right back down again. It was appalling, really. We had to pull the tour in the end because we were losing too much money. But we soldiered on, starting our UK tour in May, doing 12 dates, ending with 2 shows at the Hammersmith Odeon in London. The halls weren't that big, but ticket sales were all right. Of course, there was a bit of confusion about just who was in the band as well. Ian Gillan, Ray Gillen. It was confusing. Ray was really a good find, but nobody knew him. We had to break him in. People had to come and see him. It would take time to build it up. The big question was, did we have that time? Chapter 64. The Quest for the Eternal Idol. While we were trying to get back on our feet with Ray Gillen, I got into a real hole. Don Arden had stopped being my manager. He'd got done for fraud or something to do with tax evasion. They arrested him and put him behind bars for a while. I was asked to help him out, just like the other band that he managed, Air Supply. His lawyer said to me, "Look, Tony, Don's in a lot of trouble. We need to help him out. Otherwise, he's going to die in that jail. He's never going to be able to stand it. We've got $300,000 of Air Supply. Could you put some money in as well? You'll get it back. We'll drop these papers and everything will be sorted." So I did. I put about 50 or 60 grand in. Never got it back, of course. And neither did Air Supply, as far as I know. And suddenly, all the papers we had signed, they got lost. What a mess. In the end, somebody had to go to jail, and Don's son David got incarcerated instead of his father. David basically covered for Don and did the time for him. At that point, it was really difficult to find somebody who could manage us. Then Wilf Pine approached me. He said, "Patrick Meehan can help you out." Same old thing. It's ridiculous, and I know it was a stupid thing to do, but I got back with Meehan. The people who surrounded me were trying to rip me off anyway, so my thought was, it might as well be somebody I know and who might do something for me while there's about it. The devil you know. It's all a bit vague now because it was a period when I was back into doing lots of coke again. And so was Meehan. So I got involved with Meehan, and of course, bang, he went pear-shaped immediately. He got into too much of that playboy thing again. I went to a couple of places with him, and he introduced me to some right dodgy people. Nice people, but dodgy people. And I thought, here we go again. We were writing songs for what was to become the Eternal Idol album in London, and I stayed in his hotel in Mayfair. I was there for about 6 weeks, and I thought, Christ, this must cost a fortune. But Meehan went, "It's all right, because I'm going to buy this hotel." There was champagne and dinner and God knows what else. The whole band was staying there, and Ray Gillen was in this apartment next door. As time went on, the owner of the hotel kept saying to me, When is Paddy me and going to sort out the hotel bills? When he's going to pay me some money? I'd go, I don't know. That's got nothing to do with me. Of course, me and never did come up with the money. And not long after this, that owner of the hotel turned up dead, burned to death. The executors of his will went through all the books and they figured out how much I owed. I got a bill from the hotel which I had to pay in the end. Another me and special. When we jammed at our rehearsals and writing sessions for The Eternal Idol, Ray would always sing just anything. But when it came to doing the actual songs, he didn't come up with many lyrics at all. It's difficult if the singer can't come up with his own stuff. But I think the biggest problem with Ray was that he got carried away with the stardom. He went a bit wild. He stayed in a nice apartment in Mayfair, and all of a sudden he had all these women around him, and he got into this play-by type of lifestyle. He was up all night drinking, and became this other person. Ray was a really nice guy though. They were all nice guys. Eric Singer and Dave Spitz as well. Eric had this 80s hairstyle which made him look a bit like a woman, so we started calling him Shirley. He's a good drummer and he's done well for himself, playing with Alice Cooper and Kiss and the like. When we had Dave and Eric in the band, they were a great little team. They loved to play and would try stuff all through the night. They were always so energetic, and that was good for me as well. Even so, something didn't sit well with me. Jeff Nichols and me, we were older than the rest of the people in the band, so I felt quite ancient really. Ray was only 25. It was like he and Eric and Dave were novices. They hadn't worked for it like everybody else who'd been in the game a long time. They had come along and just like that, they could go out and say, I'm in Black Sabbath. It was great that they were there, and I liked them as players and as people, but it just didn't feel the same anymore. Mian's idea was to go to Montserrat to record the album, but first we went to Antigua for a short break. We stayed at this resort that Mian had bought in the 70s. He said, this is my hotel. I couldn't believe it. I met people there who used to work for us and who I hadn't seen for years. Even our old accountant was out there, still apparently friends with Mian. Bloody hell, it was like our manager was the king of the town out there. I asked him about food and where I could go. He said, oh, go to any restaurant on the beach and just sign for it. Well, how are they going to know who I am? Oh, they know who you are. And that's what we did. We had lobster and this and that, no questions asked, just signed for everything. We lived pretty well, had a great time. The other lads went to Montserrat a bit earlier than me, because I decided to sail over there with Mian on his boat. He had a skipper, and the bloke's wife worked on the boat as well. It was great during the day, and we set off. We sat on the deck and sunbathed. It was lovely. They had all these coconuts, and the captain made cocktails with rum and coconut milk. We drank these all day long, so I got absolutely rat-arsed. Then this big storm came in. It was pitch black out there, and the boat was flying all over the place, literally down up in the air. Water was pouring in, and my suitcases were floating around at the bottom of the boat. I was inside, feeling sick and throwing up. Then all the cupboards burst open and all these things fell out, canned food and this and that. I was terrified because the captain's wife came down saying, "Cool, this is one of the worst storms I've ever been in." Great, thanks for telling me that. I survived, but I swore I'd never get on a boat like that again. Mian had rented a house in Montserrat for the two of us. We got to this 5 or 6 bedroom place and I thought, this is nice. My bags had all been underwater and everything in them was sodden. I had a leather briefcase that had turned completely green because of the salt water. It had my stereo in it and my passport, and all the stuff was just trashed. When we arrived, it was still light, but after nightfall, it was completely dark out there. Me and had to shoot off and do something. So I was in this bloody house all by myself for the first few days. No sooner had he left than there was a power cut. Because I'd only just arrived, I didn't know my way around the house. I didn't have a torch or anything, and I couldn't go next door because there wasn't a next door. I was sitting there on my own, and I shat myself. I started thinking, somebody might have cut the power on purpose so they could come in and stab me and cut my throat. I was praying for the morning. Everything returned to normal, but I hated staying in that house on my own, stuck in the middle of nowhere. Jeff Glicksman, who had also done 7 Star, came over to produce this album, but he wanted to change Ray Gillen, and he didn't like Dave Spitz. So we ended up replacing Jeff Glicksman and got Chris Sangaridis to finish the album. In all this confusion, Dave left because he had some problem at home. So Bob Daisley, who had done all the lyrics and written songs for Ozzy, was taken on to finish the album with us. He put all his bass bits down on the tracks we had done already, and then we wrote another song with him. He was a good player, and we got on really well. Me would sort out advances for everybody, and I'd sign the checks for the guys in the band. The money came from an account that contained the advance from the record company. Me would say, "Oh, we owe the band this much money. Sign these checks and I'll do the rest. I'll sort that out." That old con. I would have had enough coke or drink to go, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea." I was in a terrible state. I always felt like I was going mad because all these different things were happening. I didn't have anybody to turn to. The band would go, "What's going on?" And I'd say, "I've no idea. I just don't know what's happening here." I didn't know how this was done or how that got out of hand or how other things went wrong. Me promised everything to everybody, and then of course, when all that went out of the window, it was down to me. It was a really, really difficult time for me. We were just going from day to day, surviving as best we could. Me was supposed to pay everybody. I later heard he didn't, but I never knew that at the time. I was signing the checks, but they just weren't getting them. I think that was the reason why Ray eventually left, and Eric as well. Ray ended up joining John Sykes' band Blue Murder, and Bob Daisley took Eric Singer with him to be in Gary Moore's band. It was the same all over again, until he got cut off, bang, just like that one day. I complained to Ian about some check that had bounced, and he just said, "Well, if that's the way it is, I just don't want to do it anymore." And that was it. I thought, fuck. He probably didn't see enough money coming in. Of course, flying everybody to Antigua and Montserrat and keeping everybody alive for all that time must have been expensive. So it might have well cost me and more than he made off us. Finally. We recorded a fair bit in Montserrat, but what with Dave leaving, Glicksman going as well, plus the troubles with me, we decided to go back to London. We finished the album there with Chris Sangaridis. I knew Chris from old. He was the assistant engineer on some of the old Sabbath records. He was really keen on music and loved our stuff. Jeff Nichols, me and Chris even had a little joke band at the time. We called it Sin, Sangaridis, Iommi and Nichols. We were just jamming around in the studio. I suppose some tapes of that lying around somewhere. By the time we got to Battery Studios in London, Reagan had left. My friend Albert Chapman managed this guy called Tony Martin. He said to me, "Try him, he's got a good voice." So Tony came into the studio to sing on some of the tracks we'd written with Ray in mind, without having had any warning or anything. He sang some of the stuff similar to Ray, following some of the melody lines that we'd already recorded. He did really well, so we replaced Ray's vocals with Tony's voice. Years later, in 2010, Ray's vocals surfaced on the deluxe edition re-release of The Eternal Idol. We decided to release it because fans have been asking for it for years, And after all this time, it served as a nice tribute to Ray as well. The Shining was the first single of the album. It was like a faster Heaven and Hell, had a similar sort of feel. We needed to do a video for it, but with Bob and Eric gone, we didn't have a bass player or a drummer. So I brought in this guitar player, who I didn't know from Adam. Then he ended up miming, playing bass on the video. Bloody hell, it was getting ridiculous. Terry Chimes of The Clash played drums on that video. He was a great guy, and we ended up doing some shows in South Africa later with him. The song Nightmare came from me being asked to do the music for A Nightmare on Elm Street. A guy from the movie phoned me in Montserrat and said, "Hey Tony, can you come over to Los Angeles tomorrow? I'm in the middle of doing an album. I can't just pack up and leave everybody to come to LA." They sent me the script and I spoke to the producer a few times. I was all set to do it, but then Meehan put his ball in and asked for too much money and they backed out. I would have loved to have done that, but it didn't happen. But I already had written a song and we called it Nightmare. Bev Bevan came up to London to see me and ended up playing on Scarlet Pimpernel. He tried a few things like maracas and percussion stuff. With the old band, we always used maracas and bits of wood, tambourines and all sorts of things. You were making up your own sounds. We always ordered a percussion box and used different things on every album, dine or pin or whatever. But the art of that disappeared with the more modern players. In the 80s and onwards, nobody seemed to use that anymore. It was Meehan's suggestion to use the idea based on a Rodin sculpture on the cover. I had no clue who Rodin was at the time. He told me about it and I said, "Oh yeah, it sounds good actually." We went to this photo shoot where we had two people done in bronze paint. They stood there for bloody hours having the photos taken to duplicate the idea of the original Rodin statue. They may well have ended up in hospital, because that's what had happened with Bill when we painted him. You just can't completely cover parts of the body up like that with paint. The Eternal Idol was released in November 1987. I started recording it with one band and ended up finishing it with another. You don't want the band to break up, but when it does, you bring somebody else in and that changes it again, and yet another person and it changes it some more, and you're gradually putting away from what you once were. I lost track of it all in the end, because there were that many people in and out in such a short time. How I always looked on it is that you replace somebody when they leave. It's like if you have a factory, if somebody leaves, you don't close down the factory, do you? You replace him. It wasn't as cold as that actually. I always looked to find somebody who could replicate a friendship as well, but I never found that. I was certainly never able to replicate the friendship the original four guys in Black Sabbath had. It was the same with the lineup of Heaven and Hell with Ronnie. You can't find that again. You think you can, but you never do. The album didn't sell very well at all, which was really disheartening. It was nice to finally get the thing done and get it out, but it was in the lap of the gods as to what was going to happen with it then. It must have been hard for the fans to accept all the changes in the band. I remember when I was a kid and the Shadows got a new lineup, and it just didn't feel the same to me. Now kids saw us with yet another lineup. I can understand that they were thinking, what's going on? It always takes years for something like that to get accepted. During the recording, everything had fallen apart. Everybody just left, but I couldn't leave. I had to hold the fort and put it all back together again. Chapter 65, Taxman. I tried on a few occasions to get Geezer back. It was a bit of an up and down thing where one minute he wanted to do it and the next he didn't. He came to London one time while we were recording there, and we all went out to Trader Vic's, the restaurant below the Hilton. We didn't eat anything, we just drank. We We had all these exotic bloody rums, and while I was trying to talk Geezer into coming back, we got absolutely paralytic. Geezer's wife, Gloria, came to pick him up, and as we walked out of Trader Vic's, Geezer gave the guy at the door a £50 note as a tip. Gloria came flying past, and whoosh, she snatched the £50 out of the guy's hand, put Geezer in the car, and off they went. He decided not to come back. Management would certainly be one reason for Geezer saying no, because he didn't want to have anything to do with me, and he was quite right, of course. I was at an all-time low, but I did pull myself out of it. Once Meehan was out of the picture, things started getting better. The last thing he did for us was send us off to Sun City by way of Athens, playing a couple of weeks for a lot of money. We really needed that at the time, because with the band changing constantly, we hadn't done any shows. These people came over from South Africa, and they said to me, "What can we do for you to make you believe that this is going to happen? What would make you happy?" Out of the blue, I said, "Buy me a Rolls Royce." They should do. But they said, "Okay, which one do you want?" Oh, it was as simple as that. They said, "You pick it, we'll pay for it." I picked it, they paid for it, and then I knew they were serious about it. Before going to South Africa, we went to Greece. It was the first time we'd played there, and also our first gig with Tony Martin. It was in this huge Panathinaikos football stadium, so Tony was to shat himself. While we were doing our sound check, the promoter let the kids in. I was livid. I grabbed him and pushed him up a wall going, "You fucking idiot." Afterwards, he took us out to dinner anyway. I thought, oh dear, I called him all the names under the sun and threatened to kill him. And here I am, sharing a meal with him. It was 21st of July, the height of summer, so it was roasting when we did the show. Fans were climbing up the bloody lighting rig at the side of the stage. Got really dangerous, so we were told to get off the stage and we had to cut the show short. So that was a nice start for Tony Martin. One of the first things we did when we got to South Africa was go to Johannesburg to do some press. While in the middle of doing that, somebody let a bum off down the road. That was the only sign of any trouble that I noticed. It wasn't connected to us. It's just one of those things. Well, I hope it wasn't to do with us. The promoter took us out on a safari. We left at 5 o'clock in the morning in a couple of open-top Land Rovers, and all I saw was the dust from the car in front. We stopped for a bit, look into the distance, and everybody would go, "No, I can't see anything." We saw nothing. Absolutely fuck all. Great safari. Sun City turned out to be a good place to play. We did 6 shows in the 3 weeks, playing Saturdays and Sundays. During the week, it was as dead as a doornail there, but the weekends, when we played, it was packed. The promoter was black, and we were playing to audiences just like everywhere else, black and white. They'd never seen us, and we did a couple of great shows. To me, it was another gig. Why not branch out? I never thought about the political side of it. I was a bit blind to all that. I didn't really know about how bad it really was. I just thought, I'm a musician. I want to play and get my music around wherever I can. But boy, did I get some stick for playing Sun City. When I got there, I saw all these pictures on the walls of all the bands that had played there before us, like Queen and Status Quo. So I wonder why it was me who got all the shit then. They really came down on me hard back in England. But I can't say I regret doing it. Fans are fans, and it seemed a shame that these people shouldn't be able to hear our music. In November and December 1987, the Eternal Idol tour went through Europe. The last gig was in Rome, where we played at the same venue as the Pope. He was appearing there the day before us, and he had this light and sound system. After his thing was over, we tried to get rid of his stuff so he'd get ours in. Can you ask the Pope to move his gear, please? For Black Sabbath. That didn't go down very well. It was around this time that I started having problems with the taxman. And it was then that I got in touch with Phil Banfield, basically looking for some help. As well as having his own agency, Phil continued to manage Ian Gillan, and he told me about Ernest Chapman, who was Jeff Beck's manager. I met up with him, and the first thing Ernest said was, "You don't do drugs, do you?" I said, "Oh, no, because I don't want anything to do with anybody who does drugs." "Oh, no, I don't do them." Lying through my teeth. A really good way to start the relationship. I was amazed at how straight he was. We started talking about stuff, and I said, what about commissions? They had nothing signed, and he just said, "Don't worry about anything like that. When we sorted it out, I'll take a percentage. What do you need now?" There was nothing in it for him except grief, but I think he liked a bit of a challenge. Ernest and Phil Banfield worked a lot of things out, and then Ernest said, "Ralph works with me at the office, and he does a lot of my stuff as well." I met Ralph Baker, and then Phil gradually moved out, and Ralph and Ernest have been my managers ever since. The first thing they helped me out with was this big tax situation that I went through after the breakup with Mian. The tax people came onto me like a ton of bricks. I didn't go bankrupt, but I did become insolvent. The taxman said, "You have to sell your house." They came to my house and looked around at everything. They saw all the guitars and all the equipment, and they jotted it all down. "Right, how much will we get for this, and how much will we get for that?" Eh? I couldn't believe it. They were willing to rip everything from under me. I phoned Ernest up. He got them off my back for a bit, but I still had a huge bill to pay. They asked, "What has happened?" I said, "Well, the accountant." They said, "This is not the accountant's problem, it's your problem." I thought, wait, the accountant was taking some of my money and putting it on one side for tax. When I spoke to the accountant, he said, "Well, I did, but you wanted this and you wanted that, so I used the tax money." Oh, that's just great. My income was frozen during the investigation, but Ernest got it all sorted out for me. He managed to work out a deal and got my royalties coming in properly as well. And he sorted the Mian thing out. We were back to square one. There was me, Tony Martin, and Jeff Nichols. It was time to leave all the ugly business behind and rebuild the band. Chapter 66. Headless but happy. After 18 years, our deal with Vertigo in England and Europe ended, and the one in America with Warner Brothers deal as well. It's horrible to be dropped, but that's the way it goes, I suppose. Soon after, I met Miles Copeland, who owned IRS Records, came to my house and said, "You know how to write albums. You know what people want. You do it, and I'm fine with it." I thought that was great, so we went ahead and signed with IRS. Most of 1988, I was busy sorting out a lot of rubbish from my past. When Phil, Ernest and Ralph got involved, there was a whole mountain of shit to go through. It seemed like we were in never-ending meetings about everything, trying to clear the path before we could start afresh. Of course, there were stumbling blocks along the way. There was a guy who lived near me, a wrestler, who wanted to put a charity thing on to raise money for children in need. He asked me, "Could we put this gig on?" I said, "Yes, we can play there, but I don't want it announced as a Black Sabbath thing." It was just a one-off with me, Jeff playing bass, Tony Martin and Terry Times, but it got blown out of all proportion. The gig was on 29th of May 1988 in the Top Spot Club in Albury. One of those working men's clubs where I have a comedian, a juggler, and all that sort of stuff. And here he was, top of the bill tonight, Black Sabbath. I just wanted to help raise some money for kids. It was all done as a kind gesture, but it became a bloody thorn in my side. We got lots of flack for it, with people going, look at Black Sabbath playing in a little club like that. And to make things even worse, apparently the bloke made money out of it and kept most of it. By that time, we'd already made steps to put the band back together again, and we'd gained some credibility. I met with Phil Banfield, and we talked about drummers, and Cozy Powell's name came up. He'd played with Jeff Beck, Rainbow and Whitesnake, and I'd been threatening to work with him for years, but it just had never happened. Me and Cozy met, and he was soon on board. That was a great start, and it gave us that credibility that we were looking for. Cozy was really helpful. He stayed for 2 or 3 weeks at my house, and we'd sit in a room, get a bottle of wine, and off we'd go. I had all these ideas. Cozy would tap along and come up with ideas as well. We had the tape player going and just jammed around. If nothing came up, we'd chuck it and go for the next one. Maybe we'd go for a walk, come back and have another go. It really worked well. We'd get Tony Martin over and then get into a rehearsal room and try with everybody. We felt inspired. We were coming up with stuff and we were really pleased with it. Around the time, I heard again from Gloria Butler that Geezer might want to come back. I was telling Cozy about that, and he was going, what's happening? Is he going to do it or not? I don't know. Gloria said he will. But the return of Geezer never happened. We recorded our next album, Headless Cross, with his session guy called Laurie Cottle. He was a jazz player, and a bloody good one at that. We had him on the video of Headless Cross, but trouble was, he just didn't look like the right sort of guy to be in a rock band. We weren't even sure he'd be the sort of person who would go on tours, because he was just used to doing Ronnie Scott's and little jazz clubs like that. But he was such a good bass player. He'd come to the studio and say, what sort of thing do you want? What about this or that? And he'd play all these different kind of things. Yeah, that's it. He did a great job, and that was it. He played everything on Headless Cross, then left after the recording. We recorded the album from August through to November in the Woodcray Studios, a little farm place in Berkshire, not far from London. They had a studio there and 2 or 3 bedrooms. Cozy would come on his motorbike and then go home, because he lived not far from there. Me and Cozy produced the album ourselves. Of course, I couldn't tell Cozy what his drums should sound like. He knew what he wanted, and before we started recording, he'd test his drums for however long it took to get them right, and then I'd do the guitar and all the rest of it. We were really determined to make a good album. We were excited because we were playing together, and we brought out the best in each other. Tony Martin wrote the lyrics to all of the songs. Headless Cross is a little village in the vicinity of Birmingham, and Tony made it famous. We did a video for the title track at a place called Battle Abbey in Battle, near Hastings in Sussex. It was the exact spot where William the Conqueror had defeated King Harold at the Battle of Hastings about 1,000 years ago. Working in this dilapidated old abbey was all right during the day, but they didn't start the actual filming until something like midnight. They wanted to capture the light coming back in the morning out of these ruins while we were playing there. By that time it was hellishly cold and we were frozen stiff. Cozy was drinking brandy just to keep warm, but he got pissed as a parrot until he fell off his drum stool. Meanwhile, I had this big red nose and couldn't feel my hands. We did catch the morning light, but we caught the flu as well. I got Brian May to play the solo on When Death Calls. He came down a lot when we were recording, sat in the studio and talked away, and I said, do you want to play on the album? Oh, can I? Yeah. What do you want me to play? So I'd get a track out, play on that. Yes, okay. He just improvised, because he'd only heard it for the first time right then and there. Left him in the studio for an hour and came back. How are you getting on? It was great. He was really good. We've played together many times because we enjoyed so much. We've even talked about making an album together one day. On Nightwing, we used Tony Martin's guide vocals because he'd never sang it quite the same after that. We tried it a couple of times, but we went, no, we'll keep the original because it's got that really nice feel to it. Things like that also happened a lot with my guitar parts. I just played a certain way and that was it. You try it again and then you get too precise. So I've kept guitar parts that were on the original demo of the track. Same with solos. That's why I always try to do the solos in the first few takes, because otherwise it just gets too robotic. I prefer to do a solo instinctively, to just go and play. When I record a track in the studio, I'll usually play 6 solos in a row. Then I'll ask myself, is it getting better or worse? Usually they get worse as I go on. If I don't capture it after so many tries, I'll leave it for a while. It's better to try again later with a fresh outlook on things. I play solos off the cuff. I'm not good at sitting down and working the solos out. So when I play different tries for a solo, they vary a lot. I can never play them exactly the same. That was really embarrassing when I did one of those instructional videos. They said, we want to play Neon Nights, Black Sabbath and Heaven and Hell. Can you play the solos to them? Well, I'll play a solo. So I did. Then they said, can you play slow now? I went, oh fuck, I don't know what I played. Brian May can play his stuff note for note, but I can't. I just played the solo that went with the thing, similar but not quite the same. And it certainly was impossible for me to play it slowly so that people could learn it. I started thinking about it then. What do I play? How did I play that? And once I started thinking about it, well, forget it. So when you watch that video, you'll see that I played it different on the slow version. I can remember riffs until they come out of my ears. I remember riffs from years ago that I haven't even recorded. But when it comes to playing a solo note for note and try to play that version slow, well, forget about it. Headless Cross was released in April 1989. It did much better than the Eternal Idol album, but we were very unhappy about the way IRS promoted it in the USA. Off we went to America to do a tour, as you do, and we went round the record shops and there wasn't a fucking album in sight. There wasn't even a poster up, nothing. Cozy blew his top. What the fuck's going on? There's no advertising. There are no albums in the shops. In Europe, the way they worked that album was fantastic. In fact, Headless Cross did better there than the original Sabbath albums with the old lineups had done. We went, bloody hell, finally. So it's safe to say that it wasn't down to the quality of the music that it didn't do all that well in America. Chapter 67. Oh no, not caviar again. When it was time to do some shows, we approached a bass player that Cozy knew. He said, shall we get a meeting together with Neil Murray and see how we get on with him? Neil turned out to be a great player. Finally, we had a real, credible and very good band together. We toured America in June 1989. Me and Cozy, Tony Martin, Neil Murray and Jeff Nichols. But we went home after about 2 weeks. There was a stark lack of promotion, not only for the album, but for the shows as well. We were meeting people in town. Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, we're playing here tonight. You are? It was all very Spinal Tap-ish. At the end of August, we started our UK tour. We ended the old-fashioned way with 2 Hammersmith shows. Brian May came up and did Heaven and Hell, Paranoid and Children of the Grave. He hadn't played that last one with us before, and so we shouted, what key is it in? It's just in E. It went very well. As another gig on that tour, I got Ian Gillan up to do Smoke on the Water and Paranoid, which was great for the fans. Went down a storm. We could never do things like get Brian or Ian up with the original lineup because that was just too set. We had a good time on those tours because there wasn't so much pressure apart from the usual financial worries. So we stayed in lesser hotels, travelled all together on the bus and cut down in all sorts of ways. But we did have a great time together. We did what we were supposed to be doing, just playing. We had a lot of trouble in the early years with religious nutcases, but it came as quite a surprise when in 1989 it started again. We were in Mexico, having just toured Japan, and the visit began, well, in a lovely hotel supplied by the promoter. We were told that there had been a bit of a campaign against us, orchestrated by the Catholic Church and backed by the local mayor. But we were assured that it was all going to be okay. We didn't realise just how big a deal it was. All we'd come to do was play a show. We also subsequently learned that the football stadium we were due to play in was the third choice after the promoter was refused permission in other towns. Not sure we'd even have gone if we'd known that. Anyway, we tried to relax for a couple of days, but the crew were nervous as there were a lot of heavy security guards hanging around with guns, and the facilities at the stadium were extremely basic. And as the crew went to set the gear up, they were suddenly arrested at the site. These security guys wouldn't allow the show to go on purely because the police were worried about the riots and God knows what else. But we're told that the fans were coming from all over Mexico by train. It was a really big deal. So we thought maybe if we went down and had a look at the stadium for ourselves, it would help. But before we could get going, instructions came through to say, pack up, we're leaving, as the mayor had now banned the show and thousands of disappointed kids were likely to blame us. You don't argue with a man with a machine gun. And by then, the first of the trains had arrived and the fans were pouring out. The station was right next door to our hotel, so I had to lie down on the floor of a minibus while the driver abandoned the road and nearly turned us over, trying to shortcut through a huge drainage ditch. A state made, we sped on to Mexico City, where we made sure we were on the next plane back to the UK. We did go back to Mexico with Heaven and Hell tour in 2007. Maybe they've forgotten us or simply not associated the band with Black Sabbath. After Mexico, we went on to Russia, another exotic country. We did 10 nights in Moscow at the Olympic Stadium, massive place, and it was sold out. On Saturdays we did an afternoon show as well. The audience would go out after that show and then they'd all come back in again for the evening one. We were supported by Girls' School. The first night at the hotel in Moscow, we went to the bar and one of the girls was there as well. Then their bass player came in and, just like that, punched her in the face. We went, bloody hell, what was that all about? Christ, we haven't even started the tour yet and they're fighting already. Really peculiar. But they turned out to be all right. They could drink a bit as well. At Cozy had a little romance with their singer and guitar player, Kim McAuliffe. They went on for a while after the tour. She was a really nice girl. Playing in Russia was weird because in the hall in Moscow, the first rows of seats were set back away from the stage, and all of them were taken up by officials with all these men dressed up in suits and women in ballroom-type dresses. They obviously had something to do with the government and looked so out of place there, as if they should have been as a different gig altogether. The rowdy kids were behind them, except they couldn't be rowdy. The security guards wouldn't stand for that. They were pretty heavy with the kids. It was winter and it was freezing cold. Every day they'd pick us up in a van and drive us to the gig, together with this big metal container in the back full of soup. We took all our own catering with us. The food was locked up in one of the rooms and we had a guard on it, but it still went missing. It was just at the time when they were pulling down all the statues of Lenin. The country hadn't opened up yet. There wasn't a McDonald's or anything at that point. Our caterers went down to the market to buy fresh food, and often they'd be in trouble. If they bought up all the chickens and vegetables and whatever else, the locals would be up in arms. It was bloody difficult for them. We stayed at this hotel called the Ukraine. It was a bit like Grand Central Station because it had a big open lobby and it was really cold in there. We had 2 KGB people travelling with us all the time, and we were very aware of them keeping an eye on us. I wondered if our rooms were bugged. It was so behind the times that you wouldn't just make a phone call. You had to book it well in advance. My room was very depressing. It was big, but it only had a bed and a china cabinet in it, with pieces of the china going missing every other day. It was obviously the maids taking cups and saucers and whatnot, but of course I got the blame. The hotel was very dodgy as well. When he looked under the balcony, he saw all these credit cards lying there. People had obviously been robbed and the thieves had thrown out the stuff they couldn't use. Some of our crew actually did get robbed. 2 of them were sharing a room and one of them took his clothes off and went to bed. He had somebody come in and thought it was his mate. He wasn't. He was a thief who nicked all his clothes, his wallet and everything. After Moscow, we did another 10 days in Leningrad. The crowd was different there, much more like a regular rock crowd and right up the front as well. It was really good. But we came back with loads of caviar, especially Cozy, who was a big wheeler dealer. He got in with this manager of the Olympic Stadium. We went up to his office and this bloke had all these tins of caviar and hand-painted lacquered boxes and so on lying about. We gave him a couple of t-shirts for this, a pair of sneakers or whatever for that. They loved the t-shirts with the band's name on them. So Cozy ended up with a suitcase full of beluga caviar. God knows what that would be worth. I came back with bloody uniforms, military hats and all sorts of shit, which seemed like a great idea at the time. But as soon as I got them back home, it was, well, what do I do with them? And now they're all in the loft. But I also bought caviar back and that lasted for quite a while. We had a lot of it out there because, well, there was nothing else. First time we went to the restaurant in the hotel, we sat down and it was, what would you like? Would you have some? Yet. Have you got? Yet. What about? Yet. Or yet. Well, what have you got? Ice cream. Ice cream? Really peculiar. Well, then have that then. Everybody would be dying to get out to the gig so they could get something from our catering. But we had so much caviar that it got to the point where we went, oh no, not caviar again. Europe had been great. Germany was sensational and Russia was good for us as well. The album was doing well and the gigs were sold out. To me it felt as if we had turned a corner. It felt real again. Chapter 68, Tear and Tired. For our next album, Tear, we went back to the Woodcray Studios in February 1990 with me and Cozy producing it again. On Headless Cross, Tony had just come into the band and he assumed, oh, Black Sabbath, it's all about the devil. So his lyrics were full of the devil and Satan. It was too much in your face. We told him to be a bit more subtle about it. So for Tear, he did all these lyrics about Nordic gods and whatnot. Took me a while to get my head around that. I particularly liked Anno Mundi. It starts with a choir singing in Latin. Anno Mundi and the Sabbath Stones are really powerful, slow, pounding tracks. I like those heavy riff type things, and the Sabbath Stones is particularly heavy. We did a video for Feels Good to Me, a ballad. It was a love story about some girl on a motorcycle and some boy who cheats on her and falls out with her and all that stuff. It also had footage of us playing on stage somewhere. It was a bit of a sloppy video, well over the top for the sort of stuff that we did. You could compare Tear to Headless Cross like you could compare Mob Rules to Heaven and Hell. If anything, Tear had a heavier feel than Headless Cross. There's the Aussie thing and the Ronnie thing, and then there's this. It's like these albums belong to a lost era. I'm even struggling to remember stuff from that time, because in a way it's wiped from my mind. Geezer came to the show at Hammersmith Odeon, and we got him up to do Iron Man and Children of the Grave. It was the first time we'd played together since Live Aid 5 years earlier. The reaction from the crowd was just great. I think whenever somebody from the original lineup gets up, they just love it. I know that I certainly enjoyed it. After the Hammersmith gig, went to Europe. In the Jaap Eden Hall in Amsterdam, Cozy used this CO2 gas that was like a pressure cooker blowing its top, with steam shooting up from the stage. When that happened, it blew a couple of tiles out of the ceiling, which then came down on top of his head. So Cozy literally brought the roof down. Chapter 69. It's Heaven and Hell Again. In December 1990, after the final dates of the Tear tour, Geezer came back. He'd enjoyed getting up on stage with us at the Hammersmith Odeon in September. Neil Murray said at the time that he thought it was really good when Geezer played. Neil was the sort of person who would go, "You know what? You should try it again with Geezer." We did. Geezer came back, and Neil was never vindictive about it. After Ronnie departed back in 1982, we didn't speak for many years. It wasn't like there was a loss of bad blood, but it was just a little uncomfortable. And he and Vinny were off doing the Dio stuff, and they were doing quite well with it, so it was highly unlikely that we were ever going to team up again. But then one day, Geezer got on stage at one of Ronnie's shows and played on Neon Nights with them. They hadn't seen each other for ages, and they really got on well. Geezer said to me, "It was really good. It felt great to play with Ronnie again." When I finally saw Ronnie again, we started talking about getting a lineup together. Vinny wasn't playing with him anymore, and Ronnie went, "I've got this really good new drummer, Simon Wright." I went, "Well, we were thinking of using Cozy." That was a bit awkward because Ronnie and Cozy had played in Rainbow together and didn't really get on that well. Eventually we did go with Cozy anyway and started writing for what was to become Dehumanizer. It was a difficult time because we had already rehearsed with Tony Martin and now had to leave the band. It wasn't really very fair on him. We'd made a few great albums with Tony, but everybody was excited about the idea of getting Ronnie back, certainly the people at the record company, and our management as well. In a way, we got the old lineup back, except for the fact that we now had Cozy on drums. But it turned out to be just awful. There was real friction between our singer and our drummer. Ronnie wasn't mad about having Cozy in the band, and I remember Cozy going, "If that little fucker says anything to me, I want to smash him in the face." Ronnie went back to LA, so he brought Tony Martin back in and rehearsed a bit with him. Then Ronnie returned again, replacing Tony. It was just one big mix-up between these rehearsals. Then Cozy's horse had a heart attack and fell on top of him, breaking his hip and knocked him out of action for a long time. If it wasn't such a horrible thing to say, you could call Cozy's accident a blessing in disguise. I love Cozy and he was a great friend, but you have to have the right combination in a band. We already had enough friction going on with everything anyway, so it needed to have something stable. Getting Vinny back was the obvious answer to all our problems. Having Ronnie in the band was a good musical move because the two of us worked well together. Even so, writing Dehumanizer took some doing because we changed it around and analysed it too much, really. There was a lot of pressure because everybody was expecting so much from us. First of all, we put Ronnie in a bit of a corner because we didn't want him to sing anything about Dungeons and Dragons and rainbows. It was a difficult thing to say to him because he'd sung about rainbows on every album he'd ever done. And here, all of a sudden, he was faced with us going, can you not sing anything about rainbows, please? He has to rethink the whole thing. But I've always used rainbows. Well, you know, we think it's a bit much, really. It got a little uncomfortable, and there were some tense moments. We rented a house in Hanley in Arden, in Warwickshire, and Vinnie and Ronnie lived there, while the rest of us drove down to rehearsals from our homes. We jammed a lot together and came up with loads of stuff. Vinnie taped everything. He'd give us a copy and then we'd live with it for a bit. We analysed and pulled them apart a lot, but in the end, came up with some good songs. Ronnie knew this German producer called Reinhold Mack, and we decided to use him. He'd done Queen and ELO, and Brian Nye said to me, "Are you definitely sure you're going to work with Mack?" I said, "Yeah, why?" He went, dunno really. In other words, we've used him and I'm not sure if you should use him. It didn't sound like his experiences with Mack were altogether positive. He did produce it, but I think the album suffered from too much of that live drum sound. We recorded the album at the Rockville Studios. Vinnie played in this room that had glass all around it, and when I hear the album now, I just hear the brightness of that room. But Vinnie liked it. Drummers love that big sound. Recording went well though, and it took us no more than 6 weeks. The album opened with Computer God. Geezer wrote the lyrics for that, and since that album, his input has gone from strength to strength. I've always wanted to get him involved musically. Come on, show us one of your riffs. His immediate reaction was always, "Oh, you won't like it. You're going to laugh." But he's never actually played me anything for me to laugh at. After all, The Dead was an amalgamation of Beezer's stuff and mine. Geezer booked one of the riffs in that song, which I thought was really good. He played a bit of guitar in it as well, just a little filly bit. When he played this idea to me, I couldn't quite grasp what he was doing. He started playing it to show me, and I said, "I can't get this, but you know it. Why don't you play on it?" So he did. Time Machine was a song that we played throughout the years. We wrote it for the Wayne's World soundtrack and recorded it well before we went in with Reinhold Mack. Leif Marcies had produced Jeff Beck's album, and Ernest Chapman managed Jeff, so that's how we got him in, just to do that song. Leif had done the ABBA stuff in the early days, from ABBA to Sabbath, quite a stretch. The final track of the album was Buried Alive, a mid-tempo soul that had an almost grungy sound. If I say it like that, it sounds like we were influenced by grunge, but of course we weren't. The grunge bands had obviously been influenced by us, and I've heard a lot of them say that umpteen times as well. Even so, it wasn't a particularly good time for our sort of music. Dehumanizer was very well received, and it charted fairly high in the UK and the States, but we thought it would do even better than that, because we hadn't been together for 10 years. Apart from all that, I was not pleased with everything that happened when we recorded it. This band wasn't fitting like a glove. It was a bit too volatile. We're about to go on tour, but at the same time, I felt the whole thing could blow up at any minute. But it turned out to be just awful. There was real friction between our singer and our drummer. Ronnie wasn't mad about having Cozy in the band, and I remember Cozy going, "If that little fucker says anything to me, I want to smash him in the face." Chapter 70, bound and shackled. The modestly sized venues we played on the Dehumanizer tour reflected the changing times, but we started off with a bang. In June 1992, we did huge shows in Sao Paulo, Porto Alegre and Rio de Janeiro. That was a bit wild. There was one show where we practically shat ourselves. We were in the dressing room and we heard that the crowd was rioting. We weren't supposed to be on until a certain time, but they wanted us out there and then. They were getting all overexcited and started invading the stage. We thought, Christ, if they stall me, we've got no chance backstage. Eventually, they got to move back and we went on, but that was a bit hairy. To be honest, we were more of a hassle to ourselves than the crowd was. One night in Sao Paulo, I went to bed and left Ronnie and Geezer in the bar. They got drunk and had a disagreement. Geezer walked out all worked up about it. There was this big bronze statue in the centre of the lobby, which he decided to headbutt. Guess who came off worse? I didn't know about it until the next day. When I saw him in dark glasses, I said, "You all right?" He mumbled, "Yeah." "Well, blimey, what happened to you?" "Well, it's a long story. I don't know, really." If he drinks too much, Geezer can get a bit violent. But he picked on the wrong bloke that time. I couldn't believe it. His eye came up like a balloon. On the last Black Sabbath and Heaven and Hell tours, we had individual dressing rooms. We did that to give each other some space. If I wanted to run over stuff and practice for a while, the others didn't have to sit down and listen to me. And if they wanted to start chatting with friends, I didn't want to listen to them. I prefer not to see anybody before a show, because I like to get my head around what we're going to do. Or Ronnie would sometimes see people, and Geezer likes to lock himself away and sleep. But on the Dehumanizer tour, we couldn't have our own dressing rooms because of the size of the venues. It was me and Geezer in our one dressing room, and Ronnie and Vinny in the other. This also came about because there was a bit of tension between both parties. We didn't hate each other. It was just down to the different ways people talk, what with Ronnie still being very outspoken and me and Geezer avoiding any kind of direct confrontation. But despite the downsized venues and the tension, we were playing well and we pushed on. At the same time, Ozzy announced his retirement. About 2 months before he was to do the supposedly last gigs of his life on 13th and 14th of November 1992 at the Pacific Amphitheater in Costa Mesa, California, we were asked to perform there with him. It was Ozzy's first farewell tour, so we genuinely believed that he was going to retire. So when they asked us to do it, we said, "Yeah, okay, of course we'll be there." We're going to open for Ozzy with the current band and then do 3 songs with the original lineup at the end of the show to round it all off. We thought it would be a nice gesture to do it. We asked Ronnie and he said, "I'm not doing that," in no uncertain terms. "I'm not supporting a clown." He was adamant he wouldn't do it. But we were used to him being very direct, so we put it in our tour schedule anyway. We thought, well, he might settle down and change his mind. Of course, Ronnie didn't, so that was the nail in the coffin. Fair dues to him, he did say from the outset that he wasn't going to do it. We'd agreed to come and play, and it was all going ahead, so we couldn't really pull out. We needed to replace Ronnie for the 2 Costa Mesa shows, and we thought, well, Tony Martin knows the songs, so we asked him first, but there was some problem with that. Then Rob Halford got in touch and he said, "I can do it if you want me to." We got a rehearsal room for 1 or 2 days in Phoenix, where Rob lived. We went through a new set to play for this show. We did some Ronnie era songs and Rob even suggested doing some of the Tony Martin stuff. We also rehearsed some of the old Sabbath songs that we knew. that Ozzy would never do, like Symptom of the Universe. Rob had the range to be able to do that. In the end, we had a tight set of 11 songs. It was one after the other, bang, bang, bang. We managed to find a singer for the Costa Mesa gigs, but then somebody else threw a spanner in the works. 2 nights before it was all supposed to happen, I suddenly found myself in jail. We'd finished this gig in Sacramento. I came off stage, gone to the 2 of us, and somebody knocked on the door. Is Mr. Iommi on board? Who wants to know? We were the district attorney's office and we've got a warrant for his arrest. I thought, oh no, what the fuck is this all about? They said, can we come on board and take Mr. Iommi? No. Well, we can either come on board now or keep the bus here until the proper papers arrive and come on board then and take him. So I said, just let them come on. My ex-wife, Melinda, had tried to do me for child support. She had claimed that I wasn't paying it. But instead of checking that first, they just came out to arrest me. You're immediately guilty until you've proven your innocence over there. They pulled cars behind in front of the bus and that was it. They took me off the bus and said, we're not going to handcuff you now. I'll take you in a car and go around the corner where there's no fans. As soon as we're out of view, they handcuffed me and put chains on my legs. I was sitting in the back of this car and we travelled for an hour to Modesto. That's where Melinda lived, so that's where they went to put me in jail. I was wondering what the hell was going on. They put me in this holding cell with a guy with no shirt on who kept saying, oh, you don't want to be in this jail, man. They'll kill you in here. I was in Modesto County Jail all night and I couldn't sleep because of the noise and all the worry as well. I probably lost about 10 pounds overnight. I kept thinking, does anybody even know I'm in here? I'm actually very grateful to Gloria Buckler because she kept phoning the cops up every 15 minutes saying, don't put him in a cell with anybody else. You've got to put him in a cell on his own. Eventually they did. They put me in a cell all by myself. But the guy next door to me was convinced I'd come to kill him. He said, I know you want to kill me, but I want to get you in the shower. I know Satan sent you. Fucking hell. It was a Thursday night and they wanted bail money the next day. Otherwise, I'd be in there over the weekend until Monday. I had to get out to do the gig in Oakland the next night and the Costa Mesa thing with Ozzy the day after. They set bail at $75,000, an enormous sum of money, because not paying child support was a big thing there. I had paid, it was all rubbish, but I didn't have a leg to stand on. Eventually, a lawyer came in with a briefcase with 75 grand in cash. Gloria had phoned Ralph Baker and Ernest Chapman, and they provided the money. As we were in front of the judge, all shackled, and I felt I'd committed a murder or something. As soon as I entered the jail, it got around like wildfire. The guy who was serving the coffee to everybody through the bars in tin mugs knew who I was, and so pretty soon all the prisoners knew. The guards were walking me down this chamber to see the judge, and there are all these guys in these cells that I passed going, hey Tony, what's going on, man? The governor of the jail, in his suit and tie, said, I'm telling you now, we don't want a John Lennon incident here. We're going to walk on each side of you. You'll have one person behind you and one person in front of you, and you keep pace with him. He was so unreal. Moved my handcuffs on and with these shackles around my legs, just trying to walk. And in the meantime, all these kids shouting all this stuff. Unbelievable. It was on the front page of the papers, of course. Arrested. I got out on bail, but they took my passport off me as I wasn't allowed to leave America. The lawyer recommended I get out of California. He said, go somewhere nice and just sit tight. So after doing Costa Mesa, I went to Florida, as far away from California as possible without leaving the country. But I developed a real complex about going out in the streets. Every time I saw a policeman, I felt guilty. Where's your passport? I haven't got it. They took it off me. So all I did was sit tight and keep in contact with the lawyer. That set me back a bit. He was very expensive. Top guy coming to get me out like that. Eventually, it all got sorted out and I got my passport back and I went home. But I don't think I ever got the $75,000 back. It was a right miss, the whole thing. They got me out of jail in time to do the show that night in Oakland. It was Friday the 13th and it would be Ronnie's last gig with us. We broke up after that. It never actually came to a that's it. We just parted company. Ronnie refused to do the Costa Mesa gig and said, if you go and do it, you were doing it without me. Those were the terms under which we did it, and so that's how we did it. The first of the two Costa Mesa gigs, Rob was nervous. He walked on stage way too early and started the song too early as well. It's bloody tough to learn somebody else's songs that quickly and then go on and actually do them with the band. But Rob did great. He really is a great professional. The second and last night, we did the thing with Ozzy. We came off stage straight after our set with Rob, and then later we came on again, me and Geezer and Bill Ward, who joined us for the occasion as well. And we did Black Sabbath, Fairies Wear Boots, Iron Man and Paranoid, all with Ozzy. Doing those few songs together brought back a nice vibe, and the crowd was great. They were in awe. They couldn't believe we were on stage together after all these years. That was a great gig. Of course, after that, there were rumours all over the place about the old lineup getting back together again. Everybody assumed, oh yes, I'll probably do it. Well, it may have come up, but we didn't do anything about it at all at that time. It was a great thing to do, but after the show, we were left with nothing. We had a big finale, and that was it. We didn't even have a band anymore. I sat in Florida for 6 weeks, just waiting for our passport and dying to go home. Chapter 71, In Harmony with Cross Purposes. I returned home and my first thought was to get a band together again. We auditioned some British drummers, but none of them worked out. At a certain point, Bobby Rondinelli, who had played with Rainbow, called me. He wanted to do it. I suppose it's the old thing. If you don't call, you don't get anywhere. Fair dues to him. He got in touch, then he got him the job. He'd fly over, and as soon as he started playing, that was it. He was that similar drummer to Vinny, very precise. It fitted in personality-wise as well. We didn't look around for other singers. We simply asked Tony Martin back again. He got screwed around so many times by us, really, but he was good enough to hang on in there. As soon as Bobby came in, we started writing the songs for our next album, Cross Purposes. So it was me, Tony, Geezer, Bobby and Jeff, and it went really well. We finished writing new songs in the summer of '93. Leif Marcy's helping us out with Time Machine for the Wayne's World soundtrack had been a good experience. So this time we asked him to produce the whole of Cross Purposes. He was good to work with and the recording went smoothly. Songs like Virtual Death, the heavy, powerful riff, and The Hand That Walks the Cradle were joint efforts between me and Geezer, who came up with more and more ideas. And Cardinal Sin was a song about a Catholic priest from Ireland who hid his love child for 21 years. That would be a very topical song now, with all the stuff that's been going on recently. Evil Eye was a track we were working on when Van Halen were playing the NEC in Birmingham. Eddie got in touch with me and I said, we're rehearsing, we're writing a new album. He wanted to get together, so I picked him up from his hotel in Birmingham and we drove down to Henley in Arden where we rehearsed. We got him a guitar from the music shop. One of his models had a jam and he played on Evil Eye. I played the riff and he played a great solo over it. Unfortunately, we didn't record it properly on our little tape player, so I never got a chance to hear it. That was a funny day. Eddie said, "Don't you want any beers? Can I pick some beers up?" I couldn't drink because I was driving him back to his hotel, but we picked up a case of beer, got to the rehearsal place, and he was legless by the time we left. But it was good to see him, and it was great he came over to have a play. Having a jam with Eddie and let him go a bit, it gave everybody a boost. The album was released in the beginning of 1994. In the sleeve notes, I gave a big thanks to all at the Modesto County Jail for the kind hospitality and making me realise that there's no place like home. Even though Cross Purposes wasn't a huge seller, it did all right. For once, IRS were getting behind it. They were even doing some advertisements for it on MTV. So it was with renewed confidence that we embarked on another world tour. Motorhead supported us in America. Their singer Lemmy, he's a real character. Of course, there's no food on their rider at all, only booze. You walk past their dressing room and there's nothing to eat, but there's all this wine and Jack Daniels and beer. They are the epitome of rock and roll. It just goes on and on and on with them. I'll never forget seeing their guitar player, Phil Campbell, at the side of the stage once. He threw up, and the next minute, he was on stage playing away again. Cool, blimey. How do they do that? How do they cope with all that? Their bodies must be indestructible. Lemmy's probably going to die on stage. I certainly don't see him settling down in some old people's home. He used to go on their tour bus and he'd get off in the same clothes the next day, then on stage as well. Motorhead, they just live like gypsies, really. One funny story I heard about Lemmy. He was playing away and he said to his monitor guy, "Can you hear this horrible sound coming out of my monitors?" The bloke said, "No." And Lemmy went, "Neither can I. Turn me up." The last two we did with Dio, he had them on one of the shows with us. Lemmy came up to me and he said, "How are you enjoying the tour?" I said, "Oh, I really like it. It's great that we've all known each other so long and we're all about the same age." And he said, "Yeah, and we all know the same dead people as well." I was thinking, is it the nail on the head there? Blimey, he's right. Tony Martin had a fabulous voice, but we were always on to him about his performance. He was very amateurish as far as that was concerned. Because overnight he went from working only local little venues in Birmingham to big stages everywhere. It was a difficult position to be in, to have to front a band that everybody knows from great performers like Ozzy and Ronnie. It was a bit much for him, and just like Ray Gillan, when he joined us, Tony got carried away with it. His head got a bit bigger. We were playing in Europe somewhere, and Tony had this portable video player. He was at the bar of the hotel showing these people a video of himself performing with us. "Look, that's me up there." Very unprofessional. You just don't do stuff like that. Albert Chapman, who was managing him at the time, he was livid. He said, "Put that fucking thing away." And then it suddenly started going under the name of Tony Cat Martin. Where did this cat come from all of a sudden? He did these things that were just off the wall. One time in America, during the Cross Purposes tour, his lack of stage presence or star quality or whatever you want to call it, well, it became painfully clear. Right in the middle of the show, Tony decided to run along the audience between the stage and the barriers holding the people back in the front. He jumped off the stage to start his run, and this security guy grabbed him and tossed him out because he thought he was a fan. "But I'm the singer." Yeah, right. Things like that would never happen to Ozzy or Ronnie. But you couldn't complain about Tony's voice. That was just great. He'd get on and do the job, and he never missed a show. Tony was a nice guy as well, and he stuck with it for 10 years. In April and May, we did the UK and Europe with Cathedral and Godspeed. Those two bands travelled together, but they were always fighting each other. It got worse as the two went on. You'd see them first with sticking plaster here and there. The next you'd see the bandages come out. Then one of the guys had his arm in a sling. Really peculiar. In April, our gig at the Hammersmith Odeon was recorded and filmed for a video and CD package called Cross Purposes Live, which was released about a year later. I once heard somebody describe it as the most under-promoted release of all time. That's probably very true, because even I can only vaguely remember it being released. The final European show turned out to be Bobby Rondinelli's last gig as well, because we finished the tour again with a couple of shows in South America. And I was talking to Bill, and I said, "We're doing South America next." He went, "Oh, I'd love to play South America." "Oh, you want to do it with us then?" "Oh, yeah." Blimey. He said, "What do you want me to do? Meet you there?" He didn't know any of the songs with Tony Martin, so I said, "No, you've got to come to England and rehearse first." "Oh, all right then." He came over, we rehearsed, and he was great on the old Sabbath stuff, but he did struggle a bit on the newer songs like Headless Cross. It was Geezer, me, and Bill, so we had almost the old lineup, plus Tony Martin. Off we went to South America with Kiss and Slayer on the bill, as well as a few others. We got on stage in front of something like 100,000 people, and the pressure was really on. We got by, but in the end dropped the newer material. In order to keep going, we ended up only doing songs like Iron Man and War Pigs, just the stuff that Bill knew. But fair dues to Tony, he sang those old songs really great. After the tour, Geezer went back to Aussie. Things needed to change. I said, "That's it. I'm getting Neil and Cozy back." Within 5 minutes, we were back together again. There might have been some hard feelings because of how things had worked out in the past, but we soon resolved that. We got back together and started work on the Forbidden album. Chapter 72, The One That Should Have Been Forbidden. The record company suggested we use a more hip producer. They were going on about the guy who produced Ice-T, the guitar player in his band, Body Count, Ernie Cunningham, better known as Ernie C. They said he would give us a bit more street cred because they thought we'd lost that. You know what it's like. You get these whiz kids at the company who come up with these great brainwaves that don't work, and this was one of them. But I half-heartedly went along with it. Cozy wasn't mad on the idea either, and now I can see why. The production was dreadful. Here I was working with someone from a hip-hop background. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I just wasn't familiar with it, and it opened up a whole new can of worms for me. The first thing Ernie C. did was to get Cozy to play this bass drum stuff. It's a different style of playing altogether that these hip-hop guys do as opposed to what we do, and it caused all sorts of ruckuses. Cozy was a very respected drummer in his own field, and he was somebody coming along going, "Hey, play this, man." It really offended him, and the more Cozy tried, the more he got pissed off because he didn't want to play it. It made it very difficult for everybody because we all felt that bad vibe. To make things worse, all this was coming from a producer who didn't know anything about us. They only claimed he did, but it was a total shambles. The sound wasn't very good on anything, and I wasn't happy at all with that album. None of us was. I thought, well, maybe it's me that's wrong. Maybe they can do a better job than us. So we gave them the benefit of the doubt and just kept out of it. Also, if we'd have started throwing our oar in saying, we want that to sound like this, we'd have been back to where we started again. What would have been the point of having somebody else come in anyway? Since the days of Roger Bain, I've always been involved in the production and the mixing somewhere along the line, but not at all with this album. If it had gone down a storm, I would really have been worried. Blimey, it must have been me all along. It was a bad experience from start to finish. Forbidden was released in June 1995. I thought it was crap, even down to the cartoon cover art, so it didn't surprise me that it didn't sell. However, we did tour with it. We started the Forbidden tour with 2 big festival gigs in Sweden and Denmark, and then went to the States, again with Motorhead supporting us. Cozy and me got into all sorts of silly pranks. He was as bad as me, setting people's beds up and taking the legs off things and removing the TV from the hotel room and throwing it out of the window. It was back to the old days again. I got one of those blow-up dolls and I put clothes on it and hung it from the balcony of our hotel in Los Angeles. People were looking up and we were screaming and shouting, pretending there was an argument going on. More and more people were looking up, and then I threw the doll off the balcony. Mad it was. I've always been one for playing jokes on people in every line of a Black Sabbath, but of course they got back at me as well. In the early days, I was once taking a shower when there was a knock on the hotel room door. I opened it, and it was Ozzy with a full bucket of water. As I got my head out, he threw the water over me, dropped the bucket and ran. I started after him, but I had no clothes on, and the door shut behind me. I thought, oh, for Christ's sake. I knocked on the other guy's doors because I wanted to phone down to reception to get help, but of course they wouldn't let me in. I just stood there in the hallway naked, and ding, the lift door opened. All these people came out. They're all dressed up from their night out, and there was me with no clothes on at all. We all stood there, staring at each other, not knowing what to do. They must have thought I was a right pervert. Eventually, security came up because someone had phoned down saying, "There's a naked man running round in the hallway." I had to explain what had happened, and they'll let me into my room again. The guys got me good that time. But my most embarrassing moment was when we came back from America after a big tour. Got to Heathrow, and one of the guys said to me, "I can't get all my suitcases on the trolley. You couldn't put one on your trolley, could you?" I said, "Yeah, sure." So I did. We went through the nothing to declare bit, and of course they stopped me. "Excuse me, sir, are these your suitcases?" Yeah." "Can we look inside them?" "Yeah, go ahead." They opened my suitcases and they were fine. Then they got to this other case and opened that up. I could have dropped dead on the spot, because this suitcase was full of sex toys. There were blow-up dolls, dildos, handcuffs, all that paraphernalia. I couldn't believe it, and I didn't know what to say. There was a queue behind me. Other people waited to have their suitcases searched. They were pulling all this stuff out, and I had all this giggling going on behind me. I was so embarrassed, especially because they knew who I was. And of course I couldn't just suddenly go, "Oh, it's not my suitcase." They really set me up, and I have to say, that was a great one. Of course, after I'd gone through customs, they were all there in stitches. They thought it was hilarious. That's what happens when you play jokes on people. They get you back sometimes. We finished the tour in the first week of August with 3 dates in California, carefully avoiding the city of Modesto. They ended up being Cozy's last gigs with us. I'd seen it coming as the tour progressed. He wasn't happy at all, because the situation had changed. He wasn't involved as much in the writing as before. It was all down to me again. He wasn't the co-captain of the ship anymore either, and he didn't feel at all comfortable with that. And bloody Ernie C, telling him what to play, obviously turned the tables on him as well. So he decided to quit the band, and he left. Bobby Rondinelli came back, and off we went again on a tour that was scheduled to go on until well into December. But then my arm was going numb. It started to get really bad in America, so I went to see a doctor there who also happened to be a surgeon. He said, "Your problem is in your neck, and it's really dangerous. You need it operated on as soon as you can. And it just so happens I could do that operation for you tomorrow." I went, hang on, no. I thought, Christ, I've got to get home to England and get it properly seen to. I flew home and went to see 2 specialists. They said, no, the problem is in there, in your wrist. Thank God I didn't go with this bloke in America. What, I would have had an operation on my neck. I had a carpal tunnel operation instead. They cut into my inside arm just above the wrist. Then it's almost like a plastic band that goes around there. I was awake while they operated on me, and I've actually heard it go crack. It made me feel really sick because I could hear the noise and it got all cold as the blood came out. Here I was getting nauseous, and the 2 surgeons were merrily talking away. Oh, did you see that great show on TV the other day? And they were trying to involve me in the conversation as well, going, oh, look how beautifully this is cut away. But there was no way I could look at it. Bloody hell, I was doing my utmost not to vomit while I was being operated on. Then they stitched it up, and that was it. After a while, I could play again. It cured it, and I was never bothered by that again. Nowadays, it's everything else that's playing up. That carpal tunnel did cut the forbidden tour short, as we had to cancel a couple of weeks' worth of dates. Actually, just as well, really. I financed that tour and paid for the bus, the crew, the hotels, the musicians, this and that. It was actually costing me money to go out and play, but I just couldn't keep on doing that. So there I was, sitting back home with my arm all bandaged up. When the tour stopped, the band broke up, and it would be many years before I'd see Tony Martin again. And I had no idea that Forbidden was Black Sabbath's last studio album ever, or at least for a very, very long time. Chapter 73, Flying Solo with Glenn Hughes. After the Forbidden album, the deal with IRS Records expired, and to all intents and purposes, Black Sabbath was on hold. I talked to Phil Banfield and Ralph Baker about working with a singer when I heard Glenn Hughes was coming back to England. He came over to see me, and we started writing songs really quickly. He was singing and playing bass. It was only a bit of fun, really. What we did wasn't intended to be released. It was just something to see what we could do. Also, I needed to work because at that point I wasn't doing a fat lot, and I needed to keep myself going. Glenn suggested getting Dave Holland, who years ago was a drummer with Judas Priest. Dave came over and played a bit on his electric kit. We put some ideas down and we went into the UB40 studio called DEP so that we could demo the stuff properly with Dave playing on a real kit. We recorded all the songs and then left them because I went to do the first Black Sabbath reunion tour with Ozzy, after which I started to work on my solo album, which went in a different direction altogether. That's why these DEP sessions just got lost and forgotten about. After a while, these things came out of the bootleg. I thought, how did they get it? I asked Glenn, and he said, oh, I don't know. There were only a few people who had access to these tapes. It could have been somebody at the studio, or someone to do with Glenn, or Dave Holland, or someone to do with me, I suppose. We never did find out. Sometime at the beginning of 2004, my guitar tech, Mike Clement, was at my studio at home transferring boxes of cassettes of riffs onto CDs. He came across a couple of the tracks from the DEP sessions and said, why don't you put them out? They're really good. These tracks coming out on bootlegs was a real pain anyway, so I said to Ralph Baker, we've got to do something about this. Maybe we should mix this album and finish it and put it out ourselves, just to kill the bootleg stuff off, really. So we'd remixed the tracks. I did have a couple of guitar bits and changed a couple of things, and I had to put a new drummer on because in the meantime, Dave Holland had been done for molesting young kids. I was terribly shocked when I heard about that. I couldn't believe it. I was watching the news one morning and they went, Dave Holland of Judas Priest, you could have knocked me over with a feather. I had no idea he was like that at all. I remember Dave playing on one of the depth sessions one day, and he brought this young lad along. I never thought anything about it. He said, "Oh, this is so-and-so. I'm teaching him to play drums. He's a student of mine." "Oh, right, hello." He was probably about 11 or 12 years old, I suppose, maybe a bit older. But when I found out about all that, blimey, he was sentenced to 7 or 8 years in prison. We thought, we can't release these tracks with Dave on them, so I took his drum parts off. We brought in Jimmy Copley, really good player who I knew from Paul Rodgers' solo stuff, and he redid all the drums at my house. Because there were no kick tracks on the tapes, he basically had to play to Dave Holland's tracks. It was a bit awkward, but Jimmy did a really good job. They were just demos. We didn't go into the sounds and stuff. They weren't originally intended for release, but when the album The 1996 Depth Sessions was released in September 2004, it was received very well. And after all those years, it finally killed those bootlegs. Chapter 74, Living Apart Together. I met my third wife, Valerie, when I was in London recording The Eternal Idol. I went out to a club called Tramp one night, and I met Val there. She was a model and a dancer. She danced in one of those variety type shows where they would have a dancing team with 10 women and a bloke, like a musical. And as a model, she did advertisements for face cream and hand cream. We swapped numbers. She called me up and we started seeing each other. I didn't really want to get involved because at the time I was just too interested in doing more drugs. But eventually we did get a relationship going. We were together for 6 years and then we got married. Our wedding was an extremely quick affair. I tried to do it all quietly, but Phil Banfield knew about it and he wanted to be best man. We just got married at this register office with Phil as my witness. Then we went back home and all my friends were there. Blimey, what happened here? It's supposed to be a secret. Phil had organised it and bloody hell, that surprise party, it was really good. We were together for about 12 years. Val helped me out a lot with getting off the drugs because she hated all that. I really owe her a lot for doing that. Alcohol was never a major problem, but I was doing a lot of coke and speed. I was going through a part of my life that I didn't even realise I was in. It was getting worse and worse and I just didn't see it. I got more aggravated and into more arguments and I became somebody else, I suppose. When we were married, Valerie wasn't going to put up with it anymore. We'd have a bust up every time I did a line. She could tell straight away if I'd done something. I used to sneak into my studio and do a line and then it was, "You've been doing coke." So eventually I thought, it's not worth it, arguing every time I'd do some drugs. It was either stop or that's it. And that's what I did. Well, I stopped doing it regularly, let's put it that way. I stopped doing it every day. Val had that 6-bedroom house in North London, and I had my house up in the Midlands. She liked to stay in London, where her friends were, and I never wanted to move to London. So we'd be in her house for a while and then come back to mine. Or she'd be in London, and I'd be at home. When I was on tour, she wouldn't stay in the Midlands at all. So that meant I'd have somebody to look after the house. It was a bit of a funny relationship, really. Valerie had a son, Jay, really nice kid. It was a bit strange for me, moving from not having my own daughter there and getting married and having somebody else's kid instead. I couldn't bring my daughter at first, so it was all very complicated. I desperately wanted to bring Tony home. Melinda had married again and had 2 kids with her new husband. Apparently this guy owned some nightclubs in Los Angeles and was deep in the mafia. But he got caught for doing something and he was jailed for 7 years. Melinda spent a lot of his money while he was in jail and then dumped him. This bloke got out of prison early, at which time the courts allowed him and his sister to have the kids, all three of them. So I went over to Modesto, where they lived, to see Tony at their house, because they would have to be there when I visited. It was an awkward situation because he had the other two kids and Tony was looking after them. She was about 12 or 13 at that time. After a while, visiting rights relaxed. Tony was allowed to stay with me in LA and I took her with me for a week on tour. In the hotels we'd have adjoining rooms, but she'd have to have the door open and the light on, and she was terrified because of all the things that were going on in her life. After going through this whole procedure in the courts, I eventually got her out. My big problem was that they thought, oh, he's in a band. Black Sabbath. I didn't know a leg to stand on. They'd ask, when you're on tour, who's going to look after her? Well, I'll have a nanny. It came down to a choice between an ex-con who wasn't the real father and me. The lawyer I hired in Los Angeles said, look, you are the father and we are going to get her back for you. Eventually, we did get her back. And in 1996, I could take her home to England. Finally. Tony was a nervous wreck when she got here. She was 13. She'd been thrown around from pillar to post, and she didn't know what the hell was going on. It took her a long time to settle down and become normal again. For a long time, she had bad dreams. She had her own little room with the door open and the light on, and she'd start screaming in the night and I'd rush in. At first I wondered, how can I help? What am I supposed to do? You'd give her love, but it was also a matter of me being accepted because she had missed a great part of her life with me. She didn't get on with her stepfather, so it was very difficult. In the meantime, my marriage with Valerie was in trouble. She wanted this London life and she wanted to travel the world, whereas I didn't. I'd been all over the world, umpteen times on tour already. We both wanted different things, so we were at loggerheads a lot. But the crunch came when Tony came to England. Val didn't particularly want another child. She already had a son, and we both looked after her. So she said, she should go to college, put her in school, let her stay in school. I said, you can't do that. She's been thrown around everywhere. She's got to live with us. Valerie then wanted us to live in London, and we went to see a high school down there, but Tony wasn't happy. She was too young. It was difficult for her to come from California and suddenly live in London. She didn't really know Val, and then to go to this school where she knew nobody was very hard. So Tony didn't want to live there, and Val said, well, if she doesn't want him, that's it. I've done my bit. I got really pissed off about her saying that, because Tony deserved a good life. In the end, I had to hire a nanny to look after her. I thought, Christ, I'm married, she's living in London, and I'm hiring somebody to look after Tony in the Midlands. I had no other option because I was out on tour. Somebody had to do what I was doing and earn the money. It was a real shambles. One of the reasons why me and Val broke up was that she just wouldn't accept Tony, and I couldn't deal with that. We gradually pulled away from each other, and then the marriage came to an end. We just didn't communicate well. Instead of talking things over, we were always arguing, and I hated that. I said to her, if we ever get into an argument, let's just say stop, and then we'll stop. We started arguing one day, and I said, stop. She went, what, you flatting me and stop? And she carried on again, so stop never worked. I just made my mind up. I'm not going to go any further with it. So I said, that's it, Val. And she went, you can't divorce me. I said, it's not working. I don't want this life anymore. Go and do your own thing. I wanted to break away for her sake as well, so she could do the things she wanted to do and lead the life she wanted to live. She doesn't see it that way. She thinks I left her for Maria. That wasn't the case. Val and me finished long before I met her, but she thinks I'd been going out with Maria for a while before we broke up. She's done all right out of the divorce. Valerie saw this house in Spain and I bought her that. And I bought her another house in London as well. She was happy enough, I think. Well, as far as it goes. Breaking up is always hard. But for me, the pain wouldn't last long. Soon I'd get together with old friends and meet the love of my life. Chapter 75. The love of my life. Early in 1997, Sharon Osbourne called and said, "Would you be interested in doing a few shows with Ozzy and maybe a tour? I'm asking you first, and if you say yes, then I'll ask Geezer." It was supposed to be a casual thing as opposed to involving lots of lawyers, so I said yes. Then she asked Geezer, and he said yes. I think she was under the impression that Bill would want to go through lawyers and therefore it would be hard work involving him as well, so she didn't ask him. I asked her about Bill, but she said, "No, we're going to use Mike Bordin, Ozzy's drummer." Geezer and me were only going to do a few songs and it didn't seem like it was a big thing, so we agreed on doing it with Mike. The plan was for Ozzy to do his own set first and then we'd walk on and close the show, not unlike we'd done in Costa Mesa back in 1992. It was just that drawing you on stage sort of thing. We agreed on a fee and did it. In May 1997, we started a 5-week tour of America for about 25 Ozfest shows. I liked it. It was good and things were going well between me, Ozzy and Geezer. I think it was a bit of a trial thing anyway, to see how we all got on again. Initially, we didn't see a lot of each other, because Ozzy would fly in later and arrive at the gig separately from us, and Geezer and me each travelled in a bus of our own. We also stayed at all the best hotels, always the Four Seasons or the Ritz-Carltons. It was okay and was very well organised too. On 17th of June, Ozzy's voice gave out and he cancelled the show. Geezer and I heard Ozzy was not going to fly in, but we were in the dressing room already, and the bands were out there playing. We had Marilyn Manson with us, Pantera, Typo Negative, Fear Factory, and a couple of other bands. Somebody said, "Would you be able to play with some of the other guys with Marilyn Manson singing?" I said, "Oh no, we don't want to do that." "Well, we've got to do something, man." "Not with us. If you want to do that, let them do it and we'll jam or whatever." It wasn't that we had anything against the other bands, but we were there to do it with Ozzy, and that was that. We certainly wouldn't go up and jam, because that was a kiss of death. You could see before it happened what was going to happen, and sure enough, it did. Before they all went up to jam, somebody announced that Ozzy had lost his voice, and there was an uproar. They went crazy, as they do. These other guys went on anyway and played, which was good of them. They prevented it from getting completely out of hand. Still, the crowd turned police cars over, rioting, got pretty bad. We left fairly sharpish afterwards and got out all right. We went back there 2 weeks later to do the rescheduled gig, and that went fine. One day, I bumped into this girl, Martina Axon, who was the drummer in the Swedish band Drain STH, who were on the tour as well. She said, "You've got to come and see the band." I went to catch them a couple of times. They were really good. So when Martina asked if I could help them with a song, I said, "Yeah, come over to the house," after we'd done the tour. Their singer, Maria, always kept to herself, so I never met her. After the tour, she and Martina flew over from Sweden just for a day. They came over to the house, where it was just me and my daughter Tony. Valerie wasn't there because at that point we weren't an item anymore. So they said, "Can we cook for you?" "Yeah." After getting groceries at the local market, we went into the studio and I played them some things. I asked them what they wanted and came up with an idea for them. They took all of 20 minutes and then they went into the house to start cooking. They brought all this red wine over and 2 huge bars of Swedish chocolate. I already had this big bar of Cadbury's chocolate as well. They started eating that, and we had a few drinks. It was off to dinner, and we had some more drinks, and they also ate all of the chocolate they'd bought in for me as well. The pair of them just polished off these 3 big bars of chocolate. I'll never forget that about them. It was really folly. I had to fly off somewhere the next day to start another tour, so they drove up to London with me. I picked Ozzy up on the way, and then the 4 of us went to the airport, where they took their flight back to Stockholm. Throughout the year, I talked to Maria on the phone about how the song was going. It became a regular thing. I'd call her and we'd be just chatting away, sometimes for hours and hours. We got more and more friendly, and right before the 1999 Black Sabbath reunion tour started, I just said, "Why don't you come over for a few days? I'll send you a ticket. Come to the show in Phoenix." She thought about it and said, "Okay." She flew in, and she was really nervous. I didn't know what to do either. Oh dear, she's actually turned up. We played Phoenix on New Year's Eve, and then she came with us to Las Vegas. We really enjoyed each other's company, and that was it. We started seeing each other a lot, and eventually she moved to England. That was in 1999. The track we wrote for Drain SGH was called Black, and it appeared on their album Freaks of Nature. It was released in 1999, but the band broke up not long after that. It was an all-girl band. It was tough for them out there. They had toured for years and years, and Maria had enough of all the travelling. She told the other girls and gave them a tour's notice to find somebody else. They didn't, so they parted company. I probably got the blame for that. We didn't get married until 2005. I'd been married before, on the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 6th of November, so that definitely was not an auspicious month for me. I said to Maria, "No way we're getting married in November. Don't even mention November." We were on tour in August, a safe distance from November, and when we had a break in Los Angeles, my office organised this woman to come over to the hotel and marry us right there. We got married on the 19th of August at the Sunset Marquee. I didn't tell anybody, not even the band. Nobody was there, so I got Eddie, who worked for me, to come up to be the witness. We wanted to do it without all the fuss, so we did it all just really quietly. Best thing I ever did. Chapter 76, Reunion. We didn't want to play with Mike Bordin. We all wanted to have Bill back for the next tour. Ozzy, Geezer and me had done the initial test of how we were getting on. We were asking ourselves, is it going to work? What is the interest like? Well, we did get along, and the shows went great and everybody loved it. So it seemed obvious that we should get the old full lineup back for the next tour. We had to make the terms so that we didn't get into big arguments, not from our side, but management-wise. We each had our own management, and that could be hard work. So we decided that it should be left to one person without everybody else chipping in as well. Otherwise, it would be chaos. And that's what happened. Because Sharon had organised the Ozfest, she was also going to manage the reunion tour as well. We rehearsed with Bill and worked out the show, and then we did a few gigs before going to the NEC to record the Reunion live album on December the 5th, 1997. We did the NEC too early in the tour, really. I thought we needed to play a lot more first. We had rehearsed, but we'd only done 2 gigs, and then suddenly there we were, doing 2 days at the NEC and recording it. We hadn't got into routines and whether to do a little solo here or build a big climax there. We were just playing the songs. It would have been nice to have loosened up a bit more. It was nerve-wracking because we knew we were recording it. When you do a regular show, after the last song, it's over and done with. But when it's recorded, everybody can see it and hear it afterwards, forever and ever. Also, it was a hometown gig, which made us even more nervous. Friends were coming, Brian May was there, and Cozy, and Neil, and Bev as well. As a matter of fact, the five of us went out for dinner at a Chinese restaurant in Henley and Arden afterwards. Even so, we were all happy to be able to play together again. I think it went better than we expected. As a matter of fact, it went great. I went over to the A&M studios in Hollywood to mix the live album with Bob Marlette. Then these guys from the record company came down and said, "Hey, why don't you write 2 new songs for the album?" Well, right now? "Yeah, now." "Oh, well, me and Bob?" Because we were the only ones there. "No, I'll get Ozzy down as well." To write new songs in the middle of a mix is not a particularly good idea. You've got your head around how everything should sound, and then you don't want to be thinking, what are we going to write? How do we start? If you don't have the band to start jamming, and you don't even have Ozzy half the time, it's bloody difficult. So we just dropped the mix and started working on the new songs. I had no ideas lying around, so I had to come up with something there and then. It was a good thing I had a guitar there. Then off we went. Blimey. Bob Marlette used programmed drums just so that I could put the riff ideas down. That's how we did it with Psycho Man. I played a riff and he put a drum to the riff, and then we'd build it up like that. Ozzy came down and disappeared and came down again, and went and sat in the other room and got a sandwich and fell asleep and did whatever else he did. Quite often he dozed off on the couch in the control room while we were putting the song together. One time he was spark out and then woke up to go to the toilet. He was gone for about 25-30 minutes. We thought, where the bloody hell is he? We need him now. We sent somebody out to look for him, but the guy came back and said, "I can't find him. Maybe he's gone home." So we phoned his home, but he wasn't there. Where the fuck is he? Even Tony, the guy who works for him and never leaves his side, he didn't have a clue. Then we heard all this commotion in the hallway. It was another band, and they were going, "Oh wow man, Ozzy Osbourne is in our studio. He's asleep on the couch." We thought, oh no. Ozzy'd come out of the toilet, half asleep, and he didn't remember what studio we were in. He'd gone into their studio, right in the middle of their recording session, and he'd fallen asleep on their couch. They were out in the studio, playing away, and they came back into the control room, and they found him there, snoring away. They were in awe of him, so they weren't about to tell him to leave. We sent somebody in to get him, but in the meantime, Ozzy'd woken up, come back into our studio, and hovering about, he'd knocked a full pint of water into the recording desk, and the bloody thing blew up. But when Ozzy was awake at our own session, he'd be all enthusiastic. "Oh yeah, I like this." It was the first time I ever saw him write lyrics down, and he got really involved in it. We wrote the songs and recorded Ozzy's and my bits all in one day. It was too fast. We never had time to live with them, but the guy from Sony Records was standing outside waiting to hear them. We got Beezer and Bill to come in later to put their parts down, and that was it. We had the 2 tracks, Psycho Man and Selling My Soul, but I wasn't really pleased with either one of them. It could have been so much better if we'd had more time to work on them. At the time, it didn't lead to plans for a new studio album. It was only later, right before Ozzy started the Osbournes, that we actually went to the studio to write a whole new album. We were there for 3 or 4 weeks and managed to put about 6 ideas down. It wasn't a very full band effort. We had a go, but it was a bit like pulling teeth really. We'd jam for a bit and put stuff down, but then Ozzy would disappear or fall asleep on the couch again, or he'd go to make the fire and he'd come in and say, "Would you like a cup of tea?" "Okay." And then he'd disappear again for about 2 hours. What's happened to the tea? It was like it used to be in the old days. He just didn't have enough of an attention span to stand there and work on a song over and over. But that's Ozzy. That's just the way he is. Still, we could have done an album, We got the 6 songs, and the idea of Rick Rubin producing the album was brought up. Deezer, Ozzy and myself went to see him at his house in LA. There was a bloke who came in to greet us. He sat us down and we waited. After about 10 minutes, Rick Rubin came in. I'd never met him and didn't know what to expect, but he was definitely a character, all right. He was wearing a kaftan and he was like an old hippie in some ways, like a Buddha, very calm. We played him the stuff and he liked about 3 of the tracks, and that was it. We never saw him again, and we never followed it up. It fizzled out because Ozzy started with his new television show, The Osbournes. It's a shame, because if everybody had been involved and really got off their arses, we could have come up with something really good. I still have those 6 songs somewhere. We didn't do anything with them, but that was as close as we ever got to recording a new album. Chapter 77, Cozy's Crash. In April 1998, I was in LA at the Sunset Marquis Hotel when I got a call from Ralph. He said, "I'm really sorry to have to tell you this, but Cozy has been killed in a car crash." It was a real shock. I was just stunned. All the years I knew Cozy, he was a bit of a wild character. I've been with him in the car a few times, and he was a very good driver, but he went so fast I was terrified. He used to drive around these motor racing tracks in his old Ferrari because he loved speed. He also had a couple of big motorbikes, and he really tore ass on those things. When we recorded Headless Cross with Cozy at Woodcray back in 1988, he'd come down on his bike, and sometimes when he'd had a right few drinks, I'd take his keys off him and hide them so that he couldn't ride home. He'd go, "Where's my keys?" "You're not going to drive home like that." I'm all right. The old "I'm all right" thing. But he'd have to stay. They were really fast Yamaha bikes, and I thought, one of these days he's going to come off one of those. I didn't expect it in a car, and when I heard what had happened, it was bloody awful. Cozy was seeing this girl. She was married but separating, and she had problems with the husband. Cozy was at home and he'd had a few drinks, as he tended to, and she called him up all upset and said, "Cozy, can you come over here quick?" Cozy lived about 30 or 40 miles away from her. He flew down the motorway in his Saab, quite a quick car. While he was driving towards her, she phoned him up again. "Where are you, Cozy?" "I'm on my way." While they were on the phone, she heard him go, "Oh shit." And the next thing, bang. I think it was raining at the time. Cozy wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He hit something and went straight through the windscreen. What a complete and utter waste of such a talented musician and good mate. Chapter 78, Bill, Vinnie, and Bill and Vinnie. With the reunion album in the can, we planned a fully fledged tour with the original lineup, and in May 1998 we went to rehearsals for it. It had been 20 years since the 4 of us had worked like that. This time we tried to communicate properly by talking things through, instead of going at it like bulls in a china shop. Instead of "we're doing this," or even "let's do this and let's do that," everybody was saying, "What do you think? Shall we do this?" We had a laugh and worked well together again. It was good because we were prepping to do something that we knew. We just rehearsed through the songs. Ozzy would sing them and leave, and then we usually ran through them again on our own. On May 19th, we were running through the show, and then when we got to Paranoid, the final song, Bill said, "Cool, I feel really strange. Is it all right if I have a lie down?" "Yeah, go and have a lie down." I took him upstairs and he got into bed and said, "Could you ask my assistant to come up?" "Yeah, sure. Just to give me a massage for a bit, because my arms went a bit numb." I never thought anything about it. Me and Geezer went for a bit of fresh air and walked up the drive and then down the road. We saw this ambulance come flying past, and we jokingly said, Bill. We always did. Anytime we saw something like that, it was always, Bill. And bloody hell, this time, sure enough, it was. Minutes later, we saw the ambulance flying past again in the opposite direction, taking him to the hospital. We got back and Ozzy was going, Bill's had a heart attack. Bill's had a heart attack. Christ, that was the ambulance then. Yeah, that was Bill, man. They took him to the closest hospital, about 20 miles away. He had to stay there for a while, and so obviously he couldn't play drums. We didn't cancel the tour. We asked Vinny Appice to stand in for Bill while he was convalescing. We'd been working with Vinny on and off with Ronnie, and Bill always liked him, so it just seemed the way to go. Vinny was fine with it. He came in and rehearsed with us, and then we did the tour of Europe with him. We'd rehearsed songs we hadn't played for years. When we started off, we had a 2.5 hour show. Paxi killed me because it was a long set, but it was great. We're playing lots of other songs besides the regular routine ones. The tour started off in June in Hungary. Certainly in the beginning it went really well. The Milton Keynes Bowl with bands like Foo Fighters, Pantera, Slayer and Soulfly, that was one of the highlights. Bill came to that gig. It was really nice for him to turn up. We got him on stage and the audience loved seeing him. He was standing there in his tracky pants and I couldn't help it because they were all loose and whoosh. I pulled them down in front of all those people. Typical me and Bill. I used to do that all the time to him, and of course, this was an ideal opportunity. He just stood there, pulled them up and took no notice. He's a real character like that. In October '98, the Reunion album was finally released. Our label Epic organised a record signing tour of 8 cities in America for the 4 of us, including Bill Ward. They put us in the St. Regis Hotel in New York. It's incredibly expensive and every room came with its own butler. We used that hotel as our base and we had a private jet to fly us out to Dallas or wherever it was. We had to do the signings and the radio interviews and anything else. We'd do the business and fly back to New York again. Meanwhile, we had so many people coming to the stores where we did our album signings that it did get a bit out of hand. Sometimes security was rough on the crowds. We ended up saying to our tour manager, they can't do this to the kids, pushing them around and being aggressive with them like that. They're our fans. They should take it easy on them. We did one in a mall. The whole place was packed. I'd never seen that. Signings in the middle of a shopping mall. These appearances at record shops are really good, if not a little too successful. We also did The Late Show with David Letterman, our first TV appearance together in 23 years. I was a bit worried because I wondered what it would be like to do Paranoid with a live audience on a talk show like that. I thought Letterman and his people would be a bit snooty about it, but they were really nice. David was in and out really. We saw him on the night when he came to say hello and shook our hands. We talked to him, but not a lot. We saw Paul Schaefer during the sound check and had a chat with him. He might have asked if he could play, but we just did it with the 4 of us, and that was it. We played. It went down great, and good night. We started off our American tour on New Year's Eve in Phoenix, Arizona. That was the one Maria came over for. It was a big gig. We always had a huge firework display afterwards, so we could leave without getting stuck in the traffic of all the people trying to get out at the same time. We always got off stage and then left immediately. Bill was back with us for this tour, but we took Vinny along as well. We didn't want Bill to strain himself. As much as he said, I'm all right, we were concerned he might feel rough one night and go, I don't feel well, I can't play. Also with Vinny there, if he got overexhausted, he could say, I can't play these 2 songs, I'll need a bit of a rest. Then Vinny would step in. I thought this would be good for Bill's peace of mind as well. But I heard later that he was actually pretty offended by the fact we had Vinny up there. But none of us meant it in a bad way. We were just concerned about Bill. We never used Vinny anyway because Bill played great and stayed healthy. As a matter of fact, I got the flu and Ozzy caught a cold, but Bill was as fit as a fiddle. Bill couldn't drink. Geezer wasn't drinking, and Ozzy wasn't supposed to be drinking, so the only one drinking was me. We each had our own bus and a trailer as well, and in there I had wine and champagne and whatever else. I wouldn't flaunt it in front of everybody, and it was actually awkward when Ozzy came in. He'd often visit me in my trailer, and I never wanted to drink around him. So for me also it turned out to be a rather dry tour. After the last gig of the American tour, we felt it would be a shame to stop, so 2 months later it was announced that we'd carry on, this time headlining the upcoming Ozfest tour. From the end of May '99 until the end of August, we toured throughout the States with acts like Rob Zombie, Slayer and System of a Down. On the second stage, amongst others, was Maria's band Drain STH, so we were on the road together. On one of our days off, we were staying at the Four Seasons in Palm Beach, and Rob Zombie was there as well. Me and Maria were looking out of the window and we saw Rob coming out with his wife. He was roasting out there, but like always, Rob was in all his leather gear. He walked up, got on the sunbed and was lying there, sunbathing the zombie way. Everybody else was wearing shorts, and Rob was dressed to the max in leather trousers, leather top, leather hat and leather boots. Maria and me were in stitches. Rob is a lovely guy, but talk about keeping up the image. We ended the year with 2 shows at the NEC in Birmingham. I remember thinking, this could well be our final date ever. Felt a bit sad, not knowing if we were ever going to do it again. We recorded a live video there called The Last Supper. That seemed like a perfect name for it, but we weren't done quite yet. Chapter 79, Belching After a Weenie Roast. In February 2000, we got our first ever Grammy for Best Metal Performance for Iron Man from 1998's Reunion album. I thought, bloody hell, all those years of making music and we get nothing. And when we finally do get a Grammy, it's for the live thing. A year or two later, we got a nomination for another one, for The Wizard. I don't really remember why that was nominated, but then again, I never knew why the first one was either. Apart from getting a Grammy, 2000 was rather uneventful. In June, we had a one-off show at the KROQ Weenie Roast Festival at Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California. Sharon got in touch with us and said it would be a great deed to do. We would be surprise guests performing after Ozzy's show. It was definitely a surprise, all right. Ozzy had played his set, and then the revolving stage was supposed to turn, and we'd be there, and then we'd start playing. Throughout the whole day, I thought, this is really silly. It's going to be such a quick changeover. How are we going to pull that off? The stage turned around, and I started the riff of War Pigs, the big note, but nothing happened. As the stage turned, all my cables had ripped out of my amps and all the power went off. My guitar tech nearly had a heart attack, going, oh, what do we do? What do we do? It was so embarrassing just standing there like a couple of dicks. The audience, who didn't expect us to be playing anyway, was probably thinking, who's that lot there then? After what seemed like an eternity, they whirled on these 2 speaker cabinets and Zakk Wylde's Marshall amp so we could play. We were only going to do 20 minutes anyway, and he spent half of that time pissing around. We came off that show and we had another one like that to do in New York. I said to Sharon, there's no way I'm going to do that. She went, well, no, okay, whatever you want. I was so embarrassed. I couldn't talk to anybody for days after that. I just hid at the Sunset Marquee Hotel and kept out of the way. Meanwhile, back home in England, I found some comic relief with Bev Bevan and Jasper Carrott. We'd been friends for years and we talked about doing this band thing for a bit of a laugh. They'd done a couple of things and they asked me if I'd join. I said, yeah, sounds like a lot of fun. Jasper came up with the name Belch. It's the B from Black Sabbath, the E and the L from ELO, and the C from Carrot. Jasper's a comedian, and in Belch, he was the singer. Phil Tree was our bass player, and Phil Ackrell played rhythm guitar. Phil Tree now plays with Bev Bevan in The Move. It was great fun. I really enjoyed that. Belch was a hot band. We played anything from Blue Suede Shoes to Tina Turner, or Dire Straits to All Right Now. We rehearsed at Jasper's house. The idea was just to play at one of our friends' parties, but what was supposed to be a lark turned into actual paying gigs. I didn't think we were good enough to be paid, but it started to become serious. We did one gig in Doncaster, about 100 miles from Birmingham, and it was just like the old days. We're all going up in Jasper's estate car, and we broke down on the motorway. None of us was used to that anymore, because we always had people working for us to sort this kind of stuff out. So we're looking at each other going, what do we do now? I don't know. Christ, we've still got a hell of a long way to go. So Jasper found this bloke who worked for him and he arranged for a car to come and pick us up, take us up to the gig and then bring us back afterwards. We finally got to this gig and there was wine and champagne, the works. It's a real big flash do. We played a little set and then guzzled bottles of champagne down. On the way home, we had to stop every 20 minutes because we were all thrown up as we'd drunk so much so quickly. Eventually we got back to Jasper's Drive and everybody fell out of the car going, it's like 40 years ago, only with grown men. We did a few gigs and we had requests to do a lot more. Jasper had a weekly TV show and we even played on that, doing Route 66 and Caroline by Status Quo. And we had Belch t-shirts on as well, really naff ones. But Jasper got too busy doing his comedy stuff. He owned a big part of this television production company called Celador that went on to do Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The other band members got too busy as well. We didn't break up as such, we just didn't have the time to do it anymore. But who knows, maybe we'll do it again someday, just for a laugh. Chapter 80, Iommi, the album. When I told Sharon Osbourne about my idea of making an album with all different singers, she was really interested in releasing it on the Osbourne's label Divine Records. They had some offers from other companies, but I thought, well, she's good at what she does. She offered us a good amount of money too, but more than that, she was going to get it going, give it a real kick up the arse, do the promotion. So we came to an agreement. We seemed to get on well then, but I couldn't resist referring to the many disagreements we'd had in the past when I thanked her in the CD booklet writing, "Who'd have thought it?" I wrote some of the stuff at my house, but most of it was done at producer Bob Marlette's place in California. I didn't quite know what direction to go in after the Sabbath stuff. Follow that or just go off a bit. What we ended up doing was still, riffy, but more modern. Bob directed it that way, and he did a good job at that. He was a keyboard player as well, and he had a good ear for what was needed. I wrote the riffs and he put a drum pattern and effects to them. He used a lot of effects, computerized stuff, because he was really good at that. We did what I'd wanted to do when I did 7 Star, but this time there was real, huge enthusiasm. We had every singer we wanted, and more. We actually had to turn people down. It was also a good experience for me to work with so many different artists. It was a challenge. Take, for instance, how we worked with Billy Corgan on the song Black Oblivion. We went into the A&M studios, and Billy was going to play bass and sing. He came down to the studio a few days before, and I played him some riffs. I recorded them on a little cassette for him to take away and listen to. Came back a couple of days later and brought drummer Kenny Aronoff down to the studio with him. Billy said it would be nice to do a track with loads of different changes in it. We ended up writing and recording it at the same time. It was that quick. There's actually a lot of stuff on the album that we played live. We were jamming and it really pushed your brain. It helps to have Kenny Aronoff there as well, because he's really good. I'm sure he's one of the few drummers who'd be able to play something with so many changes in it there and then as we were doing it. Oh, let's put another bit in here. Go for the whole song again and playing it live. It was nerve-wracking. I was working with people I'd never worked with before, writing songs I had to get my head around, while normally I'd live with them a bit first. And all that in one day, writing it and recording it. Black Oblivion with Billy was a tough song in particular for all those different changes in it. But it turned out great, and it was a good experience doing it that way. Laughing Man with Henry Rollins was one of the first we put down. Henry came out to Bob's studio, which was basically a small room at his house. Henry was singing away to a microphone while I was sitting on the couch only a few feet away. It's a very heavy track. We played a couple of things to Henry, and he picked that one and wrote all the lyrics to it. He really enjoyed doing it too. Another guy who was really up for it was Dave Grohl. When I had him come down to the studio to do Goodbye Lament, I already had Matt Cameron on drums, and Dave said, "Oh, I'd love to play this track. Can I play drums as well as sing?" So he played drums, and of course he was really good. With most singers, like Serge Tankian from System of a Down, Skin of Skunk Anansie, Phil Anselmo of Pantera, Ian Astbury from The Cult, and Billy Idol, we'd send them a cassette with a track we'd written beforehand. They'd put lyrics to them, come down to the studio, be there for the day, and sing it. Peter Steele's Just Say No to Love was very different, because he has such a unique voice. I knew him because we'd had Typo Negative on our tour so often. When he came to the studio, he kept saying, "Tony, I'm so honored to do this, that you asked me, and I'm really nervous." I said, "Don't worry, just relax." Before he sang, he said, "Have you got any wine, man?" So I got him a bottle of wine to settle his nerves, and gulped the whole thing down just like that. I felt sorry for him, really. He died in April 2010, which came as a huge shock to me. Peter, he was a big man, very tall and very, very nice guy. Ozzy wrote the lyrics to Who's Fooling Who. For Ozzy to sit down and write lyrics was unusual, but he came back with them and just did it. It was much the same as when we did Psycho Man, one of the new tracks for the Reunion album. He came down and sat down and told a few jokes. It was an all-day thing with him. He then put a bit down, and Bob worked with him on that and got a verse first and then built that up. He'd done 2 verses, and then I did this up-tempo thing which I wanted him to sing on as well, but he didn't, so I just played a guitar solo over it instead. The album was released in October 2000, and it was simply called Iommi. Sharon held a big launch party for it. She put a lot of work into it, and I thought she did a good job. The album got great views all over the place, and especially in America, it received a lot of airplay. Stars were good as well, although I wasn't really bothered about that. It was much more important to me that I'd done something that I'd wanted to do for a long time. It was nice working with different artists, younger and older. Chapter 81, An Audience with the Queen. The year 2001 passed without too much incident. Again, Black Sabbath joined the Ozfest, starting off with a couple of gigs in the UK, after which the summer was spent on the road in America. The following year, we skipped the Ozfest, as we didn't want to headline it every single year. The same bands on the bill every time would be deadly for the fest, and we didn't want to get into a situation where people would think, oh, them again. But Sharon Osbourne did have a big surprise in store for me that year. In May 2002, she got in touch about me and Ozzy doing a gig at Buckingham Palace for the Queen's Golden Jubilee, celebrating the fact that Queen Elizabeth II had been on the throne for 50 years. I thought, that's a strange request, get us on that show. They were used to having Cliff Richard and the Beach Boys, Tom Jones and Shirley Bassey, Paul McCartney even. But I certainly wouldn't have expected me and Ozzy. That was a real curveball. They said, would you mind having Phil Collins play drums? No, of course not. Great, fantastic. And we had Pino Palladino from The Who playing bass. Lovely guy. Larry Herschel was slowly playing Paranoid, and Ozzy turned around and gave Phil Collins a really weird look. I know what Ozzy's like, he just does that anyway. But Phil didn't. After a while, Ozzy left and I ran through the song with Phil and Pino again. Phil said to me, what's the matter with Ozzy? Haven't I been playing it right? Yeah, you've been playing it fine. But he gave me such a dirty look. He probably didn't even notice he did that. No, there's nothing wrong. Oh, I was concerned. Tell me if I'm not playing it right. No, you're playing it great. The next day we went to Buckingham Palace to do the sound check. It was like Fort Knox to get in, which is understandable, I suppose. We went on stage outside in the grounds of the palace. We did our sound check, but we had to come off stage in the middle of it because there was a fire in one of the rooms in the palace. Apparently, they had boxes and boxes of fireworks they were going to let off on the night, and they were concerned that they'd all blow up, so they had to go and investigate. Brian May had called me the day before. He was to go up on the roof and play God Save the Queen, and he said, would you do it with us? I said, oh God, I can't do that. I would never be able to learn that and be comfortable enough to play it in front of billions of people watching on TV. Well, just come up with us then. No, I don't like heights, I can't. Well, you play on stage then, and I'll play up there. Oh, I'd never learn it in time. Phew, thank goodness I said no to that. But Brian was brave enough to do it. Backstage before the gig, I stood outside, talked to Paul McCartney and some of the other people. It was great, but there are all these signs saying no drinking, no swearing, no this, no that. That terrified Ozzy more than anything, because with him, everything is fucking this and fucking that. And he was actually practicing not swearing. He walks up and down in the dressing room going, raise your hands, come on, raise your hands, instead of his normal, raise your fucking hands, you fuckers. I thought, no way he's going to keep that up. But he did. We went on, and Ozzy went on too soon. He was excited and was already walking on as they announced us. We did the gig and it went really well. We came off and had a chat with a few of the others, Tom Jones and the rest of them. Great day. Afterwards, we were invited to the palace for a drink. I was standing there in this fantastic, huge, lovely room, talking to Phil Collins, when Tony Blair spotted me and came over. But Tony, eh? I'd never met him in my life. It was so unreal to have the Prime Minister come over to me like he'd known me for years. He said, I'm a big fan. I got all of the early albums. Then his wife came over, introduced me to her. While I was talking to them, I saw Ozzy walking over to me. He asked me something, and I went, Oz, meet Tony Blair. He went, oh, hello. And that was it. Tony Blair put his hand out, and it was like nothing. Ozzy didn't even acknowledge him and just walked off. I said to Tony, he's always like that, you know, because I didn't know what else to say. Tony said, it's okay. Then I saw Prince Charles walk over to talk to Ozzy. I thought, oh hell, there's no way Ozzy's going to be able to talk to him without swearing. The whole thing was just so unreal. I ended up meeting the Queen, Prince Charles, Princess Anne, and all the gang, and they were really nice. When you see them on TV, it's all very serious, but they were down to earth. I was quite surprised. The Queen didn't really say anything, and I didn't say anything to her. She just comes by and smiles, and you nod, and that's it, really. She talked hardly to anybody. But the two young princes, William and Harry, they came over and said to me, "Why didn't you play Black Sabbath?" I said, "I don't think that would have gone down that well." It was a great night. The original idea was to stay there for only 15 minutes and clear off. But I've been there half an hour, 40 minutes, and I was still the first to leave. Maria and me went back to the hotel, the Lanesborough, overlooking the back of Buckingham Palace. Real flash place. Went up to our room, got into bed, and about 2.5 hours later, the fire alarm went off. "Would you please leave the rooms? Please leave the rooms." We got dressed, and as we walked out into the hallway, I saw the fire brigade going into Ozzy's room. Somebody had set the alarm off, and they assumed it was coming from his room. But it wasn't him. He was in bed with Sharon. The fire brigade burst in, and Ozzy had a fit. As we evacuate and stand outside, I couldn't believe it. Twice in one day, in the afternoon at Buckingham Palace, and then at our hotel. So everybody thought, that's strange. It happened over there, and now it's here as well. It must be them. Chapter 82. Hats off to Rob Halford. On the 9th of December 2003, people from several British television shows got in touch with me to see if I would do an interview about Ozzy's accident. I didn't know what the hell they were on about, but I soon learned that he had crashed his quad bike and broken his collarbone and a few other things besides. He was in hospital for quite a while, where he had metal bars put in his shoulder and his collarbone. He was very lucky to be alive. I spoke to him. Of course, I wouldn't just leave him like that. And Sharon let us know how he was doing as well. Apart from him nearly dying, he was doing very well actually. Ozzy had just released the old Black Sabbath song Changes as a duet with his daughter Kelly. I never knew he was going to be doing that, and I was quite surprised, but it was great. And after his crash, he went straight to #1. It took Ozzy quite a while to heal, but in June, he was well enough through the Ozfest again, with Black Sabbath headlining once more. We kicked off in Hartford, Connecticut. While we were playing War Pigs, they projected a film behind us showing George Bush sporting a clown's nose, together with Adolf Hitler. One of the problems with these Ozfests was all this stuff was done without us knowing about it. Either that, or they would show it to us at such a late stage that it would be a case of use it or scrap it altogether. The Hitler thing caused a bit of an uproar, but then again, there's been uproar about everything we ever bloody done. Judas Priest was on the bill as well. Towards the end of the tour, Rob Halford had to step in for Ozzy. In the afternoon of the Camden, New Jersey show, the tour manager and the production manager said to me, "We've got a problem." I thought, uh-oh, here we go. They said, "Ozzy is not going to make the gig tonight." Oh no? How would you feel about somebody else doing the gig, like Rob Halford maybe? Has anybody asked Rob if he'd be interested in doing it? No, we thought we'd ask you first. I said, as long as you let the kids know that Ozzy's not doing the gig before they're coming in, or let them know well in advance that Robbie's going to do it, then fine, we'll do it if Rob can do it. Rob quickly learnt our stuff in his bus. He'd seen our show umpteen times, so he just had to watch the DVD bit and gone over the things that he didn't know so well. We just go on stage, and I said to our tour manager, "You did tell the kids, right?" "No, we haven't actually said anything." "You're kidding. You have to let the kids know that Ozzy's not going to be doing it." They asked me if I would go on and announce it, and I said, "You've left it this late. I'm certainly not going to walk out there and say Ozzy's not showing up." Eventually, Bill told the crowd that Ozzy couldn't do it, but that Rob Halford was kind enough to stand in and so on. Black Sabbath followed Judas Priest, so Rob came off the stage, changed his clothes, and he had like half an hour before he had to go back on again. But it went great. It was tremendous how he did his set and ours as well. So hats off to him, he's such a great performer. The tour went on until September the 4th, when we're going to do a show in West Palm Beach. You could say we went down a storm without even playing, because it was cancelled due to Hurricane Francis. We were staying at this hotel then, and I had some friends who flew out from England to watch the show. As soon as they arrived, it was cancelled. The band had a private jet, so we got out before the storm came in big time, and I let my friends stay in my hotel room. They survived it. They must have been all right, because when I received my bill later, I saw that they dropped my minibar dry. Chapter 83, Fused with Glenn Again. Late in 2004, I started working on our next solo album. First we tried a single called Jorn Lander from the German band Masterplan. He was a nice lad with a great voice who sounded very much like Ronnie James Dio. But then it turned out that Glenn Hughes was free to work on a record with me again. Glenn is really talented. He's good to work with, and we get on really well. So it seemed good for us to have another go at making an album. We went into a rehearsal room in Birmingham to work on the songs of what was to become Fused. The first day we got together, we met Mike Exeter there, who was the engineer in my own studio at home. Mike said, "Do you want a cup of coffee, Glenn?" "Oh, yeah, please." Now, it was fatal to give Glenn a cup of coffee, because as soon as he had it, he went into overdrive, bang. It was just like he'd had 3 lines of Coke again. He drove us up the wall, getting all excited like that. "Oh, well, Tone, it's all right, Tone. Come on, Tone, let's go, Tone." He couldn't sit still for 5 seconds. I said, "Glenn, calm down." He was fidgeting and talking away. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I don't drink coffee, and I shouldn't drink it, really." He just wouldn't shut up. Mike came in, and I said, "No more coffee for him." Just like I'd done for the Depth sessions, I played Glenn some riffs. He's the sort of bloke who will sing on anything you play to him. "Oh, I like that one. Oh, I like that one. Oh, and that one." "Well, which one do you want to do then?" We'd pick one and Bill was into a song. We had a bash for a couple of days, and then we brought Bob Marlette in to work on some more songs and produce the record. I said to Bob, "Let's put a few tracks down. Let's have a little bash." And we came up with 4 or 5 tracks in no time at all. We're recording at my house, and most of those tapes were actually used for the final tracks. Since working with Kenny Aronoff on the Iommi album, I just thought he was such a good drummer, so we brought him over. The 4 of us worked on the songs. We did rough takes of all the tracks, and we took it to the Mono Valley Studios in Monmouth to record it properly there. It was all so very quick. We got together, wrote it, and recorded it. Fuse was released in July 2005 on Sanctuary Records. We did a promotional tour for that, with quite a lot of radio stuff, but we didn't support the album with a concert tour because I was out with Black Sabbath doing Ozfest again at the time. It was good to see that it was received very well by the critics and the audience alike. After having been met with terrible reviews and negative articles for most of my career, it shouldn't have mattered to me that much anymore, but it was nice to see so many people appreciating our music that much. Chapter 84, Entering the Halls of Fame. We were up for it probably 7 or 8 times. On the 13th of March 2006, we were finally inducted into the American Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And a couple of months before that, we'd already been inducted into the UK Music Hall of Fame. When it rains, it pours. We were inducted into the UK one in November 2005 at the Alexandra Palace in North London. We played Paranoid at that ceremony, and that went great. Brian May inducted us. There was a bit of a commotion about that because Sharon wanted Angus Young of AC/DC to do it, But I wanted Brian. Then she wanted Angus and Brian to do it together, but Brian just didn't want to do it that way. I'm glad he stuck to his guns. He was going to do it, and I had to phone him up, and I said, please do it, Brian. Do it for me. He came and made a great speech, absolutely fantastic. I was really proud of him. Ozzy was playing there as well with his band, and Angus Young said about 3 words about that. Well, his first few words were, hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? He's probably as good a talker as I am on those bloody occasions. We went into this TV station to do an interview after the presentation, and the bloke said, last year we had Michael Jackson in here. He came in with his award, and when he walked out again, he forgot it. I've got it in my bathroom at home now. I said, oh really? Well, fancy him doing that. And blimey, if I didn't do exactly the same thing. In fact, he probably had mine sitting in his bathroom for a while next to Michael Jackson's. But I've got it back now, so everything's okay. When we collected our award for the American Wall of Fame, we stayed at the Waldorf Astoria in New York. The event was held in the hotel ballroom. It was great. You could go downstairs, go to the presentation, collect your award and clear off. Well, supposedly. But you don't do that, because from then on you go into the different TV stations that are hooked up at the back there to do interviews. In doing so, I held onto my award like it was glued to me, because I didn't want to lose it like I had at the UK Music Hall of Fame. When we finally got it, after all those years of being nominated, I was really pleased. Ozzy had said some stuff in the past like, I don't give a fuck about being inducted. But I thought it was a great honour, and I am very proud of it. They wanted us to actually play there, but there's some problem, so Metallica played instead of us. Let It Hold in the Sky and Iron Man. They were really good, and they inducted us as well, which was really nice of them. Lars Ulrich and James Hetfield said some wonderful things about us. They are genuine blokes, and they do love what we've done. In fact, James came along to a few Heaven and Hell gigs later, so he's a big fan. And in turn, I think they are really good. I really like them a lot. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's a funny old do, really, because it gets a bit stuffy. Fortunately, we could have loosened up a bit with the guys that we knew there, and of course, I loosened up a lot later when I sat in the bar with Geezer Butler until God knows what time. Next day, I felt bloody awful. When I left New York about 4 days after the event, I put my award in my hand baggage just to make sure I didn't lose it. It's quite a big thing, maybe a foot long, and when I passed security in the airport, they said, hey, you can't take that through. What do you mean? It's an award. I know it's an award, but you could use it as a weapon. I thought, oh no, it's taken me 38 bloody years to get it, and now they're going to confiscate it. But everything was sorted out, and I managed to get it home, safe and sound. Chapter 85. This is for peace. Towards the end of 2006, I was invited to work with Zemblian, this Russian band that played the Kremlin. It was their anniversary, and they wanted to do Heaven and Hell and Paranoid. I said, okay, but I'll just do Paranoid. I just wanted to do something short, because I didn't know who the bloody hell they were. But they're quite big in Russia, and they offered me a fee that I just couldn't refuse. Actually, they offered an initial fee, and I said to Ralph, I don't particularly want to do it, just double it. He doubled it, and they said, okay. So I flew out there. Tony Martin and Glenn Hughes are on as well, and so are Rick Wakeman and his son Adam, and Bonnie Tyler. Then as I got in, the promoter took me out to eat, and the amount of drink was lethal. It was all, have another shot of this, and have a shot of that, and fill up, and another salute to whoever. After just a few of them, I thought, fucking hell, if I do this for a couple of days, I won't survive. I was absolutely legless. I said, I'll just go to bed. I'm playing tomorrow. I'm going. They said, that is an insult, you know. Oh shit, here we go. And normally I don't pinch shots at all. No, please, have another one. I did. And I didn't feel all that stunning the next day. Before the show, I was sitting on my own in the dressing room. There was a knock on the door, and this army walked in, about 20 people, with lots of photographers and cameramen and bodyguards. It was absolutely mad. Somebody pinned a medal on me and said, "Comrade, this is for peace." He shook my hand for the cameras and left. Shoof. As soon as they'd come in, they'd gone. That was it. What happened there? I never found out who it was. For all I know, it could have been Putin himself. Then I did the gig. There are only very wealthy people there, obviously all connected with the government. They're all dressed up. It was in a small theatre that probably only held about 200 people, right there in the Kremlin. To play a gig like that was ever so weird. I saw Tony Martin there for the first time since the end of the Forbidden Tour back in 1995. He went on and sang Headless Cross. It was all right seeing him there, first at the show and then later at the restaurant. That restaurant was another matter. They'd closed it for regular customers, so it became a private thing for the people connected to the show. We went for lunch there, me, my guitar tech, my assistant, and one of the people from the promoter's office. Apart from us, the place was completely empty. I asked for the wine list and I picked this really expensive wine. They bought a bottle of it, poured it. I had a sip. I said to the bloke, "This wine is off." The head waiter came up and said, "What is the problem with the wine?" "It's off." The look on his face, he was so pissed off. "It is not off. It cannot be off." But it was. They're probably not used to people spending that sort of money on a bottle of wine. But then they bought me another one. That was off as well. I said to the promoter bloke, "I can't believe it, but don't say anything. Just leave it." Because the look they gave me the first time was enough. And the waiters probably thought, he's only had one sip of it. So extravagant. Chapter 86, Heaven and Hell, Tour and Band. In the autumn of 2006, Ralph told me that the record company wanted to put a package together of stuff from the Dio era. I'd seen Wally not long before that at a gig in Birmingham. It had been 15 years and it was good to see him again. So I said to Ralph, "Why don't we ask Ronnie if he'd be interested in doing 2 new songs, especially for this album, just a couple of one-offs?" Ronnie was interested and flew over from California. We sat down in my kitchen having coffee and another coffee, tried to get to know each other again. We didn't want to actually start yet. We were a bit like, "Oh yeah, what we're going to do then?" Finally I said, "Well, shall we ever go then?" "Oh, all right, sure." We went into my studio and it just gelled again like it used to. Instead of the 2 songs the record company wanted, we wrote 3. We were in good spirits and feeling productive, so we thought, why don't we go for our fast one, a slow one, and a mid-tempo one, something for everybody. The first one we wrote was Shadow of the Wind, the slow one. Ronnie came up with the riff and then we added more to it and built it into a song. Then I came up with the riff for The Devil Cried. Ronnie has to go back home to LA for a few days and I sent him a rough take of it. He really liked that. And we wrote the fast one, Ear in the Wall, after he'd come back again. Geezer came over and we demoed the 3 tracks in the studio at my house. I'd always been in contact with Bill and I said to him, "Would you be interested in doing these tracks with us?" He went, "Yeah, that sounds really good. I'd love to do that." I got him out to England a week before the others came so we could run through the ideas and he'd get used to playing these songs. I'd sent Bill a track about 3 weeks earlier as well so he could start working on that. But he obviously hadn't. Then Ronnie and Geezer arrived. Everybody was getting a bit impatient because Phil was really taking his time. He wanted to analyse everything and try out different things, which is the way he is. It was a bit difficult because I was being asked, how long was it going to be? all I could say was, I don't know. Unfortunately, we were working to a strict deadline, and Ronnie in particular was keen to get going and return home. We talked to Bill about it and suggested a couple of ideas, but he wasn't happy to play the sort of thing that we were hearing on the tracks. It just didn't work out. So Bill wasn't going to be the one to play on it. We thought about putting the band back together and touring as well, but Bill said, I don't particularly want to be doing a lot of shows. It would have been funny for Bill anyway, because a lot of the music we were going to be playing would have been new to him, as he'd played on the Heaven and Hell album, but Vinny had done Mob Rules and Dehumanizer. Because of all this, we got Vinny in to play on these 3 tracks instead, and that was it. Ronnie and Geese went back home, and the tracks were added to the album. It came out, and the interest was great. As soon as the promoters heard that we'd written 3 new tracks together, they went, so when are you going to tour? We talked about it amongst ourselves and decided to take it stage by stage. We didn't want to commit ourselves for years to come. We thought, okay, let's do a tour and just see what happens. They booked us a tour and we went and did it. By the time the Dio years came out in April 2007, we were on the road in Canada and the States. It was going great, and it really went down well. It was the first time in nearly 40 years that I was touring under a different name. We didn't want to call it Black Sabbath, as we've been touring with the Aussie lineup again as well, and we didn't want to confuse people. We weren't playing the old stuff either. We stuck to the songs we'd recorded with Ronnie. At first, we weren't going to call ourselves anything and just use our own names while calling the tour the Heaven and Hell Tour. But certain people were calling the band Heaven and Hell, and we stuck with that. We started with Megadeth and Down with Phil Anselmo, whose spot was taken by Machine Head in mid-tour. It went really well. They played more than 30 dates all over America, and in May we went over to Europe for summer festivals and arenas. And then we welcomed Down back for 2 weeks in Australia and New Zealand. Throughout September we toured America again, this time with Alice Cooper and Queensryche. We'd known Alice for quite a while, and he was a nice guy. Eric Singer was his drummer at that time. During that tour, I saw Alice a couple of times in the lobby of the hotel. You going out for a bit? Yeah, I want to play a round of golf. Apparently, he's a really good golfer. Finishing in Japan, we're a bit sad that this might be the end. I said to Ronnie, would you be interested in doing another album? Yeah, I'd love to do that. What about Geezer? We'll ask. Geezer joined us in this Japanese restaurant, and it didn't last 5 minutes because he's a vegan. Of all the places to go with us, this was definitely the wrong one, because we were eating raw fish and everything. He only came in for a drink, saw them put all the live shrimps on the grill, got really angry and buggered off. But he was up for it, and so was Vinny. Chapter 87, The Devil You Know. We didn't write while we were on the road. I did have an amp in the dressing room and fiddled about a bit, and sometimes I come up with a couple of riffs which I then recorded onto a little digital machine. I just kept them so I could go back to them at some point, but it never worked trying to write a proper song while on tour. We never sat down together to do it because simply we weren't in each other's company that much. Me and Geezer travelled on one bus together, and Vinny and Ronnie on another, and we both left at different times. After a gig, Geezer and myself would have a shower, get on the bus and go. Ronnie used to stay behind for a couple of hours because he liked to relax and have a drink and see a few people. Meanwhile, Geezer and me were asleep on the road. I'm an early riser, but Ronnie would sleep in late. With 2 different schedules like that, to write a track together was very difficult. So after the tour we had writing sessions. I did a lot at home, where I put loads of riffs down and a lot of the structures of the songs, which I then put onto a CD. Ronnie, Geezer and Vinny were at home in California, so I went over there with more than 20 song ideas on this CD. Ronnie had also put his ideas onto a CD, and so had Geezer. Vinny was also very much involved. He just sat there tapping away, but he didn't write as such. We all got together in Ronnie's house, sat down in his studio and just played the different CDs. We had a drink, casually went through them all and picked out the ideas that we instantly liked, no matter whose they were. We put all those onto one CD, made a copy of that for everybody, and then we decided which ones we wanted to work on first over the next few days. We used one of Ronnie's ideas in its entirety, which was Atom and Evil, the first track on the album. And we used bits of each other's ideas. Some of Geezer's riffs would come halfway through, or some of mine. We just swapped them around, building songs. It was a great way of working. Instead of having to come up with everything myself, everybody was completely involved in it from day one, and that helped me immensely. We wrote about 6 songs this way. Then we had a break to do an American tour in August 2008, after which we were all fresh and raring to go again for the next batch of songs. We did the sounds before. Each of us had a writing session on his own. We put our ideas on a CD again, got back together and played the CDs to each other and picked out some more tracks to work on. When we decided to record Atom and Evil, because we all liked it so much, Ronnie was quite honoured. He had written the words and the music, but he was very humble. He said, we don't have to do it. And then he added, but you know, if you really like it. I said, it's wonderful. It'll be a great song to do. When we were in LA putting the songs together, I had a little studio set up in the basement of the house I rented. My engineer, Mike Exeter, was staying at the house as well. We put the ideas together at Ronnie's, and afterwards I'd go back home. The next morning I might tinkle around with it and change the riff. And then later in the day, back at Ronnie's, I'd say, what about this idea? On Bible Black, I'd started off with a riff I'd come up with back home in England, and then Ronnie had changed this and that around. Then one morning in my little basement studio, I changed the riff completely. It worked well, and in the end, Bible Black turned into a great song. Not all of the songs came from the ideas we already had on our CDs. We came up with The Turn of the Screw, Neverwhere, and Eating the Cannibals at Ronnie's. They were done from scratch, right then and there. We didn't just sit around listening. We had our instruments there and did a fair amount of writing together on the spot. Most of the songs were group efforts. Even the ones that were almost completed when presented to the other band members were often changed. We'd move stuff around a bit and put new bits in and add little twists that would make them more interesting. Ronnie might say, what about trying that bit there and maybe change this bit? And we'd try it. It was good because we pushed each other. Instead of going, oh, all right, that'll do. It was, yeah, we can make this even better. We got along really well and we came very close. That helped us while writing these songs. We really honed in on the whole thing. Recording The Devil You Know didn't take long at all. We'd already got into pre-production in LA. Once we'd finished the writing, we rehearsed the songs. We played them and taped them and got them fairly tight. We had a little time off and then everybody came over to the Rockville studios in Monmouth in Wales, where we just played the songs live in the studio. We put them all down in just 3 weeks instead of the 5 we'd originally planned. I was thrilled to be able to write like that and get the pre-production done and then go in and play it live. It was absolutely great. But it wouldn't be right to be in the studio with no hijinks, and this time the drummer to be on the receiving end was Vinny. It was cold being November, but Vinny was as usual working up a right sweat, and at every take his hair was soaked, so he'd have a hairdryer next to his kit to dry it whenever there was a break. The thing packed up and he got my tech mic to repair it. He was really pleased when it came back and he tested it, no problem. We took a break and while he was gone, I couldn't resist filling it up with talcum powder. Back to work, and sure enough, Vinny picks up the dryer, but this time, poof! Instead of a black-haired drummer dressed in a black t-shirt, there was now a white apparition. Being Vinny though, he took it all in good spirit. I find when you're coming up with the riffs and you've got the right people around you to put them together, it can go very quickly. There's actually no reason why we couldn't have played everything in one day, because we were doing that at rehearsal. It's just that you get into that thing where you think, we'll do one track a day, and then you'd want to do a guitar overdub, or Ronnie would want to do an extra vocal, and a track would take a couple of days. I could have saved an absolute fortune working like this in the past. You can't work that way with everybody. It takes a certain combination of people to be able to do that. The Devil You Know was released in April 2009. Listening to it, you can hear that we were really inspired and had a great time making it. And therefore it was nice to see that it was received incredibly well. The critics were raving, some calling it the best metal album of the year. In America, it debuted at number 8 on the Billboard album charts. I'd been at it for 40 years and hadn't always been smooth sailing, but The Devil You Know was another high point. I couldn't wait to tour the album and take the show on the road once again. We started off in South America, playing to big crowds that were always wild. The European Summer Festivals were really good as well, and Wacken was especially great. The crowd was fantastic, and it was very well organised. We filmed it for the Neon Nights Live at Wacken DVD that came out in November 2010. I was very pleased with the way that it turned out, and I'm really glad we did it, because it turned out, sadly, to be Ronnie's last ever filmed show. The Sonisphere Festival in Nebworth was the last gig we played on this side of the Atlantic. It just pissed down with rain when we walked on, and it stopped when we came off. Bloody marvellous that was. But even so, that was a good gig as well. We spent August in America with Coheed and Cambria supporting us. On the 29th, we had our last show at the House of Blues in Atlantic City, New Jersey. I was thinking, why are we playing there? Such a small place. But it was looked on as a nice little gig to finish up with, and it was all right. It had been such a great tour that we didn't want it to end, but it did. The House of Blues turned out to be our last gig ever. Chapter 88, Farewell to a Dear Friend. While we were on that last tour, Ronnie was quietly suffering. He did say to me a few times, I've got a problem with my stomach. I keep going to the loo and I'm taking this anti-acid stuff. I said to him many times, you want to go and get a checkup? He'd go, yeah, when we finish the tour, I'll sort myself out. He battled through it. He really did give it all until the end. He wasn't well, but he still went on and did the shows, and he performed great as usual. After he finally went in to have a checkup, somebody told Ralph Baker what was going on, and he in turn called me to tell me Ronnie had stomach cancer. It was awful to hear that. I called Ronnie and we stayed in touch. After a while things were looking up. He said, I'm coping with it. I'm doing a bit better. He was very positive towards it all. He had a great attitude. He went to hospital and after a while they said, we think we've cleared it. Things look great. So we arranged to do another tour of Europe, something like 20 gigs from mid-June through to mid-August 2010. But then we got the terrible news that the cancer had spread to Ronnie's liver. And that was it. Once that happens, it's very difficult. I was talking to him one day and I said, I'm really looking forward to doing this tour. But Ronnie said, well, I don't know how I'm going to be. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it. He went downhill very quickly. Thank goodness Geezer and Gloria were in Los Angeles. They really stood close to Ronnie and his wife, Wendy, and went to see him in hospital a lot. Geezer was there right till the end. I really didn't get to say a proper goodbye to Ronnie. I had the phone call saying he didn't have long, and I said to Ralph, we'd better go out there, let's book a flight. But the next call was, it's too late. It was that quick. I think the last thing I got off him was a text. He did stay in touch texting me because sometimes he couldn't call. Talking was tiring him out a lot because he was very ill, and he braved right through it. A couple of days before the funeral, me and Maria went to see him in the chapel of rest. He was lying in the coffin, and when I saw him, I just broke down. It seemed like that was very hard. It really hit me then that he was gone. When somebody close to you dies, you always look for a reason. With Ronnie, I think it was a bit of everything, really. I don't think he'd done himself checked out early enough. He would put things off and go, oh, I'll do it next time, man. And his eating habits weren't very good either. He'd often drink instead of eating, and some days he wouldn't eat at all. I don't know how he did that. He'd also eat at peculiar hours because he had a really different lifestyle from anyone else in the band. We'd been in bed after the gig, and Ronnie would stay up and have a few drinks for a couple of hours, and then he'd stop off at a truck stop and eat at 4 in the morning or whatever time it would be. When he did eat, he never ate vegetables or anything. He just didn't eat any healthy stuff. As long as I've known him, he was always very thin. When he was ill, he lost weight, and he really didn't have the body to lose weight. But when I saw him for that very last time, the way they had done him up, he looked fine. He looked as if he was asleep, but seeing him there, oh, it broke my heart. We were going to do the High Voltage Festival in London with Ronnie. Of course, we cancelled the whole tour, but the people organising the festival told us they'd like to do a tribute show to Ronnie. They thought, that's great. We'd thought of doing that anyway, so this was the ideal opportunity. But who were we going to get to sing? Plain Hughes came to mind because he'd known us for a long time and he was friends with Ronnie as well. As a matter of fact, there was a private memorial for Ronnie's close friends, and Glenn sang Catch the Rainbow there in the chapel, one of the songs by Ronnie's old band, Rainbow. There was a memorial again the following day for the fans in a big venue, and Glenn sang it there as well. So I thought it was appropriate to have him on the show. We also invited Jorn Lander, who could sing the stuff we did with Dio really well. Doing that show was very emotional. To go on stage with 2 different people and with Wendy Dio on the side of the stage crying, it was difficult for all of us, but we wanted to do it for him. We did it for Ronnie. Chapter 89, Not a Right-Hand Man. Throughout the years, I've been very unlucky with my right hand. First of all, I had my fingers chopped off it, but that was only the beginning of a whole series of bad things that happened to it. In 1995, I had an operation on my right wrist for carpal tunnel. And when we did the Ozfest in 2005, my arm really hurt. I did get cortisone injections for it, but the effects didn't last long. I thought, what the bloody hell is this? I had x-rays and they said, you've broken 3 tendons in your right shoulder. 3 ligaments, actually. They put them back together, and it was fine until about 3 years later. I was in New York. We'd done a gig on the night, and I was doing some exercises with weights. You're supposed to exercise to strengthen your arms, but I probably did a bit too much, and I had this sound like a snapping of an elastic band. I'd broken another one in the same shoulder. My arm was shaking. I couldn't control it, and I thought, oh no, it's gone again. They gave me a cortisone shot and some painkillers to go on stage, and I played the gig that night, but it was bloody painful. Fortunately, it was the last gig of the tour. I had it checked out back in England, and the surgeon said, to be honest, it was in a bad state when I repaired it last time. They were frayed really badly, and we were lucky to be able to repair it at all. But I don't think we can do it again. And also, it's wrong now. The tendon has shortened too much to reconnect. Maybe a top specialist would have been able to repair it, but I just left it. It does affect me when I'm lifting stuff above my head. If I have to put a suitcase in the overhead locker in a plane, for instance, that's when I notice it. I've also been bitten badly by Rottweilers on my right hand and arm. I had 4 Rottweilers the first time this happened. About 5 years earlier, we had 10 pups, and I gave a friend of mine one of them. When he went through a divorce, he said, "Could you look after the dog for a while?" So we had the dog back, a big bitch, but my dogs didn't get on with her. They started attacking her, which was pretty brutal. I had to pull one of our dogs off her. His collar just came off in my hand and he died back on her again. Blimey. I couldn't get him off and he was ripping the dog apart. So I got one of my big coats and jumped on top of the bitch, covering her up with it. My dog stopped then and Maria managed to get him back inside. But the bitch was in shock, and as I had it covered up, she turned around and wow, in a matter of just a few seconds, she bit 2 fingers, the side of my hand and my thumb. She obviously didn't know where she was. She was just in total shock after my dog had set on her. I thought, oh fuck. Blood squirted all over the place, and Marie was shouting at me that I shouldn't have risked it. I just went, quick, get somebody to bandage my hand up. Both of us shouted at each other. It was completely silly. I had to go to bloody hospital, off to surgery again to get it checked and have rabies shots. They bandaged it all up, but they couldn't stitch it because they said you can't do that with bites. So I had to leave it, just cover it and put some stuff on it, and that was it. Bloody hell. I got bit on that arm again on another occasion. Marie was doing some work for the RSPCA, finding a home for animals. We had a big dog pen in one of our fields at the house, and she brought a dog back to keep for a few days while we looked for a new owner. He was a lovely Rottweiler that had been mistreated. Maria told me not to go anywhere near the dog. Of course, I took no notice. All right, yeah, all right. I went to the dog. Hello, hello. I reached out to stroke it and he caught my arm and then he looked at me and bit me again, more or less in the same place. Fuck. They're so bloody quick. The dog just grabbed my arm and it was only a warning as well. If he'd wanted to, he could have ripped the bloody thing off. But he was frightened and he didn't know me from Adam. It was my own fault. I shouldn't have bent over. You're not supposed to do that. And he probably smelled my other dogs as well. He'd immobilised my arm, so I was off to the surgery again, to the same doctor. He must have thought, what the hell is going on there? And once again, it couldn't be stitched. We had a tour coming up and I thought, oh, for Christ's sake, just typical that is. My arm bothered me for a good few weeks, but it healed eventually. Maria had a real go at me and told me what a silly bugger I'd been again. But I did go down to see the dog again the next day in the pen, just to face my problem. You can't be terrified forever. I was a bit overpowering with him the first time, so now I went to introduce myself properly. I opened the pen and went in there with a couple of biscuits. He stood there looking and I thought, don't go for me again, please. But he was all right. He was great after that. We had him for about a week until we found him a new home. He's probably killed the new owner by now. The worst thing that happened to my hand, though, is the cartilage disintegrating in the thumb joint. I had already had problems with that joint for a couple of years. I had steroid injections, but they were just sticking the needle in roundabouts and some of it didn't hit the right spot. Eventually, I heard of this place in Birmingham called the Joint Clinic. This doctor called Anna Moon is a specialist in hands. She injected me under X-ray so that she could see exactly where the needle went in, which was brilliant. I had steroids first, and then I tried this new stuff like a gel that they use on knee joints. It looked like glue, and I had to have 3 injections in between the joints over the course of a week. It basically buffered the joint like an artificial cartilage and stopped the bones from rubbing against each other. It was all right, but it still didn't work properly. My hand swelled up from all the playing, and that's put ice on it and take anti-inflammatories and painkillers all the time. Eddie Van Halen had problems with his joints in his hand as well, and saw this doctor in Germany, Dr. Peter Welling from Düsseldorf, who does stem cell treatment. It's the only place that does this kind of treatment. Eddie told me it really helped him, so I went to see this chap. I did 4 hours of all different sorts of x-rays. They checked everything because they can't treat you if you have any other kind of problem. On the x-ray, they found a white mark in my joint, and they said, I don't think we're going to be able to do this. If it's what we think it is, you're going to be on antibiotics for 6 months. I thought, oh, for Christ's sake. And said, well, what do you think it is? We think it is fluid in the joint. They checked again and found a hole in my joint where one of the doctors had at some point injected a steroid right into the bone. That's why I was getting a swelling in my hand. They said, now that we know what it is, we can actually go ahead with the procedure. They said, blood from my arm, send that to the lab overnight and grew new cartilage from it. Then a day or two later, they injected it back whenever it was needed. The doctor changed his surgical gloves about 3 times in the course of the 5 minutes it took me for the injections. That's how clean they were. I had to be there at the clinic for a week, go in the morning, have the injections, then back to the hotel. They took quite a few big files of blood in case I needed a top-up later, which I did. They grew the cells and I went in every day that week, and the difference was amazing. It really, really helped. I wasn't getting any pain anymore. I did have to go back to see Dr. Welling again a couple of months later because the neck's joint up and also my left hand were playing up as well. I had a full body scan as well to see if there was any problems anywhere else. There was just a little bit at the base of my spine and the top of my neck in between the neck joints, but that was just normal wear and tear apparently. All these guitar players like Jimmy Page and Pete Townsend, they used to jump up and down and roll on the floor on their knees. Years later, you really feel that. Like footballers, they get these joint problems because of all the abuse. I just stood there with a guitar for 40 years, but you're standing funny when you're playing guitar. So all that gradual wear and tear, putting more weight on one leg and all that, caused me back problems. Dr. Welling gave me injections for my back as well, and after about 4 days of those, I never had another problem there again. All the pain disappeared. It's great. The last time I saw him, he said, it should be growing all right now. They didn't even x-ray it to check it. He just knows that it's growing now. He said to keep me updated about what's going on. It does hurt a bit in certain places now, but it's nothing at all like it was. When I'm playing for a bit, I forget about it. Since I've had this stem cell treatment, I haven't felt the need to take any painkillers or anything. It's just been brilliant. Until something else goes. Chapter 90, Good News and Bad. One thing that was a lot of fun to do was the Out of My Mind charity single with Ian Gillan, John Lord, Jason Newsted, Lindy Lindstrom and Nico McBrain. It was a quarter of a century ago that we recorded our first charity single in aid of the Armenian earthquake victims, Smoke on the Water. It was a really big thing with just about everybody involved, like Brian May, Brian Adams, Richie Blackmore and David Gilmour. We did a video for it and raised a lot of money. And then, in 2009, 25 years later, President Serge Sargsyan of Armenia got in touch. He wanted to give an award for what we'd done back then to Ian Gillan, myself, and keyboard player Jeff Downs. We went to Armenia and they showed us what they'd built with the money from the Smoke on the Water record. We had dinner with Prime Minister Tigran Sargsyan and the British Ambassador Charles Lonsdale. We were there for a few days and did a couple of press conferences. At one of those, we started talking about maybe doing something else to raise more money. Because when they showed us around, we saw this music school, which was just awful. It was like a tin shed, all cold and damp. So we thought, we've got to do something about this. The first thing we did when we got back home was send them a lot of guitars and drums and whatever. We also wrote and released a couple of songs to help build a new school, and that's what Out of My Mind was all about. Firstly, Ian and myself got together at my house. I wrote the music and he did the lyrics. We wanted some other people to play on it too, and Ian mentioned John Lord, and I said, oh yeah, that would be great. I suggested Nico McBrain, and then we also got Jason Newsted on the bass and Lindy Lindstrom on guitar. It worked out great, and we had a fantastic time recording it. The song turned out really well and did raise a fair amount of money once again. Since then, we've put out Who Cares, an album with tracks that had never been released before or only used as bonus tracks in certain countries. I put in tracks from the album I did with Glenn Hughes, and Ian put some tracks on there, either from his solo albums or from Deep Purple. And of course, it's got Out of My Mind on it too, so it's a little bit of a mixed bag, really. We had such a good time doing this that we actually talked about making ourselves into a proper band. But whatever I do, Black Sabbath will always be there one way or another. On the day of Ronnie's funeral, Maria and I had dinner with Eddie Van Halen and his wife. The phone rang. I picked it up to answer it without looking at the display first, and it was Sharon Osbourne. Blimey. I hadn't spoken to her for over a year. She said, oh, I've got the wrong number. I thought it was another Tony. When she realised it was me, she said she was sorry to hear about Ronnie. Then she went, will you call Ozzy? You really must speak to Ozzy. I called him a few days later. He said, I'd like to get together and have a chat, man. I said, well, I'll be back in England in a couple of days. Yeah, that's good. I'm coming over to England as well, so let's see each other then. We stayed in touch. Geezer came round to have a listen to some of my ideas, and over the Christmas break, Ozzy and Sharon came up to the house, and slowly the concept of getting back together again, making music again, became more real. It was in January 2011 that we decided properly to get together and have a play. I went to LA and things got serious when all 4 original members of Black Sabbath got together in the studio under the Sunset Marquis Hotel in Los Angeles to listen to about 40 ideas for tracks that I'd come up with. That was the germ of it all. We made a list of the ideas we all liked best and then tried them at Ozzy's house. He has a studio in the basement, which made it really easy to work without having the world peering in at us. It was really inspiring. Ideas came up and all sort of gelled. It was the same way of working as I'd done before with Heaven and Hell. My initial idea might spark the guys off, and they, for instance, would put it apart and use the original riff of one song and add some other bits, and then we might take it into another direction and then make a new song out of that. We then started learning the new songs. Bill hadn't played for a while, so he was a bit rusty at first, but it was going well. The quality of the music was already good before we started, and certainly when Geezer got involved, it turned into that old sound again. My initial ideas turned into Black Sabbath songs. When we talked about us getting back together, we thought it would be good to have somebody else to take the reins and work at getting the best out of each of us. The record company liked the idea of us working with Rick Rubin. We had met him before, of course, back in 2001 or 2002, when we thought about doing a new album back then. We went to his house to see him, just like we had all those years ago. Back then it was like we were visiting Buddha himself. But this time, we were on a more even level. It wasn't a long meeting at all. Most of the time was taken up by Rick playing us the original Black Sabbath album, the one we recorded in just one day back in 1969. He was on about the vibe from that album and was into us doing more stuff as a jam type of thing, just as loose as he did it in the early days. I thought a producer would be there when you're writing the songs, getting involved, going, hey guys, what about trying that bit there, or whatever. But Rick hasn't been so far. He's left it to us. I guess that's good. We've done enough writing over the years to know how to do it. When we worked at Ozzy's studio, I was in touch with Rick, and he'd just say, okay, Tony, let me know when you've got something for me to hear. So whenever we had one or two new songs, I'd phone him and he'd come down. This happened 4 or 5 times, and that's really as far as we've got with him. We'd play him stuff and he'd say, I like that. I don't like that. Not sure about that. Of course, we in turn would go, why don't you like it? How do you see it then? And that's it. That's pretty much what he does. Rick joined us at the Whiskey A Go-Go in Los Angeles, where we got together on the 11th of November 2011 to announce our new album and tour. Henry Rollins hosted this press gathering and said some very nice things about us, after which we told the whole world about our plans. It was special, certainly because the 4 original members of Black Sabbath announced that they would make a new studio album, the first one since Never Say Die in 1978. When we were at Ozzy's house in early December 2011, Sharon came down to the studio and she mentioned some dates for us to perform. There was the Coachella Festival in April 2012 in California, followed by a European tour. But we all wanted to just get on with the album and not tour yet. But the reaction to our reunion was so great, it did seem like a good idea. We thought we'd go out and play for a while and then go back in and do the album. However, back in October 2011, I was in New York for a few days, promoting the first hardback edition of this book on my way to Los Angeles. And that's where I got a pain in the left side of my groin. I noticed a lump about 1 inch wide. I got a doctor over and he gave me some antibiotics. He said, well, Mr. Iommi, it looks like an infection. Take these tablets for 2 weeks, and when you get to LA, see another doctor if it's still there. I saw Ozzy in LA and he said, you don't look very well, man. I said, no, I'm a bit uncomfortable, really. You ought to get that checked out. Yes, I will. I took his advice and did see another doctor who gave me some more antibiotics, which at least cleared up the infection. I didn't think much more of it. I'd had a prostate examination about a year before and it turned out it was the size of an orange. It had caused a bladder infection, which I thought then in turn had caused this lump. I came back home to England and had an operation on my prostate. The surgeon, Mr. Manu Nair, said, while we were doing the operation, we might as well take that lump out and check it out. The operation was painless, but afterwards I needed a catheter, so over Christmas I had this bloody pipe hanging down with a bag attached to it. I couldn't get up from the bed and move about, so Maria was changing the bag and everything. All the stuff she's had to do. It's been like a nurse, really. Talk about for better or for worse. She really got the worst side of it there. When the catheter came out, I went to see the surgeon and he said, good news on the prostate. It's cut down to a sensible size now and everything is very good there. But on the lump we took out, we found lymphoma. I thought, what's that? He said, it's not bad. We can cure this. It is treatable. It's follicular lymphoma, grade 1, which is at an early stage. I went, oh, right. But I was so gutted when he told me what it was. I went home really depressed, thinking, Christ, that's it. I've had it. I didn't know anything about it. Cancer was death to me. I started writing myself off. I would lie awake at night thinking about selling this and getting rid of that and kind of preparing everything. Who should speak at my funeral and where I want to be buried. Really grim stuff. But then again, I also kept thinking, I'm not ready to go yet. I've got too much to do and I like being here. About 3 days later, my GP, Dr. Mark Abdu, phoned me up and said, they've done more tests and we found it's not grade 1 after all, but grade 3A. I think that's out of 4. It might even go to 5. So grade 3 was bad news. I went, oh no. Dr. Abdu knew a local specialist and friend, Professor Donald Milligan, and got me an appointment to see him. He said, we'll treat it. We'll do chemo and all the things necessary to try and contain it. I went for numerous scans to see if it had spread to anywhere else. It hadn't. It was all in the left side of my groin. I was still suffering from the after effects of my prostate operation. All the antibiotics and other medication involved had knocked me about a lot, and I was really weak and tired. But once I got over that, they got me to start the chemo. They told me I needed 6 courses of chemo, 1 every 3 weeks. It takes about 6 or 7 hours to give it to you, intravenously on a drip. The chemo for lymphoma is similar to what they use with other cancers, but they also put this 4th ingredient in, and that's an antibody. You can have allergic reaction to it, so they have to do it very slowly at first, but the treatment went well. I had the first one, and they said, I'm afraid that you're going to lose your hair. Initially though, nothing much happened, and I thought, oh, I might be all right. I had the second chemo 3 weeks later. I then started to feel tired and sick, and when I brushed my hair, it all came out. Within 2 or 3 days, the light had gone. When I'd get up in the night to go to the toilet and look in the mirror, it was, oh God. The hair on my head went first, and some on my chest. My beard and my moustache went thin, but nothing drastic happened to my eyebrows. I always had long hair, whether it was in the 60s when they said, oi, get your hair cut, or more recently when it was short compared to back then, but still longer than most anybody else's. So, with the hair on my head gone, that was a terrible shock. Of course, the skin underneath was white. It was like an egg. It was all so sudden that it was really hard to get used to. I showed it to Ozzy and Geezer, and their first reaction was, you look like your dad. Being bored. Bloody hell, it's freezing cold. I started wearing a beanie, but I felt funny in that. I never wear hats normally, but having chemo, you have to watch your temperature. Mine went dangerously low. It was 35 degrees, so I had to build that up. My nutritionist, Bev DePons, recommended a Russian healing blanket. It's made from the same stuff that astronauts wear, a silver type of fiber. It's bloody warm. So I'd sit there with this blanket around me and my beanie on my head. Bloody sad, really. Seeing myself with no hair, I thought, no, I can't have that. I don't want to shock people. They go by how you look, and you can either look ill or look good. If people see me with no hair, they'll go, oh blimey, he looks terrible. So I got in touch with this company called Optima in Birmingham that do hair replacements as well as wigs for cancer patients, and they did one for me. They were really good, and replicated the way my hair had been before. My own hair is growing back well now, but it's growing back like a salt and pepper shade at the back and on top, and grey on the sides. I actually quite like it, in a way. After going through 3 rounds of chemo treatment, the professor felt that instead of going for the full 6, a switch to radiotherapy would be better for me. So they gave me a month off, after which I had radiotherapy every day for 3 weeks. It takes a lot out of you. Then the staff at the hospital were tremendously helpful. However, they don't put you on a special diet or anything. They don't say, take this or avoid that. That's why, from the start of my treatment, all the way up till now, I've been seeing nutritionists. My nutritionist, Bev de Pons, had lymphoma herself 10 years ago, so she had first-hand knowledge of what a patient needs. She is a naturopath and body energy therapist and uses a treatment where she puts vacuum cups that stick to your skin, which gets your energy going. That really helped me. She gave me advice on my diet too, and she introduced me to John Sterling. John is a biochemist who once owned a vitamin company called BioCare. Although he sold that and retired, he still continues to do research. He also went through cancer, melanoma. He told me what to eat and what I should leave off, and prescribed certain vitamins, saying, you can't just take just any vitamins because it might affect the chemo. It has to be a certain cocktail of vitamins that work with the chemo. It helped me keep my energy levels and my immune system up. John had the key to that. He wouldn't accept anything either, saying, I don't need the money, I'm doing it because I simply want to help. John and Bev have been a fantastic help. With the old radiotherapy, they just blasted the whole general cancer area. It would make you very ill. But with the latest technology, they can focus on the exact area with pinpoint accuracy, which is great. Having radiotherapy every day often burns away your skin. But thanks to all of Bev's and John's nutritional advice, plus a cream that they gave me, that didn't happen in my case. It got painful. It's sillies and the after effects can go on for a year or so, but I didn't get any blisters or anything. The last radiotherapy session was in April 2012. I'm writing this a couple of months later at the start of the summer. I just had a checkup, including another scan, and they said, it looks quite good. When I found out I had lymphoma back in December 2011, Coachella was blown out. I spoke to my doctor saying, look, I've got this European tour coming up, would I be able to do it? They said, we don't know. It's far too early to tell. I really tried to get myself together to do that tour, but the promoters wanted me to guarantee that I would be able to do it. If I gave them such a guarantee, I'd get sued if I then couldn't perform. So Ralph said, no, Tony, you're not doing that. In hindsight, I wouldn't have been able to tour anyway. I wasn't even allowed on planes because of the risk of infection. And I was just too tired some days, and other days just too sick. Ozzy and Geezer went out on the road billed as Ozzy and Friends. And sometimes I thought, oh, I could have been out there now. But I had an email of Geezer saying they weren't on stage until 11 p.m. one night, 11:30 the next. I wouldn't have been able to do that. It would have been much too tiring. I mean, nowadays, by 9:30 at night, I've had it. I just have to recuperate. John Sterling said, you've just got to be selfish because it's your life you're talking about now. You can't just carry on where you left off. You've got to rethink the whole thing, plan, and get yourself in a proper state of mind and get healthy to a point of being able to handle all of that. I've got friends who have cancer who've taken a whole year off altogether, and have done nothing just to get themselves better. But I've been trying to work through it, what with rehearsals and the writing. After finding out I had lymphoma, we decided to work from my house in Birmingham. Ozzy and Geezer came out to England, and we were writing all through the chemo period. Some days I just couldn't do it, because I didn't feel well, but they understood. They were great. Ozzy would then probably have a go at a vocal or something. We worked 5 days a week and wrote quite a few new songs, and at the time of me writing this, we're still at it. I'm so eager to start recording. I asked Rick Rubin, when are you planning on this being done? He said, well, when we have the songs. When Ozzy and Geezer get back from the tour, we might just knock a couple more songs out. We'll go through the stuff we've got, make some changes, use this or that, one or the other, make a decision, and then the next thing will be to start recording. I can't wait. I've got that urge to get stuff done now before I can't do it anymore. I didn't tour, but I did 2 UK shows. The first one was a charity gig at the O2 Academy in Birmingham on 19th of May 2012. We did that because we needed to have a play together as a gig, plus we needed to do it for me to see if I could last for 2 hours. It was nice to do a hometown gig and give some money to a charity. We did it for Help for Heroes, for people who come back from the war injured, whether it's mental or physical. The only thing that disturbed me was a lot of the tickets were being bought by scalpers who sold them for up to £1,000 a ticket. It would be one thing if they would have given it back to the charity, but to make money on it like that was awful. And some of the true fans had to pay a lot for tickets, which was a shame. We also wanted to do a full set to see how long it would be. This was done in preparation for the second show we did at the Download Festival in Donington on 10th of June 2012. There, we would only be allowed to play 1 hour and 45 minutes, and that was it, plus they had a curfew. At the O2, we had ended up playing a little under 2 hours, so Download would be about the same. The last few times we'd been together, we played roughly the same set. Now we wanted to do other songs we hadn't done for a long time. When we planned to do the O2, I was really concerned about doing the 2-hour set. That for me was a big challenge. I was thinking, I've got to deal with it, and I've got to get a bit of rest before I go on. Of course, that didn't happen, because before we went on, I was in the dressing room talking to Ralph and Mike Exeter about this and that and the other. But on stage, I was fine. The adrenaline kicked in, and I felt great, even after it came off. It actually perked me up. I worried about Donington as well. Since I've been ill, I usually go to bed about 9:30 p.m, watch the TV for half an hour or so, and then go to sleep. And I'm normally awake anything from 5 to 6 a.m, and I get up about 6:30, 7 at the latest. But Download was due to finish at 11 p.m. I thought, blimey, I'm normally in bed by then. Pretty sad, really. On the day of the show, I tried to stay in bed to get as much rest as possible. Of course, I couldn't. I was wide awake, really early in the morning, thinking of stuff, and I finally just had to get up. I thought, I've got to leave for the gig early, be there and prepare. But the same thing happened again, people talking. I did start to feel tired before the gig, but I went on, and I was all right. And again, when I came off stage, I felt great. I really enjoyed both gigs. To be able to do them was a great achievement for me. Just being able to be back on stage again. I think we were all emotional, and the crowds were as well. If the audience can give that back to you, it pushes each of you more. The atmosphere was fabulous. And the great thing with us is that we've known each other for so long. It's not Ozzy and his band or me and my band. It's all of us, and we can rely on each other. So I'd really like to do the tour we didn't do this time, just as soon as I can. Chapter 91. Coming out the other side. The problem with this disease is that it could come back at any time. The surgeon said, it's not going to go away. You've got about 30% chance that it may, but it could more than likely come back at any time. But it's manageable. You won't die from this. You are more liable to die from something else. So I thought, oh, that's nice then. I'll probably die from something else that the radiation has caused. Bone disease or something. I've started a new course of treatment now. It's another drip that I'll get every 2 months for 2 years with an antibody that'll keep the lymphoma in check. It sort of coats it and kills the cancer cells, stops it from going anywhere else. You want to be strong about it, but at the same time, there's this little doubt in your mind that keeps nagging. What about if this pops back again next week? Every day I'm feeling around for fresh lumps. If it comes back, it will be the same again, chemo and radiation. It's very scary, and because of it, I look at life differently. I could be here another 10 years or just 1. I don't know. I get really dismal about it, lying awake at night thinking, am I still going to be here this time next year? If I go, what about my daughter Tony and Maria? Maybe we should get a smaller house, because the place we have now would be too much for Maria to manage on her own. Maybe it's time to scale down anyway and try to live more of a peaceful life. But then I think, well, I really don't want to let the illness take over. I want to almost try to forget about it and just carry on. I've always fought through any adversity in my life. I can't do it any other way. And with cancer, I have no option but to fight. I've got to do what I have to do and try to beat it. I'm going out for walks again now, which I love to do, often with my old pal and collaborator Jeff Nichols, but I still get tired. I have days when I wake up and feel as tired as I did before I went to bed, but I do feel a definite improvement. The music has really helped me, being able to play and write stuff. Musically, my illness certainly inspired some new songs. I think the songs actually got better, more, for lack of a better word, doom. I didn't feel well enough to play and write music on certain days, but on the days when I could, studio engineer Mike Exeter would drop in and I came up with lots of ideas. Making music has always been my passion, but now it's even more meaningful to me. I'm definitely not thinking about retiring. When something terrible happens to you, it brings out the best in people. I've had loads of support from all around the world. It's been great. All the emails and texts I've received from friends, fellow musicians, fans, plus so many people I didn't even know. Lance Armstrong, who has had cancer himself, sent me a book and some t-shirts and a letter that said, "We're here to help in any way. Stay positive and live strong. You're not alone. I'm in this with you." Really great. John Lord, who suffered from pancreatic cancer, said, "I've learned a lot since having it. If I can be of any help, do let me know." Sadly, I've just heard he lost his final battle. Brian May has constantly stayed in touch and came up to my house to visit me. When you're very ill, often you actually don't feel like having even the best of friends visit you. It's just too tiring. But you don't have to say that to them. Brian, he really understood. He's been great. It seems like nearly everybody in the music business has sent wonderful messages. I couldn't believe it. It was such a great thing that people would take the time to do that. It really does help to know that people are thinking about you. It just encourages you. I couldn't have coped with my illness without the support of the people around me. My GP, Dr. Michael Abdu, has been brilliant all the way through. He was always there when I needed him, answering my many questions and giving me advice, choosing the surgeons and generally steering me through these difficult times. Dr. Mano Nair operated on my prostate at the Priory Hospital in Edgbaston and got the lymph node out. Professor Donald Milligan at Spa Parkway was in charge of my cancer treatment. Nurses Claire and Sandra gave me the chemotherapy, and after that, Dr. Zarka oversaw the radiotherapy at Spa Little Aston Centre. These wonderful people and everybody else that helped me during my treatment have just been brilliant. I'm indebted to them all. Ozzy and Geezer have been great too. When you have problems, they come and back you up. Ozzy, of course, if you say, "I've got lymphoma," he's the sort of guy who'll go, "Oh yeah, oh, didn't so-and-so die of that? Oh, thanks." He doesn't even realise it. It's just funny. It's just him. Ozzy's always come up with some funny line or other. But having a good laugh like that really helps me. He has phoned every day, checking on me. He's been absolutely fantastic, and Geezer as well. I think the three of us have grown closer than ever. Dave Bevan and I go way back, of course, and still live near each other. He's been around a lot to support me, and he's also recording the audio version of this book at my studio. I'd like to thank Pat and Dave, who've been a real golden couple and look after our house and garden when I'm away working and Maria's with me. They have my two boisterous Rottweilers for company, so it's quite a task. Knowing things are okay at home is a huge help. Ralph really stuck by me and took a lot of the strain and pressure away from me and Maria. He really has been the backbone of it all. And also, Ernest has been such a great help. I couldn't wish for better managers and, even more importantly, better friends. And of course, Maria. All the work she's had to do since I've had this. How she's done it, I don't know. I got to a stage where I was almost useless and she basically had to babysit me. We tried a few times to go out for a walk, but I got so tired I couldn't breathe. I sound like an invalid now, but I felt like I was 95 years old. It was difficult to accept, but when I was down, she boosted me up. She was waiting on me hand and foot, and she never complained. I've not heard her moan about anything. God, she's been like an angel. Well, she is an angel. Chapter 92, Reflections. Writing all of this, my story, has obviously given me a lot of time to reflect on my life. It has been a bit like everybody else's, I suppose, up and down. Apart from the lymphoma, I've got no real complaints, although it would have been nice to have had less hassles in the past with the business side of things. You've got to have those as well, I suppose. These things are meant to try us. But when I look around the world now and see all the things that are happening to people, I've had a good life in comparison to most everybody out there. I'm really proud of what we've achieved. Our music has helped inspire a whole new generation of music. You can even say that our music has saved a few lives, judging by the letters we've had from people writing "without you," people who might have wanted to commit suicide or do whatever were it not for the music. There's always somebody you've helped out there. It's very rewarding. There was a time when all of the Brummie bands felt the city didn't really care much about us. So it was great when all of a sudden the people that run Broad Street decided to honour the city's famous residents. So it came to be that in November 2008, while recording The Devil You Know, we all took time out so I could receive my star on the city's Walk of Fame. It was bitterly cold, snowing, but even so, a great crowd turned up, and Mike Ollie and his team did a great job with bands playing and Kerrang Radio hosting the event. It was good to join the likes of Ozzy and other famous friends like Jasper Carrot. And recently, I got involved in Bev Bevan's induction as well. The latest event in this change of heart from the establishment is the Home of Metal exhibition, specifically honouring all of the heavy metal bands that came from the West Midlands, including Judas Priest and Led Zeppelin. I never thought that would happen. And now, I don't have to go out to prove anything anymore to anybody. Years ago, I was trying to prove to people that I could do this and do that, but nowadays, I really enjoy what I do, and only need to prove to myself that I can do things. Of course, I have regrets, a lot of them, but I think without that, I wouldn't have learned anything. You can't have it all your own way all the time. You've got to have the bad side of life as well, the bad things that happen to you, but you deal with them. I've probably upset some people along the way, what with all the marriages and all the things that have happened over the years. It's all part of life. Hopefully, the people I've upset have gone on to better things. My daughter Tony amazes me. After what she's been through, she's so out front now. Tony lives in Finland. She moved in with her boyfriend Lindy. He's the guitar player in a band called Him. All I'm hoping for these days is that I'm still here in a few years. I enjoy what I'm at now. I really do. It's a good place. I've got a good home life and a good family, great friends and support. And I'm fortunate because I'm still able to create and go out and play music. At the O2 Academy gig in Birmingham, Ozzy called me the strongest man he knows. It was very nice of him to say that, but since my illness, clearly I am not. However, I have some of the best friends on the planet and a family that I adore. If you measure the strength of a man by the amount of love he gets, I must be the strongest man ever.